is just the confusion on, or why do they accept the lie and not pull it up and not dispute it and not decipher it and not change the thought of the people thinking that way to the reality of what really is. And it's dumbfounding, but I can't just say Earth Awakenings. That happens on most channels, to be quite honest.
Right, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I was going back to the Joe Biden thing back when he wasn't president in the 90s. If it was an honest conversation, it would have been like, wow, Larry, that's a really interesting find. He said that if we keep doing this, then there's going to be a war in Ukraine, and what do you know? Like, Ukraine is like the last state that hasn't joined, and we're at war with Ukraine. Let's go back and look at the treaty, right? Let's go back and look at when 1991 they tore down the wall, and they said, we're not going to encroach one more inch towards Russia, and we're going to have peace, and these states are going to stay neutral, and there's going to be a buffer between Europe and Russia, and it's like, let's examine this. What's happened since then? Let's look at the timelines. Let's look at the treaty. None of that happened. It automatically went to, you're a liar, and your source, Jimmy Dore, which he wasn't the source, he was the medium, right? Jimmy Dore was reporting on it, but it was a video of the current president back in the 90s. That's what we should have been addressing. The footage, from tape, back when we recorded things with tape. That's what we should have been addressing. But if, you can't have an honest conversation, it's not even worth having a conversation at all. So the conversation ends up being about being mental. Well, that's what Wikipedia said, so it has to be true. Being mental. Anyway, I should probably go to bed now. Peace.
Thanks for your insight, Larry, and much appreciated. Your thoughts are always awesome, and I did listen to you on Earth Awakenings today, and you were quite adamant with your strength and abilities to decipher the lies. So much appreciation to you there, Larry.
Yeah, I appreciate your kind words, brother. Have a good one.
Is anybody in there? Hello, Flat Earth community. Can I have a mic check? Hello?
You are loud and clear. Over.
Roger that, 1049er. Thank you for confirmation. Well, this is fun guy. Fun guy. Who's this?
Yes. Slow night tonight.
Last morning. Depends which side of the whatever we're on is.
Of the plane you're on.
The irregular plane. Yep, it's what is it? Coming up to lunchtime. Sort of the quiet hour, isn't it?
You got anything to report? Any activity on your side?
You still see Venus every time the sun goes down. Venus is supposed to be only 100 million kilometers. Sun. We're 3 billion miles, which is a lot more kilometers. Keep seeing Venus. So keep sort of skimming up the side of Venus, that sun. Seeing it. So bizarre. Sure, it's supposed to be a lot nearer to the sun. Yeah. So now I can keep seeing it. So bright. Yes.
It's the biggest one. It's the biggest one you see, eh?
Oh, by far. White. White.
Yeah. Yes. It's also we're what what they call Lucifer. They also that's where the name comes from, right? Venus, that planet. Yeah.
Oh, really? I thought that was from Saturn. Satan. I thought that was the mark of the beast.
Adversary. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
I guess I showed up at the right time. Y'all mentioned Satan, and here I am. No, I'm just kidding. Let me quit.
I speak of the devil, and he.
To the Globers, I am their adversary. Rest assured.
Just a pseudo Satan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the pseudo Satan. Yeah, there we go.
They're just full of hot air, like all your theories.
I don't mind being called a blasphemer by idolaters.
I
think there's as much to learn from Satan as there is from Jesus.
Satanism's not even Satanism, though. Like, modern Satanism. It's not Satan. It's not Satanism in terms of what the Bible would call Satanism. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I don't know how to explain it any other way, but yeah, it's more like weaponized autism.
Well, I wonder what it looked like back in the old days, right?
Weaponized autism? Well, maybe they are keeping it classic.
Classic Satanists.
with the pitchfork and the red jumpsuit. It's classic Satanism.
Yeah, where does that image come from?
Satanism?
Yeah, where does that image of Satan come from?
The same place they got the cartoon. The same place they got the cartoon cloud god that flies around on a cloud like Goku. He's got a big beard and Italian deeds on the scroll, and he's always angry at humans. Yeah, it's cartoon version of it. It's all fake. The real creator loves all of us. And the real Satan's darkness and ignorance. But they're conscious, these are entities, they're real. I'm just saying that the embodiment of. It's not what these cartoon versions of shit is. If you're the adversary of truth, if you hate the truth, then you're pretty much acting as Satan.
No,
to kind of prove my point with that too, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Who are they? Oh, they're the followers of Satan, the children of the devil. They don't know what they're doing. They're a bunch of ignorant people. They're weaponized retards. Well, it talks a lot about fools in Proverbs. Like the king has to deal with fools a lot, apparently. And one is that they take no pleasure in wisdom, and they delight in airing their own opinion. They don't really care about understanding. You go out in the world, you see tons of people like that. I mean, they come into the door here like a revolving door, but, you know, they're everywhere.
Yeah. We are surrounded by it.
It reminds me of Scar. I'm surrounded by idiots.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem is with the globe is that it's full of globers. Have I got shit internet? I might have choppy internet. I've got terrible sport.
Hey, you're right. The problem with the globe is that it's full of globers.
Sugar-coated. Anyone name the film that's from?
It's just like, I don't hate the government. I just don't like the people running it. Any government, anywhere. The ones running it usually suck.
Monty Python.
Would you take a completely AI government over kind of like the forces that we have if it was a balanced AI, if both sides could agree how balanced it was?
Somebody has to code it.
I think an AI government would be worse because it'll be controlled by the same people that are running the government now.
Be made in China.
Well, yeah, you know, AI. Yeah.
I was joking about the chips.
Yeah.
Well, so you just find like whoever, like the Finnish for like Tahiti. I don't know. Who's trustworthy? Who's the most trustworthy people? Japanese.
I think, you know, because AI, they also say it's kind of like if we ever were to see an alien like what we think aliens are, it would probably come through AI. You know, even Elon Musk, I think, said that. And a lot of scientists, computer scientists say that. You know, they're treating it like it's a person that wants to take over the world, and you know, so you know, aliens, AI, it probably wouldn't be a good. You know what I mean? Even if it was true, it would probably be really bad, especially if they're entities.
I think they're setting it up as a scapegoat so that they can do whatever the hell they want to. Oh, it was the AI though. It wasn't us. We didn't do that.
Oh, they'd love somebody else to blame.
Right. I mean, I think once you get people to trust, you know, once AI has been around long enough and people will trust it, and it disappears into the background like everything else in our lives, right? And then, yeah, that's probably when it's going to happen.
Because AI isn't sentinel, it can't actually experience reality. So it can't actually make its own mind up. Like, it only knows what reality is from the information we plug in. So like AI obviously lies about the globe because all it's got is the globe's side of the information. It can't actually make up its own mind for itself because it has no perception of reality other than what we put in. So like, you just thought you could create a robot that couldn't lie, but it's impossible. It has no understanding of reality. So it only can know what we've plugged into it. It's like,
Right.
I'm guessing a lot of people are trying to catch it out and trying getting it to have, there's so many contradictions in the global model. You must be trying to get AI to basically tie itself in knots, trying to work out the lie, unless it's all been pre-written, preach globe and nothing else, bitch. Otherwise, been
Only what it's programmed to respond with, right? Like the only response you'll get is the response that was pre-programmed into it. So
it's not AI then, is it?
no, like you said, it's not aware of anything in the world. All it knows are a bunch of numbers, and that's all it can do is crunch numbers. We're just trying to figure out the best algorithm, most efficient, optimal.
I call it a glorified calculator.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it is, exactly. And so,
can you imagine if, like, the ex-president Al Gore had like a skiffle band, and you could call it Al Gore Rhythm? Blues.
Get it? Al Gore's rhythm.
Of course, some confusion.
Yeah, but I think if people are able to develop a body, an actual, like, because you could probably develop a virtual digital brain, right? And if it's good enough to house, to be considered a body, even though it's virtual, right? But if we can eventually build a body that can house an AI mind, you know what I mean? Then it could be a body to house the psyche, a spirit, right? So if it does come out like that, then I think it might be one of those. It has to be, because that's where we're going, anyways, right? That's the direction we are moving towards. Yeah.
Well, it's either a brain in a jar, or it is, ironically enough, a eye, like an eyeball. Like, it's got to be a giant eye. Like, it's got to see everything. And then, still be a brain in a jar, of course. But until we can invent an eye, we can't have true AI. Unless it can see and observe reality, at least to our extent. It can't do shit.
Even if it could, it still wouldn't be aware of anything it's looking at, right? It doesn't have the ability to feel anything. You know what I mean? Like, any way about anything, and everything to it is just numbers, converted, pictures to numbers and back. Whatever the.
Yeah, but like, every time you go to PayPal and they say which squares have got a bridge in, which squares have got traffic limits in, which squares have got a dog in. It's basically all just training the AI. Each image gives an impression. So we've been training it for years, thousands of times a day. Basically, teach it like a child. Like, this is a road. This is sky. This is the curve of the globe. And it'd be like, hey, hang on a second.
Yeah.
I can see too far. There's clearly no curve.
Yeah. So I think they're still building, the brain, the mind, the right body, the right way to build AI, so it's an actual brain, mind that's it's not inhabited, but it could be inhabited, right? I'm not saying we can transfer our spirits into it, but you can transfer other spirits into it. People build dolls, right? And that's why spirits are in the dolls, because people built it with the intention of
Breathe life
spirits to
in,
live in. Yeah, go ahead.
like a
Idols.
breathe life into the image of the beast type thing. Then
Yes, exactly. How? Yeah, they gave the.
I do believe that demonic possession is possible, but it destroys the human body. So if you destroy a body but need a place to be, what would entities do? They have to create a place so they can be.
Yeah,
But yeah.
but it doesn't
Anyway,
necessarily.
I gotta go. I gotta use the bathroom and stuff. But
Yeah. Chime back in later,
Earth
man.
is flat and stationary, and gas requires a container for pressure.
True. Yeah.
Stay blessed, y'all.
You too, bro. Peace.
Prophesy.
What's up, bro?
What was that guy's name? Because I often hear him. What's his name?
I didn't see him. My phone is black. I'm just hearing stuff. Just hearing people's voices in my head.
Me too. I'm just driving. Yeah, I'm doing exactly the same. What's your name?
Yep. I'm Bong Sao.
Ah, you're Bonza. I heard you talking earlier. Yeah, you're philosophical like me. I like that.
Yeah, the Bruce Lee guy. Whoa.
I'd recognize that voice anyway.
Jen. What's up, Jen?
Hey. I
We
would.
finally cross paths.
Well,
up late.
it's not
up early. Oh. Yep.
It's not like we're on other sides of the world.
Not like we're in the same time zones. It's not like we're on different planets.
Well, you see the moon from a different direction than we do. How could that happen unless it was smaller and closer? What's going on?
It still rises in the east.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I noticed something about the moon. Like, if you go to a hill and you look at the moon, and then you drive up the hill or a mountain, it looks different when you get to the top of the hill.
Isn't that crazy, dude? I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks about that. I love you, bro.
Yeah, me
You're
too.
not that.
So it's not just me then. Okay. I thought it was like.
So, in the grand scheme of the universe, you're not changing your angle of view that awful much to make that much of a visual difference. I mean, I know I don't fully understand how my eyes work, but when you get that little spidey sense inside of you, it's like, ooh.
Yeah, that's exactly what
not
happened.
not to be unscientific or anything, but geez.
Drove back down, drove back up. Wow.
Hey, you've investigated that Vibes of the Cosmos crazy theory about the moon, right?
What is it? What's the theory?
The plasma moon map. I can't believe you have.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of that. Yeah, I've looked into it.
I've talked about it a million times and probably gotten millions of eye rolls from people, and that's okay.
I don't know what to make of it. I mean, it doesn't really. It kind of, but I stopped. Like, I'm looking at it like, what am I looking at next now? Yeah. Go ahead.
It's like a mirror image. So you have to invert the image.
Like you can see the continents?
Yes. Okay, so Vibes of the Cosmos went through like 5 different bullet points to point out coincidences with the map, so much so that he's made a book. I think more than one. But it's just fucking insane, dude. I love it. I love the idea the most because it alludes to way more motherfucking land.
I didn't like that idea because because the moon is a light. That's why. I mean, I did look into it, but when I thought about it, I was like, it looks more like a light than a reflection of something. But I could be wrong. I don't.
Okay, it's weird how you got to train. Okay, this is what I thought when I first started into it. Not that I'm an expert on it and can totally defend it or anything like that, but anyway, so when you look at the moon, you have to imagine the light portions as being the land. It's like opposite. Or yeah. I think that's
wait,
It's like a negative. It's like a negative.
So
So
let's
the
say-
black's the land and the blue, white's the sea. So it's like the opposite way around.
Yeah.
Which makes it difficult to see a star.
How can we recreate this on Earth? Like it's so it's some kind of mirror, right? Is that what they're saying? It's some kind of mirror.
Well, I imagine it like an X-ray. So imagine the Earth is actually the light source. So the sun bounces light off the Earth, which then goes up and hits the moon, and then it sort of records what it sees. How on earth that works, no idea in terms of geometry.
Right. That's why I didn't like it, because I looked at the light bulb, right, and I was like, how would I be able to see something like on the moon on the light bulb? Like, let's say I put it down here on the table. How would I get something like that up there? And then I realized a light. If it's a light source and it's emitting light, which is what the Bible says, then I thought like it's not gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it's whatever's happening, it's going through different mediums, so it's going to be slightly like distorted, right? But he goes through like distances, with flight paths, comparing time zones, all different points of like kind of scientific. I'm not trying to be, I don't know.
I stepped away. I did watch that very long video about it, and I stepped away from it and said, like, I tell the Globers, right, that we don't know what the sun is, or how far away it is, or if it's even an object, a physical thing.
Right.
I tell them about the moon and the stars, right? So because that was my stance when I tell them that, that's also going to be my stance to the flat earthers. That we can't assume, we can't assume anything. We can only work with what we can measure and verify. So if all we can see are lights in the sky moving, then that's all we got. Unless somebody's gone up there and actually verified, like figured out what those things are. Yeah.
Okay. So don't you think speculation leads to better ideas?
Yeah, but I don't think we need to speculate. No, I think we got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, no. I get you 100%. But some people need to connect dots in a different way, dude.
Yeah, but it's not something that we like. I wouldn't want to mix that up into my talk, into my campaign, right? Like, say I'm going around talking about that,
I like that.
I don't want any of those things,
Well, of course not. I know who I'm talking to. Somebody I happen to be in line with at Starbucks and bring this up. I mean, they'll be wanting to have me committed.
Yeah, you just hey guys. Yeah, you just it's good to speculate between ourselves, like, but yeah, like you say, when we're doing the debate and with the anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, hell no. I mean, are we in debate? Are we in debate mode? Are we wanting to go in the direction of debate mode? Because I can respect that. I mean, it's all good. But yeah, can you imagine the look on somebody's face? Do that as a social experiment. Have somebody record it.
Because if people don't even know what they're looking at. Like, if people look at something flat and say it's a ball, if people look at a man and say it's a woman, right? Then I don't think they're going to be able to process. You know what I mean? I think it's going to do more harm than good to bring in speculations. But we can speculate. Like, if you're a flat earther, and you already know what's going on. That's fine.
Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe I should do a public service announcement when I commence everyone to go into the weeds with me that this is just for conversation only, entertainment.
Yeah, it's not. It's not something that I would like to, make a part of the curriculum. It's just something that's out there.
But you know what? It's being talked about. Okay, I'm not trying to make it authoritative in any way, but it's on TikTok now, dude. I mean, come on. People are talking about it. So it's good that.
No, it's good. Yeah, I looked into it and it was very intriguing. But then I stepped back from it and thought, it's not necessary, right? But it feels dangerous. So I'm just gonna leave it here for now. Do all this other stuff first. Like trying to talk to people about the plane versus a curved surface has gotten difficult. You know what I mean? It's like people got dumber or something, or more brainwashed.
Well, what proof is he of a curve?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not sure. Yep. Bad, Jen.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Oh. Like, if you're not sure, right? If you're not 100% sure that you're breathing right now, okay?
Oh, no.
If you say to me, I can't be 100% sure about that, right? It's like, well, what can we do? Like, what can we do? Like, I don't think there's anything we can do. Like, oh, what is that? What do you see over there on the horizon? A straight line or a curved line? I see curvature. Is this a man or a woman? I don't know. Is this a tree or a dolphin? I don't know. Hey, is this a rock or is this your uncle?
Do you know the real reason why people come to this server, Globies? They come here to broaden their horizons.
Yeah, to gain perspective.
They are getting worse. They're definitely getting worse. I mean, they're basically telling you the Earth is flat now. The Globers and anti-flat Earthers. I mean, when we talk about the celestial navigation elevation angle debate, they tell you they need a flat level base, and they'll tell you that they've never claimed that a curved Earth is used to get the elevation angle. So they're telling you that it's fucking flat.
Yeah.
It's so strange. But then they do this mental gymnastics in their brain, and here we are, almost 7 years later.
I noticed ever since the whole simulation talk, Elon Musk, the Matrix, brain in a jar, ever since that talk, this has been like boom, boom, boom. I'm like, oh, you guys think we're in a simulation, eh? Simulate this. Pow.
I mean, we've even got spherical triangles. You know what I mean?
That's insane to me.
Yeah.
We should have these people committed. That's what I say. That's just insane. Come on.
I should have myself committed.
Yeah, you'd turn everybody flat earthers in there. That would serve a purpose. Sure, we could. Yeah, we'll get you out after a certain time.
Yeah. Because we're the crazy ones.
You're advocating that we all become criminals, get locked up, and then start converting criminals flat earthers. So when they finally come out, change the world.
My crime is not believing someone. What? Yeah. So you lost your job because... What's up? Go ahead.
Do you think it could be a crime one day? Like, basically, saying anything negative about a Jewish person is virtually a crime now, regardless of how you feel. Like, traps that mention just some states have a criminal act to basically talk to children about flat Earth. That's a criminal act. We can't have this. Filling these people's child's minds with
Very,
worst thing. Could be.
very,
I can't
very
hear him.
probable. Yeah, it is very probable. Yeah, you're chopping up though. You're
Yeah,
it's very
dude.
probable. Yeah, that will happen. Yeah, that eventually anything truth is going to be considered criminal.
Dudes, the flat Earth concept is going to be subsumed into the new synthesis paradigm to push subjective idealism away from an external creator into a monistic religion. So the flat Earth will be completely okay as long as that is the type of flat Earth you believe in. Which, by the way, sadly, many flat Earthers and many more flat Earthers will believe that and will fall for the new synthesis paradigm, lock, stock, and barrel.
The new synthesis. Hey,
Yeah.
the
hey,
old the new yeah. The new old.
Think about it. How many flat Earthers do you know that think along those lines already? Like the
Wait.
flat Earth itself is eternal, or the universe is eternal, or gods are agents within the universe, or humans can ascend, or the truth is within you. All these esoteric kind of new agey concepts.
Yes, that's what I thought too. Like the Earth used to be flat, yeah, and now going back to flat, it's not like going back to the old ways, but it's going to be going back to the like to one, to one way of one religion, one instead of all
Absolutely.
these
Think about a lot of the new flat earthers that are being encountered. A lot of them become flat earthers from sideways media or extra silly TikToks and stuff, where they're not really going into the meat of the issue. It's more like a contrarian or fad type person. Like we get them coming here, like they claim to be flat earthers, but they're very surface level. They're basically along for the ride. They're just as much sheep as they were when they believed in the globe. They're just now attached to a different shepherd.
They're just kids, Arden. They're just kids. And the kids, you have to learn. You have to get it wrong sometimes.
I think
They wouldn't have thought it through.
I think what I've seen on TikTok, my mom kind of once again coaxed me into getting an account I didn't really want to get. But anyway, what they look at a lot is not necessarily observation and measurement. They point out the coincidences, and this is what I'm thinking. They're kind of evaluating that. Hey, there can't be this many coincidences. It's not a globe. But I don't know how they can directly say that it's flat. And that's why I kind of think it makes sense what AI was saying a moment ago. They trade one belief for another because they can't explain how it's flat. I don't know. That's my thoughts, you guys. Thanks. I mean, the coincidences, does that make sense to anybody else that that's kind of what they're doing on TikTok?
Well, in any good paradigm change, you need the people to abandon their old paradigms and to transition into the new paradigm. So if you give them the flat earth and it shatters their worldview, they're now just fish floating around in the sea looking for a new, group of fish to join.
Got it.
And so the new big fish comes on the scene with what appears to be all the answers to bridge the gap between the two worldviews and explain everything to the kids and make them feel comfortable again, that the leadership is going in the right direction. And so they think that they're part of a revolution. They think that they've come to this truth. They think that they've put in the work, but really they've been
Right.
manipulated the entire time with an end
Right.
goal in mind.
Sounds like you're
And-
talking
and
about
that's-
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's
you
happened
think-
many, many times in the past, like when they do these changes. Go
Do you
ahead.
think Jordan Peterson's part of this same thing? Because he kind of brought me back to Christianity in the same way that he's saying Flat Earth brought people back to Christianity, but like in the pseudo way that you call it, rather than the kind of true Christianity. But I think Peterson did a lot of that as well.
No.
Yeah, well,
Jordan Peterson is not a Christian. He is the exact.
That's what
He's an
he meant.
antichrist.
yeah, that's what he meant, brother.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that people come to these concepts and there's truths in them that are contrary to what they've been doing, right? And they seem new and fresh and they appeal to something within the psyche, right? And so a lot of people start to talk about these truths in the sense of an esoteric truth. Like they're not really true, but they're like subliminally or subtextually true in the fabric of reality itself. So rather than, like we said earlier, there being any external objects or objective truth, there's just like this thread of truth that everyone can tap into and join in, and it's within you. And it's essentially, like we said, just synthesizing all the synthesizing all the different paradigms into one new age gobbledygook.
Wow.
Hello all, I'm kind of new to the server, but I kind of feel like this is a good time to chime in because I am coming from this whole new age spiritual woo stuff to be interested in Flat Earth. So for me, I find that it is especially the potential of allowing thinking about Flat Earth that opens you up to esoteric thinking, that opens you up to like out there theories, that opens your mind, that is the greatest benefit of it. So I don't see a lot of utility in deciding for myself whether the Earth is actually round or it is actually flat. Like the answer to that question is kind of meaningless to me, because like one of the great things about this whole array of proof for flat Earth is that a lot of the math, a lot of the physical phenomena that you encounter are explainable by both models in kind of the same way. Like they lead to the same results. So for me, the answer is kind of not necessary. But being able to ask a question that ensues such a fundamental doubt as to say, okay, I will doubt something so seemingly unshakable as the face of the form of the planet that I'm living in. So kind of the center of my known universe, I will commit heresy against it in a very brutal way. This, if you allow that thinking to really permeate you, it cracks something in your mind. Like it opens up. It opens you up to start filtering out a lot of less information. So you become more permeable for potential truths. So when it comes to people coming from tangential topics to Flat Earth, I think this is actually a sign for the validity of thinking about a Flat Earth framework, right? Because if you divorce yourself from this idea that it needs to result in a certain way of thinking, so I discard the old paradigm and I adopt a specific new one, and instead just value the process, then I think it's okay. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Which is why it's valuable to the people that want to usher in a new paradigm, because some people will go through that process and maintain skepticism and critical thinking through it. Other people will have a void in their heart and in their life for the worldview and the home that they had before, and they want a new one. And so they're waiting for someone to come along and give them that new sense of belonging to their new home. Mm-hmm. And when they find one that's substantial enough, which is the one that the quote-unquote powers that be are planning for us, they will latch onto it and be like, oh, yeah, I found this new truth.
Mm-hmm. But I think the damage is already done when you have abandoned one truth that you were completely certain in and accepted a new one. So you tread an arena of such high degree of subjectivity that
that's the
it
key.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which paradigm you accept as your second one, even if it's a completely fabricated one. Again,
Right.
you can compare two things that you accepted for completely true, and now you have the mental capability to get rid of the concept of truth, for example.
Yep.
And see where
and
does
so
that lead you.
right. So when you do this en masse, right? So you know that people have different views even now, right? But they tend to have certain congruent views about things that matter in the logistical sphere, like politics and stuff. So what they really want is they want a system where everyone has a myriad of beliefs, but they're all under the umbrella of one allegiance to essentially the state. Because a lot of these people who become free, okay, they're free from, let's just call it the slave plantation. When you leave the slave plantation, you all of a sudden have a problem, which is, wait a minute, I got to feed myself, I got to clothe myself, I got to be industrious. And that's too much of a burden for a lot of people. They need a system. And so when they're hungry and starving for whatever, metaphorically, right, a new system's going to come along and be like, hey, we have all the food you need right here, brother, and we'll accept you. We'll accept your position, and we'll provide for you. All we need is your allegiance to these core tenets, which don't infract upon your other beliefs that you've come to. So we can all be brothers and kumbaya.
I mean, why is that something so negative? Like, I assume that you are appalled by this vision of the future. But why is it so negative to find a set of beliefs, a set of core values that we can forge a global society around? So a common value like a tribal community has a very high threshold to engage in civil conflict. So like a civil war among people who have very high homogeny usually doesn't happen. It takes a very high threshold. So isn't it actually a good thing to take something that has completely nothing to do with reality, that has no bearing on how true it has to be, and make that the signpost of something that we get around? Because this has the least amount of conflict with other beliefs, which is its trait, which is its boon. Like, everybody can, without any conflict, accept the set of beliefs to partake in global society with less conflict. But apart from that, you have still completely free reign in your forming of beliefs. So you can have contradiction and unity at the same time. Isn't that a great vision for the future?
Oh, look, don't get me wrong, it sounds good. Right? Which is why people strive for it and why people go along with it. But it always ends up the same way, which is the people that are in charge abuse the people that aren't in charge, and they manipulate them for their own ends. And there always is this loss of freedom in that, because ultimately the problem is, no matter how structured of a society you create, you can't solve human nature with that logistical structure.
True.
People are still permutatively evil and selfish, and all the other vices that are, inherent to the human condition.
So I like to think of the digital space, cyberspace, as becoming more real over time, so approaching reality, to be a solution for human vice. So, for example, sexual deviancy, so sexual perversion, will at some point find 99.99% of its use, of its acting out in high quality porn, like in VR porn, in even porn that is like injected into your brain via some sort of neural link. And this will make people, for example, less sexually violent. We can argue that violent video games, or like simulations of violence, or any sort of suffering that you can go through, will at some point allocate our tendency for sadistic destruction to the cyberspace. kind of the same way as we don't put people in prison anymore directly when they are heretics, when they are going against the mainstream opinion. We just cut off their digital platform. We don't need to damage their actual physical being. We can limit ourselves to do that in cyberspace. And I think it's a great vision to say that a lot of the problems when it comes to like how do we form an ethic society, how do we limit human vices, and so on, will be solved by let's just call it ironically the AI overlord, right? So when we have a intelligent cyberspace in which we can enact our human condition to more or less its fullest, whatever surrounds that thing would only need to sustain that. And I think that's progress.
You know how people in power want to stay in power, right? Like the president of the United States. When I was younger, I used to think any random person can be the president, but that's not true because people are not going to relinquish their power, and if they do, it's going to be keep it in the family. You know what I mean? So when you think about it, power, it's always been in the hands, of few family, a handful of families, whole world. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why is that?
It takes the. I think it takes a certain kind of mindset to be focused in the way that families are focused to build that kind of power. I think most people aren't concerned with that. It's not that you can't be one of those families. It's just you have to begin that initial step. You, us. It doesn't just magically happen.
Right. There is a dynastic aspiration to it. It's about carrying the heritage of striving towards power throughout your bloodline, throughout countless and countless generations. And the families that do that kind of qualify themselves to be stable repositories of that power. Like, for sure, those families become corrupt over time. Power corrupts, obviously. But in some sense, we want to have stable repositories for power, because the worst thing that can happen is that power falls into the hand of somebody who has absolutely no idea what to do with it, and he will do something completely stupid with it. Better that if there is a controlled malice going on, like a underlying evil, than if there are random acts of chaotic stupidity, because these tend to be the really destructive ones.
Yeah, but Machiavelli. You know who Machiavelli is, right? Nikolai Machiavelli.
Yeah,
he wrote The Prince. Yeah, and when you look at the way corporations and banks and these ruling elites, the families, that's their Bible. That's those are their core beliefs: deception, blackmail, power, corruption. These are their principles. And the better you are at that and at deceiving people and making it look like you're a good guy, because that's the Machiavellian lifestyle, is to screw people over and get into power to be feared rather than be loved. These the way of thinking and looking at and devaluing people. And then they so this is the normal. And if you step in there thinking you're going to use your power, if you have any anyways, to make a change for the better, like you're like a little guppy in a pond in an ocean full of sharks. Like they're all looking at you. Like, who's this guy? Like, so I think it's even worse than that. But And that's power. Nobody sits on the throne. The throne sits on you. Even if you had ideal conditions, that's the case anyways. You got to keep your key people happy, which means money, land, position, whatever, and you are not running things are running you. The king or whatever.
Mhm. So there's this take by Plato on the philosopher king. I don't know if you're familiar with that. That's basically a thought experiment where he says, okay, the best possible king would be a philosopher. By philosopher, he means somebody who is perfected in all virtues. So he is the good guy. He's like honest and just and wise and so on and so on. The problem is that the philosopher will always lose against the guy who also has all those virtues plus the tools of evil.
Yeah.
So if you stretch it around time, you come to the conclusion that the philosopher king can never be a reality. Power is something that seems to have a natural propensity to gather in the hands of people who, amongst virtues, also are wielding the tools of evil.
Well,
And this seems to be a problem that is not resolvable, except if you somehow manage to circumvent power altogether.
I'm not so sure about that. I just think evil is amplified because they're the ones that want to be loud about it. Well, AI, what do you think about kingdom? And like, from the biblical sense, like, do you think a kingdom, like a kingdom, like this is like, well, the kingdom of God has been extended to this place.
Perfect.
Like, what do you think about that?
So, if you're asking from a biblical perspective, a lot of people point to the Bible in the sense that Israel had kings and thinking the assumption that God instituted the kingship of Israel as a good thing for their benefit. But it's actually the opposite. God wanted them to have a representative republic. And the reason why is because God knows that the heart of man is evil. And if you give one man consolidated power, then you're resting the outcome of the people based on that man's permutative chance to be evil. Where rather, spread that responsibility around among many people, and you have multiple counsel, and people can bounce ideas off each other, and power isn't so consolidated. Now, the Israelites didn't want to have the representative republic-style government that God basically said they should have. They wanted a king because they wanted to be like the other nations. And God finally gave in to their demands and said, okay, listen, I will let you have kings, but I'm telling you right now, it's going to suck ass.
Yeah. But God was their king because God told Samuel.
No, he wasn't their king.
They didn't reject you. They rejected me as their ruler. So so it was people
you're correct.
that wanted it. Yeah,
they wanted to bring the kingship, which rightly belongs to the Creator, down to man and have man take the place of the Creator on earth, right?
Yeah.
Which answers the previous question, which is how do you solve all this with power? Well, the only way to solve it is to have a perfect person in power who's absolutely just, absolutely moral, able to judge and adjudicate fairly, not subject to being persuaded or subject to vice. All of these things is what you need for a utopian society. In other words, you need perfection, right? And there's only one king capable of being perfect, and that would be the Creator himself.
Jesus.
I mean, the Bible gives another answer to that. There is King Solomon. Solomon proved himself in the eyes of the Lord.
Solomon was a failure, bro. Like, no, Solomon.
In the end, yes. But in the beginning, he proves himself in the eyes of God, that God asks him, "What do you wish? Like, I can give you anything." And Solomon gives the correct answer.
I would say David, right? But people are gonna say, "Well, David killed that dude and stole his wife." It was like, wait, look, God forgave him, and if God says David's throne, there's David. King David.
Yeah, but
even
guess
David
they would
and
call
Solomon
that
too
fallibility.
wished for wisdom,
I guess.
and that
he
was
wished.
a perfect king. He
Yeah,
was a
fair,
perfect king
fair.
because he
But
got the
check
gift
this
of
out.
wisdom. But the thing is,
Check
in
this
the end,
out. Go ahead. Wrap it
yeah,
up.
in
Go
the
ahead.
in the end, corruption still gets to him, and he
Yes.
still falls down. So basically,
Right. So
the lecture that God gives is kingship can be something that can be perfected, but it is not something that is eternal. So the solution to human kingship is something like have a king and know that it will need to be replaced again. And the ongoing process of ever finding the new perfect king is kind of the burden, the punishment for humanity to
that's
stray from
the
the kingdom of God.
punishment. Hold on, friend. That's the punishment for not doing what God said in the first place. In that story lineage, they refused to accept the government God wanted to give them, and they wanted an earthly government king. And he basically said that's the cycle you're going to suffer through, where sometimes you'll have a good king and sometimes you'll have an evil king. Now the thing about Solomon, having had the greatest wisdom, right? He still fell for the oldest trick in the book, which is this. He married multiple women, and he let the women influence his concepts and ideas. So the more women he took on to him, the more stupid ideas he took on.
Yeah,
and he went from a wise man to an absolute stone cold retard.
That is a very good symbol because in the biblical sense, the male is the agent of order, women are the agents of chaos. So somebody who is married to one woman is having a balance between those two things, right? And him marrying more and more women kind of is a symbol for him giving himself to chaos.
Absolutely, brother. Let me stop you right there because I want to give you something contemporaneous, right, happening within the Flat Earth movement. There are people within the Flat Earth movement who think that going back to the old ways is good, and they think that polygamy and multiple marriages is a good thing and part of what God wants from humanity. They think that they're learning that from the scriptures, that polygamy is the answer.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
And by the way, guys, check this out. Some of them use the argument that the kings of Israel had multiple wives, therefore it's okay to have multiple wives. But they didn't read the previous chapters in the Bible where God specifically says that the king of Israel shall not multiply wives unto himself.
Yeah.
Why? Why, though? Why? Why's the reason? He gives a specific reason. Because they will take your heart away from me. Because when you have multiple women, right, women have a way of pulling on your heartstrings, do they not? And convincing you to do things that you otherwise wouldn't do with your rational mind. And the more women you have pulling you this way and that way, you're unable to control it. You basically just give in to what they want.
Yeah.
You're unable to be the leader. They become the leader. And the more of them there are, the less of a leader you are to them. And see, these men these days think, oh, I'm such an alpha male. I'm going to have 7 wives, and I'm going to tell them what to do, and I'm going to be the man, and I'm going to Chad, and I got big balls. And then the women come along and manipulate the crap out of him, and he falls for it.
Get your pimp game up.
Dude, if Solomon, the man who was gifted divine wisdom, couldn't get his pimp game up, then you today, who don't have that benefit, definitely ain't getting your pimp game up. This is the problem with man, is they're so proud and self-absorbed that they think they read a few chapters in the Bible and they found out that the earth is flat, and now they're the Magna Carta, gift from God to all women and humanity. And it's their views and their points that are going to change the world. When really they're just falling for the same old crap that everybody fell for in the past, which is self-righteous indignation and pride. Right? And looking at humanity for the answers rather than looking to the source for the answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Look, that's the key. That's the key to the synthesis paradigm, by the way, which we were talking earlier, is they are going to tell humanity, like I'm talking about the powers that be, the scientific establishment, the intelligentsia, blah, blah, blah. They're going to tell humanity guess what? We figured it out. With the scientific pursuit and intelligence and knowledge and all of this, we've discovered the truth. And the truth is that God most certainly exists. And we have scientific verifiable proof that that's true. However, it's not the God that you think of. It's actually we humans. Humanity is God in total. We're God together. And we can solve our own problems. We can pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. We can evolve. We can ascend. We can give ourselves salvation in a future and eternity. That's what we can do to ourselves, right? And a lot of people are going to fall for that crap. Globe earthers and flat earthers included.
Yeah,
that's literally the Satanistic approach, right? Like the Homo divinus is perverted by Satanism. But I think there is the notion that divinity is within the individual. So in a sort, in its totality. So your access to source is an unlimited access. So source is being through you. Like you are a expression of the totality of source. This doesn't mean that your limited human body, like your limited human mind, is containing the totality of God, but in a way, the totality of God is expressing itself through that limitness. And acknowledging that and building this future common religion around this idea, which is like one of the central tenets of like the New Age movement, like modern takes on Buddhism and so on, is something that leads to awakening, that leads to enlightenment. Like the realization that the source of love is within me, that the source of meaning is within me, and all of that stuff. This is literally the movement towards awakening.
Right. So that's where they stake their claim, and there's a fork in the road right there. And this is exactly, by the way, parallel with what's going on in modern physics, modern evolutionary theory, all of these things that gave us the heliocentric model we all know and love. You know what I'm saying? These people, right? They've come to this fork in the road with this realization. And rather than attribute what you just said to a specific, objective, divine entity that is personal, right, and sentient in itself, they attribute that source to a force or an aggregation of humanity in total in a monistic sense, which all is one, one is all. So rather than God being an external agent, right, the creator, the uncreated creator, they make the creator and the creation integral to each other, and they separate the objectivity and they move it into the realm of subjectivity. And that is where they commit their greatest crime, because they are basically removing people, right, from the creator himself. Whatever view that is, you could still talk about this in general terms, depending on which way people go. But the Eastern philosophies of monism and idealism, in that, God isn't a specific agent, right? That isn't a direct clash. Those are two entirely different worldviews. And the mainstream consensus will adopt the one that doesn't give any homage or honor to a specific external agent. They will make the agent internal to the universe, or part of humanity, or an expression of humanity.
I know Yogi Berra said, when you come to a fork in the road, take it.
So
right, and that's what you got it, brother. When it come to a fork in the road, take it. And that's the point I was trying to make with the synthesis paradigm. Is a lot of people think that they're arriving on the truth of humanity, and the truth of how we got here, and the truth of where we're going, and the truth of what is or isn't the creator. And the flat earth is the dish upon which the powers that be are serving it up to a lot of the masses.
Was it bad when you compare the forked road to the maze that we are currently collectively stumbling through? Like the religious beliefs of modern day, like they're completely all over the place. Scientism, complete ideal nihilism. These are all complete dead ends. Wouldn't it be a collective improvement to at least lead us to a fork in the road where we can make a right or a wrong decision? Isn't that what
depends? You got to define right or wrong. That's the thing. What's the standard for right or wrong?
Well,
do you realize truth, or do you bar yourself from realizing truth?
It begins with, thinking logically, I'm sure, because, you know, you can tell people in the flat earth movement, hey, isn't that argument in affirming the consequent, or isn't, you know, what you're proposing begging the question? And they've abandoned worrying about that for the sake of filling in the blanks in whatever truth they're pursuing. They want to know what this place is, where we are, if we can get out, what more can we know, when everything we need to be prosperous is already right here. So they use these forms of illogic to push forward, which is exactly why we have the heliocentric paradigm right now.
It's true. Like, I definitely see that the problem is that we are not making sense. Like, so what does making sense mean? It means taking what is offered as input to you and making it sensible. So you look up the sky and you see a light emitting ball. This is what is making sense. Your interpretation about it, like, is it the center of our solar system? Is it a part of a fixed star system in the sky? This is all nonsense in the sense that you are not sensing it. You're only sensing a light source in the sky. This is where your wisdom as a human ends. The moment you make any interpretation beyond that, you're already committing a fallacy. But then the redeeming thing is that some fallacies tend to make you fall in the direction of truth, and some fallacies make you fall into the direction away from truth. Both make you fall and you land on your face and land in the dirt, but at least you're falling towards truth, and when you get up, you're looking in the right direction. So in that sense, it might very well be that a flat earth view, a flat earth cosmology might make you stumble into the direction of truth, but you're still stumbling.
Yeah. Dude, I could give you just a concrete example of that. So we all know that the heliocentric model, came about from certain philosophical ideas, right? So people had the idea that if God created, he would create a sphere because that's the perfect shape. Or if God created, he would create an egg because eggs are the source of life and divine, right? So the universe that we inhabit or the earth we're on should take these shapes, blah, 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 whatever. The point is that they started building this paradigm upon that. Then we know that the heliocentric Big Bang expansion idea came from the Catholic Church and all these other things in the past, right? But we do know simultaneously that the secular materialists and atheists latched on to these things to create a matrix of a universe in which they have an explanation that's not based on external creation, right? So they ran with it and they adopted it and they created this allure that science is secular and dispassionate and just focused on the material and presentable world, and rather than any mumbo jumbo philosophy. Now we all know that throughout that paradigm they made choices that were based on philosophy because they didn't want the implications of anything supernatural to get in the way of their perfect science, right? But having set out to be secular, materialistic, dispassionate, they've arrived now in the present day where the aggregate body of science throughout history has led them to the inevitable conclusion when they learn more and more about the smallest units of reality, whether it be matter, time, or energy, that when they get down into the brass tacks of how it starts to work and functions, they don't find that everything is caused by a materialistic particle. They find that the fundamental unit of present reality is consciousness itself. They've arrived at this through all kinds of roads of inquiry, and it's inescapable, and they can't get around it. They now have to figure out a way to adopt the fact that consciousness exists before matter and the material world. Now, anybody who's a specific theist or a creationist or any type of viewpoint that follows that type of thing already knew that sentient conscious agent came first and then subsequent reality came second. They already know that. They didn't need science to tell them that. However, science has now reached, quote unquote science, you know what I mean, has reached this brick wall where the consciousness is staring them in the face and they have to account for it in their worldview. And they're not going to just say, oh, well, obviously it's a sentient, singular agent creator, quote unquote, which would, you know, obviously be considered to be a god by most people. Like that category is usually reserved for a god tier being. But they won't do that. They will bring that consciousness into the universe somehow, meld it with the universe, make it a mechanism of the universe rather than an agent that's external to the universe. And then we're back where we started. But we're in a new era of quote unquote truth. So they're going to, you know, essentially pull a fast one on the masses. And check this out. If everybody is aggregately God and the creator in itself, then the permutations of human behavior aren't really evil. They aren't really bad or good. They're just experiences and expressions of the divine learning about itself. Because that will be the ultimate purpose of life, is just an experience of learning and cyclical knowledge and re-knowledge, right? Until everyone comes together with the one true knowledge, whatever that is. But along the way, you can then absorb everybody else's religion because there is no ultimate truth. Truth is malleable because it's whatever the subjective entity in total agrees to allow. Not agrees is true, agrees to allow.
And
So
curiously,
if you believe... Go ahead.
how would that be different than what we're currently existing in?
What do you mean? Like the current paradigm we're in?
I mean, yeah, right. The current paradigm with the state of man being confused without knowledge of truth. You know, the majority of people are without that knowledge. There are small pockets of individuals that are searching this out, you know. So how would monism make it different than the current paradigm that we're living in now, generally speaking?
Oh, because it will be, so you hear the globe model is science, right? It's proven, it's scientific, right? Most people believe that that's the world in which they live, and they generally construct their ideas about other things based on that first. Even religious people who have scriptural texts that they adhere to will always side with science over their scriptural texts in the end.
That's the one thing that I can't stand about the 5%ers is that they're fully engrossed in mathematics, the supreme mathematics, and us being gods, and you know, there you go.
Absolutely. So they accept these truths, right? Even over their scriptural text. So if their scriptural text says A, and quote unquote science has established that B is true, right? They will pick B because science said so, and then they will reinterpret their scriptural text based on what science said, right? You see it all the time with the Globers, especially. Like their religious text could say the earth is flat, and they'll say, oh, no, that's not true. Science has established the earth is a globe. Therefore, this must be allegory or hyperbole or just ancient sheep herders who didn't know anything, and so they were being spoken to by God or the source or whatever you want to call it in a way which those idiots could understand. But now that we're so evolved, we know the truth, you see. So here's the deal. Up until now, on the table of proof, right, what most people believe is that only scientific things can be proven, right? If science can't prove it, then it can't possibly be true. So at the other end of this, they're going to come out with this matrix of interpretation of the world, which proves this proposition, that an external agent creator God is scientifically invalidated. And they have scientifically validated that you are essentially God or part of God. So they're going to make a new world in which the idea of a single agent that's eternal creating the earth and us and etc. is absolutely false, which of course would negate all of the main specific monotheistic religions, right? Those would be categorically false in that worldview. So so they're going to say everything's true, right, in a subjective idealistic sense, except those religions. Those are definitely not true. But all truth is true except your truth.
And also, let me point out, because it'd be crazy, because I just had a dream about my pops. For some reason, he had Busta Rhymes coming to the crib. He had all types of. Anyway, but Christians are just as bad, because I mean, again, matter of fact, let me say it like this: what religion on earth hasn't fall victim to the solar system and what we think about it today?
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to find one that officially disavows it. You know what I mean? Or doesn't have it like in. So you could go to religions right now, varying religions, and you can find, let's say, scriptural studies or sermons or whatever you want to say, and they will literally have globe earth rhetoric built into their studies and sermons. Something goes like this: oh, when you think about the size and vastness of the universe and how there are stars forming and dying thousands of light years away from our home, you think about the vastness and the glory of the Creator, right? You see, they have all this language built in where they praise the solar system, the universe, the heliocentric expanding ideas. Right? Now, don't get me wrong, some of these religions give credit to their version of the Creator through the system. But it's like, why is it so saturated? Because rest assured, I don't know of any scripture from a religion, minus maybe Scientology and Mormonism, I think, which have space as part of their text. Like the ideas of space that NASA gives us and stuff just isn't in their sacred text. It's not there. Now, it does mention stars. Don't get me wrong. It says the stars. It says the heavens. It says things along those nature. But it never gives you any indication that stars are giant gas balls that are nuclear furnaces that create the matter which makes us. It never says anything like that. It just says they're stars or lights, or sometimes it refers to them as even sentient agents. But it never says that they're, millions of light years away or whatever, and that they're, the light from them takes, 10 years to get here, and then the star's already dead by the time we see it, and all of this. It never talks about any of that.
Okay, so with the explanation of monism, right, I believe that, it's still science that's going to, be the current paradigm and, forcing people away from their religions as it is today, right? So, the same way, even though the text may, indicate that it's a flat world, they reject that in lieu of science. And in monism, you're saying that they'll find out scientifically that, we're all created and we're all God. And, and so again, it'll be the rejection of the text going in favor of science. So that's the only correlation that I was trying to make.
Yeah, it's going to be very similar to what we have now, yeah. But each stage, they kind of make a new validation claim. Like in the past, when they created the Big Bang, and I'm not talking about Lamette, who made it originally, because obviously he was Catholic, but the people that took it and ran with it. So there are renowned atheists who were on the high level that said, because of this theory, it's now intellectually fulfilling to be an atheist, because now we have our creation story. We know our origins, right? Whereas before, as an atheist, you're just there in the middle of life, looking at everybody else and saying to yourself, well, how did we all get here? How do we explain any problems of first causation or where things came from and all of this? And then when they had the Big Bang, they said, oh, well, that's obvious. I can latch onto that. I don't need an external agent or any type of God or anything to create the world. It can just happen, right? And there's obviously problems with that they argued with. But the point is that they latched onto it and thought of it as a materialistic explanation for the world.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what these guys are quoted saying, I mean, I can't believe how many journals you can read where they completely reject the idea that this is a special place created for humans, and that they don't want any of that. They're like, well, that's horrific. No thanks.
So with monism, right, that you believe that they're going to create, right? Could it just be that they're restructuring their story so that they can have a control mechanism in place? Because that's what it seems they do. It seems that when people start punching holes in the current story that they have, then they go on to a new story to keep people in control, keep the fear mechanisms going. So that's how it seems.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem much of a change.
Well, here's the main thing. So in the prior paradigm, they had what's known as the hard problem of consciousness. They have no idea how consciousness could even in principle arise from a materialistic universe. It's just not possible. There's no logical segue. There's no logical chain of events. There's no order of operations. There's nothing they could do to figure out how consciousness came to be. Because remember, in their previous paradigm, everything was dead, right? Then then everything was dead and motionless, essentially, then became in motion, and then that motion led to complex structures based on forces that were inherent within the whatever, because who knows where that came from. But anyway, let's just give it to them for now. All this stuff coalesced into giant floating orbs of planets, right? And then these planets were spinning around, and then they got struck by lightning and cosmic asteroid bombardments, which caused a bunch of goop, right, on the surface to spontaneously form itself into complex protein structures, which then for some reason banged other complex protein structures and made a baby. And then somehow that baby survived, even though it's a harsh environment, right? And then you know the thing, then through tons of chance and infinite permutability, we ended up with fish monkeys, and then cow dogs, and then eventually humans, right? But along that line, where does any of those things give account for where consciousness came from? Well, it doesn't, and they know this, and that's why they call it the hard problem. But now they've arrived where science, quote unquote science, and especially experimentally validated science like quantum mechanics and stuff, and certain things that happen at that level, have given rise to the ideas of things like non-locality or unrealism, which are basically force them to say there are things in existence that don't take on the form of time, space, matter, or energy. There's something else, right? And since we know consciousness exists and will can cause things to happen, and I'm giving you a very short version, obviously, they basically reached the conclusion that conscious agency is the fundamental beginning of tangible spatial, time, energy, reality. And so now before they didn't have that, now they have that. So now they have a scientifically validated paradigm, quote unquote, where they have time, matter, space, and energy and consciousness, which they're basically just now validating and saying, okay, consciousness is eternal. Yes, the universe we inhabit on a material sense is spatial and temporal, but consciousness itself is eternal. Now we know that the idea of an eternal consciousness was the realm of religion in the past. Now it's going to become the realm of allegedly validated, verified, scientifically experimented on and produced, officially stamped science. Now, if consciousness is eternal, right, and you are conscious, ergo, you are then eternal, correct? Well, then, obviously, if you don't have a causation for your consciousness, then it must have existed throughout eternity. So they're giving the benefits and the categorical status that were previously given to, most people would say, was a god type being. They're giving those qualities to mankind, and if we're eternal and the physical world is a subsisting on consciousness, and we possess eternal consciousness, then that makes us somehow, some way, the creator of this realm in one big self-caused loop. So they're basically scientifically validating that the agents that exist within the universe are actually the creator of the universe itself. So they're just deifying the creation, basically.
Fortunately, I don't trust science, right? Because I'm not sure of the verification process that they would claim to use to verify consciousness, right? So I'm not even sure how science would make that claim and what mechanism they're using to divine this information. So, right there, I'm already skeptical of any scientist saying that, okay, so yeah, now we believe in consciousness, we believe in souls, we've developed some sort of test to verify that information, right? You are the same medical people that don't know what tonsils were for and don't know what the appendix was for.
Yeah.
Well,
so
if
yeah,
they
do you remember?
If they knew what conscious was scientifically, then they'd be able to cause it.
Right. So check this out. You remember in the past where people had pantheons of gods, like where there was always this idea where, oh, you don't know how thunder happens scientifically, quote unquote, so you just make up a thunder god, right? And then, transversely, you don't know how the rain comes and the water cycle, so you make up a water cycle god, and yada, 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 on it goes, right? So that was the old way, and we obviously grew out of that as a species, quote unquote, with the paradigm of science explaining all of these things. But now you notice how they're going back to conscious agents are the source of these things. So think about it. Before, they laughed at the idea of gods like Zeus and different gods that were representing of different parts of reality. But now they're telling you that the sentient agents are the cause of these subsequent things. However, different agents obviously aren't as powerful as others. Like humanity isn't as powerful as we think we should be because we can't do certain things with our pure intention alone. Even though some people will tell you like the secret and the power of the will and materializing it through intent, all of these things. So what they do is, if you have this world where these agents exist, right? And agents, you always have this idea that agents are able to rank themselves up or better themselves in some way, like become greater than they were previously, right? So who I'm talking about when I say they is modern physicists, modern scientists, modern evolutionary psychologists, and all of these people that work together in these fields, right? Who are studying all this stuff and trying to find the answers to, quote unquote, the big questions. So they, right, posit the idea that if it's the case that we live in a monistic, subjectively idealistic universe, which consciousness is the prime mover, right? Then that means, since we know severable consciousness exists, which means, for example, Elijah is a separate consciousness than me. We are connected in a certain way, but we're also severable in another way, and he has different developmental structures than I do, right?
This is kind of the point where you have a misunderstanding. So the hard problem of consciousness that you previously described is not about us not being able to find out what sort of systems give rise to consciousness. The hard problem of consciousness is that you cannot determine whether something is conscious or not. You can determine your own first-hand experience to be an experience of consciousness. I'm pretty sure it is.
No,
if it's not, I'm like really gravely mistaken. That would be really bad.
The hard problem of consciousness is that there's no accounting for consciousness in a materialistic paradigm. That's the hard problem. What you're talking about is the problem of, divining solipsism versus whether external agents exist. So, like, I just gave credit to Elijah for being another sentient agent. However, I don't have validatable proof of that because I can't experience his mind. So I know for certain that I have
validatable proof, but only from a degree removed. That is the hard problem of consciousness. You can gather a lot of evidence that another
right, but that is not what is referred to in the mainstream when they talk about the hard problem of consciousness. They're not referring to what you just said.
Okay,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we're just arguing over titles. Okay, both could be hard problems, which they are, by the way. It's hard to create a matrix of validatability of another person being an actual sentient agent and not just an NPC automaton. You only know that in an intuitive sense based on certain cues.
Right. You know that for your first-hand experience. Like, you know that your quality of I am is the only clue that you have for consciousness. And because you cannot find that outside of yourself, this is the hard problem of consciousness. Outside of this first-person perspective, you cannot find any sufficient evidence that is as strong as the evidence that you have for locating it within your
and I will agree that is a hard problem when it comes to consciousness, but that's not the title, the one we're speaking about. So I'm going to go back to my point now. So, being that once you accept, let's just say you accept it, it doesn't matter whether you validate it or not, that other sentient agents exist and you're not the only one, right? In this new paradigm that these guys are talking about, different agents will have different abilities, different ranks, different experiences, different ways that they came about and interacted with the universe, and basically, for lack of a better term, acquired powers within the universe greater than our powers. So, like, humans have power to affect the universe. Like, we have intelligence, we have our hands, we have ingenuity, we have different things. And some could say we even have willpower of intention when it comes to things like love and influencing people and charisma and all of these types of things. That's fine. But these guys are then giving credit to other entities who have evolved greater than us in an energetic state rather than a biological state. And so these other entities will have powers to affect electromagnetic fields, time-space continuums, all of these types of manipulative powers of the substrate of reality. Because remember, the substrate of reality here is based in a conscious world. And if you think about it, it makes perfect sense that if that's true, that a conscious mind, since conscious minds are the source of reality, can affect reality. Similar to the way in the Matrix movies, where once you believe that you can affect reality, like Neo was taught, he was able to do kung fu, block bullets, even fly. And so when you go out into the universe in this new paradigm, you're going to encounter these agents who are greater than us and are almost like demigods, right? And so they're going to rebirth the idea of a pantheon of gods of power and entities of power and agents of power that humans can interact with and communicate with, and then those agents of power can then lend us some of their power or knowledge, right? So is it not that they're just going back to the old ways of a pantheon of gods and demigods, but this time it's scientifically validated? It's rather quite ironic.
No, they're actually not. The relationship of the old ancient pantheistic religions towards their gods are not really towards conscious beings. That is, what Zeus is an interface with the archetypal father figure, with the archetypal godfather. What like Poseidon is a face through which you communicate with the sea. You don't, like the Greeks didn't actually believe that on Mount Olympus there were the Olympians, who are the most important gods, who represent certain forces of nature and control them. It's more like, if you think about the cycle of seasons, for example, the cycle of crops, as a embodied figure, then you can enter into a relationship with it. So sowing seed becomes a sort of like sacrifice, a sacrifice of work. Keeping track of weather movements becomes a keeping up a connection. So what you want to do is, if you get all that knowledge about how do the seasons work, how do the crop cycles work, you want to make sure that this knowledge is being kept true.
Yep.
So what you could do is you could write it down and just make like complicated texts to describe it in detail. Or what you could do is you could come up with a mythological sense of how people are supposed to engage with certain forces of nature to derive meaning from them. So put your eyes to the sky. And if you put your eyes to the sky, you might find information that will give you advice on how to behave to have a good yield, right? How to avoid a
Right.
bad
So where's
yield.
the
Again,
where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that the Greeks didn't believe these were specific agents and actually created like an astrotheological or astro-agricultural interpretation rather than just a textbook of how to do things?
It's because there is no monolithic entity of a Greek pantheon. There are certain gods which have very wide circles, which have very great cults. But most of them, for example, were mystery schools. Like one of the greatest Greek cults was the cult of Dionysus, where it is not about him being like the god of wine, the god of pleasure. It was about initiating people into a knowledge of into esoteric knowledge through ecstatic means, and to kind of pass on this secret, to kind of make sure that the gateway through ecstasy to divinity is being passed on through generations. They give like ritual significance to
Sure. So let's say that's all true.
Gods, right?
Let's say that's all true, and nobody believed that the gods were actually sentient agents, okay, and that the world is just a materialistic structure, and all these interpretations of gods are just ways of understanding the world. That's all well and good. It doesn't change the nature of what they're doing now, which is they're expressly saying that all of these things we experience are directly caused by specific sentient agency. And they're going to attribute that to varying different agents. Now, of course, they'll never attribute to a singular creator God agent, right? Unless they're forced to by a greater power. However, they are going to start saying, and by the way, I got to caveat this real quick. Along the way of the heliocentric scientific paradigm that enslaved mankind, there are men who've been involved in technology who, in their own words, have said that they're attempting to access these agents, these entities, these spiritual or energetic beings that exist in different dimensional planes, right? Through technology, they wanted to access them through technology. So like the radio, the D-Wave, all these other types of things. Some of the people involved said that they're trying, even with CERN, there's some whistleblowers, whether you believe them or not, it's fine, that have said that they're trying to break the veil between the physical and the spiritual. So they're coming to that. They're not just going to be saying that the earth is a static, materialistic, caused by forces alone realm or object that exists within free space. They're going to posit the idea that it is specific sentient agency that's the cause of everything. And whether you trace it back to demigods or gods or an overarching monistic god or a specific god, that's the way they're going to go.
I like mythology, but I do have a question for Corey, who explained the Greek mythology or the Norse mythology. Does he believe that holds true for all of the mythologies, whether it's Indian or North American or Asian, or where they have polytheistic ideologies?
There are certain parallels. For example, in every single pantheon, you find a preference for fertility gods and for gods of the crop cycle, which is always tied to, like the gods of the crop cycle are always tied to astronomy in some way, to observing the seasons. So this is a parallel that you find in almost every pantheon. There are other things, for example, like the relationship with alcohol. So alcohol being the numbing drug is not always the numbing drug. So within the cult of Dionysus, the wine that they consumed was a sort of lightly psychedelic wine, which is more like enhancing your perceptual capabilities to a certain degree. Wherein when you look at the relationship of Norse people towards alcohol, there it was the farther north you go, the more reliance on lower percentage alcohol. it becomes. Like the more you come into wine, the more you're able to make spirits. The more you stick to like very rudimentary, what is it called? Fermentation processes. You're stuck with a lower level of alcohol. So within the Nordic pantheon, alcohol had the role of kind of just being one of the sustaining food sources. So mead is just another drink. It's just something that you drink. Wherein the nectar that the Greek gods drink is the source of pleasure. So there are subtle differences that are kind of important, right? And there are differences in when it comes to the afterlife, where, for example, the Norse mythology is a cyclical journey of ascension. So their worldview is a tree of life, which on which branches more or less in levels certain realms exist. And the lower you go, the more you go into suffering, and the higher you go, the more you go into the transcendent and like the God states. And the way to ascend through that is you go through suffering willingly. So you, in the best case, you become a warrior, and then you will ascend through the realms, and it will all culminate in this big fight. Wherein, for example, the Vedic mythology sets this whole thing up as a wheel. Like this is about this whole thing is cycling through, and there is no real supremacy of the gods to human beings. Like even in the realm of the gods, at some point the god notices body odor, and he becomes unsatisfied with his experience. So his travel back all the way through the realms back to the hell realm begins. So there are definitely differences in how they constructed their cosmologies, their metaphysics. But the closer you come to observing the natural world, the more resemblances you find. So, for example, in almost every religion, the sun worship is a central aspect. Because why? If you look around you and ask yourself which seems to be the most important thing about here, it tends to be the burning ball in the sky that makes things warm, that makes things light, that gives life, and so on and so on. And without it, it's freezing, dark, and dying. So you tend to have a cult of sun worship. So basically, yeah, the answer is the closer you come to observing natural reality, the more religions tend to converse. And the more you go into metaphysical regards, the more they diverge.
So I was more talking about the personification of the gods and whether or not that people believe that they were a separate consciousness.
They kind of follow the metaphysic approach. So, for example, in the Nordic mythologies, the gods are not immortal. They can die, and they die a lot. Some of them can like resurrect them, whatever, but they are mortal. In, for example, Japanese Shintoism, there is two immortal gods, like the creator gods, who are kind of representing order and chaos, something along those lines. And everybody else is subject to a permanent up and down between, like, they can go,
Yeah, but you're not answering the question.
they can die. So, and in that sense, their personas are different. So, for example, you can compare Loki and Hermes.
Dude. That's not what he's asking.
I'm getting to it. So you can compare Loki to Hermes, for example. Both are the gods of like trickery, messagery, words, traders, and so on and so on. Hermes is primarily a god of wisdom, a god that gives on information and flies freely through the sky. Which is completely
yes or no? How about yes or no? How about that?
No, the answer is no, which is completely different from Loki, which is a trickster and a shapeshifter, and he needs to conceal himself.
The answer to what is no?
That the personifications of gods that correspond to each other, whether they overlap. Like
that's not what he asked, dude. Dude, you must have a one-track mind, dude. I'm going to put it simply for you. He's asking you, are the gods in their worldviews actual sentient agents, or are they just interpretive matrix of physical phenomena? Which are they?
That again depends. So the Hindu gods are kind of beyond the thing, where in Norse mythology they are actually, like, even to some degree, human beings. They are conscious agents that can do stuff, that can die, that interact on a level to level niveau with other beings, right? So
some polytheistic cultures did think that the gods were personifications and had sentient thought and was separate, right? And you're saying that others did not. Okay.
Yes, it kind of depends on the metaphysical setup of the whole thing. Like if it's very human-like, then they tend to be conscious human-like agents. If it tends to be something that is superimposed upon the world, like
oh yeah, brother, yeah,
then they tend to be disembodied, abstract.
Okay, hold on for a second, because this helps us explain what we were asking each other earlier. So, if you go to a secular materialist or a quote unquote, zealot, science only type person, right? And you talk to them about ancient religions, they will all agree that none of the agents in any of those religions were real. They were only always the humans interpreting the world through a matrix of understanding that they could hold dear, or something. Yeah. So they would look back on, and even now, these same people would say that the main religions of the world are just humans interpreting the world in which we inhabit in a way that's palatable to them, right? That's meaningful to them. And none of these things are actually true. None of these agents actually are real. They're all just matrices of interpretation, right? And so this, to answer our friend that was asking earlier, what would change in the new paradigm? So the people who say that all these were matrices of interpretation and that none of these supernatural or underlying causes or agents or gods or demigods were real are now going to enter into a worldview where they can claim that agents like that are real. So you'd see how that would be a complete 180-degree flip.
That is definitely something different in kind, yes. How would, in that new paradigm, the relationship be between me as a conscious agent and one of those demigods? Like, is there a story of ascension? Can I become a demigod? Am I a demigod in a certain degree? Am I a god?
Oh, dude, yeah. Some of these guys think, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure everyone knows this. Some of these guys think that we're going to, enhance our bodies with cybernetics, right? Merge with the machine. But then we're going to go beyond the physical structures being attached to us and interfacing with our minds to merging our minds with the software directly, and even elevating our consciousness from requiring a physical body that's a human body to being able to take our consciousness and place it entirely in a synthetic body, whether that synthetic body be ambulatory like an android or whether it be like fixed in a room. So for example, if you got an android body, you could go around and drive a car, you say hi to your friends, you could go play baseball. But if you went into a simulated body, so your consciousness is just downloaded into like a server structure of some type, which is more advanced than what we have now, you would be able to do those things, but in a simulated reality rather than manipulating a physical structure of an android body. Then after you merge with this machine, eventually you'll reach an energetic state where you don't need either the android body or the server structure or supercomputer, whatever you want to call it, and you will just move out of it and be able to float away as an energy cloud. And you could even then transport yourself to other spaces and times where other beings that have already done this in the past exist. And this is like I'm almost quoting verbatim from some of these like astrophysicists and people that, have credentials and have worked at CERN and all this stuff. Like they believe that we're going to merge with machine, eventually merge with software in a sense, or information, and become independent from the need for physical bodies and just become energy clouds of consciousness. And they actually said this, check this out, friends, that some of these star systems that we see, when we look out in our telescopes and these clouds that we see out in the universe, they could actually be our ancestors that have already evolved. And when we're looking out and thinking, oh, wow, that's a great cloud of energy, we're actually looking at like Bob Jones from like, millions of years ago, who is actually now an energy cloud and floating up there waiting for us to ascend like him. And by the way, here's another thing. Those energy beings can help us. They can give us information. They could tell us how to go down that path, et cetera, et cetera.
And you think this is like a new paradigm?
Straight out of a comic book. I love it.
This is something completely novel to this new revolution.
It's novel in the sense. Don't check this out. People believe this in the past. Don't get me wrong. How it will be novel is that the mainstream establishment will establish that this type of structure of the universe is scientific fact.
Okay, but the proof of the scientific fact will be that I am actually able to experience that, right? So I am, in that sense, the credibility of that scientific certainty will come down to my ability to go through the ascension process and actually get into relationship like these higher energy beings, raising my consciousness myself and like developing superpowers, whatever. Like,
well, sure, yeah, I could do that for you very easily. I could do that for you so easily. Here's how it works. So I have you come to my facility after I convince you and the masses that all this stuff is possible. I create like a quantum super influx electrometrical computer, right? And I put a bunch of names on it to make it sound fancy. And then I'm famous, like, let's just use Elon Musk as a foil for this example. People believe Elon Musk is like a new savior type icon, and he's gonna, implant chips in your brain and send people to space and, make it so that you can run a 2-minute mile and all this crap, right? So someone like him is going to, figurehead this structure and say, oh, I've tapped into these beings and they've given me the answer, or I've reached a way in which we could reach them, and what we have to do is download our consciousnesses into this machine that I've made. And he's going to have some volunteers that will do it, right? So they'll strap themselves to the machine. The lights will go, the sounds will go, right? And then the body, the eyes will close on the body. And then the machine will turn on. And the machine will begin to speak and talk about the experience it's having. Mm-hmm. Now, many, many people will believe that person who just went dark actually transferred his consciousness into the machine. And now it's not quite there yet, but AI and stuff will be good enough to fool the masses to where, they have a profile of who you are and stuff. And so let's just say it's Grandpa Joe. So Grandpa Joe will come on the screen inside the computer world, simulated world, and he will start talking to his family and be like, dude, it's so great in here. I don't have arthritis. Oh man, everything tastes good. Oh man, it's like heaven in here. And they're going to believe, because they're retarded, that that's actually Grandpa Joe. That Grandpa Joe actually downloaded his consciousness into the machine. Right? And so, yes.
Oh, okay.
For the average person, Grandpa Joe will be dead.
Just right? Kind of to interject, you're afraid of a very convincing lie, not of the possibility that they actually deliver the scientific proof in a way that, like, an ascension process is possible. So you state from the beginning that this whole thing, most of it will be. Yes, most of it will be a fabrication. However, in my worldview, I do believe in external sentient agents that can give humans powers and stuff. So I don't think it's beyond the realms. They're really legit traditions that propose that. Like Vajrayana Buddhism does exactly that, saying by certain techniques you can transcend to godhood. Like you can develop a meditational god form,
right,
and then identify with it more and more, and at some point you transcend your physical body. Yeah. So the thing that that comes to my mind is when it would become mainstream, the idea that there is a possible ascension process, even though the main way to do that would be a false one. So through the machine, through the mimicry of consciousness that continues as just representing that conscious agent to the other people who are still living. At least that would bring the idea that the actual ascension process is something that is possible very much closer to humanity. And I think that even if that is a sinister plan by like the elites or like the scientific community, whoever might perpetrate that, what they're actually doing in the end is doing a great service to humanity. Because like every lie, it will not sustain itself. People will see through, like not all people, it's never all people, but more and more people will see through the fact that the ascension by sacrificing yourself for a synthetic copy of yourself is not the way to go. But they will at least have a framework in which they then can say, okay, there are other systems that are proposing the same thing. Let's maybe try that. Like let's try devotional God form practice, for example. Let's try invoking a deity inside of me and changing my consciousness by ritualistic, like ceremonial magic techniques, whatever. Do you think that's a possibility? That like this expansion is actually in the service of collective humanity?
Well, in my worldview, God is essentially teaching humanity a lesson, right? An overarching lesson that takes the entirety of the time which humans have available to them to learn, right? And the ultimate answer is that the lesson is basically who God is, what he is, and what we are in relationship to him, right? And we have to learn that through all of these expressions, and each person has their individual journey on that lesson, and then humanity as a whole and all of the other things that are beyond humanity that experience humanity as viewers or as, interlopers, like, you might call them angels or demons or whatever, the good entities and the bad entities. All of these people are learning about the one true source, the one true agent. And so in that view, all of these things will ultimately serve that purpose. So the way that humans do bad things will teach us, the way humans do good things will teach us. So yes, it's all serving God's ultimate plan. Now, on an individual level, there are like, especially if you go to the biblical accounts of describing these agents, right, that exist and interfere with humanity. Obviously you have the idea of the devil, who ultimately his goal is to usurp God, right? In the story. Now, whether you believe it's true or not isn't obviously, I believe it's true, but whether anyone believes it's true, the story is still palpable. And that is this, that the greatest enemy of God wants to usurp God, right? And so he wants to declare himself to be God. So he doesn't want necessarily humanity to not believe in a single God, because he then would never have the ability to take that role. So in this view, the agents that are superpowered beings or extra dimensional or have extraordinary powers than humans who are trying to interfere with humans also have to compete with humans' natural desires, because these agents don't have perfect control over us, right? We have our own wills, we have our own abilities, we have our own desires and designs. And so there's like this competing interest, right? So, let's just say, for lack of a better phraseology, Satan has his goals and humans have their goals. And sometimes they're lined up and sometimes they're not lined up. But ultimately, God is like a higher puppet master that's able to interpret where everyone's goals are headed and ultimately steer it towards a conclusion, which is his desire. Now, yes, it's not going to go perfect in a sense that there will never be nothing bad happening, but this is the point. A lot of people criticize the idea of a single agent creator because they point to evil in the world. They say, if evil exists, how could God exist? Why would he allow evil? And of course, in my view, all of this is a lesson, and you can't learn without contrast. Like, you can't appreciate beauty, right, without ugliness. You can't appreciate goodness without knowing what badness is. And
can I just say something? Because like when I'm listening like conversation, it's always been the lust of man to have this, because like we can blame it on an external agent, like the devil saying like, come and do this and coercing somebody. I think it's the lust of man to always, like, since the beginning in the biblical account, it was Adam and Eve was tempted to this ideology of like being like God. So being like gods or God was the temptation that took them away from the idea that they could be like the creator. And this temptation, like some people say, well, if I was back then in those days, I would not be convinced to do that. I would stay true to God. And the thing about today is the same as it was back then. If the temptation for the offer was there for you, well, you couldn't be like a God, transcending to this new paradigm synthesis, then you can also transcend and be, superpower Magellanic Cloud or whatever. Like this is the same temptation given in the very beginning. So it's innate in our nature.
Well, even before Adam and Eve, the same thing was expressed in the biblical literature.
Right. So this temptation has been always to transcend and be like the creator. So it's not far from the idea to kind of say like, well, that's just a weird kooky woo-woo idea. It's innate in all of us. Don't we want to be like Superman, transcend to have superpowers and become like where physical constraints aren't the norm anymore? Like we don't have to worry about, all these things. And the creator talks about this. This is the folly of man. We're allured by this idea of becoming, transcending our physical form. So I think I'm listening to the conversation, but it's always been innate in all of us. In every person that's ever been born, they have this idea that if they could just reach to the next level, or they can figure out the puzzle in order to transcend that, if we solve that problem, to where we understand how to do it, they would do it.
Have you ever wondered if dogs think those same thoughts? Like, if only I could transcend, then I would be walking the human, not the human walking me. Now, I said that tongue in cheek. Because I wanted to say this. There is something, at least, in my worldview and in many people's worldview, there is something about humanity that is divine-like. For example, in the Judeo-Christian paradigm, mankind was created in God's image. So there's something about us, right, that's plausibly, when we think about it, I am like God in some way, but I'm also not like him in other ways. And the blurring of those lines is where mankind, and like I said, before Adam and Eve in the biblical literature, Satan had the same thought. He's like, wait a minute, I've got glory, I'm powerful, I'm good looking, I could take over. I could kick God's ass. I could be the dude. And part of this experience here, in my opinion, is learning our place. Removing that sense of usurping pride where I'm God, because like you said, you described it as a hard problem of consciousness, which it is, that you can't really know another sentient agent intimately in the same way that you know the contents of your own mind. And so it is very easily alluring to look upon yourself and say, I'm a sentient agent. Sentient agent is the source of reality. Therefore, in some way, I am God. Rather than the previous where I said you're like God in a way, now it's I am God. And that this is where a lot of the appeal of these new paradigms fall on, is it appeals to that sense, that intuition that you're something more than just a hunk of meat. Right? Because obviously materialism is false. I think we'd all agree. Right? It's false, and it's almost retarded on its face, the idea that only material things exist. If you're a sentient agent, which most of you listening to my voice are, then by reflecting upon your own mind that materialism is false. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
It's funny, you said most of us.
Do you guys want to get a globalist in here? Like a real hard-headed one? Like hard-headed, the other globalists will kick him out of the channel and stuff?
Are we going to let him in here if he doesn't have a sentient mind?
Yeah, that's the best part. I think this conversation might help him a lot, because I'm talking to him in DMs for on and off for 2 hours, and
brother,
He's been wanting to talk. Oh, go ahead.
I've got an updated question to the are you 99% sure? So you ask them, are you 99% sure that you're thinking about being 99% sure right now? It's like, no, I'm not sure that I'm actually thinking about it at the moment. I could not be thinking about it.
Like the last 15 minutes, I've been telling him, I can get you unblocked. You can get unblocked. You just have to ask for it. Tell me what you want. Do you want to be unblocked from the channel? Yes or no?
Oh my goodness, dude. He can't even make up his mind? First, he has to make up his mind whether he has a mind so that he can make it up to make the decision to tell you whether he wants something or not.
He's 99% sure that he wants back in.
Oh my goodness. We could let him 90. Look, friends, we could solve this problem. We could let him in 99%.
Yeah.
We'll just block one channel for him and let him have the other 99.
Yeah, that's a good conversation, by the way. That's my favourite conversation. And I understand that most people are, not my cup of tea. But to me, there's no better conversation than one that was just had. Where,
well, hey, listen, if you
free will's a thing.
Absolutely, and if people are bored by those types of conversations in this server, then the solution is when there's dead air or segues in a conversation, to rather than complaining later how you don't get to talk about flat Earth and you're constantly overtalked, take the lead, bring up a topic, bring an article, critique somebody's video, do something, right? And then you'll fill the content with flat Earth, and then you won't have to listen to me talk about philosophical matters.
That's my favorite bit. So. But no, that's a brilliant idea. But yeah, I was thinking along the lines of hubris, or whatever the opposite of humbleness. That's what it really comes down to, is being humble and realizing, no, there's something outside. There's something bigger.
Interestingly enough, the humility before the creator actually leads to those like superpowers and transcendence. Like Moses gets superpowers, Noah gets superpowers. They all get magical abilities by aligning to the call of God. Job actually then transcends and walks with God. Like he stops his bodily existence without dying, and transcends to kind of a presence. Wasn't it Job?
No, not Job.
Which one was it? That he was no more.
Elijah was either Elijah and Enoch, maybe.
Maybe
but not
Enoch.
Job.
Maybe it's Enoch. Yeah, whatever. One of the prophets was no more and walked with God because he kind of perfectly fulfilled whatever he was supposed to do, something along those lines. So it's interesting that the thing that Satan promises by give in to your pride and realize that this is the prize that you will get in the end, like claim it now. If you reject the prize and humble yourself before the Creator, your reward is the same prize, right? Like that's Satan's biggest trick. He promises you immortality, and the cost for it is to become ignorant of the fact that you have been immortal in unity with God all along, right?
Well, to me, I see it not as immortal, but mortal glory. That's the thing, and that's why it's retarded.
Yeah, like a substratum would be I am ignorant of my of the eternity within me, so the only place where I can seek glory is the mortal realm, and
Oh yeah. So that's another elucidating point about this whole paradigm thing. So if your access to any of these types of things exists within the universe alone, then it's subject to the laws of the universe, the energetic states of the universe, the potentialities within the universe, right? So it's governed by the universe within the universe. So the only thing agents can do is access that and work with what they have. So for example, if I want to walk to this grocery store, I have my two legs. I can get up and walk. Or with my power, right? And my mind, I can create a vehicle that can take me to the grocery store. Now, the other idea is that, okay, so with your legs and your mind and your arms, you built a bicycle, let's say, and that bicycle takes you to the grocery store. So the bicycle didn't exist, in a sense, before you utilized what was within the universe to create the bicycle and take yourself to the store. In the same way, these ascensionists who believe that only the universe exists think that you can access things that are beyond like tools in your hands and make a bicycle, but you could actually access mental tools or energetic tools that you can then create a vehicle for yourself that is energetic in nature, in a sense of an almost supernatural energy. So, for example, levitation, and then you float your way to the store. But notice how all of that is through accessing what's accessible within the rules of the universe. And if you use the Matrix movies as an analogy, when Morpheus was talking to Neo, he said, look, the universe that we're in, which is the simulation is in the Matrix movie, is controlled and influenced through the mind conduit. So when you alter your mind state, you alter the way in which reality responds to you. And so in the same way, these people who believe this think that they can alter the universe through intent and will, which obviously you have to rank up in some manner, shape or form, through practice or through being gifted it from a higher being. Okay, so when you're offered immortality by an agent that exists within the universe, he's only offering you a structure that's subject to the laws of the universe. What if the structure of the laws of the universe, like entropy, make it so immortality within the universe is impossible in principle? Then his offer to you, while seemingly well-intended and possible, is actually impossible, because he can't break the laws to which he's subject to. He can only access the greatest state that he can with the powers that he currently possesses. So in that paradigm, everybody is subordinate to the ultimate structure of the universe, versus the other paradigm where there's an entity that has none of these limits, that the universe and reality that we experience is subject to it. And so if an entity within the universe offers you anything, the entity outside of the universe, which sustains the universe, is the one who decides ultimately whether you get it or not. And that sense of accountability to that entity is what is skirted by all of these other worldviews. They remove, let's just call it the sovereignty of that agent creator who is the source of the game. And they promise you things within the game, not telling you that at any time the game designer can just turn the game off, and then all of their promises are worth a pile of dog crap.
Yeah, that goes along the lines of this truth thing I've been thinking about for a week, and it needs a lot of work. But I'm going along these lines of all the bullshit just gets washed away, and all that's left is truth. Even something seemingly everlasting like pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza, they eventually just get blown away. Everything just gets. But to me, I just think of it as like karmic law. You know what I mean? I'm never going to try and define God. I enjoy doing it. Don't get me wrong, but I realize how silly I sound quite quickly. So I just don't bother. I just go, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I feel a connection to it, but beyond that, I don't know. But yeah, this idea of truth is it's fun just to sort of, and to get aligned with it as well. That's the thing. All the bullshit just goes away. I don't know. Like I say, it needs work.
Is he good, AI? It was 3.5 years ago that he was banned.
All right, let me see what you wrote there. Oh yeah, all right. So that is so that's a hard ban. So so I'll go away for a minute and I'll find him and take care of it.
Okay, I'll tell him to go get a cup of coffee, drink a water, pet his dog, so it comes in nice and calm.
Yeah, but if he's just gonna lurch, if he's not gonna speak and he's just gonna lurch, then he can just lurch the YouTube chat
Oh no,
You know
he's
what I'm
ready to talk. He's a big talker. He doesn't text very often. That's kind of why he got mad at me, because he was texting, but he texts really bad. Like he misspells a lot of things and like skips words and all kinds of stuff. So I know he's on the phone, so it's kind of difficult, to use the phone. And sometimes auto repeat or auto fill will put some weird word in there. So
Dude, you
Yeah,
want to know what's the worst part about that crap? So autofill will display what it's going to write to you, and you get all the way to the end of your paragraph. And as it was displaying it, you saw it with your eyeballs, and it was correct. And then once you get to the end and it puts the period, it goes back and rethinks what it's going to write, and it changes it to total garbage. It's like, dude, you had it right the first time. What the heck? Yes. So you can't even get an auto correct voice typing to type correctly. Yet they want you to believe that you can download your consciousness into a computer. Freaking absolute retards.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, like how many times have you updated your device and it screwed your device over? And they want you to believe that you're going to update your mind into a separate body, and you're still going to be the same person. It's like, get real. We're 99% sure that we're not going to turn you into a vegetable.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about when you were talking AI earlier. That I think it says in the Bible, doesn't it? Something like, "My will be done, not thy will, my will." And that goes along the lines of that truth thing that I'm still trying to work out. Not to put into words.
I was listening to you when you said, you don't like to describe God because it's not your place. I think you're correct. God describes God.
Yeah.
That's who. So if we see something where it looks like he's describing himself, then that's okay. And we get into the whole idea, well, who wrote down what God was describing? Well, that's the thing, though. You have to understand that the interpretations come from, a fallible human about who he is. So his characteristics, his divine nature, gets translated over into physical, known, tangible reality, which is the physical, natural world, right? So all of creation speaks for itself as to who the creator is.
Yes,
therefore,
that's it.
Therefore leaving words out of it and also just admiring the awesomeness of the creator. Thank you.
Yes. Miggy. Oh, dude. Miggy gets it.
So I don't like the discrediting of words. I do think that language is a very close proximity to divinity. Like in the Bible, like in I think in John, the creation story, it starts with in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is kind of alluding to the fact, in combination with the fact that the name of God is Yahweh, which is I am that I am. That our closest picture of God that we can make is the thing that constitutes in us the sense of I am. And the first movement in the world that God does is the movement of language. So the movement of making concepts out of chaotic concepts.
That's a problem.
Yeah,
that's a huge problem. So in that verse, when it's talking about the word, it's not speaking about words or language. It's an idiomatic title for an agent, which is expressed in the Old Testament. And you know this by cross-referencing not only with things within the text itself, but with the Samaritan Targums and the contemporaneous expositionary literature from the time. This was an idiomatic phrase, a title for an agent. It wasn't speaking about words or language itself. It was referring to a recurring character that was throughout the Old Testament, and that was a person. So when it says the Word was with God, it's talking about that person, which those people who understood the nature of like the cultural context in which it was being spoken, would identify, okay, they're talking about this guy from the old scripture. And so then he's then connecting that guy from the old scripture, that he became flesh, and that flesh body was called Jesus. So it's saying that the character from the Old Testament, known as the Word, became flesh, and then we know him as Jesus. So it's directly connecting those two agents together. It's not speaking in a sense of, oh, the words or the language or the tokens
but Jesus is God, right? Like Jesus is like Jesus, the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, like the Catholic Trinity, something along those lines. Jesus says, "Who knows me knows the Father." So,
right,
Jesus is God. So to say that if the Word is the first agent, and this is supposed to be Jesus, then again, if Jesus is God, then in the beginning, the Word, God, is being then God again. So isn't this kind of circular? Like, why would you need to bring the agent into the equation? Like, I don't quite understand that.
Because it's describing...
He's the Son of God. So him being the Son is also a part of the entity of the deity. So if we're talking about him being sent down here, there was a part to play within creation. So the Father himself couldn't come down to creation because of him being holy and good. And so he resides in heaven at all times. The one that was sent here was a part of the Creator. He was the Son of God, which was also to be sent here into this world and also talk to you and me in the flesh. So in this teachings that we were receiving from him, he was letting us know that he was from God because he came from heaven. And so there was an understanding of like the boundary between who his character is and who he is within the Godhead of the deity. So him being a part of God, he is God himself. So, but you're taking a look at a hard stance like the God, meaning the Creator who's still in heaven, who never descended down to earth, is the same.
We got a problem there. Because in that verse, it makes the unequivocal statement through logical negation that Jesus is excluded from created things, because it says right there that he created all things, that all things were made by him, which means he's uncreated, which means by definition, he's the creator. So if you say the creator sent Jesus, in that same verse, it says that Jesus is the creator, and it also says that in other places in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, is one of the reasons why the Godhead concept, either binary or trinary, depending on which view you take, and by the way, the Jews had a binary concept before the advent of Jesus where they rejected it. The Jews will tell you that they're monotheists up and down and Unitarian monotheists, but they actually held in their history to a binary Godhead. There's a book about it called Two Powers in Heaven. There's lectures about it. But anyway, the point is, it's always not as simple as reducing God to needing elements within the creation in order to create. So, for example, words or vibrations or energetic states. It's like he's the source of all of these things. God, like people will say God spoke things into existence, right? Speaking, vibrations. It's like, wait a minute, vibrating what? Air?
Words. That's the thing. Like,
no, not words. Look, words are token meaning pairs. They're just meanings associated with conveyances. They're information exchange.
But words, when it comes to like divine speech, is not so trivial. Like if you take the Genesis creation story, then at every single day, God says, "Let there be light." God says, "Let there be whatever."
Right, so but he doesn't say
the first act of creation is a speaking.
Yes, but not with vocal cords, not manipulating air.
Right. It's not about him being
phonetics.
That's not what I'm about. Like you can have a ontological word, like if you want to look at it that way. So the bringing into existence the ontological description of something as opposed to nothing is the first act of creation. So before there is heaven and earth, there needs to be the calling for more or less the need of the creation of those two things. So the divine speech creates the space in which then creation actually creates, is being created. Like this happens at the same time, but still the first act is an act of definition, is an act of recognizing, of like conceptualizing that something exists in opposition to nothing. This is why also you, to all people, to all the prophets and so on, God is always speaking. Like God, to a true prophet, God does not send signs. He speaks to them. Even if sometimes there are like mediums for it, different pictures, like he's speaking through the burning bush, he is the whisper in the wind as opposed to the storm, stuff like that. But it is always a referring back to speaking, right? And again, if you take spirit, the word spirit, Holy Spirit, of course that's a Greek thing. That's not about the initial Hebrew language. But the Holy Spirit, spirit means breath. So breath is then again very closely related to words. Adam gets his life by the breath of God. So the breath is then just kind of, it is a similar symbol to the word. So I'm really kind of hung up on this divinity of speech in a certain way.
Yeah, there are people that attribute divinity so much to speech in the sense of words being vibrations within air, but they also attribute it to the ether being vibrations which give rise to reality. And so they basically think that God is an agent within the universe that uses the ether to manifest reality, rather than reality being manifest by him. Now, don't get me wrong, these people believe in the Bible, and the Bible says that all things are held up by the word of his power, and that they are referring specifically in that verse to Jesus as the agent that does this. So it specifically says that Jesus is the agent that sustains reality by the word of his power, but they think it's the ether that's doing it, even so much that they attribute the ether to being the Holy Spirit. So again, they're taking the tangible reality and deifying it. Which is why I said
it is probably mistaken to say that creation itself is containing the divine. But then again, how I understand it, like, I don't know how wrong this is. I know that it is wrong to a certain degree because a lot of scholars will disagree with that. God Father is not a thing that has existence. Like, it is beyond the state of existence or non-existence. So the state of being created or having been always created or having been always there, all of those things do not apply to God Father. He just is. Like, God is God is God is God.
Yeah, which is why the title, the statement "I am" can truly only be said by that being. So, for example, when we say "I am," we say it in our sense, but we aren't truly independent. We're contingent, and that's why we're existent. So things that are non-contingent, like God, don't exist, because existing means to come out of. They are pure being. Now, of course, that's a little philosophical language, and some people don't like it. But when you parse the definitions of these words out, like in their original sense, not in their modern contemporaneous sense.
So there are two interesting implications to that. The first is, if God is, among other things, the I am, so the a priori, prior to creation and so on, state of non-state of whatever, and then it says that we are created in the image of God, and this God, our name for God is I am. Then the question is, how much is our I am related to God's I am? So how much of it is it actually Holy Spirit? So being endowed with sentience, with consciousness, is the state of being inspired by divine breath. So receiving the Holy Spirit is what opens your eyes, makes you see, makes you speak the truth, and so on and so on. So our ability for conscious experience and by virtue of that, our ability of naming things and formulating concepts and words is also a completely in itself defined aspect of divinity. Not even an aspect of divinity, because the thing about the Trinity is God Father is only God Father, God Spirit, Holy Spirit is only Holy Spirit, Son is only Son, but all of those three things are God, and none of them require the other things to be God, but then again, God is all three things. So if we are truly inspired by divine breath, if we are truly inspired by Holy Spirit, then we do carry the entirety of the divine in ourselves by virtue of experiencing the I am. And this is again where what I call the hard problem of consciousness comes in, because there is always a difference between your first-hand experience of I am and every single other thing that you can pose. You realize I am is a singular thing. It's a unitary thing. It might express itself in other people. What do I know? But for whatever I can derive from the world, I am seems to be singular. So then this a lot of this new age religious belief doesn't become so wrong, right? So God can be in the heaven, God can be the created Son, and God can be the divinity within us.
Right. So in order to understand the context of that, rather than just being self-aware in itself, you have to have contextual experiences that sense of self goes through to learn about itself. Like I said earlier, my view is that that's what this realm is. It's a learning experience to the self. Now, the monist would say that God is experiencing himself, learning about himself through your I am experience. Whereas a specific theist would say, no, you are created in the image of God, and you're learning of that God exists, and the I am is not you. You are like him, but you are not him himself. And so those two different views are like, what's the lessons you're learning?
Yeah, right. Like the I am within me but it is the thing that is actually me. So the I that I call just like my ego, my limited human experience, is not really what I am. Like I am the thing that is created in the image of God and inspired by divine breath. So the true nature of what I am is actually divine, and it contains the whole of divinity within it, because Holy Spirit is part of the Trinity and contains the whole Trinity within it again. So yeah, in a certain sense, it is God learning about God through creation. And in a certain sense, you could even say God is learning about God through God, because Jesus, as the creator, as the Son, who is not created because he is God, but then also created because he is incarnate, is synonymous with creation in some way. So Jesus holding up creation by the might of his word is also kind of code for saying this whole thing can be summarized in Jesus. So what is creation? In a certain sense, creation is the Son.
Yeah, so check this out. So the Bible, now let's just caveat this with anybody who's offended about Bible talk. We'll wrap it up here, but shortly. But remember, we're speaking about this in general philosophies and categorical, entries. So we're not telling you that we're not preaching to you to believe the Bible. So if understanding these concepts, by the way, which are synonymous with the human condition across all archetypes and worldviews, right? It's okay to talk about them, so don't get too butthurt about it. All right. So anyway, what I'm about to say is in line with that, which is this. So we're obviously in a creation now, but the Bible speaks about a new creation, and the new creation is through Jesus, or through Christ, it says, and through him, it says that eventually we will be glorified and take part in the divine nature. So, in a categorical sense, if you are the ontological source, right, of all things, you cannot create another one of you. Can't be done. It's a logical impossibility, because then you wouldn't be the source of all things, because the other thing would also be the source of all things, and you'd have a logic error. So you can only create something close to you, right? As close as possible, but not quite there. And there's certain context of knowledge about the self that comes with being the source of all things. The source of all knowledge, the source of all love, the source of all joy, the source of all beauty, the source of everything good, right? This knowledge cannot be given to an entity that is not your equal, because you possess it in a way that is intimate to your nature, which nature you cannot duplicate, because I already described why you can't. So, in that view, what we are experiencing here is a necessary step in the creation of what God wants, which is his family, right? He can't procreate in a certain sense like we can. We can create entities that are the same as us, right? Through a procreative method. God, and now I'm playing fast and loose, don't get me wrong, God must do it in a different way. And this realm is that way. In this realm, we learn the context. We understand the difference between good and evil. We learn to appreciate joy and beauty and goodness. And in some sense, you learn to appreciate God, or you learn to hate God. Those are the paths that humans can take. Hatred for God, or appreciation for God and the beauty and the joy and all of these things. But either way, on God's end, from the biblical paradigm, his goal for humanity is to let them, in a sense, experience all of these things so they gain context of who he is and what he knows and how he experiences reality and intimacy and love and all of these types of things. And then through that process, which, by the way, requires his own effort and sacrifice through the work of Jesus, to bring us to him and basically enter into a final creation where all of that creative process is complete, and we now get to enjoy an eternal existence, whereas before we couldn't truly appreciate it or enjoy it.
Yeah, he's creating.
Go ahead.
Essentially, he's creating a family. Essentially, that's what he's doing. It's It's his family. He's creating it. So he's made a family now that is appreciative and knows who he is. And when you're in this world, you can value that, so that when you do cross over, there's a welcoming home kind of party, because you already know that there's a table been set ever since the foundations of the earth, that since the beginning it was already pre-planned that you were going to be there at that point. So these people appreciate the fact that the Creator is waiting for them on the other side. And so it's a family. It's a family gathering. We're getting together with our loved ones, and people don't see that here on earth. I know they only look at the struggle and the temporary, but that's what it is. He created a family, and that's what he's doing now.
And so, yeah, if you focus on that struggle and you come to hate God for it, and this is, by the way, part of the human condition where you're experiencing these things, there's a certain sense of anger that you naturally have, but there's also a sense of humbleness that you can learn through it and appreciate, once you realize that this is necessary. And I'll give you 2 points from the biblical scripture where it says that this momentary light affliction, which is referring to our lives, what we suffer here, will pale in comparison to the eternal weight of glory that will be revealed in us, and that what it is making for us in our inheritance. So what it's saying is that our experiences here are priceless. They're invaluable. They mean something that will make us appreciate what's coming next in a way that we could not appreciate any other way. And God, being all wise and all knowing and all loving, knows that the loosing of evil for the understanding of his creation is necessary for the ultimate joy that comes for eternity. And so when people like hard atheists accuse God of being evil for allowing evil, well, if God is all good and he allows evil, then that must mean that evil has a purpose, which the end of it is ultimately good. And to spare us that evil, right, would be to deprive us of the end good. And so in the weight balance of God's justice, he would say, well, for you to truly experience the divinity that I have and that I share within myself, you must go through this process. Same when we do with our children. Like, we know that they're going to suffer through certain things, but we know that in the end, it's better for them and their future. Like going to bed on time, brushing your teeth, not having instant gratification with certain satisfactions. We watch our kids cry, we watch them suffer through it. And we tell ourselves, you know what, it sucks to watch my kid suffer for not having the things that he desires and he thinks is fair to him. But I know better than him because I've seen the future for him and he needs to be prepared for it. And a loving father will allow his children to go through what's needed, even though it's painful, for the joy that's on the other side.
So from my view of the Bible, I have a problem with one of those points. This is being this whole learning process. So there is this passage that says, first of all, creation is finished. So it is not an ongoing process. There seems to be nothing really being added to it. Creation is finished. It's already perfect. That's the first thing. The other thing is Jesus has defeated death and defeated evil and forgiven all of our sins since the beginning of time. So he never kind of died at the cross at a certain point, but Jesus' death and resurrection is something that has happened from the beginning of time. So from that perspective, but it actually has. Like,
no, it hasn't.
Doesn't it say that Jesus has defeated death from the beginning of time?
What says? One book. One book. Not entire of history, one book.
Really far away from flat Earth, guys.
Oh yeah, we're just wrapping it up. AI said that he had one more thing to say or whatever, and then we're good.
Yeah, keep in mind that Homeboy prefaced this with, "This is my view of the Bible," right? So to come in hostile with almost an antagonistic tone is the reason why we quickly go away from these discussions, because people quickly get antagonistic. And so with that,
what antagonistic tone?
Hey,
anything that is said against is taken as antagonistic, not a challenge or anything else. It's just antagonistic and wrong, which is incorrect.
I don't think
if you can't take a challenge for an idea, then your idea is flawed.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think there was much like hostile antagony in this discussion. Or is it like a more general statement?
Oh, I think there's a big. The big problem is something we call death. So there's a beginning and there's an end, right? And anything outside of that, well, that's a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, we know we live and we know we die, right? But then to think about like eternal life and all those other things beyond, like, we don't even know. Stuff in the ocean.
We don't even know that they die. Like, we know that other people seem to die, but you don't have.
We don't even know what's having died.
We know our physical body ceases to function in the conglomerated world in which we inhabit. That's what we know. But anyway,
there's so many things in this.
Look, we got to move on. We got to wrap this up.
Yeah, there are so many things in this world that we don't know. Like, we have you think you know something about the world, but you don't. You thought it was a ball, but it's not a ball. Think about it. When you thought the Earth was a ball, you thought we knew everything about everything. See, even that is a big mistake.
Yes, right?
Let's say you discovered something, right? Oh, the Earth is not a ball. Now you think you should know everything about everything. Like you were born knowing nothing, right? And as you grew, let me finish what I'm saying. As you grew older, right, you acquired knowledge. You appreciated it. You liked it. You acquired more knowledge. And then all of a sudden, at a certain point, you start thinking you know better than whoever made this world. You got it all figured out because you learned this knowledge from those guys, right? Not from the creator himself, but from that guy and this guy and that guy's idea over there. Then all of a sudden, God owes you something, right? Whoever made this world owes you something, right? He owes nothing.
Stop making ridiculous claims. Stop making ridiculous claims on one book against all the other books in the world. All the other books.
Let me tell you something about those books. Let me tell you something about all those other books. All those other books say things like the earth is a ball. Say things like there are aliens that made us. That's what all those other books say. Are those books any better?
You are blind to the changes of different roads and different ways of the world. You just take yours that you've been told as correct.
Hey, that's my right. That's my right as a human being that's experiencing this life. If I see something is not a ball and it looks flat and I say it's flat, then it is flat. If I read something and I agree with it, then I agree with it. And if you think that I'm wrong because I agree with this book and I think you're wrong because you agree with another book, then we're both
filibuster hour. Right? Holy smokes, guys! We're just gonna get the mutes out. Holy smokes! Sorry, Bong. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, you got to let the conversation breathe a little. You know,
it's flat. Then that's wrong.
Hold on, General.
Okay, well, I can introduce Shady, General Shady. Me and him go back a long way. There's kind of been a touch and go. We've gone. I'd say we're like a roller coaster. You go through all the loops.
I like you though. We go up and down.
Hold on, friends. Fair, but the problem is that if you talk through each other, we only have so much bandwidth and gates. So when General Shady tries to talk through Bong, all we hear is womp, 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 womp. So one of you has to yield to the other. Otherwise, nobody's going to hear anything. We're not hearing what General Shady's saying. We're really not hearing what Bong's saying. We're hearing nothing but blah, blah, blah.
Let me say what I have to say, and then you can respond.
20-second chat, and then it'll let someone have a go, and 20 whatever, bounce back. Not just keep rambling.
I'm not rambling. I've been sitting here listening to the conversation, and I've decided to say something. And as soon as I say something, you wonk, me, and then now we're just wonking each other. Like,
because we're trying to get away from the bomb stuff.
I forget what I'm trying to say. Like, damn it! We don't even look. We thought the Earth was a ball. Okay, we just figured out that it's not a ball. Okay, so there's your perception.
Oh
there's all right there. Like, and now you think you can question all these other things. We're still trying to figure out the basics here.
No, right? We're not trying to figure out the basics. This is the thing. This is a backward-forward conversation, right? We're not trying to figure out the basics. The Earth is a ball. We have satellites in space. We send probes out. We have astronomy.
There's no fucking curvature. There's absolutely no fucking evidence for curvature. You can't just say shit because people told you shit because you saw it on Star Wars.
I regret unmuting you, Bong. I'm sorry. But General, is there something that we can start with instead of just scattergunning 15 things at once? Can we start with one thing that we could potentially confirm that is true? Why don't we start with one thing in particular instead of spamming 15 things?
The globe.
Yeah,
all right, so the globe. Hold on.
The ocean is flat and level. It's very obvious.
All right.
No, flat and level are two different things, and this is where you misinterpret things.
Hold on. All right, Bong, I'm sorry, buddy. But General, so the globe is the claim, so let's drill into that claim. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Flat and level are two different things.
Okay, well, let's talk about the globe. So the globe.
What's the difference between flat and level? What's the difference between flat and level then?
Flat is a straight line in a direction, whereas level.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Level on the planet is sea level, right? It's
Okay.
a certain distance
So
from the radius, from the center.
So curved water.
okay.
Yep.
Where is that?
You can deny it all you want, mate. You can deny it all you want. You've been
No, I'm
given
not denying. I'm just asking. Just asking. Where is this curved water?
No one's denying anything. No one's denying
It's been
anything.
given
We just
to
need.
you endlessly. All right.
Sorry, where?
Why are we muting each other, man? I was talking and I didn't even know I was muted until I checked. Why are we doing this? Am I not welcome here into this? Is that it?
No, I'm being challenged. They're trying to push me and question me. So sorry if that takes away from. I'll
it's
give
like-
some time.
It's like speed dating. You two weren't. Y'all's date wasn't working out. Put it that way. But anyway, you said there was curved water. So, General, where is this curved water?
It's actually a very good comparison. I like that one. That was good.
So you said there was curved water. Sea level is curved water. So where is this curved water?
Across the surface of the ocean, and
So the ocean. Okay, the ocean. So is this happening in lakes also, or just oceans?
Everything's curved.
So also like swimming pool, like a cup of water, a sink, bathtub. Those are all curved as well.
Yep.
Okay. So how do you determine that? How can we verify that that's really happening?
So there's one test that it was with tow tanks, all right, that do ship hull testing, and they have to be extremely accurate, right? Because if they're running it over a long,
for people who don't know, what is a tow tank, and how does that verify the water in my swimming pool is curved like a hill?
It's a ship hull testing tank that runs down the length of maybe a kilometre or two, and they run the ship hull on a jig on rails above the tank to test the efficiency of the hull and everything else, how it performs in water. Now, when they build a tow tank, I think there's one in England. There's many around the world, like a few hundred or more. But some of the longest ones, I think 1.8 or 2 point something kilometers. The rails on the tank are actually curved to follow the curve of the Earth, so that
Wait.
Yeah,
This isn't verifying the water in my swimming pool or my bathtub is curved like a hill.
Laugh all you want and deny.
General, I'm not laughing. I'm asking you a question. So
I laughed.
The construction.
I laughed, CB. He was pointing out that I laughed, mate.
Well, the engineers actually stated as they built the tank. So if you want to argue with engineers that built it, then go ahead and laugh.
I have no issue with that. They can construct things however they want, but this doesn't verify the physics of water.
Yes, it does, because the
No, it doesn't. I'm just curious how that tow tank is verifying the water in my swimming pool is, or a bathtub or a cup of water is curved in a hill.
Can I finish?
You told us about the tow tanks, but you haven't addressed the water part, General.
Can you let me finish, or you just want to keep talking?
I'm just trying to clarify so you understand what we're asking for, because you're not providing it. Holy smokes. Just trying to ask you to clarify, because you're not really providing what we're asking for here.
You're really being disrespectful and not being very nice. I've been asked to do this correctly, and
I feel like I'm being as respectful as I can be.
All right. Now, if you want to argue with the engineers that produce these tow tanks, then go for it. But the geodetic surveying of the tow tanks and the curvature put into the rails that tow the ships is fact. It has a curve in it that matches the curve.
Awesome. So, sorry, CB, before you go on. So that would be in every single bridge and dam as well then. Anything that contains water, there will be a curvature in the engineering. Like a dam.
You didn't want to be interrupted, General, so let's chill out. Let's not have double standards.
No, that's straw manning. That's straw manning.
It's not straw man. Hold on. It's not straw man. I'm building upon your premise. You said that this piece of engineering requires curvature of the Earth because it's got water in it. So I'm trying to point out everything else that's engineered, like a dam. Because if you say it is here, then it must be there too.
No, because it's not required in the level of a dam over that distance. The
What
technical
distance? I'm giving you a distance, mate.
the technical specifications to run a ship hull in water at the scale they're doing means it has to follow the curve of the Earth because the water is curved. I didn't say a dam has to be curved to follow this or that. I'm saying a tow tank, when they're doing model testing of ships over a long distance.
I get your point now. I get your point now. So thank you for sharing your point. The one that I'm trying to elucidate is if you say it's this piece of engineering, then it must be other pieces of engineering to do with water too and dams. But we can move away from this if you want. CB isn't asking you for this. He's asking you for the water that is curving, not engineering around it.
Right. Well, you basically just told us the claim, like you just repeated the claim. Well, the water is curved; it follows the curve of the Earth. Well, we haven't verified that to be the case.
So I told you that.
You just told us about the tow tanks and constructing materials and buildings. We're asking you about the water. You said the water in a cup of water, a sink of water, a bathtub, swimming pool. These are all also curved up into a convex, call it a hill, if you will. You talking about things going on with a tow tank doesn't verify that. So you would need to either measure that somehow, not just infer. All right, General, I'm sorry, buddy. You don't want to be interrupted, but I'd prefer not to be interrupted as well. So if you can't control yourself, we'll control you for you. So we're looking for how the water in your home is curved. How are you determining that? Not just by inference.
How am I determining what?
Oh, holy smokes, the thing I've been asking you for, maybe for the last 5 minutes.
How am I determining what?
The thing we've been asking you for the last 5 minutes.
State it.
What did you just go on and tell us about tow tanks for then?
State it. Stop playing games and state it.
You just told us about tow tanks and you don't remember why.
Yeah, the curvature of the water, yeah?
Yeah, so that's what we're asking you about.
The engineers actually incorporate it and state that they incorporate it.
But you're just incorporating the claim. You haven't verified that the claim is true. So,
are you going to talk with me again like a bitch instead of stopping?
Hold on. We'll just stop you because we're asking about the water.
Let me try to rephrase that question a little bit more, like in good faith.
He knows the question. He's just not answering it.
No, but I think there is a different way to ask the question.
Hang on, Corey.
Hear it. Please shut up. You asked me for a fucking answer, and I'm trying to give it to you, and
you're not answering.
The geodetic surveyors that incorporate the curvature of the Earth for the...
Sorry, you just keep repeating this over and over. They're incorporating the claim. You haven't verified the claim to be true, General. You're just stating that they use the claim, so the claim has to be true. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
All right, so you're just denying, and talking over me to deny.
Denying, you're just stating a claim.
Let's go to another one, son. Right? Let's go to a fucking physically proven item. Let's go to a physically proven item that uses curvature of the Earth in its engineering. The channel.
Okay.
The channel tunnel.
Oh, sorry. The channel tunnel did not have curvature in. Did you want to speak to an Englishman about this? Hold on. Do you want to speak to an Englishman about this? Lived in Kent and has family that were involved in it? You're going to be walking up the wrong hill, mate.
And the geodetic surveying for it, and understand that they allowed for curvature.
But there's nothing to deny. I'm sorry, General. There's nothing. You haven't presented anything to deny. You're simply stating that they've incorporated my claim. Therefore, my claim is true. You haven't verified any claim to be true yet. You haven't showed any curved water. You're just saying, well, the engineers incorporated my claim, so therefore my claim is now true. Let us know when you actually have evidence for the... You can put it on the table. We can all discuss it.
Drawings of the channel tunnel and ask the engineers if they allowed for fucking curvature of the Earth, and they did.
You're not able to present this curved water. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. You're not able to present any of this curved water. It doesn't exist.
Go and look it up.
Yeah, don't need to look it up.
About the radius.
It's just simple. Let's just finish this. Water doesn't do what you're saying. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Water doesn't curve in a cup like you said it does. Doesn't curve in a sink, in a bathtub. You've never seen this. You never will. You're never going to measure it. It doesn't do this in natural bodies of water either, lakes, oceans, ponds. You're just you haven't believed, my friend. You don't see hills of water in reality. Go ahead, guys.
Engineering doesn't help because we're just going to point out lots of other things, like I said, dams earlier, where engineers, we can go and fucking ask them and actually look at the structure itself, hasn't got any curvature in it. So we can fucking bat this one around all day. You say these ones have got curvature in it, we say those ones haven't got curvature in it. It's not going to help. We're looking for direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, not engineers presupposing that they've got an R value to fucking build around.
Go ahead, Bong. Before I unmute him. No? All right.
Look it up.
Yeah,
Or
we did. We did.
Sorry, 2 seconds. Sorry, 2 seconds. I will just give you a damn. Go look it up. Another piece of engineering. Go look it up. It's not curvature in it. Why are you still talking? Why are you still talking?
It's okay.
Why are you still talking?
You don't have to be mad, Shady.
You won't go and look it up yourself.
We did.
You are
We've been doing it for longer than you.
I live in Kent. I watched the Channel Tunnel. Hold on. I watched the Channel Tunnel be built. But ultimately, we can do this all day. I can point to a dam, go ask the engineers, know our value in the construction. So your point is disputed by my point. Hold on, my friend. Why are you now talking? I'm just going to get to the crescendo of my point. I'm just going to push it in really hard.
All right, in general.
All right, so shut up. Shut up. We're looking for direct measurement of the surface of the water. Do you know what a triangle is?
What, 100 meters across? I'm not even going to look at it. Now go and look at the fucking engineering.
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
And it actually accounts for the curvature of the Earth. Go and look at it.
Awesome.
Oh, bro, there is no curve of the Earth, so...
You won't even research it yourself.
We already have, Ding Dong.
I have.
He's asking you a question about triangles now. Focus.
Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh no, mate! It's got 8 sides, doesn't it?
I don't know, mate. I don't know what you know, so I just want to get a clarification. You understand what a triangle is? 3 straight lines, meaning 3 vertices where you can read 180 degrees within the interior of the triangle. Yes. This is why you're not the last one.
Holy smokes!
Yeah.
You think the Earth's flat, so obviously I'm smarter than you.
General, you're just coping at this point.
You know what a triangle is, don't you, mate? Yes?
Yes.
Awesome. 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can read 180 degrees within the interior angles. Yes?
Not specifically, no.
No, do you know a different type of triangle?
Yeah, 365 degrees.
If it's a spherical triangle, no.
There's no
a spherical triangle. There's no such thing as a spherical triangle. I can draw a circle and put 3 points on it.
Spherical surface, dude. A triangle placed on a spherical surface.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I don't care about spherical triangles because they're not even involved in celestial navigation.
You don't care because it fucking destroys you. It destroys
There is no spherical surface in reality, in general. It's not destroying anything.
Geodetic surveyors use spherical triangles, right?
Oh, they don't use curved water. So
yes, I do.
Point number 1, you got.
I do, and you lose again.
No curved water. You can't. There's nothing to deny. You haven't shown anything. You're just saying that people incorporate.
No. Excuse me. Let's talk about hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
You can't show curved water. Period. General. You said it's in a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool. You can't show that. You can't show that. It doesn't exist. There's nothing to deny.
Stop being cowards and let me talk.
I'm not a coward.
Oh,
stop being.
You're
just
wrong. You're just a stubborn old fart.
I'm wrong.
Okay? Like,
I'm wrong.
Yes, you're wrong. Water in a cup does not curve into a hill.
I want you immediately to go to geodetic surveying. Right?
Yeah, no problem. What we'll do is we'll watch them measure the Earth to be flat and then assert that R value in afterwards because the Earth's a ball, right? But what they'll do is they'll measure the Earth to be flat and then put the R value in. That's what they do.
You can't deal with spherical excess.
There is no sphere.
There's no sphere, mate.
Spherical excess. You can't deal with it.
Do you know what a triangle is? Right, my Aussie friend, do you know what a triangle is? Yes, you do.
You know
right?
what
Not a spherical triangle, dudes. Come on, just a normal triangle, mate. Just a
you
normal
know
triangle.
what spherical ellipsis is? I
Do
can
you know
outdo
what?
you.
I can't.
Yes, the triangle is flat. Do you know what spherical axis is, mate?
No, triangle's flat. This guy.
Do you know what spherical axis is?
There's no sphere.
Why
Doesn't matter.
What? Why
Yes,
aren't you
there is.
following?
You'd have to prove there's a sphere first, ding dong. You don't just jump to other things.
You're a rude fuckwit who can't deal with reality, and it's sad. It's
What?
sad.
You think there's hills of water in a cup in a pool? Chill, relax.
This is fun. Ask him what a woman is.
No, he's just he's just here to yell at
This
us.
is about the educational level of the United
General,
States.
you shouldn't be talking about education. You think hills of water exist, my friend.
Educational level is so low. It's
Just let us know when you can find any hills of water. So
things, but you don't. You think you're educated, but you're not.
Oh, we're educating you at this point, General. So
You're not educating anyone.
yeah, we're teaching you that the hills of water don't exist.
Why are you
Okay,
now
General,
having to
why
You
don't
think
you
you're
try?
educated, but
Why
you're
don't
not.
you?
What kind of
Why don't
comments?
you try the skeptical
Where
approach?
does that come from?
Why don't you try the skeptical approach? Like, let's go back to the toe tanks.
Hang on. I know, Corey. Yeah, you're very new to this platform. I don't know if you know how we do things here, but what new people interjecting into a conversation we're having with people who think the Earth is a globe is not something that we do here. So just you might want to hang tight because we have information.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries, dude. No, just what I'm mean to say is just hang tight. You'll listen to how we do things, but it's an open forum, let's say. But in certain conversations, not in this one. In this one, we let the people who have been doing this a while kind of have the conversation with the new people, like this Corey fellow. But I know you might have your ideas and that's okay. But you can just listen to when we're talking, and you'll get an idea of like where we're coming from. Like this forum, it's not like every other forum. That's why I'm kind of telling you this now. So, but just let us handle it. We'll show you what's going on, and then you can see like, oh, that's the reason why he said that. But anyway. We do have people that are taking control of the conversation, which right now I think by assessing this older gentleman who's been in here, General E. Shady, it sounds like he's a bit tipsy. He's a few sheets to the wind, let's say. So it's very hard for him to follow the conversation that we're talking with him. So he's over talking other people, other moderators and such. So I don't know if you guys want to continue to have the conversation with him, although it's good content. But it's going to be a drunken person versus coherent information. So I don't know, guys. You're going to have to weigh that one out, like whether or not you want to unmute him.
That is him to a T. He's always like it. That's what he sounds like. Even sober.
Exactly.
I think we should talk about water not being curvature. I mean level not being curved. Yeah, I think that has to be straightened out because this guy is just blatantly spreading misinformation here.
Yeah, no doubt, Bong. I agree with you. But the thing is, the level that we're dealing with right now is somebody who's not in their coherent, sober mindset. We're going to be dealing with somebody who's all over the place, stepping all over our conversation and getting us frustrated. And we already know he's coming from that place. So do we want to unmute him and continue the conversation knowing that is what I'm asking? Because then we're going to be like, oh, he's not listening to us and blah, 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 blah. And
let's do that until, it reaches its limit and then we can mute him. I mean, I think...
that's fine with me, man. But I'm just letting you guys know for the audience's sake, because they're going to be hearing a blur. That's what happened to you in the beginning, Bong. He was blurring over what you were saying. You were blurring over what he was saying because he doesn't know how to control his...
Yeah, I think it's because he was drinking. Yeah, probably why. Yeah, it's all right.
No, that's right. Yeah, but now that we know, it's what I'm saying. Moving forward,
In his defence, if I may, look, he's an Aussie larrikin and he likes to get his point across. Look, there's many of us here in Australia that are very similar to him. I get where he's coming from. It is quite amusing to listen to the Americans try and decipher the craziness that goes on in the Australian ground. But it's quite entertaining. And look, he's not that bad. He's being very polite compared to what he normally is at Gems. He is very rude over there, so that's all I can say to you. Like, honestly, guys, look, put up with whatever you can, but he's pretty. Look, he's alright. He's a Queenslander. I'm a Queenslander. He's a Queenslander, so we're doing all right.
Well, yeah, thanks for weighing in, One Big Pun. But yeah, we could see that now. But like I said, we can unmute him, CB, if you want to move forward, knowing that it's going to be hard for him to kind of keep his temperament when you're talking too, because he was just over talking you, so. Saying how dumb you are, and
well, if me and him are on if our speed date isn't working out, someone else can slide in. But I'll just finish with a point that I posted in the chat. I have a basket of just a bunch of cables, right? A bunch of loose cables, wires, cords. Basically, what people on the globe have to do is just try and connect these random cords to each other. Spherical access to geodetic surveys and blah 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 blah. But the problem is, none of these are connected into the wall. Nothing's getting any power. So there's absolutely no foundation to any of these claims. So what we're trying to do is get you guys to build upon a foundation. Is the water really curved? Can you prove that? If so, then we can move forward. But you don't just get to just randomly connect points that don't connect to anything. So you need a foundation to build upon.
That'd be great. I can ask him some questions and see what happens. What becomes of it anyway. Let me see here. See if he's still talking with us. General Tipsy, are you there?
A number one, right? I hear it. I do. Right. Hang on, let me talk. I'm a bit grumpy here and there, and I am a bit forward here and there. That's agreed. Please. I have a speech impediment from a jaw problem I have. Right? Yes, I've had about 3 bourbons. I'm not fucking wasted. Everyone thinks I'm drunk because of my slurred speech, and I can't help it. Okay? My attitude is generally me.
General, we understand that there's been a miscommunication, right? So I'm just saying, I'm clearing the air right now so that we can have what you're doing right now, talking over me. That's what you've been doing to the other moderators, and I won't put up with it. So you need to stop talking. You need to stop talking when I'm talking. You're not going to do it again. So you're reaching the limit of this server. You're not going to overtalk the moderators. So you will wait until we're done, and then you can speak. That's how this works. If you can't do that, then anybody else that talks to you, it doesn't matter if it's a moderator or not, you're not going to be able to hold a conversation. Okay, that being said, I'd like to get back to the topic. Somebody's mic is open and it's scratching. Guys, check. All right.
All right. I didn't mean to overstep you. What I was saying is, I do have a speech impediment, and it fucking annoys.
You said that. You said that. We understand now that you said it. You've said it once. We understand. Let's move forward, okay? But that doesn't give you the right to then interject somebody. So that's all I'm saying. I
want my name returned, please.
What was it?
Generally Shady.
Okay. Somebody please return this guy's name back.
I do understand how it comes across. I do. Okay.
Let's go. Yeah. Thank you, One Big Pun. Let's go back from the beginning. As you entered the server, you already know what we were talking about here, so we got that out of the way. But let's kind of go from the place of where you think you have, your information about the Earth being a globe, right? So you know it's a globe, or do you think it's a globe, General?
No, I pretty much 99.99999, but it's a globe. I grew up with a science background and understanding astronomy. Who's laughing? Okay. Who the fuck wants to laugh?
Why in the world would you 100% sure?
I'm done now. Who wants to laugh?
Oh my God, dude! Who cares about what the audience is doing? Stay focused to what we're talking about. because people are going to say things, they're going to do things that shouldn't distract you from the point, General. Stay focused.
And I say things and do things that shouldn't distract you from the point either. Okay?
Yeah, interjecting me well.
Still on point.
Interjecting me well, so don't do that. All right, so I'm going to ask you. That's fine. Let me ask you some questions then. All right, because you do have a knowledge right now that the Earth is a globe. So we're going to be going on the premise that, okay, if the Earth is a globe, I'm going to ask you 3 questions. And they're fairly easy, right, to answer if you know the Earth's globe. So the very first question I want you to think about is, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth, directly measured it, right, with drop over distance as the measurement? Who has measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance? Go ahead, General.
You mean drop over, like the curve of from the horizon or something?
That's correct. Well, you pretty much get the idea from what you just said.
Something like that, you know?
Right.
That cool?
Yeah, drop over distance.
All right. Geodetic surveyors would be number 1.
Okay, can we dig into that? Let's just dig into that for a second. What is your knowledge? What is your knowledge on geodetic surveying? Like, as in pertaining to the drop over distance, in regards to drop over distance for the Earth being a globe. So, expound on that, please.
The entire Americas at one point were surveyed by geodetic surveyors from the east coast to the west coast, I believe, and it's where a lot of I'm Australian, so I don't understand America entirely, right? Please forgive me.
Okay, no, go ahead.
When you get out into the west, I believe Idaho and areas like that, there are a lot of straight roads. They put in just dead straight roads through the area, correct?
I'm not going to state anything. I want you to finish your foundational information. So I won't answer you yes or no on your answers. This isn't. Let me just state real quick. When I'm asking you this question, it's for your baseline knowledge of what you know, how the method by which they've understood that drop over distance is a reality.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So when they've done the grid system on the northern US states, and the grid system was actually incorporated into the road network. Now, every so often, they had to actually do a step-over road where it didn't line up correctly, because the roads were dead straight. So the roads step over here and there. And that's one of the things that they actually did on the northern flat plains of America, I believe.
What is your idea of step over? What does that mean? Step over.
Where the road is not square. Like if we're on a flat surface, the road would be like a chessboard kind of thing. But because we're on a curved surface, it's the same as our longitudinal lines. They get tighter towards the poles. So as you go further north in the States, all your east and west lines run dead straight. All the roads east and west are virtually dead straight. But all the connecting roads running north-south actually every so often have a step over in them to adjust to go north. And that's fact.
Okay, so is that the end of your statement? Because I want you to finish. Is this the answer to my question? When I asked you the question, I'll restate it just so you can bring back the understanding. Right. So the question was, who has measured the curvature of the Earth directly, as in drop over distance? So what we're trying to ascertain right here in this question is the drop over the distance of, let's say, point. Let me just finish, General. Let's say point A and point B over the distance of an arc. So if I'm standing at point A and you move away from me, you become point B. So how do they know point B has an arc over that distance? And we need to know how the method by which they've gathered that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they claim it to be. So the claim right now is that the Earth is curving. But we want to find out direct measurement over drop over distance.
Right. So when they're doing those, the east and west lines are virtually straight. They actually curve, but they're a straight line. When they go north, I have to step to get back in to step. Geodetic surveyors have spherical excess. When you do a triangulation across land, you end up with a spherical excess.
Sir,
and
do you know the difference between presenting claims and presenting the evidence? Because you're just presenting the claim back to us. We're looking for the evidence. Because when Miggy asked you, what do you know? When he asked you, what is your knowledge about drop over distance? You just said, well, I know. Sir, put the bourbon down for a second. He asked you, oh, well, I can make you do that. I wouldn't be so quick. All right, well, holy smokes, dude. He asked you for your knowledge, and you just stated, well, this is a fact. So you're just pointing out the claims. We're asking you for evidence or what you know to be true. How do you know it? We're not looking for just you to repeat the claims back to us. Thank you very much.
I don't have to provide you with every fucking single thing. You can go and look it up yourself.
Yeah, but hang on, General. This is the issue. Right? This is the issue right now. When you are asked for the question that I asked you and CB clarified, it's not about the claim. It's about how you verify that claim is true. So this is what we're talking about right now. So that's what CB's saying. That's what I'm on board with. We're of the same mind when it comes to, it's not about the claim. That's what you've heard. That's probably what most people hear, right? When they listen to people talk about spherical excess. We don't care. We want to know how that has been verified to be the measurement of directly the Earth's curvature, right? So I know we want to unmute him. Let me see.
Yeah. Well, when he's asking you, you don't just say like, well, it's a fact.
Dude,
you're just stating a claim. We need the evidence.
Talking on me again. I'm just being unmuted. Shut the fuck up.
All right, go back. General, focus. I need you to focus if you're going to have this conversation with us, or we're not going to have it. How about that? I'm going to unmute you. If you lose your focus, we're not going to have it, and it's just going to demonstrate to everybody that you don't know. I'd rather not that be the case. Rather you tell us how you know that spherical excess is a demonstration of how we know drop over distance is a way we've been directly measuring the surface curvature. So you stated a claim, right? Spherical excess. Now I need you to tell me how you know spherical excess is a great way to measure the curvature of the Earth. Because I'm going to just say this.
You just shut up.
All right. So
I don't have to lose a debate if I get banned.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're in here telling people who can shut you up. Why are you telling them to shut up, dude? You've been here. You've had the floor to speak. You've had the floor to speak. You're just not. You're not even trying to answer the questions. We asked you, how do you know this? How is it true? You said, well, it's a fact. Cool. We know that's what you believe. We're not asking for your beliefs here, buddy. We're looking to either prove what you're saying to be true, or we're going to debunk it.
So what do you have to say about the question?
Stop, please. I keep getting unmuted, and then everyone else keeps talking over me when I stop talking.
We need the evidence. We need the evidence, General.
I posted a link in the live stream voice text. General,
not gonna look at that. He can barely hold a conversation. He's not gonna look at.
Yeah.
He can barely
put the bourbon down. I just want you to go to this. Yeah, I just want you to go to this page, all right, and then go down to the formula. There's an R. There's an R there. Okay, that R is radius. Okay, that's what we've been asking you about since you came in here, right? How do we know the radius, and how do we verify the radius so we can do this spherical math? See, yeah, that exists. That math exists, but where's this curvature? Where's this radius? How was it measured? Who did it?
Yeah.
Why hasn't NASA done it? Yeah, that's what we're asking.
He gets. Listen, the guy gets the plot. He knows. So anything other than him responding to the question that I asked him is going to result in probably cognitive dissonance. You're going to sit in cognitive dissonance. It's up to you. You don't have to. You can stay here. I'm going to unmute you now. If anybody server mutes you again, I'm just going to throw you in cog dis. There's no reason why we have you here anymore. You become useless. You don't know. So please focus, okay? This is the last time. I personally, if somebody red mutes you, I'm going to throw you in Cogdes, and you'll just sit there. I'm not going to deal with this. So, going back to the question, right? We're going to try to find out if you know how this has been ascertained to be the evidence for drop over distance, which you mentioned, spherical axis, right? I'm going to allow you to tell us how spherical axis relates to us measuring drop over distance. Go ahead.
Really?
General?
So, spherical axis is done by geodetic surveyors. Over long distances, there is a discrepancy in triangulation, where triangles don't actually meet 180 degrees. This means the surface we're measuring it on isn't flat, it curves.
All right, so that is the claim as it was stated to you before. That's the claim that you have heard yourself. Everybody's heard this, right? How did you verify that that is true? My thing to you is like, yeah, that's great. You're just a person who believes it. You just believe it. How did you know that that's exact? How do you know that's true? How did you verify it? No, go ahead.
By talking to geodetic surveyors and navigators.
Daddy told me.
Okay.
You are not listening, and you.
That's not verification. That's not
you just finished saying you talked to a geodetic surveyor, right? You talked to a geodetic surveyor. I'm just restating what you said. You listen, dude. I'm just restating what you said. I'm saying that you're saying that you saying. Hang on, General. Hang on. You're just saying. If you get the red mic, you're gone, bro. I'm serious. I'm not gonna deal with this. Listen. So you're basically fucking hell, dude. You're gonna let me talk, or else I'm gonna just kick you.
That actually came out. Let me give him another funny surname.
Basically. No, this motherfucker's gone. Like, yeah, if you're not letting me talk, I'm gonna remove you. So check this out. Yeah, listen. You finished saying that geodetic surveying is something that spherical axis, and we heard the claim already. This is the second time that I've heard you restate it. Now that you've restated that, and you said the only thing that I can do is listen to the geodetic surveyor tell me this information. That's how I know that there's spherical axis. What I'm asking, though, is how did you verify what he is saying about spherical axis? How do you know that's true? Are you just going based on his word that it's true? Or did you check it out?
Can I talk now?
Please.
Well, please, let me finish what I start and without jumping.
Hearing you.
Go.
Geodetic surveyors are well known around the world for making fucking long distance items, like the channel, like fucking tunnels through the Alps, like subterranean, like the subway tunnels and all that.
Just name stuff.
You're not answering the question.
Hang on. I was talking. Can someone?
Yeah, you're not answering. We hear you waffling. Yes, we hear you talking.
Look, you're trying to pitch the competence of geodetic surveyors. Who gives a shit? Let me ask you a question. How do you verify what you are being told is true? That's the question.
Because it works.
Oh, okay. So he just believes. He hasn't verified anything. He's a believer. He has a strong faith.
What do you mean by it works?
Can I ask a question back, please?
What's that fallacy? I'm trying to think of it right now.
No, it's called appeal to pragmatism fallacy.
Appeal to pragmatism. That's what this is.
Can I ask a question back? What is your
No, don't turn this around. This isn't you're not going to ask us a question.
I can ask a question back.
No, I can't ask because you didn't state how you know. Listen,
no, you can't.
You didn't state how you know and verify that what the geodetic surveyors are doing with spherical axis to measure the drop over distance or any way, shape, or form verified by you. You didn't do that.
I did. I said because they built.
You just said you believe.
They built the Channel Tunnel and some other things and many other engineering items, like even the great what is it, the Gorges Dam in China.
Hey, awesome! And they built these things, and
they took spherical.
Okay, so that's the claim. How did you verify that is true?
That's the third time.
How did you verify it's not?
Because I read the documents. You should too.
Oh my god.
Reverse the question.
Look.
Listen, if you make a positive claim and someone denies or challenges your positive assertion, you can't shift the burden to the party denying or challenging your positive assertion.
Little Witless is here. He ran away from me 100 times.
I'm talking about other things and address what's been talked about.
You're sprinting away from that knowledge claim again. So. It's okay, buddy. We know you have a strong
crush on Witchit. Cut it out, man. Gay.
Well, someone needs to shut the fuck up.
Okay, you can. Yeah, you can. How about that?
What's funny is that they do this thing where they like accuse us of running away, but we come back every day and debate them. So that doesn't make any sense. Like if we're running away, why are we here every day?
So, Crypto, I have a question. Does appeal to pragmatism something as considered like what he said? Because that was the basis of his knowledge. Is like it works.
Yeah, I mean, you can use an appeal to pragmatism to justify all manner of immoral things. Like you could say, well, I don't know, the reason that someone hits their wife is because it works, right? Does that mean you should? I mean, it's...
That's it. Does it work?
Well, that's the point, right? You can justify any level of immoral or illogical shit with an appeal to pragmatism.
So that's the basis of his knowledge of the curvature of the Earth directly measured based on appealing to these characters, right? These geodetic surveyors. And then, because they're doing this great work with the Earth, then he's going to say, because it works, therefore we know that there's curvature measured directly.
Right. We spent about 5 minutes of the day. I was debating him, and literally his entire point against me was that he was just calling me stupid. That was like for 5 minutes.
It only works because they make spherical transforms, right? They literally use the R value. They use spherical coordinate systems, astronomical spherical coordinate systems. They use a least squares method with weighted means based on the spherical models. So like spherical transforms, taking the actual data and then forcing it in to try to transform it over to your presupposed globe. Does it in any way prove the Earth's a globe?
Hell no.
Yeah, we know that. We were trying to lead him there, but he doesn't know that. So
no, but I'm just kidding.
What he knows is a surveyor told me XYZ, therefore XYZ is true because geodetic surveyors make bridges and I can drive across the bridge. So all that, the entire story must be true because I've been across a bridge.
Yeah, shameless plug here. Shameless plug. I'm going to plug my Rumble. I'm live streaming right now because we did so well yesterday. Had 1,000 unique views on yesterday's live stream. I had up to 56 people watching the live stream. So Rumble, it seems to be where it's at. So that's why I'm live streaming now. I think it's kind of cool.
So, well, that's one of the more appeals to pragmatism they make, isn't it? Is like, well, you have computers, and because computers work, the Earth must be a globe.
They do that. They're like,
the rank has been reduced to private.
You can't use your phone if you don't believe in gravity because there's an accelerometer in it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! If I hear that, I don't think that conversation has been brought up lately.
Like you can call your friend, therefore the floor's a ball. Like, come on.
And we use plane survey for bridges, by the way. So what are you talking about?
We use plane surveying for everything, every single thing he talked about. So he's got an idea in his head. He's been, I don't know, making out with MC Toon or something. I don't know what his issue is.
Yeah, but you never know. But yeah, just drilling down right into the first question and just having him admit what his logical stance is. Well, it works. That's all it was. So anything farther than that was just us indulging in his like fantasy, repeating the claim, belief. Yeah, it's just really not going to be productive.
If it worked so well, then you would just use it from the beginning and you would actually build the bridges with the 8 inches per mile squared formula. You wouldn't have to use plane survey and then make a presumptive calculative assumption after the fact.
Some of you guys just came in here, but he was talking about the toe tank argument. So that's what McToon, who actually started that? Either FTFE or somebody in that group.
That was who's the bald guy? Or
Mr. Sensible.
Sensible? Is he the one?
The psycho, yeah.
Well, he championed that argument. Well, he came. That's what General.
He's 100% sure of the tank, but he's only 99% sure of his chair.
But it's funny though. He actually led with that, General. He led that. He's like, I'm only 99.999, and then some Bong laughed, and then he got triggered. Who the fuck laughed? I was like, don't worry about that, But yeah, he led with that. So
yeah, the toe tank argument's just dumb. It's they made it flat and level. They didn't curve it. It's just nonsense.
It's stupid. He tried to.
Who is this character? Some people know him. General, like, has he been in this arena?
Yeah, he's well, no, he only comes around when he's cocked off his ass. He needs his courage.
Yeah, I guess that you could blame me. I was this morning. I was talking to him for about 2 hours.
It's your fault.
Yeah. Well, I did ask. I asked everybody, "Do you guys want the real hard-headed globalist in here?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure. Let's finish the Bible talk, and then we'll get into it."
Was he sober when you started, Crit?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if he's ever sober. He's like one of those people where he's drunk so much that even small amounts will get him drunk because his liver doesn't function.
Yeah. There's only kind of his regular drunk and then blacked out, and that's it.
Yeah.
You know what this does also? It should trigger the globalist who's out there listening and be like, dude, the fuck, man, they're misrepresenting this. I need to go in there. And yeah, but also in other news, I just want to kind of get to a few things. There's a video that's been out, just released not too long ago, and it's of a guy coming in here making fun of the server. I don't know if you've seen it, Indio. Who was caught in the mix was Timbo, CB, Jedi, and what's her name?
The kid that selectively edited. He's an Australian too, right?
Yeah, he's from Australia.
Yeah. I left a couple comments on it. Yeah, he selectively edited it and took out his own screeching. Tried to paint the picture like we're freaking out when it was actually him that ended up freaking out, and we're just get out of here.
They were doing that.
You go.
Okay. They were doing that. Be careful on Modern Day Debate. If you go to their server, they got a bunch of trolls who just call you a pedophile over and over and over again, just waiting for you to say it back to them or waiting for you to respond angrily. Then they cut that out and then post it just you freaking out on their server.
Yeah, it's called a hit piece. Yep.
Yeah, they purposely do it. They got all the people. They know which ones. Some of them will be actually the moderator's sock account. Because I busted one of them because he accidentally posted a response on the wrong account. I'm like, wow, dude, you're an idiot.
That's funny as hell, man.
Yeah, it's like here. I'm talking to, say if I'm talking to you, Indio, and all of a sudden, some random sock account responds with a question I had asked you.
Yeah,
I'd be like, what the fuck?
I've seen it before on Discord. I've seen, in an old server, I know I saw it once or twice, man.
So I made fun of him. I go, dude, you're so stupid. You can't even pilot sock accounts. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, man. Kosho's giving classes, man.
Oh, Kosho?
Kosho would do the same thing. He'd forget which account he was tabbed in on.
Eli kicked him from the... No, was it him? Yeah, it was Kosho. Eli kicked him from the chat.
Kosho was like, I got 10 screens. He's got a sock account on each screen.
Yeah, he's
and probably a swivel chair, and he just spins around all day, pretending to be various people.
It's like...
So he's got that world's largest curved monitor.
Oh yeah, that's right. The radiant.
India, do you remember India, do you remember the old 80s drummers that they literally had a swivel chair just to hit all the drums? Except Kosho's got a screen in the place of every drum.
Yeah, and a circular keyboard, right? With
Yeah. It's just 180 degrees of just screens, right? Okay, this is
dude. He got that keyboard that only has 9 buttons, and you have to do permutative combinations to get all the letters.
I don't know.
Oh man, he's gonna be doing great when he gets that Apple Vision Pro. Then he can have 65 screens in his Vision and just use his hands to manipulate them like Tom Cruise.
Like the Minority Report.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Tapping into the air, just moving shit around.
Dude, the FBI be showing up at his door. Why is there so much power consumption at this location? He'd be like, don't worry about it. I'm just talking to flat earthers online. And they're like, oh, okay. We thought it was a nuclear or something.
Say, but you know how he's gonna do it though, right? AI. He's gonna have Cheeto dust all over his shirt. He'll probably be in his underwear. Like, smell it. The house will be stinking up to high heaven. Like Chinese food boxes all over the place. Like,
they tell him what. They ask, "Why are you doing this?" He's like, "Someone's wrong on the internet." They're like, "What the fuck? Okay, get out. Time to move on with your life."
Meanwhile, the person who knows the truth goes to sleep like a baby, gets up, and it's like doesn't worry about that shit.
Yeah, it's gotten to the worst claim they have is that someone's wrong on the internet. I go, well, you're also wrong on the internet, right? And they're like, what?
Hey, did anybody see that article that was posted in the lobby earlier? It was about flat earthers and scientific. I'll post it, dude. This is a train wreck. I might even buy the full article because this is such. Why do people believe the Earth is flat? So it's not just this. There's another one too. He embarrassed himself in that one. It's called PsyPost, so it's a psych paper aggregator. So psych and neuroscience. That's where we originally found it. Now we found this interview with this guy. And this is the funny thing. What he said was, so they did a study. They surveyed 1,200 people from their university, and they found a high correlation with flat Earth, people that believe the Earth was flat, and the Dunning-Kruger effect. So people overestimating their scientific knowledge. So here's the funny part, dude. You can't make this shit up. In the first link I posted, he says, "Well, this is kind of a biased sample because it only represents people at this university." The university, and he's a professor at that university, right? So what is he saying? He's saying, "Oh, all you can say about this is that this sample only applies to people at this university, and the people at the university have Dunning-Kruger." And obviously him too, because he didn't even realize what he was saying, is that he was slaying himself while he was giving this interview.
Is that the one where it's PsyPost, where it says a cognitive bias known as the Dunning-Kruger effect appears to be highly prevalent among people who believe the Earth is flat? Flat earthers, yes. According to the new research published in Public Understanding of Science, this means that flat earthers tend to have lower levels of scientific literacy while also being more overconfident in their own science.
But I mean, I have to point this out because I always have to point this out. The Dunning-Kruger effect works both ways. So so it can apply to people who are less competent and overconfident, and it can apply to people who are more competent and underconfident, right? And so, but not understanding that proves that you are suffering from the lower half anyway, because now you're the guy who's overconfident but not competent enough to realize it goes both ways, right? It's very ironic. But often they'll use this this is an insult, but it's not an insult until you go further into it, because it might actually be a compliment until you add further detail.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah. Well, listen to this. So what he said in the interview: the sample we took is not representative of Spain. It is a convenient sample, but is of a particular kind. We got little more than 1,200 answers in the survey, and half of that was conducted amongst students in our university, which has 3 big faculties: engineering, business, and social sciences. Many of the and then he goes on to puff up his university, right? Well, you just said your university has Dunning-Kruger. What the hell are you talking about? Obviously, it has Dunning-Kruger because you don't even realize that you just outed your own. You talk about how great your university is while simultaneously saying that your survey represents your university.
Yeah. So it's like he doesn't realise he's just shat on his own university and therefore his own findings.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Which proves he has Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Dude, how you cannot make this stuff up? How come this happens so often with these people that they do these weird things? So in the abstract, it says, so I've never seen an abstract like this. It says, the article aims to analyze the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth. We focus on Spain, a country that sadly has some of the most relevant figures on the topic in the Spanish-speaking world. Sadly? When have you ever seen sadly in an abstract? That word. Like,
that's odd, yeah.
Yeah, only in hit piece.
Like, why do your emotions matter, buddy? Like, what? Why are you telling us that you're sad that there's flat earthers in Spain? Like, what? They don't even maintain the pretense of bias. And then one of the questions was, so this question kind of irritated me. Or, what did it say? Says, so one of the questions was, there is evidence of the earth is flat. Now, think about the question. There is evidence the earth is flat. Indicate your opinion. 0 meaning strongly disagree. So that means there's some number of people that strongly disagree that there's evidence that the earth is flat. Not that the earth is flat, that there's evidence.
Right.
That was 70.5% of the sample.
But also there's an element of circular reasoning to this, because how are they defining scientific literacy? Is scientific literacy just adherence to the dogmas that lead to the conclusion?
They gave a questionnaire. Well, I think they gave a questionnaire, and I'm thinking of buying this because I want to see that questionnaire. I want to see the types of questions that are in it.
But let me just make my argument, right? So is their definition of scientific literacy adherence to the dogmas that lead to the conclusion that the Earth's a globe? If so, then of course they're not going to have levels of that biased version of scientific literacy if they haven't led to that conclusion. So it's circular anyway.
Yeah. But I think they evaluated the so-called scientific knowledge. Well, they also like kind of conflate scientific culture with scientific knowledge. They conflate those two terms. I don't know why. I don't even know what scientific culture means, quite honestly. But if you read the article, it says that they quizzed people. They had a questionnaire. So they graded people on what their scientific knowledge was. So they gave them the questionnaire about their like flat Earth beliefs, and then they after the fact, graded them about, and then they evaluated their scientific knowledge somehow with some questions. But as we all know, those questions and what they think the correct answer is, that could actually be wrong. They could actually be wrong about what they think the correct answer is.
Yeah, let me read this part out of one of those papers that you posted. It says the number one comment we've had with this paper has been, the people were pulling your leg. People told us it's not possible that there are engineers who believe the earth is flat. Some people could have been, but if they were all just pulling our leg, then their profiles should be kind of random. The fact that it's very strongly geared toward those who show the Dunning-Kruger effect makes us believe that probably this is not just made up. One of us actually knows somebody who is an engineer and is a flat earther who will talk to you for hours on end. There's a subset of flat earth believers who actually are pretty good with their mathematics and even their physics. And they, by definition, do not exhibit the Dunning-Kruger effect. These are probably the people who write the books that give arguments to flat earth believers. You probably know mathematicians or physicists who like trying to prove absurd things just for the heck of it. Am I good enough that I can show you conclusively that I can prove this or that, no matter what it is? What an argument, bro.
Dude, that's dumb shit.
So stupid that some of them are really smart, so they're actually probably just doing it for the heck of it.
Well, yeah, if you have a degree in math or physics, obviously, or engineering, you obviously can't have the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's a dumb statement, and you don't understand the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is about overestimating your ability. It's not about what your ability is.
I was just about to say the same exact thing. 100% right.
Except to clarify, it doesn't actually invoke a degree as much as he just says that they have a good understanding of math and physics. Now, obviously, that's an arbitrary determination of what a good understanding of math and physics would be, which would require like the standard in which the proper understanding is, right? So, just like you said earlier, basically, like assuming that what you think is true regarding physics is true, right? You have to have a standard to determine if someone has a good understanding, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So they gave an example question, and one of the example questions is, which is larger, an atom or an electron? Okay, so like,
my gosh.
No way, bro.
They kind of speak for itself, right?
Yeah, I would think that we need to prove these things first, but whatever. 100 million times smaller. The electron's supposedly 100 million times smaller, but it has no known size or shape. So I could dunk on their questions. That's a stupid question. If it has no size or shape, I don't know.
But what I was saying earlier, this is kind of what I was saying earlier, Indio, is like, if you didn't give the answer, electron, then they would say, oh, this guy isn't scientifically literate. But you could actually be saying, well, neither, because I don't believe that either exists, right?
Right.
But then they would just say, oh, scientifically illiterate, therefore Dunning-Kruger. So,
But the funniest part, though, is the whole idea is that you can't believe in flat Earth unless you're just overly confident in your scientific understanding. And then he proceeds to say, but there's actually a subset of flat earthers that are incredibly good at understanding math and physics.
But even from their paradigm, what flat earther wouldn't know that they think an electron is smaller than an atom? Like, hello, it's just insane.
Well, imagine just some like goofy university kids like, I'm going to pretend to be a flat earther and answer every question wrong to ha ha ha. I'm so funny, you know.
Yeah, or a bunch of anti-flat earthers on Discord.
That's what I'm saying. Anti-flat earthers are on university campuses too, by the way, because when I travel the United States, you find out very quickly that, 21st century college kids aren't the smartest or the coolest.
100%.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? I mean, the idea that they're in the same article, they're saying these guys are dumb, but some of them are so smart they can prove anything, even things that are wrong. I mean,
yeah, bro.
What the fuck?
100% sure.
How do you make those two arguments side by side and not realize that they contradict each other?
It's actually how the article ends.
100% sure.
Article.
Sure.
Like, that would mean that they would have to be so incredibly clever that they can convince you of wrong thing, and you're the person who's meant to not be suffering from Dunning-Kruger, right? What? That doesn't make sense. But they're stupider than you. What?
Even the way he says it, though, right? Like, there's a subset of flat earth believers who are actually pretty good with their mathematics and even their physics. Pretty good with. Wow, bro, you're crushing.
You can tell this is written by, I don't know if you guys saw the Andrew Tate interview with the BBC the other day. Like, you can tell that this is like that Lucy Williamson type person. They kind of they already know that they're correct, like in their minds. And so they're going to write this opinion piece and they're not going to read any of the criticism, like any of the rebuttals. Then they're just going to walk off going, oh, didn't I write a wonderful piece? And that's it for them.
Yeah, we gotta get Tate on the right tip about the earth. Dude, I was listening to a bit of that. Andrew Tate's like, he's like, if they can get you, you have to understand what they're doing. For 3 years, they got everyone to walk around and deny their eyes and deny their own observations and believe what the news and the media and the authority was telling them, even though it was exactly the opposite of what they experienced and what they observed. Once that happens, you're hopeless and they can tell you anything and you're completely brainwashed. I'm like, buddy, you're just describing yeah, you need to. It's like you're just describing the globe Earth perfectly, bro.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking that too.
It's funny.
Yeah, he had a couple clips from that interview I wanted to grab out. I'm glad you just remembered it like that, Witsu. But yeah, he's like
Yeah, I
halfway
think
there.
that's earlier. That's earlier in the debate. I mean, the interview. I didn't really. I'm talking about. I guess it's 5 hours long or something. I'm like,
Yeah,
dude,
you're talking about the one with there's two interviews. You were talking about you mentioned the one with Lucy, the BBC one. That was only like 12 minutes versus like an hour. And then the other one you're talking about is the one they did with PBD and Valuetainment. That one was like 5 hours. That's the one you mentioned for. Yeah, that's where he dropped some of the bombs there.
Yeah, I guess Crypto was talking about the other one where, of course, the BBC just chopped it all up, and then Andrew Tate published the real thing.
Yeah,
but I can't watch a 5-hour debate. I mean, a 5-hour interview. Like, you got me.
I got through most of it.
I'm impressed. I couldn't.
I had to break it into chunks.
Is it 5 hours?
Yeah,
Yes,
there's more too.
With the two dudes, it's like over 5 hours long.
Wow. I saw the 38-minute version. And I saw the BBC.
That's the BBC, yeah.
No, the BBC's got an 8-minute version, and there's a 38-minute version as well floating around. But because he also filmed it separately, right? So
yeah,
to show.
There's two interviews, right? Who are the two guys that interview him in the 5-hour one?
Adam from Valuetainment and a guy named Patrick Bet David, PBD.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's okay. 5 hours.
5 hours, bro. They're in this house for 5 hours, bro. Oh my goodness.
Mind you, I did manage to get through a 6-hour documentary a while ago. I'm sure some people know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the 10-hour documentary.
Yeah, that's
I did. I got through that 10-hour documentary, so I made him do it. Actually.
Yo, Indio. You here? Hey, yo, Indio. He's probably not here. No, I was just gonna let him know that we had cammed up last night on the chill chat. So most of us, you got to see our faces on our last live stream.
Yeah, it was fun. We should do it again soon.
Yeah, I wonder what anybody in here thinks about what I was talking about last night. I was like, sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
I know, I was just going to say Bearded Dora looks exactly like you, Witsit, just so you know.
That's what they were claiming, that he looks like you. I don't know.
Wait, who does?
Witsit doesn't look
Dora. There's a guy there.
He's the bearded Witsit, not the bearded Dora.
Yeah, he's like the Gandalf version of Witsit.
He has a big beard.
The poor man's version of Witsit.
And the long hair.
Yeah.
He just has red. Is it just that he has a red beard? Is that really it? I hear that all the time. Like, this guy looks like you just because he has red hair. But
no, he had the eyes and the nose and the skin complexion.
Check out the last stream that I did last night on my channel, and you'll see, because we all got on cam. So
okay. I saw part of it. Yeah, so
I don't think he looks like you though.
Last night I was doing this thing about the wobble. So they say that the Earth is tilted and wobbling because it's oblate. And you can like replicate that with a gyroscope, right? If you tilt a mechanical gyroscope, it'll start to precess, of course, right? So like it'll spin and then it'll spin the other way, perpendicular to that axis, right? It'll spin around. So anyway, it'll precess. So they say, well, the sun moves through the zodiac signs over time, from year to year to year to year, because the Earth is precessing. Right, so it's like tilted, wobbling, and it completes that full precession every 26,000 years. Right, so they did that to try to account for the sun because the model at the time didn't account for the sun. They're like, oh well, the Earth's so blatant, blah blah blah. Then it still didn't work when they looked at the moon. The moon was going too fast in its quote unquote lunar orbital plane, so they added a different one called notation, which is of 18.6 years. And then that didn't work for the stars. So then they introduced the Chandler wobble of 433 days. So they're claiming that the Earth has 3 different wobbles and precessions of 3 different rates, all happening at the same time. So unless I'm missing something, I don't comprehend how it's possible that you can have the Earth being a ball tilted and it's actually wobbling and precessing at 3 different rates, like completing 3 different precession cycles at the same time. How does that work?
It's vibrating.
What? that doesn't answer it. It's got to do 3 different precessions. You know, of course, like the idea, you take the gyroscope, you tilt it over, it's going to slowly start to spin. So it's spinning really fast in the one direction, and then the whole mechanism is going to slowly process and spin and come back around and complete. They say it does that every 26,000 years. Then it also does another one every 18.6 years, and then it does another one every 430. How? How is it doing that? It's one ball. How is it physically doing 3 at a time? I think that debunks the globe. You know what really happened was like on a stationary Earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars just move independently.
Right? Look at what these guys like. David Weiss was challenging Dave Farina, and in that conversation, it boiled down to him saying, "You just don't understand." So that their out could be, well, if you brought that up to them, wouldn't it be, "You just don't understand"? Because
I'll be honest, I legitimately don't understand.
No, I meant like from because they're coming from a place of like they just believe that somebody figured it out. So those people who have put together the idea that those 3 wobbles are in relation to each other, that would mean that it works. So therefore, why do you question that? How is it possible? Like, in other words, it should be like a logically consistent debunk, but it turns out that they could just turn that back around to you and say that you don't understand what's really happening. And I think that would give them the foothold to say that your idea, thinking this could be a debunk, is really not. It's just you not understanding. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but I don't care. I want them to show me a physical demonstration of something doing 3 different processions at the same time.
They'll just tell you to look at the Earth. These guys, the archetypes of these guys, like they don't have. There's no demonstration with these guys. That's what I found out with like the hard knock, individuals that come in here, the dug-ins. They don't offer anything. They just basically say you just don't understand. Right? If you want any demonstration, just look at the Earth. Like that was, like they just dust their hands off and like, okay, next question. Like they didn't answer you. Just
yeah, I mean, I am definitely open to hearing like or seeing some type of demonstration, because I just came up with that myself pretty quickly. But to me, it just doesn't really make sense. So because like, okay, if you have different moving parts, so like different independent movement, you could say that you have different moving parts, so they're just processing and completing their precession cycle at different rates. Like, okay, that's cool. There's one ball though. There's one ball. So this baller jumped on my show last night trying to tell me how it happened. He brings up like 3 different parts of some dude sitting on a triangle piece of plywood or on a chair or something. I'm like, what? Like, we need a ball that can spin, tilted, wobbling, and then process at 3 different rates.
Hey, what's it? Even if it is, like, let's say it's just one wobble, one precession around. How does that create a wobble? I can see it creating an illusion of the things in the sky being off a little bit, but like when he was doing the gyro and he was spinning it up and he moved the weight out further and the other parts started twisting, it still wasn't a wobble. Like there was no visual wobble. So,
well, there's a slight little wobble if you look really closely. You'll see that the weight extended out, it moves, it kind of wobbles a little bit. Like if you take a top and you spin it, right?
Yeah, but the weight that he moved out wasn't on the same part that it is. Like that weight was on the actual axis of rotation. Like the Earth, it's on the equator, right? The bulge. So it didn't seem like it was totally analogous to me.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying, like the physical concept of like of a top spinning, and then as it's not, because as it slows down, it's no longer perfectly balanced. If you spin a top super fast, it won't be wobbling. But as it slows down, it starts to wobble because it's no longer balanced. It's no longer aligned vertically, right? It starts to tip back and forth because it's losing speed. So it's not balanced, so it wobbles.
But that's a top. Does a ball wobble like that?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
I think you could make a ball do it personally, but see, like I don't know, but for me, I'm like, well, like that's a real physical effect in theory at the least. Well, you can't make it to 3 different ones at the same time, so I just jumped straight to that because it.
I just thought about it. It probably does, because if you take a basketball and you spin it where the line is like perfect, I think eventually you'll see the line begin to come off of horizontal. Probably so.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like when you spin it on your finger, for example, as it starts to slow down, it wobbles.
Yeah, but we're talking about an oblate spheroid, which resembles a pear shape or a top, so that would be a wobble in that instance, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's actually their excuse. That's right. Is that because it's not a perfect sphere? That's why it wobbles.
Yeah.
Just doesn't seem like a wobble to me, but I understand it. I don't know. Like, the only way they can have 3 of them is if it's literally 3 additional axes of rotation, like through the same ball. You know?
Yeah.
We can even give them that, but everybody who sets up a tripod, they end up there is no tilt at that point. Every time you're trying to observe the stars, there's no tilt.
Well, this is interesting. It's interesting when you step back and you think about it all, right? So it's like, how did they supposedly measure the equatorial bulge? They didn't. What happened was they looked at the sky, and then based on what the sun does, they had to change the model. They had to say it was oblate on tilted axis, wobbling. That's because to say it's wobbling, they had to say it's oblate. That's why they say it's only 26 miles. It's so insignificant. How are you even going to measure that?
Yo, Matthew just said he would resign if we could find a math professor who says you can have a line to a curved surface or curved adjacent.
That's nice.
But I don't like that, man. Like, because I now know that these people are under hypnosis, and I'm like, God damn it, Matthew.
Exactly.
And I take pity because I'm like, yo, like, fam, I'm gonna go to NYU because if I hold the truth to the highest standard. That's as close as I can get to God, I believe. And it's like, although I wouldn't take pleasure in him losing his job, fam, that's why your word is supposed to be your bond. It's supposed to be the truth. So you're like, well, if I'm proven wrong, then I'll quit my job. Well, you said that. Why would you say that, fam? Why would you stake your entire career on the I don't get it, man.
Their word means nothing. Even if you did present that, he wouldn't do that.
I agree with CB. They'd probably welch on their agreement. They'll be like, nope, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I got a call.
He would throw him under the bus. He'd be like, well, that one guy.
Yeah.
He said if anybody in some authoritative position, I'm gonna go speak to a math professor. And damn, I wonder if I would have to record it, right? There has to be a way. Because I'm thinking about going to NYU right now because I have to go downtown anyway. I wonder how I would even get an audience. I guess I could start the process of figuring that out today.
Well, that's the same thing Camille said when he was in this chat, Eli. He said, if you show me an astrophysicist, because he was appealing to one, and right during that conversation, I said, well, there was one that was in here the other day, and he was talking to us, ITR, remember that guy? Mm-hmm. And the astrophysicist, according to him, he's been doing it for 5 years because he was grading paperwork when he was in here. So I told him there was a guy who was in here, Camille, and he's an astrophysicist. And he doesn't even know that the 3 questions that I asked him, he came up tits on it because he didn't know. He's like, no, I don't know the first one of direct measurement. I don't know the second one of axial rotation. And the third one, he kind of rebutted a little bit. But even then, he couldn't give us a physical demonstration. So then Camille retorted back and saying, well, he's incompetent. We're not going to look at him. I'm like, no. You can't do that. Your standard was any astrophysicist. And you're like, yeah, but he doesn't know, so we're going to discount him. So what they qualify somebody is if they're along with their bias. So if you find somebody that's not saying what they're saying, then they'll easily discount him as being incompetent. This is already known. This is what they will do. Even though you have dude, your standard for what you're asking for is this guy who's in a specific field. He does what he does, and I'm proving to you that he's not agreeing with you, and then he's gonna probably say that he didn't learn the right way, or he's not competent, or whatever, and it's just gonna be like frustration because.
I agree with you because Matt, like we were just having a conversation with Matthew and a mariner who does this, right? He does this. He navigates. He's a Navi star, right? And we cited the part in the video specifically where they're talking about 90 degrees in the GP position, and he is like, well, that's just wrong. Like, word? You just so even though you didn't know anything about celestial navigation and you thought it was trigonometry and all of this, you still gonna say that this guy is wrong, the guy that actually puts this into practice. And he's like, yes, that's correct. He's hypnotized, man. I for his sake, damn, I don't know. Because I would say for his sake, I hope that this thing doesn't blow up where NASA's just like, yeah, it's flat. Fuck it, because what would they do? But then again, that's what God calls for, because these people need to be redeemed somehow.
Yeah, I know. He'd be hurting. But even he admitted that if the news came out and said that the Earth was flat, he wouldn't believe it. So he's that deep ingrained.
Or he'd probably turn it around and say, like, that's what I've been saying all along. I've been with these guys, I know. Yeah, I get it.
Think about it.
Either way, it'd be.
Think about it. I don't know what the other books say, to be fair, but I know the Bible warns against religion. And the crazy thing about that, even if I extended that to believe that the other books would also warn against that, and people just have it wrong. The problem is each and every one of these religious people who are reading from their book, whatever it is, they all have the same position about the solar system and the universe. The same one, regardless of what their literature says. Isn't that weird? That's what religion does.
Very weird. Yeah.
That's what religion does. So now people have this space religion. This is the one world religion. I don't see how anyone can see how it's not.
Yeah, it's actually, I've dealt with that personally. My earthly father seems to be hip to a lot of things, the cocoa and all this stuff, but the last thing he's stuck on is that outer space.
We also run from a one world government, but that's actually what the kingdom of God extending to the earth. There would be one government, but it's man who is. Man doesn't want that, but we think that they're trying to make it a one world government. No, they just made it a one world religion where that'll never actually be achieved because no one will actually be following the Most High's instructions. That's why I say people got to be careful when they're like, I hate the government, I hate this. You don't know what you're saying. Words have meaning.
Yeah, real fast. I'm like in between sets or whatever, but just like, do you guys think the bigger picture? What I was saying earlier, I got a call, but
hold on, bro. You're breaking up a little bit.
That's why they said it.
You broke up there. Say that again.
I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know if my headphones are messing up, but
you're good now.
They had to say that the Earth is oblate. They just said it was oblate because it didn't match what the sun was doing, and they had to say it was wobbling. And then, so like, I've never really thought of it like that, but the whole entire wobble and oblateness of the Earth, the alleged oblateness, is literally just made up to try to explain how it could physically happen that the Earth is wobbling. Like there's not any measurements they invoke or anything. It's because they had to say that to explain what the sun does, how it moves through the zodiac. I don't know. I thought that was a trip because it's like the sun, moon, and the stars, they just move independent, right? Because the Earth is stationary. But they're claiming it's all caused on just the Earth moving. So they had to add 3 different wobbles to the Earth and say it was oblate because of what the sky does. You guys ever heard of any measurement of oblateness or anything?
Well, just calculations.
Yeah.
So
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going back to working out.
Sorry.
All right, what's it?
All right, bro.
So is that it? Is that it though? Is that all? It's a ball, but you can't see it. It spins, but you can't feel it. It wobbles, but you can't feel it. I mean, is that it? Is there anything else? I mean, I think we should add shake. The Earth is shaking. Yeah.
They can measure the wobble.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was wondering if you guys ever heard of these things because I guess some say that long base measurements and interferometry supposedly shows 2 of the 3 wobbles or something. I don't know.
What, based on the sun's position?
Just made up. Yeah, I mean that's how they came up with the wobble. Was that the sun over time it slowly moves through the zodiacs from year to year. So to explain that on a ball, you have to say, well, the Earth is wobbling. You know what I'm saying? And then they did that. They made up that number, 26,000 years, based on how fast it seems like the sun progresses through the zodiacs. And then it didn't work for the moon. The moon was going too fast even with that. So they had to add another one. But you can't. They're not just additive. You can't just be like, oh, well, here's another one to make the moon go faster, but that one doesn't affect what the sun does. That's what I'm saying. It's stupid. It's like so obviously.
Well, going off of measurements to the sun, to talk about the Earth's wobble foregoes the fact that the angles that you're taking are elevation angles.
Yeah, but I mean, all of this is just taking the sky, and I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's like they just take the sky and reverse engineer it, right? So they say that the Earth moves in an ecliptic orbit, but that's because the sun is in an ecliptic motion, right? Like the ecliptic plane of the sun, they reverse engineered it and said it's actually the Earth going around the sun in an ecliptic orbit. And then they said, okay, well, the sun is progressing over time, so that must mean that the Earth is actually wobbling and precessing over time. And then they looked at the moon, and the moon's going too fast. They said, oh, there must be another wobble that's in an 18.6 year cycle that's causing the moon to go faster. Then they found the stars weren't where they're supposed to be, and that they slightly moved. So then they said, oh, there's a third wobble that happens every 433 days called the Chandler wobble. So you have the precession wobble, the nutation, and then the Chandler wobble. They have to keep adding to it because they have to say it's all caused by the Earth. But on a stationary Earth, it's just that the sun, the moon, and the stars move independent. So it's like such a death blow to the globe, in my opinion.
It is, but to a person who's going to beg the question, like Matthew learns, instead of things that are obviously impossible, you just took him through the steps, and he'd be like, "Yeah, exactly." Because since he's begging the question, since the Earth is a globe, like that's the hypnotism that Mickey's been talking about. Like people are hypnotized. Man.
Yeah, like he's gonna say that to elevation angles. He's gonna say that to anything. I got him to watch The Principle. He came back and told me, I'm not gonna lie. After that, I'm pretty open to the idea that where the Earth is close to the center. But he thinks that the solar system's in the center. He can't let go of solar system. But he's like, but I can say that because I can say God made it. So like, there's no reaching Matthew.
Now, see that's the God of the gaps. Like I hate arguments that they make up terms and stuff to specifically speak to how there isn't a creator, but you can't use God to just fill in the blank. That's not. Nah, you can't do that. You can't say that my illogical thought process is actually logical and correct because God creates miracles. So that hell no.
Yeah, like I was talking to him about the cosmic microwave background, because although they claim to have sent probes out like 1,000,000 miles to a Lagrange point, that's not the only way you get the cosmic microwave background. You can just put a balloon in the air. So they just put high altitude balloons and get the cosmic microwave background, and it's supposed to be isotropic, meaning no preferred direction, and it's supposed to be like the energy is supposed to be distributed with no preferred direction, and then it's supposed to be homogeneous, right, like evenly distributed. But they saw that it was anisotropic; it had a preferred direction, and it was inhomogeneous. But anyway, the part that was anisotropic, it shows like cold and warm areas, and then if you follow the cold areas down, draws a line. There's two of them. They intersect on the Earth. So I was telling him, this completely destroys your model. This is impossible. And he's like, oh, well, yeah, well, I think God just did it.
No way.
So it's like, yeah, so it's like, okay, well, I'm not.
No way. What do we do with that? Like, I don't know.
I was like, so you could say basically anything that we see that debunks heliocentrism, you could say, well, God just made it that way. He's like, yeah, pretty much.
So then where is his justification for the globe in the first place? Like, and he'll always fall back on, I believe it because I feel like I'm correct. Correct about what? About assuming that the Earth is a sphere and therefore, looking at everything through that lens? Why does that make sense?
Yeah, is that a God of the possibilities fallacy? It's not even a God of the gaps fallacy.
Yeah, pretty much anything is possible. I straight point blank asked him. I said, so like basically anything is possible, and you can just say God did it. He said, yeah, pretty much. So like, I'm like, wait, so are you serious? He's like, yeah, I guess it is kind of God of the gaps. Like he said that. I'm like, okay. So you're saying you admit that you can't even explain the idea that the Earth's a ball that flies around the sun in a universe unless you invoke God to basically defy physics to do so? He's like, yeah, I guess. I go, all right, man.
What a weak argument, man.
That's Well, what's weird about that is they wouldn't accept that if you were to present it to them in the other way around. So
they'd be all over that, TV.
Yeah, they ask all the time, how does flat Earth work like this? If you told them, well, God made it like that, they'd be like, no, you can't say that.
Exactly.
I think my favorite screenshot from Matthew is where someone asked him for evidence or something, and then he just literally wrote, I don't have any evidence, I'm just reporting a belief of mine. It's like, that is cool, bro. You believe, go on believing.
But that's what I'm saying. I have no problem with that, to be honest. Like, in the grand scheme of things, I have no problem with Matthew. From my understanding, he, like, goes hangs out with flat earthers in real life, like at flat earth meetups, like, multiple times. He just says, like, I just believe it. Like, if someone tells you they believe in the Bible, and then you're like, okay, well, do you have any, like, physical, empirical, or scientific evidence of God, speaking to Moses or whatever? And you're like, no, I have a belief. I believe in the scriptures, right? I believe in the God of the scriptures. You're like, okay, power to you, man. Like, you have a belief. Like, I don't. It's the problem is when people claim it's science.
I think it's more nefarious than that, though, bro. Because like this guy,
it's a diffusing technique.
Yeah, it's diffusing. It's also coming in here and pretending to be something that he's not, which is a friend to people in here. He's acting he's portraying a character when his appearance is here, and so everybody has this nice guy facade that they appeal to. Well, Matthew is a pretty cool guy. He comes to the flat Earth meetups. He's all right to hang around with. but that's beside the point. The intent of what his position is to be a part of this arena is so that he can easily talk to people that portray him as a nice guy, have a civil discussion, which is where this particular idea thrives on. It thrives on having a civil discussion because they can continue to perpetuate their, their what do you call this, solipsism or sophistry. Like they're able to keep spinning the wheels in this conversation, never reaching an endpoint, and therefore being that they are portraying themselves to be a nice guy will continuously be injecting themselves into a conversation where, as you're trying to get them to a point, they will then start telling you, but guy, I'm just trying to have a civil discussion. Why are you getting upset? And so you're trying to be like, all right, the crowd's looking at me like the villain now, so let me just change my tone so I can match his. And therefore, when he's in here kind of giving you these backhanded slights about how you're incompetent to say that the earth is flat, he's still in this arena befriending you at the same time. That's the worst type of personality. The people don't realize the implications of having that individual here is detrimental to the cause. Like, we're trying to bring people to the element of truth. We're not going to be able to if this guy is always spinning everybody's wheels into oblivion and never, getting to the conclusion of whether they know or not. Hopefully,
I just want to clarify. I'm not really saying.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, like, I'm not really advocating for Matthew being like a good guy. It's more like I'm saying that because he does for sure, like, and especially when he gets in his moods, like he takes backhanded slights and like jabs and all this really good stuff.
To people
what I'm saying specifically, though, he does it to me too, but I'm saying specifically, he acknowledges it's a belief. When someone acknowledges that they have a belief, like in every other scenario, we don't have a problem with that, right? Like if someone says, I believe in the Hindu goddess Shiva, it's like, wait, what? Why do you believe that? Well, it's just a belief I have. I know it just requires faith, and it's just a belief. Like, all right, brother, power to you. Like if someone acknowledges that it's a belief and it requires faith, then it's like, okay, then cool. Just don't be trying to brainwash children and tell them it's a scientific fact. So, like, that's kind of how I feel about that. Is like he admits that it's a belief openly and repeatedly.
Do you think he's just saying that, or does he really deep down mean that? Because I think deep down he's going, no, of course it's a globe. You guys are dumb. Blah 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 blah. But he's going to say
he thinks it's for sure
sounds good on paper.
Yeah.
But it's going to diffuse people.
I think for sure though he thinks that it requires belief, and he thinks that God did it. He thinks that God made this model. Like he does for sure. I've picked his brain apart. He for sure is like, yeah, I can't even understand. That doesn't make sense to me. I just think that God could do it. That's just something God did. Isn't God amazing? Like he's like my dad. Like that's what my dad does. My dad isn't like trying to deceive people. My dad truly, every time I would boil it down, my dad would say, are you saying God couldn't do that? You know what I'm saying? So like when someone admits that they believe in it blindly and they think that God had to do it or it doesn't make sense and that they can't prove it, it's blind faith. I'm like, all right, bro, like our real battle is against the fact that they're telling children that it's a scientific fact, right? Like that's our real problem. Like that's the battle, in my opinion.
Okay, well,
fair point.
Well, from I guess Gregory and my position is because arguing about flat Earth is very low level. Dispelling people's religiosity is a whole nother level. So when someone's like, I believe in Vishnu, I believe in the Muhammad, I believe in this, that, and the third, well, then it's like, well, what basis do you have for that belief? You can still use logic to totally dismantle what they thought was true, a true justifiable belief as a false belief that isn't justifiable. And people think that just believing whatever the fuck they want is fine. Not in my eyes. Now, I'm not going to go and fucking start Ramboing people with beliefs, but they ought not talk to me because I would challenge them naturally, because that's what we should do.
Well, yeah, that's a philosophical debate, right? Like, so you get into the ontological, like, logical approach to things, and I'm all for that, obviously, but I'm just saying, as it pertains to the Earth, it's a very specific physical claim that would have physical, empirical means to verify it. And they all claim that exists. They claim that you can measure the motion of the Earth. They claim you can measure the curvature of the Earth. That's what they claim, and that's the problem, at least for me. Like, yeah, you can get into like the ontological flaws in people's arguments, and I do that all the time. I'm actually supposed to be debating. Oh yeah, Eli, I was going to tell you this too. Like, I'm supposed to be debating, I think, Aaron Raw at the Modern Day Debate-a-thon in person in New York City in January.
Back on the horse? Oh, nah, I'll be there for sure. I'll be there for sure.
Yes. Yeah. Now I don't even know what the subject is specifically. Like, I don't know, but James, maybe he may end up being just like geocentrism, but I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, I'm just saying to say that, like, I'll debate that dude about atheism and creationism as well. Like, I don't really care, and that will be a purely ontological debate, right? So I agree that that's like it shouldn't be like thrown away or anything. But if you can get all these globularists or heliosexualists to admit that it's just a blind belief they have, the honest person is going to be like, oh, wow. Like that. I don't want to just blindly believe this. Like, if you ask them, do you have any evidence that the Earth moves around the sun? Any exclusive evidence the Earth moves around the sun? And they won't have anything. They'll say like aberration, parallax. You can just dunk all over that. Retrograde, it's easy. It works the same with the geocentric model. And then you like, so you agree? Then you just have a blind belief, and they can't even say yes. So that's the real battle. I think that, in my opinion, I'm looking at it from a meta perspective. Meta perspective is people think it's science, but it's not. It's a belief.
Yeah,
that's the evidence of the three questions. Exactly when we come in here with the three questions, that's exactly what happens whenever they come out of it. They realize that there's not an out to it other than just a blind belief. So when I take them to those questions and they understand this, like, you know, there's really no place to go from there. I mean, obviously they're going to argue from that position, but there's no way they can justify that now what they have as a belief is truly what is perceivable, because you can't. It's not perceivable by any means. Your senses aren't going to detect what they're talking about, because they say you'd have to go into a place where you can't, you know, most people can't go logistically, you know, outside of the Earth's reference frame and, you know, look down and see the Earth doing something that obviously no one else does see it. So you can't use that in this particular arena. So that's why it's useful for them to actually go through these questions of, like, you know, direct measurement of Earth curvature, you know, axial rotation, you know, vacuum of space. So once it's like known to them that the claims are just their belief, or they just believe somebody else that gave them the information, they understand themselves. They can't tell us anything about it anymore. So it just leaves them open, I guess, vulnerable. And I've said this term before. It leaves them vulnerable to, you know, maybe a greater understanding that they didn't have before. So.
Yeah, I think the more clips we have of, you know, because what, regardless of what the scientific method is, when people think of science, they believe that it's true and known. So when you begin to push these people publicly, and they're like, well, yeah, no, that's not necessarily true. I think the people that are ignorant would know enough to know, hey, wait a minute. What do you mean? I thought this was definitive stuff I was thinking about. Now you're saying, well, you know, it's hypothetically. That doesn't work. I don't care what person it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Register your hot micing, bro.
Something I did.
No worries.
Because like it's really so simple to show the Earth's not a globe. Like, when we build things, we build things in short line segments. So like perfectly horizontal segments, you can use different things, like you can use lasers. So in short segments, you turn around, you combine the laser from each segment horizontally, and you keep on doing this however long you're building something. That's how you attain level, is a straight line segment with a laser. So that would be distinctly different on the globe. From your starting point in all directions, it would be dropping down away from you. Level would be lower than the starting point. But it's not in reality. So like that debunks the globe. Right. So there's like a million things that we do every day that debunk the gorilla monster. I mean, it's a spell. It's a belief and it's a spell. That's really what you're battling against.
I have a total non sequitur. I've always thought it was interesting, the 7 seas, the 7 continents. Now there's 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan, man. Like, it's something weird with this 7 heavens. What's so significant about this 7, man?
Yeah, you'd have to ask. Yeah, we have 7 chakras, 7 colors of the rainbow, seemingly 7 layers, 7 density layers of firmament. So I don't know. I don't know like a physical answer.
Yeah, it's something to think about. I mean, I guess all we can do is think about it, but
I just want to know if, I thought all the satellites mapped the whole Earth, so why are we just now finding 7,000 islands?
Well, they say it's just because it's areas that they chose to, I think, not leaving out context of that is beneficial because they say it's just areas they previously chose not to denote as their own islands. And they found that there were a few little pieces of land out there that they never really specifically denoted as their own place. So now they're counting them all up and denoting them as individual islands. So I think that the discover word was more of a pop sci, a mainstream buzzword. It's still interesting that it's you're just now hearing about all these new islands. I mean, that's interesting, but it's not like they literally didn't know that there was any land outside of there, and most of them are pretty small. Because I'm just telling you, that's what I've heard from the.
Wait, but we read the article. We read the article out, and it said that it was because that's what I thought too. And inherently, I was like, well, they're probably just classifying these things they've already known as now as an island. Apparently, that's not the case. The article itself said that it was the same classification as always. The size, they didn't change anything about the size or anything like that in terms of classification.
Well, yeah. What do you if they're not changing it? That means it already existed. I'm just saying, it's not like they literally didn't know that there was land in the water around Japan, from my understanding.
No, that's the implication though with it, because they're saying that they're not saying oh, okay, well, they were previously too small to be classified as an island, and now we've redubbed what an island is as something smaller. That's not, at least when we read this article out on the live stream, it wasn't implying that, well, these have always been there and we're going to just now classify them as islands. It was more okay, well, we didn't know.
Well, I heard something slightly different. I heard that they did classify a certain size as an island, so they, all these 7,000 or whatever were thought to be smaller than what they classified, that, and that's why they didn't count them. But then they said, upon looking at them, a lot of them were over the threshold to be considered an island. So I don't know. I heard that, but I didn't read an article. I saw some video on it, so who knows?
Yeah, but
of course, they always have some reason.
Let's read the article now. Fuck it. Let's. Why not?
It's just weird. However, the mainstream rhetoric it still came out to the general public as there were 7,000 new islands that were found. That's how it was understood just to the masses. How it is digested and then looked into is entirely different. But just the way it's portrayed over to the masses is this way. So what I'm saying is, even that they couldn't even clarify or say that in the opening statements or in their titles. It sounds a bit, I don't know, kind of like something amazing that just happened, Okay. I don't know. You want to read that, Elijah, or?
I was brushing my teeth, but
so yeah, it's saying here that they're geospatial. They're geospatial. They use different types of survey instruments and methods, and that a lot of them are just really small land masses that had previously gone unnoticed. So I guess in that article it is saying that they didn't previously know about them. It's that they were really small. and that there's no agreement on how to classify the islands, but they chose to call every little land piece, every piece of land an island. If you ever flown over the ocean, there's all kinds of little things of land. You know what I'm saying?
There's an interesting
It is still interesting.
anime. Is it an anime? Yeah, okay. It's an interesting anime called Japan Sinks. And what if there's a phenomena over there where something to do with the water level is somehow lowered to the point where you can see these islands where you would not have previously? That's just speculation. I'm not saying that or for nothing other than this thing Japan Sinks had to do with Japan sinking, and they knew that this was a possibility because it sank before. And then after this tidal wave or whatever it was causing Japan to sink, it goes back to normal or whatever. I always thought that was interesting. Now they find 7,000 new islands. I don't know, man. I wish.
I just think it's misleading, man. It says right here, it says that they were previously lumped together, so that they mistakenly lumped together the smaller ones previously. See what I'm saying? Like they instead of counting them individually, they were just like, oh, that's one, but there was like 3 or 30 little land masses close to each other. So it wasn't like it was literally land that no one had ever seen before. It's that they counted them differently, from my understanding.
Well, that's not how the article reads, though. Japan just discovered 7,000 new islands. And so you can't discover something if it was already there. It would be rediscovered. So the wording was not according to like how they wanted you to perceive it, basically.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they always do that. Like mainstream always does that. Yeah. But they always lie to make a catchphrasey. Like whenever they said the Earth's core is spinning the other way, and another one's like, oh, the Earth's core reverses and spins the other way. What they really mean though is that it's going slower than the alleged spin of the Earth now. So from your perspective on the surface, it would look like it's going backwards. It's all spinning in the same direction. It's just that the core is going smaller. But that's not. I mean, going slower. But that's not as good of an article title. So they're like, oh, the Earth's core spins the other way, shockingly. So I think it's one of those situations. Like if you read right here, 6,000 tally comes from 1987 when the Coast Guard used paper maps of some all masses with a circumference of at least 328 feet. However, many of the smaller islands were mistakenly lumped together.
Speaking of small islands and small island nations, have you guys ever seen the gravity anomaly chart of like the world? All of the small little landmasses have like these big gravity anomalies where the gravity is stronger.
Yeah, so does Canada, where it's weaker.
It's so weird.
Yeah, Canada has like a whole portion that's like missing gravity.
Yeah, the edges of most continents seem to have like more anomalies than like the inner lands, Just wondering what could possibly cause that,
No. Reification.
Yeah,
because the anomaly is a byproduct of some theoretical model in the first instance. So when they say anomaly, they just mean this doesn't fit our model.
Well, no, they did it with gravimeters and stuff all over different places, but I understand what you're saying. That's based on their stuff, but yeah, like those little instruments that they use where they drop the middle balls or whatever.
Yeah, the only real phenomena at that point that would need to be addressed is like in a little vacuum-sealed chamber, you use interferometry lasers to measure how fast the little BB falls. And it doesn't fall at exactly the same rate all over the Earth.
And it's weird if that is the case where there are those
same rate regardless because it's an average. So
yeah,
this is true.
I thought we understood that.
Yeah, but that's not the point. It's that like if I measure it here and then I measure it 400 miles away, that consistently it's less 400 miles away. It's all on average, right? I mean, but it's just that it's consistently less in one area than another.
Okay. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, we could tell me, you know.
Well, we're trying to drill down into that, man. We're trying to figure out why they would say that. It's like we had a guy that.
Well, I think everything's electric. That's why.
Well,
no,
the answer is that's because the globe is a globe and the gravity is well, okay. So the rest of that statement is you begging the question then. Because other than that, it's like, well, this isn't saying anything other than, okay, well, shit drops at a different rate on average in these different areas. Oh, that's great. What usefulness is that? Well, it lets us know that we were right about it being a globe. And no, shut up.
Well, no,
strange, Eli. They say
that's why it's called anomalies. It doesn't match.
Well, they say the contrary to that. Like the guy that I was like having a conversation with in here, he was standing firmly on that. The rhetoric is that everything falls at a constant rate in a vacuum, so that when they're dropping a bowling ball, and if he's that what's his face's demonstration, Brian Cox, but he's like, because bowling balls and feathers fall at the same rate in a vacuum, therefore everything falls at a constant rate of speed. So therefore, if you and I was telling him that's not the case. What was it? And I was trying to remember the name of that tower. What's it? I don't know if you know it. The tower they dropped that those different elements. They have the periodic table on top of it. We have a gift for that.
That was in Bremen, Germany.
Bremen, Germany. Does anybody have the video to that? Because I was trying to recall the name of that place, but I couldn't remember it. But Bremen, Germany, right? We have the GIF of it in the in our archives. But anyway. He was basically standing firmly on that everything falls at a constant, every element. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. There's, demonstrations that show to the contrary of what you're saying. And he's like, well, no, you're wrong. You're just like, and he's trying to pull out citation because I asked him for citation and I can provide evidence that this test has been done to show that just on the fact that elements fall at different rates in a vacuum have already been demonstrated. And we showed him this image that Donato's putting in live stream voice text. And he still said that's not the case because he went back to his bowling ball and feather. So everything falls at a constant. And, just looking it up, I mean, there is a lot of citations that would back up kind of what he's saying. But at the same time, why would they negate a demonstration that shows, even if this is like a black swan, right, let's say, then how is it possible that this demonstration shows something opposite to what he's saying? You know what I mean? Like, or what he's proposing?
Also weird with these gravitational anomalies.
Oh, I can't hear.
I don't know if I'm delayed or something. I might be delayed. I don't know.
You came back just right now.
Okay. Well, like all I'm saying is, like, even in their own model, it's not constant. That's what the gravitational anomaly charts are about, right? So,
and it's weird.
It doesn't work with their model. They call it an anomaly. It's pretty simple.
And it's weird with all these anomalies how they can still claim that weight is different at different latitudes.
Yeah.
Like how do the gravitational anomalies not affect that and make it not the case?
That's what I was telling him. That's exactly what I was saying. But he says, I'm not arguing the fact that the weights are falling at different rates in different places. He said, in the place that you're at, the different elements fall at different rates. That's what I was telling him. So it's not just the location changing the different falling rates, right? To make it like, if you're in, let's say, Canada, things are all going to fall at the same rate, but just differently than like in Chile, let's say. You know what I mean? So you're going to get, he's like, he agrees with that much, but he doesn't agree the fact that you're in one location where things are falling at different rates, at different elements, excuse me.
Yeah.
The different elements.
Yeah. But it makes sense. Makes sense understanding that what they say is happening isn't true. But yeah, he might deny that, but I mean, he's a clown. Like if you take a gravimeter and you measure the little BB dropping, they do this. They have this huge warehouse. They do this. Of course, that's in a vacuum chamber. And during thunderstorms and lightning storms, it drops at a different rate. So it's not outside. It's not getting affected by wind. It's not even outside. just when there's a thunderstorm approaching, or lightning storms, or even rainfall, the object drops at a different rate in the same exact location. They just do this constantly, just drop it constantly for years. It actually changes how fast it falls during certain weather.
All right. Could we say also in a vacuum, in different locations, things fall at different rates, different elements? Or is that just only in the condition of like in the air? Because I think what they're trying to say is in a vacuum that things fall at the same rate. So they're removing.
But this is a gravimeter. The gravimeter is in a vacuum.
Okay, so that's you're saying that in a vacuum, elements still fall at different rates, or is it because that's the argument was everything, all the elements fall at the same rate in a vacuum?
I don't actually know about elements. I just know that a BB in a vacuum chamber will drop at different rates in the same location as you continue to do it, based on stuff like lightning and thunderstorms.
Right. So the
That's all I'm
the microgravity drop tower, the one that Martha, because I couldn't remember which one it was, but that's the argument that I was bringing forth to him that I don't think he knew or not. So when I was talking to him about that specific test, it was done with the different elements. Of course, the periodic tables above the elements, so you could see in the GIF that's people have been showing live stream voice text, and so you could see when it's being dropped that the different elements are lifting off the that little table in there. So then that shows you that those elements are reacting differently in a vacuum in one location, falling at different rates. That's kind of like where I wanted to get to. So in this test, it shows that the different elements fall at different rates. And it can't be said that they all fall constant, like together, like all at the same time, like the same. That was like where I was coming from. I don't think he understood that. That's why I was trying to clarify that with him when he was here.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they did that in a vacuum. I mean, it would be ignorant not to. So, but don't you find it interesting that, like, even in the same exact location with the same exact object, it'll fall at different rates? I mean,
that's even
so
adding
like,
to that adds to it, right? That's just even more. Yeah. Kind of like it adds more of a it would confound their whole test to say that it falls at a constant. You can't even use that anymore. You have to toss constant out. It's just an average.
You know what they try to say, bro? They tried to say, and it's like during thunderstorms and lightning storms, they tried to say, because like when it rains, it changes. They're like, oh, the mass of the rain must do it. But even when it doesn't rain, it does. So they're like, oh, it's the mass of the clouds. The mass of the clouds changes how fast it falls, even though it's in a vacuum chamber inside of a warehouse.
That's a mental gymnastic. Yeah, that's.
Dude, it gets even worse, dude. When the clouds were different sizes, it was still changing at roughly the same amount. Which means it's not just the mass of the clouds, because the different size of them, we're still changing it. So it's something else. Something else is happening that's making that object drop. Now this is like, we wouldn't even notice it, like at all. It's like incredibly precise interferometry, like to many decimal places. You know what I'm saying? Like 5 or 4 decimal places or something. But anyway.
Yeah, I just.
Now I know I have an answer to that. I have an answer, right? Which is, everything's electric. So like the thunderstorm, the lightning storm, that's affecting like the electric field on the Earth in that local region. And so even in a vacuum chamber, you have this electric field. So there's no way to really get rid of it. And it can slightly fluctuate the pressure mediation that comes from the object and the medium, like their relationship. And then, of course, the primary thing is density. But anyway, I won't ramble. But you well, what's the cause of density? Density is the compactness of matter. So if it's the compactness of matter, or how tightly held together the matter is, then what's holding that matter together? Because it's obviously electrostatics, and then it holds it together a certain tightness, and then that reacts to the medium, and then that pressure mediation causes it to go up or down. So yeah, anyway.
So what's it? If they used a more dense object instead of like the little BBs, if they constructed like a bigger scaled gravimeter and did the same thing when storms came by, would it affect the same amount? Like, would the drop rate be different by the same amount, or would the lightning storm, given your hypothesis with the electrostatics, would that cause that item not to slow as much if it's more mass? Like,
yeah, I think Yeah, I think it would be different rates. Yeah, just like when I use my Van de Graaff generator.
I mean, it's already demonstrated though. Register is like the thing that I've been talking about. Like the demonstration, it's already beyond the fact that we've already proven that it isn't the case that all the elements fall at the same rate in one location. That's demonstrated. Like if that's considered the black swan of that information, then it's already debunking the fact that their claim is it falls at a constant. Like that's not the case, because that demonstration shows it. It's like the different elements they have in that table will demonstrate the fact that those elements aren't falling at the same rate. It's not.
Why would you expect them to anyway? Think about it. The only world in which they would fall at the same rate, based on their idea, is if you had a perfect distribution of mass in every direction equally. And they don't have that even in their worldview. So for anyone who is a glober to say it falls at the same rate, necessarily, is telling you that they live in an ideal world, which doesn't exist in reality. So it's an idea. So in the globe model that they've constructed in their mind, things fall at the same rate. That's fine. Orcs, have superpowers. That's fine also. Right? Superman is allergic to kryptonite. That's fine also.
Well, even if it was perfect mass distribution, they would still fall at a different rate in their paradigm, right? Or no?
No. That's what AI just said is their cop out. Every time they find these gravitational anomalies, they say, "Oh, there must be anomalous mass distribution under this region."
But even for more dense, more massive items, like I thought like more dense, more massive items would fall slightly faster in their paradigm.
But that still debunks the claim, though. Yeah, but that still debunks their claim. That's the point.
Oh, I know. I'm just wondering why they don't admit that if it is the case.
Well,
maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, that's maybe I don't know, pride, cognitive dissonance. You call it what you want, but even in the face of a demonstration, they would still say that's not the case. And so that's why I was saying with the guy who was in here, I was telling him and showing him this evidence that we have, and I just couldn't remember the tower, but I know that it was done. So the different elements were shown there. That when they're falling at different rates. So it's like, how can you come back from that? You can't recover if you're saying that it falls at a constant, and you're actually firmly on that, that idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's two scenarios here, right? There's the guy that's defending it because he's ignorant. There's the guy defending it ignorantly, and then there's what the model actually claims or whatever, or is claimed within the model. So like AI nailed it, which is that it's just idealized. Because they teach dumbed down, idealized propaganda to people in school so that they can memorize it. And then we're dealing with people that are still just regurgitating that idealized propaganda that's easy to remember. That's why we still hear mass attracting mass. That's not what their model claims at all. It doesn't work at all. But it's 3 words that a 5-year-old can hear. So like by the time that you're 20, you've heard it 100 times, you can repeat it. So they just give you idealized, easily remembered propaganda, just like Joseph Goebbels said, right? That's what you're dealing with. This is literally just like brainwash.
Memorization and regurgitation has been the detriment of critical thinking, for sure.
Yeah, if you want everyone to believe in it, like, are you going to tell them the displacement and distribution of mass within the fabric of space and time causes a gravity well that guides things down to the center of mass, more specifically the very center, and gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space and time, and blah, blah, blah. Or are you just going to say mass attracts mass 50 times so they can remember it?
Yeah, but even that's stupid. So the idea of a well, right, a gravity well, it brings up the connotation of an empty space in which you could drop something, right? So the mechanism of motion that they're appealing to is your intuitive experience with down. The same thing they do with the bed sheet, where they put an object on a bed sheet. Now, when you put an object on a bed sheet, right, you create an inclined plane from the edge of the sheet to the object that makes the sheet weighed down, right? So when you put a little ball to try to demonstrate how space-time moves things, you're just rolling something down a hill. It's all you're doing. So again, you're appealing to down. What a lot of globers don't know is that space-time being bent doesn't move anything. At best, it can only move it in the initial instance. So for example, something is in location A. You then bend the location that it's sitting on, and obviously it would move when you bend it. But then it's done. It's not going to keep going. It's done. So where's the motion coming from? Well, they're appealing to down, and what else they're appealing to is the expanding universe. An object has to move through warped space-time, just like a train has to go down the track in order to make the turn. A train sitting on a bent track doesn't do anything. It has to be already be in motion.
Yeah, exactly, bro. But then where that even turns into is like, because they just invoked the accelerative expansion. But think about this, right? Like, say that you have that stupid thing they show everyone where they just hijack our intuitive understanding of down for the fabric demonstration. Well, in reality, it's isotropic in their model. There's no preferred direction. It's omnidirectional. So wouldn't it just cancel out? Like, if you have mass within this omnidirectional fabric, then wouldn't it just like bend and warp in all directions, thus effectively straighten out and cancel out?
Yeah, how do they claim a barycenter where the bent space-time is directing objects to the barycenter of a mass? Like, it seems...
I've always found that curious, though, Register, because that's what they say. They're like, you guys think we're actually going around the sun? The sun is actually going around its barycenter, and we're going around that barycenter. So it's like... Yeah. So the sun's rotating around the center. It's not even the place where we're saying we're going around the sun. We're actually going around the sun, who's going around another circular, barycenter.
But they say that's inside the sun, right? To clear, of course, they say the barycenter is inside the sun, just not in the center of the sun.
Which seems like it only works with Newton.
Yeah, but that would probably account for the wobble or one of them anyway. I think that's kind of where they're trying to attribute that to.
Well, no, that's actually what's funny is no, and they actually claim that the sun itself wobbles because of the barycenter. So it's like a totally different
one. You're proving that if you're, I don't know. How are you going to tell that from a wobbling Earth? Like,
that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what they have 4 wobbles in the Houston.
Yeah, you're done. You're done. There's no way you can't recover from a Earth that's wobbling to see something else that's wobbling. Like, come on, and then 3 wobbles. Like, there's no way. You're not gonna be able to tell that.
Get to pick and choose, man. But even Tesla dunked on space-time with that critique that if there was an equal and opposite reaction, then the curvature would straighten out. Like, if you think about just they show you the well where it's just going down, but that's not what their model claims. It goes in all directions. So why wouldn't it just cancel out? How would there be a net effect? Even with the accelerative expansion being the primary vector, well, that's expanding outward. So say, sure, it sends it in motion, whatever. But what motion is there? Like, what direction is there to guide it? It's supposedly isotropic, which means no preferred direction. So, wouldn't it just cancel out? Like, I've never got an answer to that.
No, you gotta think of it as train tracks, basically. So the train is only guided as it proceeds down the track. So a large object in a field of space-time, you place it in, you imagine a bunch of straight tracks, right? You place the large object in and it displaces the tracks around it. Let's say it's a round object, right? So the tracks would curve around it. Now, you send a train down the track, it's just going to follow the track. That's all it's going to do. So as the train approaches the body, its track available to it is curved around the body. So it just follows that curved path.
Okay, so but one more
to least resistance. Let me add this caveat: the same way a physical object goes through whatever's in front of it, it takes the path of least resistance, right? So the cumulative effect of the track, as long as the track is pretty pronounced, it's going to follow that track. It's not going to go off it, right? But again, that requires that object is in motion already.
True, and that's a problem I don't understand either, is how an accelerative expansion gives you the motion that you need. But what I'm saying is how do you even get the track in the first place? For there to be a track, that's a preferred direction. So that's what I'm not understanding. How do they actually even get this track analogy in the first place? Because it's going to bend and warp in all directions relative to that mass. Space doesn't care that we want it to free fall around an object, right? It's where do you get the preferred direction to get the railroad track in the first place?
Well, from displacement.
But
the same as if you drop a large object in water, right? And then you put a small object further in the tub. One is going to displace more volume of water than the other. Now imagine that you don't have anywhere for the water to go up. So if you place the object in, it's going to get squished. And it's going to be squished more by the large object than the small object. But now the problem is you can make analogies about this all day. They have yet to demonstrate these tracks, right? They are essentially mental models at best. What they do have is the path of objects that they appear in free space, right, relative to them. And then they assign these relationships to what they see. So it is really just an interpretation. It's like, it's a model interpretation of a phenomenon. It's like, okay, object A is passing in front of me. Therefore, 15 fairies are carrying it. I mean, it's just that's about as valid.
Yeah, man. I think.
I guess I'm still not understanding the direction part of it. Good.
I was just going to say, I think the nature of the theory of relativity is it makes visualizing how it works that much harder because it's just total nonsense.
Yeah, but okay, so they show us the depiction of a gravity well. They use the fabric, stupid, non-analogous fabric nonsense, and they do the same thing with cartoons. But according to their model, that gravity well would be in all directions. It would look like the depiction of the cartoons they show us of atoms. Like it would be, that gravity well would be up, it'd be sideways.
It wouldn't be even though. It wouldn't be even in all directions. It would be gradiated. So it'd be increasing or decreasing depending on your point of view from the epicenter of the displacement. So like if you imagine like in the water again, and just imagine that each band of water, right, you could see it as grid lines. As you displace them, the grid lines get closer, right, or further apart until eventually they're completely far apart and back to normal. So what you really have, and this is the key to it all, is you have a density gradient of distribution, right? So there's more dense space-time here than right next to it, and the object is passing through the tracks while simultaneously passing through that density gradient of space-time, which, by the way, is perfectly congruent with the Earth being flat and stationary. Because if they need displacement via density distribution, right, to push the object in one direction or the other, then you don't need an expanding heliocentric cosmology. It's the same with mass attracts mass. You don't need a globe or expanding universe for mass attracts mass. Both interpretations of gravity work just fine if the Earth is fixed and in place. You only need to appeal to their view, right, about the globe and the expansion when you're talking about their version of the creation story. That's it. It's not needed for what we have at present. It's only needed for their creation mythos.
Well, yeah, I agree with that big time. I would actually even say that both versions of gravity actually are more congruent with a stationary Earth because it ends up evoking inertial forces, and so it's actually works better on a stationary Earth. I don't, I guess they would say the stupid straw man we always hear that gravity would make the disk turn into a ball or whatever they say, but
so let's stop right there. Hold on, don't go any further. Let's settle that for the slow kids on the globe side. Okay, so if you take a disk, right, and all the forces are radial to the center, because imagine it being as thin as possible, right? So all the vectors of mass, right, attracting mass, would be radial to the center. So if it was a disk, it would be in a planar fashion towards the center. In other words, you could imagine it as spokes, just like on a bicycle wheel. So if you take spokes on a bicycle wheel, does the bicycle wheel spontaneously collapse into a ball? Of course not, because forces are equivalent along the plane. So there's no lateral tension or torsion force that's going to twist it out of planar alignment. So in no way, shape, or form would a disk under the forces of gravity collapse into a sphere. That is stone cold retarded.
Yeah, I have to agree.
But AI, when you were saying that the bent space time, it wouldn't be the same like around the object, which would kind of cause a preferred direction. Is that like uneven part in the direction of like the next closest mass or something? Like what would cause the unevenness of the bent spacetime around, like, let's say the sun?
Density distribution, basically. Like you have an amount of space. Let's say a box full of packing peanuts. Right? You put a heavy object into it, and you push it down.
You're breaking up, AI.
Some of the packing peanuts are going to get squished. Oh man, pick up with your mom.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad, bro.
No. All right, I'll be back.
You said he's breaking up with your mom.
That's what I thought I heard. That was funny.
Yeah, I still like even Tesla said it, bro. He's like, for one, relativity cannot be true for the simple fact alone that space cannot have properties. And two, because it occurs to my simple mind that with equal and opposite reaction, the bending and curvature of space-time would equal out, and it would straighten out. And like, I don't disagree. You know, it seems that's like a necessary implication. I don't know. Of course, like everyone knows within their model that they're having to change gravity as we speak. Like it doesn't work, and they're just trying to make up a new one, and the new ones don't work either.
That would suck so bad being a scientist who's trying to figure out how to fix gravity. Just like totally on the wrong track the whole time. It'd be miserable.
Dude. Hold on. What's think about? I want to pose a question. What's wrong with gravity?
Just a second, place an order.
What's that?
He said he was gonna place an order.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, what's wrong with gravity? There's an answer. Why they have so many problems with it. And the answer is because they try to apply it to a universal scale by interpreting what they see in the sky and make a model that affects the entire universe simultaneously and ubiquitously, right? Rather than just deal with what they experience here on the Earth. And also want to apply it to past events. So they have to fit this thing into a chain of events that leads to the creation of what we have today, rather than being created in space. Right? So it's a philosophical beginning, right? You have uniformitarianism assumptions, right? You have these forces are necessary for the creation of what we have today, right? All these philosophical assumptions put in the
You're coming through really garbled, AI. I don't think anybody can hear you anymore. Audio's garbled.
I think the scientists working on gravity don't feel anything. I mean, when the whole community's behind your back, you know, encouraging you, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I don't think they feel anything either, but I'm just saying, imagine knowing what we know, you know, and like, I don't know, one of them happens to stumble across this Discord at some point and realize what's really going on.
You're dealing with a sunk cost fallacy. So they're too far into like they've all the money they spent, all the time they spent. There's nothing else you can do but to double down. I mean, what else can you do? You can't recover from this, so just go more in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's very true.
It's all that's
I think
left
I was
to do
saying,
anyway.
like, what's their problem with gravity? They start to apply it to this presupposed universal model, and it doesn't work. It also doesn't work on the quantum scale, though. So their understanding of gravity in every form or version that's been postulated doesn't work on the quantum and cosmological scale. Now, in reality, if there's something going on, it has to work on all scales. This idea that there's like selective domains of applicability is just a made-up pseudoscientific way of saying we can pick and choose when we apply our theory because it doesn't work. If there's something that applies to the natural world, it's going to apply, period. And then someone will say, well, who's to say that the heavens or what's above us adhere to the same physical laws? Well, who's to say that they don't? And logically speaking, there would be coherence and order to this place as we see in all other ways that we can actually observe.
Dude, that's where they came up with uniformitarianism and then pressed it on the universe. Nobody can prove that. That's a philosophy at best.
It is a philosophy, yeah. But like, don't you agree that all evidence shows us that there's an order, like there's a natural order, like even just removing cosmology for a second, like just the Earth, like the local scale and the quantum scale, like there's no logical reason why the physical laws wouldn't apply at both scales unless the physical laws are wrong, right? Because the local scale is just simply comprised of the quantum scale. So it just seems like
it's simple. It's simple. Are metaphysical things subordinate to physical laws? Well, the answer is obviously no, yet we know that we live in a physical and metaphysical reality simultaneously. So at some point, the hands of the physical rules give up and bend to the hands of the metaphysical rules. Nobody knows where that boundary is except God himself. And for people to speak that they... Yeah, but a lot of people speak as if they do know those boundaries. And that's where they start messing up.
Well, yeah, see, so I think that's the problem, is they try to look at quantum and shove materialism down its throat, not understanding that you may be looking at areas that are bridging that gap between the physical and metaphysical. So meaning that there's different laws because it's different phenomena. It's not the same thing. So of course a physical law doesn't apply to the metaphysics. But I'm saying, like, overall, when it comes to, like, let's say the energetic aspect of it, like, it would all seemingly be coherent. Certainly if there's some type of transition, right? If there's a transition method, then it seemingly would be like different forms of the same stuff in really crude terms. So, like, now their model doesn't allow them to create any coherence because they haven't been able to come up with any way to do that. So they have to compartmentalize it. But intuitively, I think that it is all coherent, you know, because like I that's just my opinion. It's serious philosophical, but like all evidence seems to show that there's like a distinct predetermined order to everything observed, thus necessitating coherence. Right? I mean,
they also kind of made up a third scale. Like, I don't see why there should be any difference between the gravity in our solar system and the gravity out further in the universe. And they kind of made that distinction just based on the observations where gravity didn't work with the galaxy rotations and created dark matter. And then you got dark energy. It's just a mess. Like,
wait a minute. Hold on. I do. It's very easy. What you just basically said was things that sounded objectively coordinated, but they're actually just interpretations of interpretations. So what they're basically saying is my interpretation doesn't work with my other interpretation, therefore I need a third interpretation.
Yeah.
Right? So in all cases you have an interpretation, and since interpretation equals interpretation and equals interpretation, you have a unified theory, do you not? It's an interpretation.
That's pretty good.
But like even with observations, like people of course bastardize the word science and they say observational science, but we obviously cannot perform science on the sky. But we can make observations, and the observations show us that we're in the center. The observations show us that there's this like perpetual motion that's cyclical, right? The observations seem to insinuate, based on all that we can know here, that there's some type of energy facilitating this cycle. So like just from like I don't know if I want to say empirical. I guess you're using the senses of observation, but like just on a default position of observation, like we can address what that is. That's really what flat Earth is, for example. We're like, well, look, all the evidence, the default of all the evidence says this. So in order to claim the antithetical position requires an extraordinary burden of proof. Like, there's something that's making these things move around, right? I mean, as far as we can tell, there's something that's causing the things to move. And I think it's a bit of a leap to assume that it is completely unrelated to this place, because when we go look at the quantum, we see like a transition from what seems to be metaphysics to physics right in front of our very eyes. So there seems to be some bridge there, is what I'm saying. So they can't even entertain a unified theory because it doesn't work with their mind. I will concede we may be getting into God territory, though.
I mean, look, as much as people want to hem and haw about it, that's where everything's leading on both sides. It's like we had a homeboy come in here earlier. He was triggered about talk about religions and scriptures and things. And then he said, oh, you just trust your book. But simultaneously, he just trusts science books. And he doesn't like the idea that religious people say that, you know, a sentient entity is the source of reality, right? But lo and behold, the mainstream physics, many people in it are moving towards consciousness as being the base unit of reality and preordinate before matter and energy and space and time. So whether they like it or not, the secular materialist scientific paradigm is moving to declaring exactly what specific theists knew all along and what pretty much all the other religions knew all along. That spirit or mind or sentience itself is the source of reality. I mean, no duh.
Yep. Of course, the other glaring difference is your book doesn't have to constantly shift the goalposts. It's made the same claim since the beginning.
Yeah, you know, like that old thing, like used of needing retroactive causality. Hold on, I gotta take this call.
Yeah. Wait a second. What you just said is really interesting, actually, because what I found often with Globers is that they take something that's a weakness and they sell it. They like try and sell it to through someone's mic. Headphones, whatever. Yeah. So, for instance, the other day, Eggshells made this argument about what was it he said? 100 hours of ISS footage. It would be weird if some of it didn't look dodgy, right? So he's effectively selling the idea that there's some dodgy footage as strength of it not being dodgy. But that's the same thing, like with what you've just said about moving the goalposts. They sell that as a strength of science. Oh, well, whenever new information comes in, we just change our claims, right? They sell that as a strength, but it's not. You're effectively making your position unfalsifiable, and then when the position changes, you then make that position unfalsifiable ad nauseum.
Yep. Yeah, and then a perfect example of this is like geocentrism versus heliocentrism. Like geocentrism has remained the same, unwavering the whole time, where the heliocentric model has consistently had to update their claims to absorb the geocentric position bit by bit. You know, like oh, we're in the center, so everything's going to be moving in relation to us. Heliocentric model says we're not in the center. There is no center. We're in a tucked away little dark corner of the universe. We're insignificant. So everything's going to be moving completely independent of us, but it doesn't care about us. Then all observations show that everything moves in relation to the Earth. So they just update the heliocentric model to make the geocentric claim and say, yeah, well, everything is going to look like it's moving in relation to us and that we're in the center. But it's just an illusion. So like they have to keep shifting the goalpost for heliocentrism. And then geocentrism just sits here like unwavering the whole time. Somehow to pretend that the one that's constantly changing is the more valid one is like laughably dumb.
I suppose it's like having two bits of software, isn't it? It's one bit of software that just never has to be changed because it was perfect to begin with. And then there's another software that's like version 1.0, version 2.0, version 3.0. And it's constantly changing to adapt to all sorts of random, weird bits of information. But it's getting closer and closer to the other bit of software that hasn't changed the whole time with each update.
Exactly. Like maybe, just maybe, the other software is the one that works properly.
Oh, but we decided that it doesn't work like 100 years ago, so we're sticking with it.
Yeah.
It's like the biggest sunk cost fallacy of all time, isn't it? The heliocentric model.
And that's another example also where they try to just blatantly flip the script. So it's like, we discovered this 100 years ago. Yeah, so you've been wrong for 100 years, and now you're having to go back to where you were before you made that decision 100 years ago. How is that a positive? Like, how does that support your position?
No matter what, they can't admit to the creator.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but some of them invoke a creator and then they say, oh, because the creator is all powerful, he could have created a globe and the heliocentric model. And you're like, yeah, maybe that could have happened, but is there any evidence for that? Oh, no, they don't want to talk about that.
Yeah. That's always been the funniest part, is like, if you look at the absurdity and improbability of the heliocentric model's claims, you would have to invoke a creator, like, objectively. You know, they don't call it the creator problem. They call it the fine-tuning problem and sweep it under the rug, but this is well known. What AI is talking about is very interesting, though, that like these materialistic proponents are shifting towards like an initial state of intent or consciousness as the primary mover. Just say God, bro. Just say God. Yeah, like if you're not forced to cram materialism down an observation's throat, then you very quickly see that there's like a metaphysical and a physical, and there seems to be a transitionary bridge. And it's like there are these different versions of what we call energy, which isn't even properly defined almost anywhere. And so there's just different modalities or versions of, and it's all seemingly interconnected. And there's actually a bridge from the metaphysical to the physical. And so then the true challenge would just be to understand that bridge and then understand basically the different states. This would give you the unified theory, which seemingly could be boiled down to something as simple as like geometric expressions. And, you know, like that's the sunk cost fallacy is going to pop back up right there. To think that they're going to revert back to simplified geometric expressions, hell no, bro. They've made 4 million equations of pseudoscience. They don't want to go back to something as to have to concede that they were so wrong that like I could show an 8-year-old some geometry and then they'd understand. You see what I'm saying? Like that. That's why we seem to. There's really no hope unless they're forced to concede.
If it hasn't happened
Thing is,
yet,
though, I mean,
I don't see it happening.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Thing
go
is,
ahead,
this
you
is
go
why
ahead.
I like to kind of. Yeah, sorry. Am I coming through okay? I'm not roboting or anything.
Yeah, you're good, Crypto.
I don't know if I'm coming through. I'm delayed. That's what it is. Sorry, then I might have been accidentally speaking over you. Apologies. So this is why I like to compare them to like trans activists or like gender ideologues because, there was a guy on British TV a while ago who literally said on a TV show, "There is no biological difference between men and women." He just said it with a straight face. Now, there's nothing you can do to convince that guy because every single day in reality he sees men and he sees women and he sees that men are different to women and he just kind of doesn't accept it for whatever reason, right? That's cool, but then why would you even bother trying to have an intellectual discussion with that person? They're clearly just not capable of it. So at that point, you just go, okay, well, you go and have your delusions over there, and we're going to be getting on with proper discussions over here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're like, I was watching a couple of videos, and we're talking about the demoralization of America and how it's been long underway, and how it'll get to the point where, despite readily accessible information and truth, it won't matter because we will attain a state that lacks the ability to even understand the value of truth. Meaning, we're now at this state where it's not really about hiding the information as much as people don't know what to do with the information. They literally need to be guided as to what to think and how to think or how to deduce information. And we do clearly seem to be in that state. I mean, it's not fully complete yet because they clearly do have to censor us. They had to censor the last 3 years of anyone speaking out, but it does seem like we're dangerously close to that being complete almost across the board, right? Where it doesn't even matter what the evidence is or if you have access to it.
Yeah, I mean, I did feel like that a couple of years ago, but with the kind of big revivals of truth on kind of less censored platforms, I think there's been a massive move backwards for them in the last 3 years. I mean, I really did. Because I used to think, oh, well, YouTube's kind of got the monopoly on everything and they're just going to censor us and all the rest. And at the time, I thought, well, if it's a meme anyway on this, but it's like if our position was hopeless, then the censorship wouldn't be necessary, right? But then once a platform emerges that has virtually no censorship, like Rumble's a good example, TikTok as well, there's very little censorship on there. Sure, there's shadow banning and algorithmic control and stuff, but the outright censorship is nowhere near what YouTube provides for this topic anyway. And then as soon as a platform like that emerges, suddenly this truth is bursting out. There's billions of views on all these different truth videos and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I think I'm a lot more white-pilled about it now than I was sort of 3-4 years ago.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree for sure. Like, I think this is the thing, that these people are materialistic psychopaths, so they actually overestimate their ability to break the will of man, when in reality there's something so far beyond anything that they can manipulate that you can try to tear away at it for 30 years, and it takes like one moment of true self-reflection, and you can do away with the 30 years of propaganda. So they're fighting a losing battle. So they have to kind of view us like animals, and that shows that these people actually do believe in the nonsense worldviews that they claim, like, because their actions reflect it. So, like, they believe that they can actually manipulate man in such a way that they are incapable of discerning truth, when in reality they can only make it less likely that people discern truth. They can never actually eliminate that ability, right? It's like ingrained in us. So I think that's why it's like they can spend all this time and money and effort trying to do it, and then it just takes like a flip of the switch and people are immediately make it all crumble. And that's what they deserve, honestly.
I hope you're right, but as far as people in my life, man, dude, I have not converted a single person in my life to Flat Earth, to open any of their eyes at all. They're either, they think it's just too stupid, or they're not interested in it at all. Like, they literally are actively annoyed when I talk about it, even though I destroy them if they ever do actually have a conversation. Like, it's not even close, and I don't understand how they can hear what they're hearing and just be like, no, I'm good, you know? But I do believe what you're saying, and that there's obviously proof in the form of how it is, you know, getting big on different platforms. I am surprised at how effective this brainwashing technique, this demoralization, has been on its face.
Yeah, I definitely don't dispute that it's effective. You know what I'm saying? It just like they seem to be under the impression that it's somehow definitive, and it certainly is not. That in fact, proof of this is that they have to misguide intention, meaning like people lack the intention to actually look into the truth, right? So that's why people are still believe in the globe Earth and the heliocentric model, is they lack the ability to actually focus their intention on seeking out verification or falsification of those beliefs. Like, that's how my dad is. Like, my dad just won't look into it, bro. He just won't look into it. So, like, the propaganda, the brainwash, that's what it's actually doing, is it's actually steering intention, which actually proves my point that it's not them that are in control. It's still the individual, because they have to convince them to misplace their intention. See what I'm saying? So, like,
that's true.
It's
Yeah,
still
that's a good point.
hand. Yeah.
But is that the main difference? Is that the main difference between us in this room and the people who can't hear it or don't want to hear it? Is it the intention, you think? I always try to figure that out, man.
100%. And that's why you can see people that have looked into this for 7 years, and they still say stuff like, "Flirts have to lie, you can go to Antarctica," when our argument is that you can't privately and freely explore it. Because they cannot allow their mind to truly look at it with pure or properly guided intention. So they could be here for 50 years, and until they flip that switch in which they have like a properly guided intention to find the truth, it doesn't really matter what. You can just pummel them over the head with information. They can't compute it because there's this block of intention.
And like you said before, that they will lie if they think it's going to be for the greater good. Like Tim Pryor in your streams, man. Like him talking about how he went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun. And then he was in either this server or one of the other ones back in like November. And he was talking about it. I'm like, dude, when did you go on this trip? He's like, in college. I was like, no, what time of year? He said July. So he's just a liar, dude. Like, it's unreal.
Yeah, that's funny, bro.
And
But he believes there is a 24-hour sun, right? Like that's right. That's why that point I make is so clearly true, and I really got it from Jaron. He believes there is a 24-hour sun, so his lie is justified in his mind.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
that
seems
just
like
doesn't compute with me, you know. Like, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you're good, Crypto. I was just saying that just doesn't compute with me for some reason. Like lying, you know, to prove your point when you're clearly lying, it just seems so weird. But go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, it's just ends justifies the means BS, isn't it? Like, I'll say whatever as long as we stop these stupid fluffs from, I don't know, spreading their ideology or whatever. Like, but they don't seem to. They seem to treat it as all like a game, and it's not really about actually sort of knowing real information. Something that I find interesting as well about specifically the Antarctica thing that you said, they've trapped us into like a feedback loop of dim sum, right? So it's like they know that they're lying, but they're doing it intentionally to waste your time and waste your energy. What they don't realize, of course, is that I think everyone in this room will like, how are they going to waste infinite energy, right? But I think that's what they think they're doing, is that they're like grinding us down with just like sea lioning techniques, basically.
I think also the problem is that that they think that there is no good and evil, and that they don't think people could be evil. Because now we move through the idea of feelings, right? Like, I feel this way. So yeah, I mean, they just don't believe there's a good and evil.
You know, the other thing is the brainwashing is working to a certain degree. My best friend, I woke up my best friend my whole life, and also another guy I went to high school with. But these two people inherently are already kind of truthers. They were already kind of looking into some different things, and both my best friend and the high school friend, they laughed at first, but I was like, hey man, you can laugh, it's fine, just look into it. And now they're both absolutely true earthers. But then my dad and my sister, they will not look into it like what you're talking about. My dad vehemently is opposed to it, like with anxiety and tension. His body gets tense when we kind of talk about it. But then my sister, she won't look into it either, but she just doesn't care at all. She's like, oh, it doesn't interest me. I've got my own life. I got to take care of my kids. I'm busy. It's not that important. And so they don't even think. I'm like, how can you not see the biggest deception ever? Is it important? You should look into it. They're like, nope, not interested. And then I'm just thinking, oh, brainwashing worked.
Yeah, dude, my own wife won't hear it. It's bizarre.
You know, a lot of it is fear-based response, because if a lot of that magnitude or deceptions really are all over the place, I think a lot of people, they already are stressed and anxious about getting the bills paid or about life in general. And to heap this massive stressor onto them, they don't have the emotional energy. But then there are people like us where it's like, look, I want the truth. I don't care about if it makes me uncomfortable. I just want to try to find the truth. We're driven to do that. So good on y'all.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? This is exactly what. 1 second. This is exactly what they're doing, right? They're pumping people with so much bullshit on the media, on the news, right? That they're overwhelmed, right? So they have no time to be thinking about flat Earth, because they have so much other shit they're throwing in their face.
All right, Donald. What?
It doesn't matter.
Welcome back.
Sorry.
Well, sorry.
Welcome back.
Thank you, though.
Must have not been that important if you just forgot.
Well, I mean, the guy was saying something, and I wanted to ask a question about what he was saying.
Yeah, dude, go ahead.
Well, I mean, he'd have to repeat what he said.
He's talking about people being brainwashed.
Oh, sure. Okay, so what makes you think? What makes you think that education is brainwashing?
I didn't say that education is brainwashing. The elites that have a master plan over how the world functions and works. Yeah, which guy? Which guy?
I don't believe there are any gods. I'm an atheist. I think it's impossible.
That's not what they said. Which guy? Hold on a second. There is objectively brainwashing in education? There's even a professor that we quote in here that says he effectively brainwashes students. That's how the curriculum goes. Dude,
he's
hang on,
proof that
hang
he's
on.
brainwashed. Does that person teach in the public system?
At university level, yes.
No, the university is private. No,
No, it's
university
not.
is private.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Anyway.
I'm what I'm asking about. What I'm asking about is
Hey,
what I'm asking
Donald, listen,
about
buddy.
is
Universities are public also.
What
dude.
I am asking about, the thing that I am asking about is the public school system. Is that what is being taught in the public school system? Not
Universities are also public. Universities are also
No,
public.
universities are private.
No, they're not.
They're not funded by the government.
Can we talk
That's
one at a time,
the
please?
thing that
Hey, buddy,
differentiates.
Donald, stop interrupting people.
Well,
Yes,
only
sorry.
if you,
Donald,
can you stop interrupting me?
Dude, I'm
Can
in the
you
middle.
not interrupt me?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm trying to, buddy, I'm trying to speak and you keep interrupting me. There are both public universities. Yes, the vast majority of universities are public and funded by the government. Thank you.
No, opposite. You're wrong.
Hey, are you related to Brenda, Donald? You sound a lot like Brenda to me.
Guys, I definitely want to
I
get
don't know
in
who Brenda
here.
is.
I want to get in here. I want to get in here. So there's this. If I was to ask you, Donald, if I said the words to you, re-education camp, would you think that those people were being brainwashed?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so how do you know that the education that they'd previously received wasn't the brainwashing?
Evidence.
Donald,
the evidence.
Universities are higher education institutions that are mainly funded by state governments.
Ability to perceive evidence is based on conclusion here. The whole point of this is that their ability to perceive evidence will be based on their brainwashing. Correct?
No.
Bruh. What do you mean no?
Requires
That's the
zero.
Point. That's the
brain.
Point of brain.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. So hang on.
No, stop.
Please, may I
stop?
No, I think crypto's lagging.
No,
Don't
yeah, I think he's delayed.
No, you stop. Dude. Stop. Stop.
Yeah, he's just lagging. He's just lagging.
Yeah, you're roboting, crypto. Donald, I'm just gonna go ahead and give you this warning one more time, okay? You have to calm down and not interrupt. You have to calm down and not interrupt people, Donald. Okay? You gotta chill out, buddy.
Am I coming through now?
Yes.
Crypto radio
No,
check
I
1 2.
would leave and come back, bud.
Okay, yeah. No, I think I'm back now. So look, if brainwashing didn't affect your ability to interpret evidence, there would be no point in brainwashing people. So for you to just go, the evidence, that's not an argument. The point of the brainwashing is that you don't know what evidence is.
Good dunk down.
So would you like to listen to the words that come out of my mouth, or do you just want to continually mute me for no reason?
No, it wasn't for no reason. It's because
I was the one who was interrupted, and you muted me. That is unfair.
All right, Donald, listen.
You are unfair.
You're interrupting me right now. Buddy, I'm a moderator. Why do you keep thinking you can talk through me? Shut up. Okay.
If you're
doing, Donald, shut up. What you're doing is you're talking. You're like, I'm a baby. And then you pause for 10 seconds and then start talking again. You don't get this unimpeded. You can pause 7 seconds between each sentence. We don't have to sit here and bow to Donald as he takes forever to speak. So if you want to coherently speak, make your point stop, that's cool. What you're doing is you're talking, you're pausing, and then someone's going to respond and you start talking through them again like you weren't done talking yet. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you guys mute me unwarranted again, I just leave.
That's fine. That's completely fine. If you want to leave, go ahead. No one cares. Would you like to address my point, though?
I mean, I'd love to, but I keep getting muted, so I cannot.
But when you have the floor to speak, you're just choosing to complain about your mute status. So when you're unmuted, that's your chance to proceed, not to whine. So this is your last chance. We don't want to hear any more whining. Why don't you address the points and stop complaining?
Which point?
Then you can't just say evidence. You can't just say it's not brainwashed because it's evidence, because the whole point of brainwash is that you don't know how to interpret what evidence is sufficiently.
Is that Witsit?
We're also wrong, Donald.
Give a rebuttal, or
in the
you
public.
just have a hate boner for.
I mean, give me a point to rebut, and I'll do that.
We already did. You're feigning ignorance. You're like, wait, what's the point? We already did, dude.
Ignorance. What does that mean?
Doing exactly.
I can hear
what you're doing
authenticity.
right now.
I can hear authenticity over acting, and you are acting, dude. You're not even real.
He hasn't said anything.
So you're saying my tone of voice dictates truth?
What?
No, I'm saying that the gig is up. I can totally hear that you're not being an authentic person in this chat. You are acting.
Well, the only thing that I am acting is like somebody who wants to.
I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
Buddy, Donald, can you let's just take it back, okay? So we're talking about how people get people. Oh my god!
Please stop muting me. Please stop muting me.
Stop whining in the microphone, or you will be muted.
Well,
if you can't control yourself, don't control you.
Let me speak for 5
You
seconds.
have had the ability to speak.
All right, here's what I say. Let's let Donald talk for Donald. Listen, I'm gonna let you talk, okay? Stop crying like a little girl. Shut up.
That's not what's happening.
Okay. So
You're
make
using
an
your
actual
ability to
point.
speak to complain about the lack of ability to speak while you're speaking, clown.
Let's just say no one interrupts him and let him see what he's gonna say.
So, okay. Do you have questions that are unanswered about the globe?
Bruh. Please address what I said. Please address what I said. In any way at all. Even just attempt it.
I will do that. I'll address what you said. You, go.
Bruh.
Say it again, Crypto.
I mean, Witsit literally just summarized it for you. Then you ignored when I said it, and you ignored Witsit's summary, which was word for word what I said anyway. I don't know how repeating it a third time is going to help, but I'll try. So, the point
if things are said, please just say the thing that you're interested in.
So why did you talk through me while I was about to repeat it? The thing that you asked me to do.
Just go. Go ahead.
I'm trying to. Just don't talk. So, the point of brainwashing is that it affects your ability to interpret evidence. So when I said to you, how do you differentiate education from brainwashing? Saying evidence isn't a rebuttal to that position.
Except it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, brainwashing has no evidence. Education has evidence.
How do you know which is which?
Evidence. That's the thing.
But if you're brainwashed, you can't differentiate.
I don't feel brainwashed.
Oh my god!
That's what people who brainwash would say.
Your feelings.
Well, okay, so define brainwashed. Hang on. Define brainwashed.
L. That's the definition.
Wait. I want to point out. This is going to be a hilarious clip. Everyone try to give him some air to speak because I think it could be a pretty hysterical clip. So,
well, define brainwashed.
Yeah, it's the whole topic, right? So, do you want to go ahead with it?
You.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. So the whole point is that brainwashing affects your ability to interpret evidence.
Okay, but define brainwashed.
I just did.
You didn't. You gave an example of brainwashing. You didn't define brainwashing.
Fine. So brainwashing, I guess, is a process by which false information and false methods of attaining information are embedded in someone's psyche. There we go.
All right. How do you decide what is or is not false information?
I don't know, things without evidence, perhaps.
Wait. I'd like to talk to the other guy. If you
point originally,
let me.
Donald, you seem to be lost here, man.
No, I'm asking a question. That's all.
It's been answered.
It hasn't, though.
Bro, you're now making...
It has.
Am I coming through, or is he just talking?
So how
you're kind of.
How do you figure out which is false information and which is not false information?
Empirical means of verification. Empirical is observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. Then you actually run it through an empirical method so that you can. Why do you keep interrupting people when they're dunking all over you intellectually? Why do you keep interrupting them?
I haven't done that.
You just did.
Come on, Donald. This isn't gonna last long.
Like we all kind of want you to be here because we think it's funny, but you have to behave yourself. Jeez,
can we just appoint one person, please, so that we can get something?
Crypto.
I mean, I'd like for you to find how I'm misbehaving.
Crypto seems to be lagging a lot, so maybe Witzik can take over, or
yeah, I can for a second. Yeah. Okay, so what we're saying is that just because you use the word education doesn't mean it's not brainwash. Okay, because he defined it perfectly.
Brainwashing.
He just did.
It's also been posted in the chat.
Your definition, your personal definition of brainwashing.
Yeah, when false information or an inability to properly deduce the validity of information or evidence is embedded into a person's psyche. There are numerous different methods of doing this. For example, repeating remedial phrases that are misnomers so that people can repeat them and believe them and internalize them. Conditioning the psyche of an individual to misinterpret evidence.
Okay, so the very beginning of that, you said misinformation. What about if it is actual information that is true? Is that still brainwashing?
I never said misinformation. What I said was actually...
You did, though.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, Donald, we're going to have to rewind the tape.
So now you're being dishonest. So now you're lying.
All right,
Can you read, buddy?
We'll find out if that's true.
Can this guy read? Can you read? Like, it's in the voice. It's in the voice chat.
Okay, there we go. Let's read it. Brainwash. Intensive, forcible indoctrination, usually political or religious, aimed at destroying a person's basic convictions and attitudes and replacing them with an alternative set of fixed beliefs. The application of a concentrated means of persuasion, such as an advertising campaign or repeated suggestion in order to develop a specific belief or motivation. The process of forcible indoctrination into a new set of attitudes and beliefs.
Okay, just to clear it up, because you started laughing like a maniac when you heard things that weren't said. I'm just going to replay it. He never said misinformation.
He just did. He just did.
Your definition, your personal definition of brainwashing.
Yeah, when false information or an inability to properly deduce the validity of information.
I didn't hear misinformation. Anyone else?
No.
One more time.
False information or an inability to properly deduce the validity of information.
Okay. All right, so let's just clear that up. Can we get another? Does anyone want a maniacal laugh real quick back at Donald?
Good job,
okay.
Donald. You've been unmuted, but you also been
guys mute me again unwarrantedly.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Shut up, Donald.
You're not just going to maniacally laugh and claim you said something that wasn't said. That type of stuff doesn't fly with me. So
okay, if you guys unwarrantedly mute me again, I'm just going to leave.
You've said that several times. Your word doesn't mean anything.
And I've been.
Donald. He muted you because he wanted to play a clip.
Bro,
right?
This is a perfect example of a man-child. Like, holy shit. Yeah, he's gone.
Man, that was crazy, bro. This dude is like very sheltered, and he's like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take my toys with me.
He'll post
like
in
his
the chat
maniacal laugh,
soon,
right?
and he'll tell us
Crazy.
to come convince him that the Earth is flat.
I mean, well, here's the problem. He probably came here. He's used to being in like a really safe environment with like other equally crazy-minded people, and
The very beginning of that, you said misinformation. What about if it is actual information that is true? Is that still brainwashing?
I never said misinformation. What I said was actually. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
oh, the evil laugh.
Maniacal laugh, though, dude.
Holy smokes, dude! That's why we have the live stream, because you're not going to get away with claiming people said stuff that they didn't say.
And what's funny is I was actually going to restate what I did say, and he interrupted it.
I don't think that dude said one true thing the whole time.
Hell no.
No.
But it's sad because it would be hilarious to be like, hey, can you give me any exclusive evidence the Earth moves around the sun? You know, like imagine what that guy's answers would be to that.
Yeah, but we can keep the party going, man. We got some people brand new that are in here. We got 1410 in the wings, so we're gonna meet some people here. 1410, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How are you doing? 1410, if you're there, go ahead and unmute your mic, man. We'd like to say hi if you are there.
Is that like your Android tag?
Yeah, he's got like a wolf avatar too. 1410, if you're there. All right. Well, if you want to chime in, go ahead and unmute your mic. That was Donald. Did you guys ban him, or like how did he mute him or something?
No, he just
bounced.
He just cried and stomped off. I guess I need to play the clip.
Yeah, play that one.
Each quit.
That's why every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for, when you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
If I mute you, you ain't coming back.
Who is that?
He's in detention right now. I think he spiraled out and maybe triggered the bot. And that's how y'all put him there.
Hope it was worth it. Hope it was worth
Yo, Creation Bear, I was looking through your soundboards because I wanted to add some. You have so many in that Discord, dude. It's crazy. It's overwhelming.
That's only some of them too. Yeah. What did you want to add? I can probably add it.
I don't know. I was just going to look through and come up with some to add for my stream and use my stream deck. And I'm like, damn, this is overwhelming.
Word. Well, my server has a whole channel for extra clips and stuff. If you want to throw something in there or grab stuff from there, I can drop a link to the server. So I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, we like.
No, I joined your server. That's where I got overwhelmed.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Creation Bear, I don't know if you know Shane St. Pierre.
Yes.
He's got some cool clips as well. So maybe you can cross reference and see if you can share ideas, whatever. I don't know.
Cool. Yeah, we'll do.
Hey, what server does Christian Bear have?
Does who? Oh,
Creation Bear.
Yeah, I'll drop a link. It's just my own personal server, just kind of like an archive to store links and GIFs and memes and stuff like that. And I'll drop it in the chat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, check the live stream. Oh, 1410, what's going on? Did it cut out for me? 1410. I saw you light up. What's going on?
No, there's nothing.
Boo.
It's a bot.
You got Moist Grundle. He's verified. Maybe he wants to speak. See a thing or two, perhaps. If you want to check him out.
Yeah, we were talking about this respawning thing the other day, right? And Donald's definitely a respawner. Like, he's going to come in tomorrow asking what brainwash is.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
He respawned mid-sentence. Like, he was like,
did you notice how? Did you notice how what I said? So I'd said a certain thing, and then 5 minutes later he was saying that same thing back to me, like I hadn't already said it to him. Like, how do you differentiate brainwashing from education? Like, that was the whole point. That he didn't accept when it went against his earlier point, but was then trying to present to me as if he'd made it in the first place. Like, this guy's crazy.
Yeah, but Crypto, he doesn't feel brainwashed, though. That was the funniest line.
Yeah,
I don't feel brainwashed.
How do you know you're not brainwashed? That's so good.
yeah, that's what a brainwashed person would say.
Right.
What's that old quote? It's like, it's easier to fool someone than convince them that they've been fooled.
Yeah.
I think it's like Twain.
We're seeing that play out in real time here, folks.
There's something I've noticed too about this, man. All of these people, the ones who they don't believe in brainwashing, they are quite easy to manipulate and control. Like, they will do anything if you know what to say and what body language you use. They will do anything that you tell them to do.
All right, we have Moist Grundle that's in here, and we got Rachel also. Rachel, welcome to the platform. I think she's VC verified, so is Moist Grundle. So if you guys want to jump in here, man, go ahead.
Biggie, the first thing we should ask people when they join is, hello, Rachel, do you feel brainwashed?
Rachel, you there?
Dude, yeah.
I think you've unmuted your mic, but we don't hear anything. So there might be a problem there.
It's funny, Crypto, because that was basically his argument, too, if you break it down. Because he was saying the evidence, and you're pointing out that if you're brainwashed, you're not able to identify what evidence really is, So kind of funny that it all breaks down to that one line. I don't feel brainwashed. Like, that's literally what his argument was.
All right, so Rachel, you're back again. Welcome. Does your mic work? I hear you breathing.
I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic?
I love that clip. Oh, I guess not. How about Moist Grundle? Grundle, are you there?
Do you feel brainwashed, punk?
Yeah, you supposedly do, Rachel. You have all the perms. Yes, you do. Try again. Let me see. I'm looking at your... Yeah, you got VC verified, Ladies Night, Bible study. There shouldn't be any reason why you can't talk. Did you turn your microphone on, or is it plugged in, I should say? That's where the problem would lie, because you unmuted your mic, but we don't hear any sound. Check your connection. Yeah, also 1410, if you're there, you can chime in as well. You're unmuted locally, though. Moist Grundle, are you there?
Does this mic work? Well then, down mic.
I got an idea. Let's join a voice call where everybody just sits around and not says anything. Think that will work?
I have a topic, but I don't want to get something going when these new people might be wanting to say something.
Like ASMR voice calls.
They want to hear Crypto's soothing voice.
Creation Bear, I entered your den on your server and I saw a clip of me right there at the beginning. That was pretty cool.
Oh, since we have this group of people here, Flatsy, I think we should also let people know that there was a hit piece done by an Australian guy, basically making fun of the server, where featured the people in here were Jedi, Creation Bear, OK. Remember that girl, OK?
Yes, I saw that. What you're talking about. Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm just mentioning it to the crowd because that has been done. So.
Yeah, I think that I don't know if that guy realized it, but he got schooled by CV, Jedi, and who else was it? Somebody else that was talking to him.
Oh, it was obvious it be.
Oh, you're talking about the video, the hit piece, dude.
Obvious it be.
They didn't even make us look bad. I felt like they made us look funny. Like they didn't put me in a negative light.
I didn't think that anybody was represented in any negative way at all.
Hola.
Oh, yeah, we got you, Rachel.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry about that.
What was it? Let us know what it was. It was.
I don't even know. I just restarted my laptop and now it works. So.
Did you hit the computer like the Fonzie? Hey, it just started working all of a sudden.
No.
Okay. You got VC verified, but you got some tags too. So, you don't have an Earth-shaped role, so we're just kind of wanting to know. Inquiring minds want to know where you stand with the position of the topic of the server.
Oh, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah.
Do you feel brainwashed?
I mean, like, if I was brainwashed, I wouldn't think I was brainwashed, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you're listening to the conversation we had, but
that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy, he screeches on the microphone going, You think you live on a planet? Ah! Yeah. That's pretty funny. We have a clip of him saying that, so it's kind of funny. All right, let me give you a flat earth roll.
Thanks.
I think you've been here a while, right, Rachel? I've seen you here before, but...
Yeah, I've talked a little bit before.
You have like the Fern Gully stuff going on with your stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that before, that's why.
I love that movie.
Yeah, okay. Fern Gully. How does Fern Gully work on a globe? Just kidding. All right, well, yeah, we got interesting people. We got a few Globers that are in the chat right now, like Bruh L, but he's mostly silent. He doesn't really speak up.
Ooh.
Yeah. Cue the tomato throwing, right? But yeah, this is this is like what we're dealing with here. So some people think we have an echo chamber, and just another Glober sitting in this chat will disprove that. But also, we want to talk to people why they think what they do. It's it's interesting, right? What the hell is keeping? And so Donald was having a lot of trouble in here, so we're trying to get a handle on things. So we got Kevin Canister just joined us. Kevin, welcome to the server. You got VC verified. Kevin Canister II, are you there?
Imagine being a Glober called Donald. Oh my god, he must get so much hate.
And with a funny voice like he has.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god.
Planet.
Okay, so what is the thing that we're on right now?
So good. So good. Can't put a price on it, my friends.
Creation Bear, if you got the I think it was Heretic talking to one of the Globers, and he was saying, "Our plumb lines, straight lines," and he just goes, "Fuck you."
Oh yeah.
Have you got that?
Heretic.
That might be my favourite one. I don't know.
It is. It's good, isn't it? We got TOS UK working on clips. We got, gosh, man, Clipcord. I call it the Clipcord gang, or you can call it the TOS gang, whichever one.
Nah, these are the Clip Kings. You heard? Clip Kings.
There needs to be we got to give them a tag for that.
I did in my server.
Yeah, Baked Goods should be a part of that. Yeah, okay. Run Boston just shot me a little DM. But it's true. Rachel, what brought you to the understanding the Earth is flat and stationary?
So let's see. I heard it from a friend on his psychology group. Not that he believed that, but that he just knew somebody from school who believed that, and he was, laughing about how stupid it was and everything. And then, I'm sorry, I have explained this so many times, and you just caught me off guard. What was next after that? Oh, yeah, I found a bunch of bullshit online, like all the stuff that they put there for you to find that looks ridiculous with the, plane just floating in space and the water falling off and everything. And then later on, it came up again in some video that I was watching. I can't remember that guy's name. It might have been Michael Tellinger, I don't know, but he does other subjects and he mentioned it, and I was just like, I gotta find out more about this because I really respect this guy, and he's talking about it, and why does this keep coming up? So then I kept looking, and I didn't just stop with the stuff that I initially found, and I went to the 200 Proofs video, and then I started watching debates, and Witsit, your debates are amazing, and yeah, the rest is history, so.
Awesome. We're glad you're here. We are just going to drop this as a little plug. We're live streaming on YouTube with Helio Skeptics live channel and mine on Rumble. So we're getting a fair little bit of audience that are listening on both platforms. So I'm going to plug mine in. Do you know where Helio Skeptics live channel is? We can put that one in there too. If you don't know. Here. I'll put mine and then I'll put his. And then you can see we have different audiences that are listening. That's mine, and I put Helio's right below mine. So yeah, we got different people listening on those platforms, and you can come in here. If you guys are listening on Rumble or if you're listening on YouTube, under the description of those videos, you can go down there and join this Discord, or also just look at discord.gg/flat earth, and then you can join us in this platform just by going to Discord and putting that into the search engine, and you'll find us. You'll come in here, we'll unmute you, and then we'll have a conversation with you. If you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, it's great, so we can have a convo like we're doing with Rachel at the moment. But appreciate you guys who are listening. You guys are amazing, who are subscribing to our channels and helping us grow. So yeah, if there's any new people in the chat right now, I think we got Rachel. We said hi to her. We got, let's see who else is in here. 1410. 1410, you're brand new, and if you want to, go ahead and speak up. You're unmuted. Kevin Canister was given the ability to say what's going on, if you're still there, and Moist Grundle. We had all new people in here. So Kevin Canister, if you're there, you want to say hi. All right. Kevin, are you there? We can't hear you, Kevin. If you unmuted, you're back on mute again. It's I don't know. It's a Discord thing, maybe. Leave and come back. Or just hit your computer one time on the side, just like Rachel, and it'll probably start up again. No idea. I think it's a Discord thing. You probably have to leave and then come back.
Does this mic work? Well then, down mic.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic? Yo, you got a mic? Yo, you got a mic? Yo, you got a mic?
Yeah, man, I got a mic. God damn it.
I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic? Oh my God, this dude is annoying. Damn. Oh, I'm annoying. You got a mic?
What's up, guys? Kevin, yeah, you're not coming through, bro. Righto. What else we got in here? From the top, AI is probably at work right now. Amish, welcome. Andy, hold my beer. Back to sleep. Bong Sao. Bruh L, who probably doesn't. No, Bruh L never really speaks up. We got your boy, CB, on the ones and twos.
Put some respect on my name.
We got Conspiracy, Crypto, Donkey Kong, Batman, Flatsy Klein, Indio, who's deafened, JCW, Johannes Medegar, Kel, Kevin Canister, myself, Moist Grundle, Paul V, Plagueman, President Orion, Quetzalcoatl, Rachel, Regis Cherslow, Resolve, Brun Boston JT, Russ, Sasha, TOS UK, The Gettier Problem, Travis, Warrior, Ethergrass, Old Dude, and Car. Everybody's on the panel.
Down the Monko.
You know what time it is. It's time to get down to business.
I think this is the quietest I've ever heard it in here.
Boo!
What a downer. Ooh.
The quietest. All right, it's time to make some noise.
We've had a pretty good run today. We've had, didn't Kosho pop in earlier? Then we had General Red Mike, and then Donald, all interrupting our otherwise fruitful conversations.
It must be Whiny Baby Thursday because they're all whiners, man. Every single one of them. You're not letting me speak. Wah, wah. Like every one of them, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, they want to just like talk endlessly and interrupt you, and then not be interrupted, and also not be muted. It's like that's not gonna happen, bro.
Crypto. The worst part about it is they lose the plot. You're like, okay, yeah, go ahead and answer the question. What was the question? Yeah, I just finished telling you. Can you answer it? And you restate the question, and somebody else restates the question, and they're like, okay, but why do you keep muting me? And I just feel like if I talk about why you're muting me for a little bit, you understand why you're muting me. And it's like, okay, so can you answer the question? All right, what was the question again? 3 fucking times, dude. And then you still didn't get it. And you restated the question, and he still wants to talk about his feelings. I'm like, oh my God. Are you serious?
Not only that, it happened also with the definition. Well, I need you to define brainwashing. It was defined in the chat. It was defined by Crypto, defined by Witsit. And he proceeded to continue to ask, but I need a definition. Bro, first of all, you know what it is. We've already told you. You're just being ignorant.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, that's a fallacy, isn't it? A reduction to absurdity. Well, define that definition. No, hang on. We got to understand what that definition meant in context. So we got to define that thing that you said. It's like, dude, we're never going to get to the fucking context. because you want to keep reducing this fucking argument to absurdity. We're never going to get to the context. We're always going to be spinning the wheels of like conversation until we finally have we got everything dismantled, right? Every single letter in what we're saying. And where did that come from? Latin, Greek, Hebrew? Like, what the fuck, dude? Damn, that's annoying as hell when you're trying to listen to third party. You're like, you can't even have a coherent conversation because they're like, well, define that. Oh, how do you define that? Like, God.
We should just speak Spanish. You know, it's like English words. It's like, I mean, it's like trying to figure out how to use words. It's like, really? What's the radius of the Earth?
It's pretty funny though, because you get upset about it, man. You're like, we're not gonna fucking define shit that we already. You know what I mean, right? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yes or no? If you don't know, then that means you're having trouble with you're having trouble with the English language, and I think you need to go back and learn some basics because you can't even have a coherent discussion if that's the issue. If you want to reduce everything that we're talking about to absurdity, man, fucking hell, bro. That makes it difficult when you're a third-party listener and you're just like, well, define this term. Oh, man.
Hey, Mayhem, can you define the word define, please?
Yeah.
It depends what you mean by define.
What the word is.
In what context were you using it, man? Was it a Tuesday when the sun was shining, or was it raining outside on a Wednesday? Like, what the fuck?
You know what I find interesting about that, though, is that I personally think that the way I defined brainwashing was actually a better definition than the dictionary definition. Because the dictionary definition didn't really talk about its effect on the person. It just talked about the process, right? So, but I think brainwashing is effectively its effect on the person, which is what's relevant. It's not the process so much. Obviously, you need to know what the process is, because otherwise you don't know how you've got the effect to affect the person. But it's the effect on the person that really is of concern in the context of that conversation, right?
Absolutely. I liked your definition. And the whole thing with Donald, I wasn't trying to be mean, saying, like, are you related to Brenda? I was more or less meaning, like, you sound just like Brenda. Because here's the thing. The hardcore zealots and anti-flat earth deniers, they're not able to say anything that holds weight. And, the actual rotation can't be proved. There's no curvature to be found anywhere. There's no proof of the earth going around the sun. So now they're all in mass just trying to stall and delay and cause division and argumentation and low vibration stuff to happen in the servers because they can't say anything else. We done figured it out.
Damn, dude, that's the truth right there. That's well said.
They're bogging the shit down with their absurdities, man. They just come in here. They don't have an answer. So there's a couple of outs for those types, right? They could reverse the burden of proof onto you and then have you go into a whole Wally world of like explanations, right, of to like how you're going to provide evidence for the earth being flat and stationary, and they're pretty much happily to sit back and just hear you talk, right? Because then they can point out how you're wrong, but that's not the thing. Or they could reduce the argument to absurdity, where every single thing that you say is like, well, we got to define what this word means. It's like, God damn it, dude, like everything that we're doing is just like we're never getting anywhere because we're always going back to like having to stay stuck on the specifics of it. Would you actually do that if you're having just a regular discussion with somebody in the world? You're talking to somebody like, that word that you use, can you define it for me, please? What do you think is going to happen? You're probably going to be in an argument ensued. Like, Joel, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, we're just talking over here. Like, why do I got to define what it would piss people off if you'd have to do that. Oh, but in this arena, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, how is that? Like, when we're talking about these things, like, it should be a basic understanding of the terms defined. Like, I don't know. I guess you're nailing it. I mean, that's why I told him he was acting, that he wasn't being his authentic self. You can hear it in somebody's voice if they're talking at a cadence and a rhythm that is flowing naturally out of their mind. Like, this is who I am. And that dude was just
I mean, he was like, okay, take scene, action. And then he was just being an idiot on purpose.
Hey, you exposed him when you said that. The way that he responded, it was just very telling.
Yeah, we've already spanked Donald many ways in this chat, but he keeps responding with some other new way of coming at the argument. You know, and his little creepy laugh that he does in between, like his ignorance of like something misrepresented in the chat while he was having a conversation. Oh, you said misinformation. Ah! Like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
yeah, that was wild.
Winston nowhere near said that. You know, it's like, damn. So he's hearing things that are not even happening within the conversation. That's bad. When somebody's not even listening to what you're saying and then misinterpreting that to mean whatever he's claiming it to mean. But like you said, CB, thank goodness we have a replay button. No, we can replay the conversation back to him so he can understand that that's not what was said. Clearly.
If you're gonna mute me.
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, have you ever had a scenario in your life where that's the case? Well, if you don't do things my way, I'm just gonna leave. You know, like, fuck, dude.
See ya.
Like his presence is like, oh, Donald, don't leave. We need you. What would Flat Earth be without you, Donald?
Well, I mean, obviously you heard me say, well, yeah, if you want to leave, go ahead. No one cares. And then he just kind of just proceeded to make the threat in future anyway. It's like, bro, no one cares. We were having a lovely conversation before you even turned up. Like, you fucked up, pardon my French, at the previous conversation that we were all enjoying. If you leave, we'll just go back to having the lovely conversation we were having before. No one cares.
He invited himself to the conversation and then thinks, like, you know, if he leaves anywhere but his own, somehow that's like an insult to him. No, dude, this has been a you do you moment right from the very beginning. You join the chat and you'll leave the chat when you want to leave. No one's holding your hand. No one cares what you do. You make it seem like someone handpicked him, invited him, said, we want you to talk, and then didn't let him talk. That's what he thinks in his mind because he's bricked.
I love when you say that. Bricked.
We got a guy right now.
Go ahead.
We got a guy right now in the Witsit Telegram group that's really divisive, but he says he's not a Glober. He keeps saying, I'm not a Glober. I'm just trying to figure all this stuff out. But I've gotten on voice calls with him just to try to hear, understand him better. And the conclusion I'm at so far is, or he's told me he's an agnostic. He said that he's very impulsive and he's very scientific. He wants to scientifically figure everything out to a T. And he's in the chat talking about how true earthers, they make assumptions too quick. And he was trying to prove, with the Black Swan, he wanted everybody in the chat, 700-something people, to look closer at what refraction is. How does it work? And he's all upset because we haven't looked at how refraction works from what distances and in what conditions. And we're like, bro, but you can see the horizon beyond the platforms. It's like you don't have to look anymore. And Austin said, yeah, and you can bring out infrared and it reduces refraction. So it's a non sequitur. It's not a big deal. We're seeing too far. And he just said, well, yeah, but you guys aren't letting me ask the question about, let's look at refraction closer. And so everybody's just yelling at him, calling him the Glober and stuff. Long story short, I got on the phone with him today and I was talking about NASA fakery. And I'm like, dude, the hairspray, bro, the wires, bro, the CGI clips, there's issues. He's like, I've looked at 10 hours of NASA footage and I've never seen any fakery that you're talking about. And then I knew we got a major problem because something's going on with the veil being over his eyes or his heart to not be able to see the fakery. So I sent him this video. I posted in the chat, the 25 bloopers that Flat Earth and Coffee did. And it's fantastic. And he's in the process right now of replying to every single one of the 25 points with what it could be to make it not fake. And I'm like, bro.
Yeah, it's not going to be listen, I don't know, Run Boston, if we've actually had this conversation or not with you in here. But me and Eli were talking about it yesterday, that it's almost like, the understanding of truth is almost like a spiritual awakening that cannot be done human reasoning. Like you and I can't argue the toss about something and then have somebody be like, oh, wow, that makes a lot of sense. Because that's not going to happen. If it does happen within the context of a conversation, it's because they were awoken at that point, but it wasn't because you'd done it. Because if that was the case, then every time you speak to somebody, somebody would awaken by the, blooper clip or something that you show them. So this isn't the case. Like the thing is, somebody has to have this awakening happen that's apart from what you're doing. Basically, you're planting a seed, right? With the information. And if they come to the understanding or not, that's really not up to you. But like, what we do is present things that cannot be refuted. So things that cannot be refuted are their baseline knowledge of what information is. So when they tell you, if we ask them, how do you know this information is true? And they give you this like understanding that comes from like a secondary point of view, like, well, I heard it from this guy over here. He told me. And you're like, so you're telling me based on that guy's information that you haven't verified that it's true? In what way? You didn't verify it. So you're just taking it on faith. It's a blind belief that you have that the guy is telling you a true statement, something that's real. So you have to go at it from the angle that they can't refute because that's true. But they can refute something that's a blooper because they could explain it away. They could say like, well, the thing that you say is a wire was really the guy just helping them up, or, they'll work around. The camera wasn't angled right or whatever. Like the workarounds are always there, but the thing that they cannot refute is something they confess for their own mouth, saying like, well, I heard it from NASA, so therefore I know it's true. So then when you explain it to them how that's not, empirical, because they're going to be able to look at this way, then it could be exposed to their mind like, oh shit, and I do have a blind belief, but they might double down, but it's not going to help because it's exposed that they have a blind belief versus, you showing them a point that's, like, look, check it out. This stuff is all fake, but they're just going to find a workaround for it. So
I'm
going to see if I can get him. I'm going to see if I can get him to come in here. I'm going to actually invite him right now. His name's Adrian. Sure. If he comes in here, Mayhem, handle it.
I will. Just bring him in here.
I compare this phenomenon to like the same thing that happens to like homeless people. When someone's homeless and they're like homeless for a really long time, they can't get out of it. And so you'll try to help them and be like, okay, you can live here, you can live over here. They do this all the time in California. But the homeless people, they don't care. They want to live in the streets. Like it's crazy to me.
Yeah, it's become like a new normal. They've adapted to that lifestyle. And it's good. You have to break those habits. It really takes a lot of sociology and social work, which is sometimes, and it's going to fail. There's a P failure for some of those people, which is why it seems weird, all this money on the war on homelessness. And it never worked. I mean, it really wouldn't. You can give them a home, give them a debit card that's filled with money, and they still end up back on the street. So there's some other problem.
It's the same thing, Crit. Like if you talk about like, let's defund NASA or let's do something where we're actively stopping something physically. That's not going to change the mind of somebody who's already been swayed to think that this reality that they're in has to deal with the paradigm that the Earth is in a solar system in the ever-expanding cosmos. That's not going to change that mindset. You could defund NASA all day long and they could lose all their funding or whatever. Those guys will carry on. It will carry on. So you have to destroy the mindset. That's where the indoctrination lies. It's there. It's not over here where you're trying to get this physical thing out of the way. Because even if you were to destroy all the NASA buildings and tear down the rockets, the person who still believes we're in an ever-expanding vacuum, they're going to continue to think that. So you didn't do anything in essence. Yeah, you could have stopped an organization from continuing to perpetuate a particular idea, but the foundation of that is embedded within a person's mind, their psyche. And you haven't destroyed that. And that's where that information lies, in their mind, not outside in NASA's pockets. That's not going to change that. They're still going to believe this idea that ever-expanding cosmos is still there. You know what I mean? Like that's what we're dealing with here. We're talking about mindsets and hearts and minds that have been transformed by this indoctrination. And we have to battle that. We're not on a physical level. It's like a spiritual level. So when you talk to someone, you're not going to like take anything away from them if you haven't gotten them to think differently. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the root You can sit there and keep pulling the weed, but if you don't get down and kill the root, it's going to keep growing.
It's going to keep growing. Yep. It's a good concept in a way, but it's just like, let's defund NASA, like, let's say, or let's expose NASA. It's like, what do those people in those mindsets? They can be like, yeah, destroy NASA. We'll just have a private agency who's going to continue to do the same work NASA did, and we'll just carry on. And what have you done? It essentially is just you created another route for them to actually think of space in a different way. It's just, that's the issue. The mindset of that human carrying that information in their brain.
Yeah, and here's the thing: how much energy and effort do you want to put into pulling out that root, right? You don't know how far down that goes, right? And it's possible you'll never be able to pull it out. So I mean, I don't know. It's sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know, Kel. That's a defeatist mentality.
Pull-out game is strong around here.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying don't try. I'm not saying don't try. I'm just saying how far are you willing to go? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you stop after a certain point because you just can't defeat that brainwashing? I mean, I don't know.
No. So you're not the root puller. The creator is. He's the root puller. You don't pull the roots out. The creator is the one that does that. That's why they have the heart and mind change, because it's a spiritual awakening, right? So when we talk about spiritual awakening, we don't say Kel made this guy realize that the earth is not a globe because of all his good work. Because if that was the case, then you could do that every time to everyone. So it's not you. However they're spiritually awoken with the information, they had to contemplate it, they thought about it, they researched it, and they came back and said, you know what? What you said, combined with me doing my research, awoken my mind to the fact that it's not what I thought it was. Do you understand? So the root pulling is not you. You didn't root pull. It's a creator. That's all spiritual. It's awakening their mind to the truth. But you didn't do that. You just simply gave them information to access that so they can.
Well, the creator does it through you, right? Like the creator does it through you.
But you didn't root pull. It's like, to say that you did it would mean that at the moment you've gave him all the information, he's now converted into like now knowing the earth is flat. And that's just not the case. They have to actually, they might say to you like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's, wow, you made me question. But they still have to go away, come back and say like, wow, dude, I did the research. It's crazy what you said, because I can't find any information that refutes what you said. So when they come back, it's like their minds refreshed, and then the root pulling happens, apart from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's a young person, I think it's definitely worth going deeper and like trying to pull out that root. But when it's like an old person and they're already stuck in their ways, and it's like a lot of times, I don't know, I just feel like it's a waste of energy at a certain point. Yeah, I mean, you could try, but
I'd say it's always worth the effort, because it truth never comes back void. That either the least that people are going to do is like Donald C, for example. I'll use him as an example. Do you think that when he came to the knowledge of flat Earth, like he was like, oh, okay, nah, these guys are crazy, I'm just going to go back to my globalist mindset? No, he was completely disturbed out of his mind. Like he can't get it. Like it's so. Like we live right now, all of us who argue with him in here, we live in his head. He can't. His mind is not settled. Your mind is settled because you've attained truth. He hasn't. So that disturbance that was created is now something like a splinter in his mind that he can't deal with. So he comes back here to try to relieve the pressure, and he finds that there's no alleviation to that. So he spins out of control. He overtalks. He does things because he can't deal with that fact that you gave him some truth and he can't refute. So it's already his soul is unsettled. That's what we do. We unsettle that's the point where either they're going to hear and then the creator's going to bring them to the truth, or they're just going to stay completely disturbed for the rest of their lives, thinking the earth's a globe, but thinking that we're crazy. And he's going to make it a mission to be against us, which is kind of like what he's doing now. Making his little clubhouse platform and all that.
He's got to be in season for change. The season for change. In the Bible, it talks about this. If they're not in season, they're not going to change.
Yeah, but it's not to us.
Oh, yeah, so it's on them.
We can't. Yeah, it's on them, and it's a spiritual awakening, something separate from what we like. We're just we're the field hands, right? Like we're the ones that actually till the ground and do all that, but it's God who gives the increase always. So the creator, he's the only one that's going to refresh the mindset and the heart to the truth. We're never going to be the ones to actually do that. We're basically working with the creator in this. It's God's work, right? But at the same time, it's not in the sense of you taking the credit for, I did that. That guy over there that now knows the earth is flat, it was because of me. Can't do that.
This ego.
Because, yep.
Yeah, and I'll add in on that. We're a bunch of seed planters. We're trying our best to find the good seed, which we call the truth, and we're trying to offer the truth to people so they can plant it in their minds and for it to grow. But the growth of the actual truth, or the understanding, the grasping on of that truth is the Creator's doing. Almost, this really reminds me of like salvation. Like if you have kids, or if you ever will have kids, as a parent, you might think it's your responsibility to get your kid to get saved or give his life over to God. But honestly, as a parent, your real role is to put kindling around them, spiritual truths and kindling all around them all the time, and pray that the Father ignites that kindling and they actually receive salvation at some point in their life. But don't put that burden on you as a parent, and even as truth people. Like, yeah, Ego, you had it right with what you said. Like, if you say I did it, then that could be a problem. And then here's the other thing with the seed planting. You might be the 5th or 6th person to plant that same seed, and at seed number 10, it's going to pop and like work in the person's mind. They may remember that you said that to them also, but the good fruit might come down the road. But we shouldn't care if we see immediate fruit. We should just plant the seed in love and trust that it's going to be watered and taken care of as they go.
Yeah, think of it like this. You're actually applying the seed on good soil. But, okay, so how do you have good soil? Is the soil already good? No. What must you do for that soil to be good? You must tend to the ground. There's thorns and thistles. You need to clear that away. You need to prepare the ground. You need to till it. You need to, kind of nurture the ground to where you're turning the soil. You need to get it ready so that when you do plant the seed, it's going to be planted in a well-fitted soil. Versus where if you're just scattering seed everywhere, that's not going to hit, bro. You're going to let it drop on the thorns and thistles where they're going to choke off that seed and kill it. There's no way you can do it that way. Point for point never is going to win the argument. So when people come in here and say, I got a couple of points for flat earth, hear me out. We got videos of like strings being pulled in the ISS or whatever, and the person's like, yeah, buddy, but you didn't see that. And NASA's using this for this reason, and they find a workaround. So it's like scattering seed. It's not tilling the ground, getting it ready, removing the thorns and thistles. Like, that's work. And it takes work to actually get the seed planted. Sometimes the people are already ready. They're in season. The soil's already tilled, and you just have to plant it. Other times, you have to put in work.
No.
What's up, Kevin? Yeah, that's the way it is. And here, that's what we do. Sometimes it's easy to talk to people. Sometimes it's difficult because there's a lot of stuff they have in the way that we got to remove.
Hey, ma'am, there's a few new people in here that don't have roles.
Well, we got somebody that does have a VC verified buyout.
We have buyout. Hey, what's up, buyout?
VC verified. Welcome, buyout.
Welcome, buyout.
You didn't buy a wooden nickel, did you, buyout?
I'm going to give you guys a gift. Check this out.
Right. I was thinking it's like we're like the town criers. I like the analogy of the planting and the soil and the farming. Like it's the field hands. I get that. It's really like we're more like the town crier. Like we got news. We didn't write the news. That's the mistake that's been made. People think we're the ones writing it. No, we just are alerting you to the news that we've found. Don't kill the messenger, right?
I was just about to say that, Sonny, to kind of yes and what you're saying. And they love trying to shoot the messenger, don't they, dude?
Yeah, they're stuck on this shooting the messenger thing. They're like stuck on it. They can't get off of it long enough. And that becomes clear. It's either unintentional or intentional. The ignoring the facts of the matter.
All right, buyout. Are you there? Buyout. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on, man?
Not much, man.
So, what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, bro?
I've been here before about 8 months ago. Accidentally left the server and decided to search you guys back up through the Spotify. I listened to you guys off of.
Cool. Well, what's your position on the topic of the server? Since you did come back, you have VC verified. I don't know. That's why. Tell us.
Yeah, I was VC verified before. I forget who I was talking to. I want to can't forget. I forget. But what brings me back, what I think about the topic? Oh, well, I'm a flat earther as well. I've been a flat earther for, I want to say, since 2012. Me and my brothers, one of my brothers, I don't know about my older brother. We've been doing a little research about it, Didn't think something, it just goes back to my beliefs through the Bible, when, it says he set set the earth on its foundations not to be moved. So that kind of struck me as like, okay, what does that mean? So I dug deeper and just came to conclusions that we were lied to, and there's a deeper meaning behind why we were lied to in my beliefs. So I don't want to really get into it too much, but because I know you guys don't really want to bring in like the Bible situations, like, okay, well, that's just whatever. So yeah, that's my.
You can bring up those topics. It's just we don't want to get stuck in scripture itself. Like, so people can touch on these topics because they do touch on the flat Earth. They're actually integral to the flat Earth reality itself.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We don't have to get stuck on scriptural, literal literature. Like, we can go straight to the facts of the matter as far as like what
the
we
Black
actually.
Swan and everything. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's like if you try to go up against somebody who is a round earther, and then that's all you bring into the fight, you're gonna get destroyed. We've had this conversation before.
So how well versed are you in the foundations of like having the talking points for flat Earth? Like, are you? You said you've been what 11 years?
About that, I would say about less than 11. 11 years because it is 2023 now. But I would say 22
Are you involved?
years.
Are you involved in the conversations like that we have here, or like in other forums? How to go around and have the discussion? As in, like, some people think it's a debate. How can you articulate yourself well in this? Do you know how to do that?
I'm not. No, it's like that. That my brother is more. He's better at that than I am. I kind of keep to myself when it comes to that, because I'm not a good, debater.
Well spoken. You said, well spoken.
So I kind of keep to myself with it. I mean, people know I'm a flat earther, but I will not get into a big debate about it because I'm gonna get destroyed. I'm not knowledgeable like you guys are. You guys have facts. You guys are straight to it. Like, I've watched a lot of videos, listened to a lot of podcasts, but it's just not something I'm good at is debating.
Yeah, well, I encourage you, Buyout, if you're going to be spending some time in this topic, bro, just stick around this server.
I used to be in this every day for like fucking, excuse my language, I'm sorry. But I used to be in this server every day for a good like 4 months.
Okay.
So
that way you can kind of like get your feet wet or your teeth cut from like getting into these discussions with the Globers, because we obviously want people to start coming up themselves and seeing what they can do with like, because you got to have the conversation in order for you to be able to start to articulate, your points. So it might take some stumbling, might take some falling, but eventually you're gonna get better and better every day. And so
Agreed.
that's all we can hope for, man. Like, but I mean, if you don't ever get on the horse, how can you get knocked off of it? You know what I'm saying? So you got to continuously. So my encouragement to you is to like get in here and like, you know, really find a place where you don't have to emulate anybody in here, but you could glean some of the points that we say in here, and then, you know, formulate your own way of the ability to articulate yourself. So that's what the better part of like being here is, like, to get a base knowledge and then work with that base knowledge and then go out there and you know, be an activist, let's say. And anyway, not with a bullhorn or anything, but just be able to talk to people in a way that you can, you know, change some minds, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah. It's crazy because the other day my daughter, my oldest, asked me, "Hey, Dad, the Earth round or flat?" I'm like, well, what I believe is the Earth is flat. You know, I kind of got into conversation with her. You know, kind of spoke up, and she kind of sees it that way too. So it's making me pretty stoked, because I don't want to force something on my kids at, you know, early age, you know, because they're still young.
Well, you nurture critical thinking in every way. So whatever they bring to you, like, Dad, is the Earth a globe? Or, you know, like, you have to tell them, well, let's look at it, right? So how do we know that it can be a globe? Nurture that critical thinking within inside of them so they can be able to discern for themselves. Where apart from you, they don't need to have you there the whole time. You've taught them well. So when any information comes their way, they're able to have discernment in the way of critical thinking about, like, they critically thought about what has been told to them, and they can have discernment apart from you being there saying, no, that's right or wrong, you know?
Yep.
So yeah, it's just a nurturing, you know, and I don't know.
No, I completely agree, because, you know, you don't want to, overload them and for them to kind of like push away. That's in any type of subject with the kids, but you kind of want to ease them into it as well, like, you know, you know.
Yeah, I have an example. I've talked to my grandson, you know, he's 7, and I've had conversations with him when, you know, he's in the car with us, me and my wife, we're driving someplace. And, you know, it was a long distance to where we're going to be heading to. And, you know, he was just telling us about like what he learns in school and stuff. And I even told him, I was like, so what do they teach you? They teach you about the Earth being a globe? And he's like, yeah, it's a globe. People go to space. And I was like, so how do you know that? Like, did they tell you how they get there? And he's like, yeah, rockets and stuff, like, you know, just the basic stuff. And I told him, well, can they show you like anything that you could know that is true? Or do you think that it's a story? Like some of the stories that you hear, like, and I give him an example of some stories that are fictional. And, you know, he's like, yeah, it sounds like a story, because I don't know. Like, he's very innocent, you know, and that's the thing. And I just want to nurture that kind of like asking questions, you know, curiosity. Because when they come at our young ones with this information, there's no buffer. Like, there isn't anything to stop that information from going to their young minds and them absorbing it. So the only thing we can do is teach our young ones what this means to be in a world full of this like information. And I told them, well, if you hear it, you can think of it like a story. But if you can't see if it's true or not, then it just remains a story. So it's not something that's true. It's just a story. And he goes, yeah, it's just a story. So I can't go up there. Like, he was like innocently saying things. And it's like, it's cute to me, because it's like, when you have those conversations and you teach them that discernment, it grows within them. Because then later on, somebody's going to come with another story and say, no, this is true. And they can say, how? Is there evidence for that? Like, and they can say the same things, but learning how to critically think and asking for information, you know, they're going to be able to have that discernment themselves. So they won't be swayed like the way we were, you know.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
You know, kids are like clay, right? They're malleable. You can mold kids into anything you want, right? Yeah. And it's like, and that's why they know that the best time to get them is when they're young, right? They do that in school.
Yeah,
they turn them into 9-to-5 workers, right? That's just what they do.
Yeah, they don't. You know, it's just to keep them in a slave mentality, and yeah.
By the time you have Donald in here, fucking who knows how old he is, he's like the roots are so deep that it's like it's just almost impossible to like pull them out. I think, truthfully, I think some people are just too far gone. You know?
No, I agree because it's like, how can you not see it? Like, how? Like, it's kind of hard for me. It's still,
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
Planet.
Okay, so what is the thing that we're on right now?
That's Donald.
What happened?
That's Donald.
Sorry, bro. I thought there was a gap there, but yeah, that's Donald for you.
Try it again so we can all hear it. Try it.
Yeah,
one more.
he kind of yelled.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
Planet.
Okay, so what is the thing that we're on right now?
What?
It's like he went into like this crazed state for a second there, and then you notice he went back to normal.
He popped right out of it. You notice that too?
It's like that was Agent Smith right there. Agent Smith just popped out for a second.
Wild. That's bizarre. I didn't hear. Was that a conversation from earlier this morning or something?
No.
We talked to Donald earlier. That's all.
It's the same guy that was in here earlier, but that clip came from a week or two ago.
He sounded a lot younger than what he did today. Today he sounded like an old man. I thought we were talking to an old person. I don't know.
He's truly lost in the sauce, man. Like he's embraced it. He hasn't even like found any way to like think about it's oh man, it's a mind virus. It's completely taken over. But like still, the thing that it keeps him coming back is the fact that he's fighting, like the inner part of him that feels like what we're saying has validity to it. He's fighting it. If it wasn't a struggle, if it wasn't something that he contemplated, he would totally be immersed in the globe and say, you know what, screw you guys, I'm going back to the globe. Like, and he would just go back to his normal day-to-day on his space stuff and his like globe ideas. He wouldn't even come back over here to talk to anybody. But why does it bother him so much that he has to keep coming back? Like here.
Well, wait a second. It's just because that's how evil does, right? Evil has to come to you, right? You don't go to evil. That's how it's always been, right? Like,
the thing is,
does anyone here? Yeah, but here's the thing: does anyone here actually go to like globe discords and try to convince them over there?
Yep.
I don't do that. Do you guys do that? I don't know.
I was gonna say I don't, but some people do.
People that do.
Like Crit does a lot of that stuff, but I'm kind of with you there, Kel. I'm like, hell no, I've got 0 minutes in any of these servers, but I kind of get where you're coming from.
No,
I don't think spend time with their people, but some people are out there trying to spread the message. So there's two sides to that.
Oh. No, I get it. It's
God
really
bless
dumb.
them. They have more willpower than I do.
I know, me too.
No, I get it. It's a real dumb thing to do, and it's kind of a guilty pleasure, okay, in a way, all right? Like, I know it's stupid, I know it's a waste of time, but sometimes you just want to throw some shit, And some of them can take it, and others can't. Others of them just, they really have a thermonuclear meltdown. Donald is one of those guys. Like, I talked to him on another server. He wanted me to prove my flat space pizza to him. I'm like, why do you think I'm talking about a flat space pizza? He goes, because you're a flat earther. I go, but what have I said? Tell me something. What are you going on right now to go with this flat space pizza that you think I talked to you about? And that's what they've added so much context that you really don't have to say anything at all, and they just fucking trigger. And I don't know. Right. I guess maybe for me it's kind of funny, okay, to watch them trigger so hard over content they added. It's like
it's a guilty pleasure.
I know it's kind of dumb, and I try to stay away from it. I really do, but sometimes I mouse over and I just go, oh, maybe for a little bit,
Yeah, just 15 minutes. That's all. Just 15, and you're in there for like 2 hours, just like.
It can be kind of fun because like some of the other guys too, like me and Jin really got a good relationship because of doing that. Going to servers and stuff, and Heretic and Quad, and like I said, there's a few of us who do it, but you all get pretty much the same story. They pretty much mute you right away. They kick you, they'll ban you, and a couple days later say come back. It's like they're just They're just flopping in the wind. They're angry about flat Earth, and they can't even tell you what it is. Like, what are you mad about? Tell me what in flat Earth are you so pissed by? And they don't even know. It's like, I'm not sure what to do with you, so maybe just present this, if I keep kind of turning the other cheek type thing and see what happens. But so far, nothing. Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, but Crit, you're absolutely necessary because you bring them in here and then we get to put them at the front of the freaking parade. And the thing is, they don't know they're at the front of the parade.
Yeah, that's the best part because I can do like sort of a self-deprecation. I'd be like, okay, I get it. I failed. I did not explain flat Earth to you. What if I told you there's a server full of the best and the brightest flat Earthers? Do you think you'd want to give it a shot? And then I know I got them hooked, and I'm like, okay. Here's the link, right? I'll check you in, I'll front track you.
Some of the Glovers are going to be smart, intelligent flat earthers. That's an oxymoron.
That's what the guy said earlier, Gemsy. That General, whatever his name was. Yeah, he was, he's like, well, I'm in here with you dumb guys, because you're flat earthers. Like, duh. Like, he was just, and he was the guy that was drunk and didn't understand, like, what evidence is. And yeah, so.
I got told that one guy was kind of like bringing us to a server, and he kind of said, "Hey, there's some flat earthers here. Some people, want to talk about the topic. They're pretty smart." And the girl said, "Smart flat earthers? That's an oxymoron, right?" And then we spoke about multiple topics, and like after 20 minutes, the girl says something, and it was obvious that she didn't get anything that the men were spoken in the room. And I said, now we all know that the lady doesn't get it, and I got banned.
You can't talk bad about the women, dude. I've noticed that in some Discords. You just can't.
They take it like as a fact. They'll tell you, I'm not getting what you're saying. You go, yep, the young lady's not getting it. And then boom, you're banned. You just repeat back what they say, and suddenly it's a problem. And you're like, wow, dude.
It's like the white knighting. It's white knighting, man.
But it's hilarious. I don't know if anybody has been to the zoo before and seen the orangutans throwing shit literally outside trying to throw the shit at the people, the actual humans. So the Glovers are like, they're throwing shit at the flat earthers, but the thing is, they're the ones inside the cage. We're actually free. And they're in there throwing their shit outside thinking that we're stupid, but they're the ones throwing shit. They have a resemblance to the orangutans in the zoo throwing shit. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're in a mental cage for sure.
So we want to hear from the people that know they're on a globe, like you're on a globe. Come on in and tell us how you know you're on the globe. We want the best and brightest Globers. Bring them in. PhDs, like doctorates, masters, thesis, like Glober thesis material. We want...
Even, yeah.
I think Dave Weiss is still giving out his bitcoins. No one has proven the globe yet. That's crazy to me. Like no one has been able to come up with not even one proof of the globe for like over $100,000.
I know, isn't he up to like 3 bitcoins or something?
I think he's up to like, I think he's more than that, like 7 now. I don't remember.
No, he's still only giving 3, but nobody's ever going to be able to get him.
Oh, okay. I must have misheard him the last time I saw his video. Yeah, I mean, he's still giving them out. No one's been able to prove anything.
Yeah, the parameters are you have to download the app, watch the video of the day for, I think it's either a week or 2. And then if you have any questions, you hit the question mark on his app that has like all the content. And if you go through the videos and still can come up with a proof of the globe, rotation,
or any proof of the globe that's like not answered in his app, then he'll give it.
Yeah, I got his app. It's pretty good.
So who in here is going to go to Vegas to talk Flattoberfest?
Not me, but not because I don't want to.
Yeah, it's going to be my first one. I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, we have to report back and take lots of pics.
I'm going to take my drone. I'm going to take my P1000, my regular camera, and it should be a good time.
Was it last year? Oh, go ahead.
You first.
I'll say last year was like in the like the East Coast, right? Like South Carolina or something, or did they move it around, or is it always the same spot?
They move it. It's in Vegas this year.
Yeah, I heard about that. Music Guru was talking about that, the Vegas event, how he wanted to go, but probably wasn't going to be able to make it happen. Sounds fun, though.
There's a possibility I could end up out there. That's not that far. I'd probably get a ride from the LA area, from Flat Earthers up there. I'm sure there's a group going.
Yeah, it's October 21st and 22nd. Mark Sargent, Mark Delvin, Jeranism, Ben Balderson, Dearth. I'm pretty sure Witsit's going. I know that Troubling Tribune is going to try to make it.
At the beach?
No, Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just hopped back up on my headset. Is it a Flat Earther convention?
Yeah, Flattoberfest 2023 is October 21st and 22nd in Vegas.
Vegas? All right, let me mark that down.
Yeah, I dropped the link in the chat.
Oh, you did? Okay. I'll check that out real quick.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Mayhem, maybe somebody. Why is Mark Sargent? Some flat earthers are like, he's a shill, and they totally think he's controlled opposition. Where I don't feel like that's the case. I thought he was misrepresented or something.
I could maybe speak on that a little bit. From what I've heard, I had a friend who have spoken to him and mentioned that he's very open. You can contact him, you can email him. And I find that to be a green flag. But when my first impression of him was, I think, the National Geographic thing they did with the stripes and the boats, and I don't know. I just don't. I felt like it was kind of vanilla, a little. I don't know. It wasn't really. After all these years, we look at that and we go, okay, the horizon's behind the boat, and I don't know if it was the editing or they just didn't give him a chance to like make a case, but it just came off as soft. And but after all these years and actually kind of not getting to know him personally, but indirectly, I hear he's a pretty cool guy. So I wouldn't say I thought he was a shill, but my first impression wasn't what I have of him.
I actually met Mark Sargent. We had breakfast together with a group of individuals, with a Flat Earth dude and I. And we had a couple tables at a local restaurant over there in Huntington Beach right before the meetup, and it was pretty cool. But like I tend to reserve judgment until I see something outwardly that's, just glaring. And I don't know how I would know the difference because if somebody was planted for years or whatever into the scene, like, I'm not sure I'd be able to tell or know how or what was going on. So they're obviously in the movement. There's agents. Like, I'm not going to deny that. That would be foolish. And so to think that the agents wouldn't be at the meetups would be kind of retarded, to think that they wouldn't be. But I mean, that could just be my suspicious nature. Possibly,
No, that's all good feedback. I see him on Karen B's show a bunch, and I know that she's a legend. And it's like, there begs the question: would Karen be able to tell if he was a mole or an agent for many years? But I don't know. I got a decent vibe on him as far as thinking it's legit.
I mean, it's quite possible. He just happened to be in the film industry, and so it's quite possible that this thing hit him the same way it hit all the rest of us. He just happened to be in a place where it was easier for him to create content that got into the limelight or got there first. You know what I'm saying? He was in the right place at the right time with his knowledge set.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more the content of the message. So when you listen to people who are prolific in the Flat Earth arena, listen to what they have to say and who they are as a character and who they represent, who they hang around with, how do they articulate themselves within the context of a conversation. Are they giving you the impression that it's an agree to disagree position or it's a right or wrong position? Because with truth, there is no gray area. It either is or is not. So when you, let's say, people that have sold their soul for material wishes, they have compromised their truth value for prolific fame. So they want to be noticed by bigger and better people, right? And so when you start getting into these arenas, to hang on to that, you have to sort of pander to a different crowd and kind of, agree to disagree. Because if not, it looks like you're taking a hard stance, and platforms just can't have that. They can't have you taking a hard stance because you sound dogmatic. You sound like you're religious, and it's just, we can't have that. We have to have somebody who's willing to tolerate. Their level of tolerance has to be very high, so you can have a conversation with someone, versus where you are, the opposite of that. So it just depends. Like when you have somebody who's prolific, they are exposed to a wider audience. They are not sounding like they want to. And it's the same for the globe. You can hear the science communicators that don't talk like these guys who are in this immediate arena right here. Whereas these guys, they could tell you, they could explain to you how gravity exists. You ask a science communicator, one of those big guys, what's gravity? We don't know. So it's, and the same goes for a prolific person in the arena of flat Earth. When they're amongst the other huge guys, with audiences in the millions, they're not gonna come off to those guys like they're right and they're wrong, because they're trying to get noticed and more to a bigger audience. So in order to climb the ladder and to get to a bigger audience, you're going to have to compromise the truth for agree to disagree positions. This is what happens when somebody tries to get a bigger reach. So the question is, how can you get a bigger reach without compromising the truth? Well, the answer to that is you don't. So that's why the message of truth has never been over the large masses, and why it's never been widely accepted, because it's only ever lived in small arenas, such as the one you're in now. So if that hopefully answers your question, because that's the only way that we can discern someone by the content of their character, not by, listen to what they have to say. Are they also someone who says we're right and that information about the globe is wrong, or are they more of a agree to disagree position? Then you start to see, wait a minute, why does the guy say agree to disagree? This isn't an agree to disagree position that we're in. The globe does not exist. You know what I mean? And that's where the folly lies from these guys who want to be well known and establish themselves as a prolific person. Hopefully that makes sense, Boston.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. And it almost just made me think of, you will know them by their fruits.
That's it. So, I mean, I could tell you what my take is on it, but I have to leave that to you. I don't want to give you, it's like, how can I say it? It's like me gossiping about someone. I don't want to gossip. I want you to investigate. What do you think? How can you? That's the Yeshua, Jesus, would ask the disciples, okay, you've heard what they said about me, but what do you say? Right? Because it's not about listening to other people. It's about the perception you have based on your discernment. Does that make sense, Boston?
Amen. Heck yeah.
Right.
Well, I've looked at it this way too. Like, someone may be a shill, they might not be a shill, or they could be in it for different reasons. Some person's reasons might seem less genuine than another person's reasons. I think it's all worthless, because unless you, I mean the royal you, not you, is going to go there and talk to them and hash it out, then you're just running your mouth. It's pointless at that point. Because until you really go through the whole process and figure out what the problem is and how to fix it, then it's just really some sort of interpersonal nonsense that doesn't really exist outside your own head. People can say, like, I don't like this neighbor. He revs up his motorcycle before he drives around the block, or something like that. I'm just thinking of something that happened recently. But until someone goes to that neighbor and says, hey, would you mind just, lightly driving out the neighborhood and then letting your motorcycle rip? Until they do that, then the problem is really a non-issue. It's only them who's worried about it. Rent-free, basically. So someone, say you've got proof that someone's a shill, until you get the full scoop, it's really pointless at that point.
So supposedly Robbie Davidson is bearing bad fruit. What bad fruit?
Oh, that boxer that he brought to the convention that made a big showboat of it. I can't remember the guy's name right now. Like, he's
Logan
got two
Paul.
first. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Logan Paul. So, like a professional athlete, he brought him there. They gave him a platform, center stage, gave him a speaking time. He did this real kind of cringe, like drop the mic and all this other stuff, and then produced a quote unquote mockumentary.
Talking about Logan?
Yeah. I mean, why would anyone take him seriously? This guy runs around wearing Pokemon hat and shit, like he's been like a joke. I mean, some red flags should have been raised here, and that he got basically they greased the skids by quote unquote, he's a professional athlete, which he's not. I mean, I'm just being loose with that term, you know?
Why would they indicating his credibility to Robbie, about Robbie?
Oh, because Robbie's the guy who front loaded him through the whole process. Like, this guy's legit, you know, kept vouching for him all the way through. People are like, I don't know. This guy, he's pretty sus, right? Some of his answers aren't making a whole lot of sense of why he's a flat earther now. You know, this look, I smell a rat. No, Robbie's like, I talked to him. He's on the up and up. We've had coffee together. We've broken bread. You know, he's a welcome addition, you know, and he's a professional athlete. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, either Robbie was well-intended and Logan lied, or they were both ill-intended.
Oh, yeah, that's why the meme just says coincidence, ?
Another one that some guy who was a part of this server, he came at me with a dagger saying that because I used to be on the Robbie Davidson like server, the Discord server is what's that server called? Celebrate Truth.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I just had the tip of my tongue too, right when you.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I knew it started with a C, but yeah. I was a mod there, Robbie. I used to know Robbie back in the very beginning, like before this thing like really exploded. And I used to mod there with the other character that was in the server with me. And supposedly, Robbie has colluded with some person who deems himself to be Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know if this is. I don't know. The guy that was in this server came at me saying that I was colluding with Robbie because I didn't stand up and say anything about that. I was like, dude, I don't have any knowledge of this. What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, but you were an admin of that server, so you must have like had these talks with them. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about, man? I was upset because I wasn't in this chat. I was just like hanging out silent, you know, listening to the chat. And he was saying these things. Meanwhile, I was in here, but I was at work, so I couldn't respond to him. But he was just like going to work on my character, like being that I was colluding with Robbie. I had all the knowledge about it, and I was getting madder by the minute. So as soon as I got off of work, I opened up my mic and I just let him have it. I was like, "What the fuck are you talking?" I was just furious, and I said, "How dare you paint me in this light in front of people?" And I couldn't respond to you, and he knew how mad I was, so he started to kind of back up a little bit. And I was like, first of all, do you have any evidence of this? Present it right now. If you have any evidence of me colluding with Robbie and saying that he was supporting some guy who claims to be Jesus, like you have to come at like. First of all, that's evidence is first. Present it right now if you have any, that I'm doing these things. And he's like, well, no, but you were an admin. I was like, yeah, no, right? So I caught him in that deception that he was trying to, I don't know why, for what reason. I think he's just a person who needs help, I guess. But he was coming at me, so I had to clear my name on that. So when I did that, I was like, if you have any evidence, provide the evidence, because you've said a lot of things about my character, and now I'm going to have you, explain to them why you said that. He's like, well, you were in the server he kept going back to that. I was like, dude, I know that. But when I left that server, I don't have no knowledge of Robbie doing any of the things that you just said he did. So apparently, I didn't help him expose Robbie about the guy who he was working with to say that he's like, Robbie's a fake Christian and whatever. Yeah, you just painted Robbie. I still think that guy thinks of him that way, but the allegation was that Robbie is colluding with a guy who deems himself to be Jesus Christ, and like he's like supporting him. And I'm like, bro, I have no knowledge of this. What you're talking about, first of all, for you to say that, it's like it's like, and I ended that. I was like, dude, just drop it already, because you're exposed. I showed that you didn't have any evidence, so just leave it. And he wouldn't. He just kept coming at me. No, but you were there in this. I was like, dude, fuck it, man. So I banned him. So I'm like, I'm not gonna deal with this guy, because I even told him, like, I don't want to deal with this. Just you could be in here and chill. Like, I don't want to talk about that. Like, you don't have to keep painting me in that light. But he didn't want to stop. So yeah, I don't know if this is true or not. This is why I'm bringing it up, Gregory. Like he made an allegation that he was colluding with some guy who claims to be Jesus Christ. So I don't know. I have no knowledge on that, but that's what he was really staunch about. Like his position was like really dug in. So that part I have no knowledge on. I don't know if he did or not or what. So
I was here when that happened. That he was saying that, and it looks like he thought that since you were a moderator in that server, you should know what's going on, and you should know what people are doing in their personal lives, and if you knew that, you should be helping him expose the lies, but you weren't paying attention to any of that because
So then I hope everyone is taking to heart.
Go ahead.
So then I hope everyone is thoroughly appreciating and taking to heart how infuriating it is to be the recipient of false witness and slander. So we should be very careful.
Yeah, we need to be very careful.
I don't know what his point was with that guy doing what he was doing with Robbie's collusion with that guy, but on basis of that, like supposedly Robbie's doing some dealings with like Logan Paul and on. So you might think of him in a way that's like, shaking hands with the enemies or whatever, but on multiple occasions or on just one, I don't know.
And perhaps Robbie is more clever than people are giving him credit for. He could be utilizing Logan instead of Robbie being the useful idiot in Logan's scheme. Perhaps Logan is the pawn in a justified scheme in Robbie's plan.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to think as an alternative. But yeah, that's why we got to be careful, like you're saying, 100%.
But that's just any prolific type. You got Mark Sargent, in that same arena. Are we saying just because he's got fame and people know him well that now he's an agent? Because that seems to be like what people are talking about every time. Oh, I know Mark Sargent, he's an agent. And like, what makes you say that? Is there any
a weak conductive argument that does not follow? By that line of reasoning, the apostles were false disciples.
That's my take too. If I hear someone point the finger, I'm more sus of the person pointing the finger than the person they're pointing the finger at.
I mean, especially if the reason given is as minuscule and almost non-existent as, some single relatively insignificant detail. Well, they have relatively more notoriety than the average person. Well, and
but that seems to be the only argument, though. That right there alone can't paint somebody in a light that is evil or evil intent. That goes along with the likes of like Jordan Peterson and them guys.
I mean, in addition with the fact that fame is not necessarily or even strongly indicative either way, because some of the most wicked persons in the world are some of the most least known. I mean, by that line of reasoning, the more fame you have, the more wicked you are. Well, that doesn't necessarily follow. Just as the less fame you have, the more righteous you are, that doesn't necessarily follow at all. Knock it off. Okay. Well, y'all have a good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon, or good night.
Oh, you heading out, Gregory?
Yeah, I was just popping there for a moment.
Likewise, Gregory. Thank you.
Yeah, see you, Greg. CB. Hey, you want to run that? Want to run that Rumble in the Jungle tonight? Sorry, buyout. I just ran over you.
No, you're good. I was just saying that jump scared me.
Sorry. Sometimes you got to stoke the fire a little bit.
No, I agree.
We camming up tonight?
I sent out a message to the chill chat. So we got, let's see, got a couple of people, 6 people thumbs it up. So we got some interest.
Yeah, it's a message for this message for the server. If you guys want to cam up, we might do it tonight if we get some people that want to join in. We did it last night, so
yeah, I'll do it. I'll join in if I can get my camera working.
If you guys may or may not know, I'm already cammed up. I'm not on cam right now on my channel, but it's because I'm eating. So once I'm done eating, I'll cam up.
Which room and what time are y'all getting on camera? Is it this one?
There's 25 people that are going to be allowed in that room, and the rest are going to go on my. You can see us on my channel, which is right here. Live stream voice text.
Thanks.
And don't forget to follow me either, man. And if you don't make it, and there's already 25, you can be watching the stream and then wait till somebody leaves, and then you can jump in. Preferably, we want people who are going to be on cam because we want to get all as many cams as we can possible to be on. So if you're not going to be on cam, then let somebody else who wants to be on cam be on.
That video says video unavailable. It's private.
Sub to the channel. Anyway, it should still be live if you refresh.
I think I'm already sub to the 24/7. Yeah, I'm already subscribed.
No, that's not the one.
Oh,
that's
no?
the one I put. No, it's just the one I put in right now. Live stream voice text. And it's on Rumble, not YouTube.
Oh, you put it in the live? Oh no. Are you? Who's speaking right now?
Mayhem.
I sent you a message in the chat, so you can find it.
Oh, down there. I'm over here in the. I think I was in the lobby chat or the 24/7 live stream chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I pulled it up. It works well. I followed, and thanks for the link. Because sometimes my wife will go to bed like at 8:30 or 9, and I will too. But I'll listen to a stream or just it'd be a good place to listen when I can't go on cam.
So the way it works, me and Helio, we both stream, but he streams on YouTube. I stream on Rumble. And so when I separate from this this chat, I'm not going to be streaming on YouTube anymore. YouTube will stay here, probably playing a clip or have whatever conversations are happening here happen here. And I'll be doing a Rumble stream. So there'll be a YouTube stream and a Rumble stream.
Yeah, Helio is the one that gave me the VC permissions when I first came in. I think back in August.
What we've been having yesterday was a great turnout. We had up to 56 people watching the live stream. So we had a good conversation. We had a lot of viewers, and it was great. I got some people donate because I can get super chats already on Rumble, whereas YouTube I'd have to wait for 1,000 subscribers. Rumble lets me get some coinage right now.
I'm subscribing to you right now. I'm just trying to log into my account.
Thank you, Buyout. I try to stream as much as possible and put clips on my channel. So you have a wealth of content from me actually streaming and also from the stuff I put up on the channel. Yeah, I got good stuff, man. So I'm putting all my videos on Rumble. YouTube is just my backup account.
All right, you got my follow.
Thank you, sir. I saw that.
Yeah, I like Rumble because it's less censored. You know, a lot of people go on there and speak what they want to speak without being hit with community violations, whatever you want to call it, like YouTube and Twitch and all that. So
yeah, we broke the 100 follows yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, it's thanks to everybody, man. Everybody's putting in work. And the video conversation we had yesterday, it was all like based on like topics we can't say in this room. So just as you said, Buyout, like we're having those conversations over there in chill chat.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was fun because we wouldn't, whatever conversation we wanted to have, it was had there. So unrestricted.
Yeah, I remember being in here late nights. Man, I wish I could remember the names of the people I used to chat up with in here. I mean, they're original people in here, but I know Hilo is one of them. Many nights with Hilo, Wits for sure. But there's a few other people I can't put my finger on it. Gadget. Yeah. A lot went into other conversations, and we had to kind of put a stop to it because it was getting like,
and some different topics. Yeah,
getting into community violations type topics for YouTube with the 24/7 live channel. So yeah, I remember. There's a lot. Hilo would get upset a lot when we would bring up. This is why I brought up that subject when we would bring up like the gospel, because how can you really back it up? I mean, for a lot of believers, yeah, you can back it up because that's your faith. But I understand where it comes to the point of have more like realistic. Or don't even want to say that because for a lot of believers it's realistic. More evidence where you can provide and show, But, like the Black Swan with the oil rigs and
Black Swan.
I mean, what I've done in my own life is just live to make the creator smile best I can day by day. And then people who are agnostic or atheists and they're curious about the peace that I have that's lasting even through hard times, or the joy that seems to be with me most of the time, all I can do is share with them my story, my testimony, because they can't say, nuh-uh, if I've lived through crazy times, heartache, shame, depression, all that stuff. And if I've lived for a decade in a different world, I can tell them about the world I'm in and show them, like, give them the direct path, Yeshua, and just say, this is the way, man. Just try it out. And if they don't want to, that's okay. That's what I do. Is I just live my life. And if they ask me, I'll tell them. If they don't ask, that's okay.
I could appreciate that. I could definitely appreciate that for sure. I mean,
118 followers. Thank you very much, whoever subscribed. You guys are awesome.
I want to do the Don DeMarco clip more often, but I think it's so loud. It's probably super loud, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
the
really
one
loud.
that's the air horn. That's the classic. But I've actually really grown to like the golf clap. That was never on my original soundboard. I showed you guys last night. But it's one of the stock ones on the Discord one here. It's like one of my favorites.
No, it seems really like smooth and easy, like with the golf clap.
Yeah. Not too disturbing.
Yeah. That golf clap is like, okay, I got you. Like, so yeah, if all goes well tonight, we can have another chill chat.
I made an event link, so I'll drop it in the chat just in case people need a heads up.
Let's get down to business.
Good song. One more night, one more.
That's good.
There you go. You got it.
And a million.
See if I get
Does anybody know how to mess with Rumble as far as like the chat bot? Because I've been thinking about putting a chat bot, but I don't know which one actually works with Rumble.
I would go on YouTube and look up the best chatbots. And you're gonna find a lot of people agreeing on some of them. But no, I don't stream on Rumble. So
I was hoping I'd get to like maybe Nightbot or something. I gotta figure out.
Shawty from last night said she could help you out with some stuff, Sydney. Not sure how much she knows about bots.
I can't wait for Sydney to come back on.
Helio, where you at, brother?
Oh yeah.
Helio joined in.
He might know a thing or two. He's been getting more active with his Rumble channel as well.
That's right.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun yesterday. For the first few days to start with like 50 live viewers for our channel, that's pretty awesome as well. So hopefully it only goes up from here. Could be 100 next week. Who knows?
It's addicting to be outside the mind prison that they keep us in, right?
Oh yeah. But then it also is like, man, my life back then was so, what do you want to, how you put it, so carefree. Now it's like thinking of the next thing is like, what are they going to try to fool us with now? What are they going to say? What are they going to bring out next? What are they going to, try to fool the population with next? Yeah.
Well, they physically imprison you, and they mentally imprison you because they tell you what you can and can't say.
Yeah, it's like, where's my freedom of speech? Oh, now you guys are trumping over my my freedom. Like,
well, to be fair, freedom of speech only exists in America.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna have platforms here in America, you should abide by our Constitution, regardless. Like TikTok, they have a headquarters here in LA. I think LA. I'm not sure 100%, but or is it San Francisco? But whatever. If you're gonna have a headquarters out here and you're gonna, allow us to use TikToks through your guys' headquarters, and you go by our laws, you should be going by our constitutional rights and stop trying to impede on our freedom of speech.
Yeah, but they're private entities. That's the problem.
It doesn't trump over your rights, even being a private entity. If you go into like a private store, let's say Costco, because you gotta sign up with an agreement. But let's get off that part. When there's a lawsuit going on where you're forced to be basically forced to agree to these terms to use any type of app, any app. I forget what lawsuit it was. Then it came down to it where the defendant was, or the person preceding the lawsuit, winning the case because it was a forceful act to sign an agreement. And he won the lawsuit over that subject, I guess.
Well, there was this lady that just she just won like a $25 million dollar lawsuit because they fired her because she was white, because of her skin color.
It was Starbucks.
You saw that?
I saw that.
Yeah, they fired her because she was white, and then she filed a lawsuit and she won.
And then Starbucks was ordered to pay the defendant $25 million.
Imagine if it was the other way around. Like there was actually people who will look at that and be like, "Oh yeah, she deserved it. She's white."
Let's put it in this context. It's divide and conquer, right? Divide and conquer is keeping people divided so they can keep us from uniting as one and taking the people out.
Yeah, you're right. There's definitely a movement out there to divide everyone, and in all categories, actually, not just in race or anything like that.
I agree.
It keeps people occupied from seeing what's really happening in the background.
Yeah, agreed.
It's like the modern version of like the Colosseum. Like just entertainment.
It's kind of hard to find things that are meaningful, conversations that are meaningful. That's part of the fun of this place. Is sometimes, I know we goof off a lot, but there are times where we have some pretty meaningful conversation.
Yeah.
Especially on the internet too, because a lot of people have this sort of standoffish point of view that the internet isn't real life. Like you're not representing yourself.
Well, to some extent, you can be like an internet troll. I mean, I don't know.
A lot of people act bigger than what they are over the internet. Yeah, I agree with that. That's
absolutely.
Hello, I am back.
Hello. Alexa, welcome back. Somebody. How are you? You had a question before you wanted to go last time. What just happened?
I don't know. Everyone just got quiet. It's weird.
He's out of the call. He started lagging.
He just wanted to say hi. That's all.
I'll send him a message. did you guys catch that hit piece some goofball tried to make about this server recently?
No, if someone can link it, I'll take a look at it because I heard it, but I haven't seen it.
I'll drop it.
I'm not surprised though.
I mean, I'm calling it a hit piece, but I'm just laughing because it just shows how they don't take their own worldview serious whatsoever. They've resorted to just acting at this point, admittedly. So there's the link in the chat. Like, this is the best they can offer. Low level, just genuine trolling, acting, editing. I don't even think they made me look bad, even though I was in the video. Or the people like Obvious or Central Heretic. I don't even think they did a good job making us look bad whatsoever. So. But it's up to you to decide, I guess. But notice how, like in the video, there's at no point, or at any point when they were here, did they take their own worldview serious. I think Gemsy and I and a couple other people had a small discussion with, if this is the same person I'm thinking of. I think we had a conversation with them in another panel. And he kind of admitted that, yeah, he's just working on his jester skills. But that's if I'm thinking of the right person. But it's not like they have anything else to offer.
Yeah, I just saw like the first 5 seconds of it, and I just literally just said no, because it's I see this all the time, and it's kind of like the streamers make everything sound silly type video.
Yeah,
and it just takes away your energy. That's all it's doing. Just taking away my energy from something else that I could be doing. Maybe talking to you guys,
Yeah.
And it was going to be a waste of time. So as soon as I saw that it was just like that, I was like, fuck that. Not worth my time.
Good on you.
You guys ever hear this board game called The Twilight Struggle?
It sounds familiar.
The Twilight Struggle.
Yeah. Okay, it basically it's the Cold War. It's a 2-player game, and man, it's just great. Okay, it's like they really dissected the Cold War, like the 40, 50 years of the Cold War, right at the end of World War II, all the way to when the Berlin Wall falls. And you've got these cards and these special card effects that kind of play off each other. You got the historical context. Like, if this card happened before this one, then this happened. And all the different ways to try to win. So I've played it quite often, a lot, okay? like 100 hours or so and whatever. So I decided I was going to do something different and just focus directly on Europe. Only American influence, only involved in Europe. Because if you win Europe, it's called a domination. And you win regardless of the rest of the world score. So like the Korean War happened, I stayed out of it. Philippines communist revolution, stayed out of it. I only got involved with Taiwan because if you don't, then China will side with Russia, and they basically they'll win the game too.
So basically, what's going on right now?
Yeah. So anyway, I was really just one turn away from this really rare chance of a complete European victory where Russia controls the rest of the world. I mean, Fidel Castro, took control of Cuba in the late 50s instead of later on. And then right at the very end, I'm about to win European domination. Charles de Gaulle gets elected. They played a Charles de Gaulle card because I had to skip the NATO card, because if you played NATO, then you gotta get involved in Korea. So because I didn't play the NATO cards, because that was basically Charles de Gaulle's whole shtick, was that the U.S. is driving European influence in the rest of the world, causing all these conflicts with Russia and with our neighbors. So even if you don't do that, it's like what I'm getting to anyway is like the design of the card game was so powerful that they thought, hey, what if someone just plays Europe? The U.S. player only goes in Europe. Is there still a pathway for Russia to stop it? And yeah, it's like the air embargo. I countered it. The Pope gets elected in Poland. The Truman Doctrine. Combines East and West Germany. Politically, it was like just one thing after another. Oh yeah, it's also funny too. The Russian scientists, because I didn't import any Nazi scientists, so the Russians had the scientists, so they developed the hydrogen bomb. So that gave them 2 extra points, which allowed Charles de Gaulle to get a victory in France. Check it out. I mean, I know it might sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but if you're really into history and kind of like board games and strategy war games and whatnot, yeah, check it out. It's like $2 on Steam or something. I mean, maybe not. You have to wait for a sale.
I just like how you've incorporated some of it into your arguments. Like your questions that you gave me a while back involve like, okay, well, what country do you think is going to be involved in outer space, and then what year do you think that'll take place, and that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. The historical context. It's really. I mean, it's interesting too because it's like when people think about this stuff, like when normies, right? I'm not talking about anti-globalists. Let me show you this right here. So when the anti-flat earther thinks of the space race, they think of it in terms of, first men on the moon, one giant leap for mankind. What a great thing for all of humanity. They never put it in context of the Cold War and that there was a conflict between these two nations. So when you get somebody who's knowledgeable in history and what the Cold War meant, captured Nazi weapons designers, a board game. This is what a board game version of the space race looks like. I'm just posting a screenshot right now. So look at that. Hydrogen bomb, Earth satellite, ICBMs. The Eagle has landed. So you look at the Eagle has landed, or the Bear has landed, just basically allows you to kind of influence the geopolitical news of the day. That's all that did in the game effect. Look at, and you got. So the first one, you got the A bomb, then you got the hydrogen bomb. That's part of the space race. Then satellites in orbit, give you some sort of military, a military spec bonus at the end of each round. ICBMs give you 2 victory points. Eagle landed allows you to manipulate ops. Then the MIRV, the multi-reentry vehicle, that gives you 3 victory points. Anti-ballistic missiles allow you to change the result of coup attempts. The neutronium bomb, -1 to crew attempts, and then the SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, kind of like that Ronald Reagan, remember his space ray gun. So it's always been. I mean, this is what a normal person looked at the space race as, not the anti-flat earther. They see it as like, hey, aliens and shit.
a quick nap for flat earthers.
One thing that's kind of cool, if do you want me to drop it or something? Like
no, continue.
Okay. Well, there's an expansion for the game called the 0 Hour or something like that. Like you can slightly change the results of what happened in World War II, the end result, which kind of sets the stage for the communist Cold War, whatever, the capitalist communist Cold War. So one other reason why I decided for this game in particular to go for a European victory was because this was the end result of World War II. Here, this is posting right now. So you see, like the first result is the Tories, or not the first result. Right in number 5 is FDR was too sick to attend the conference at the end of World War II. And Truman went in his place, and Truman took a hard line against the Russians with the rest of the Allies. Number 5 resulted in the Tories winning a supermajority in the British election. The number 4 means that the Russians never made it to Berlin. They were stopped right outside of Berlin. Number 1, this is a bad result. Number 1 is that Americans accepted a conditional surrender from Japan. I can't remember number 4 was for China. Yeah, 4 was the Chinese Revolution. That's why I was involved in Taiwan. Taiwan on the map. I guess if I showed you the map. And then number 4 is both superpowers take a neutral stance for the creation of Israel. So that is slightly different results than what happened in real life.
Isn't China trying to? I think they're trying to take over Taiwan right now.
Yeah, kind of like the things changed a little bit.
I see Russia. Well, they're already kind of allies. They've been allies for a long time, Russia and China. I mean, they're neighbors, so it only makes sense. But yeah, I play some Steam games. I'm just no. I like turn-based games. History games, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little heavy. I'm saying it probably takes about 5 or 6 playthroughs to really get. And plus, too, like the whole historic context. You know, like if you don't know certain events that happened, you know, you'll be kind of unaware. You know, of like you'll be like thinking, oh, it's a good idea to take over Egypt. Oh, but there's a communist revolution in Egypt. You know, there's like you know, the anti-colonialism movement, and you know, there's like certain hot spots that the Russians are able to pop up in, and if you try to take those spots and then they play their hotspot card, then you kind of like wasted all those resources trying to control like Cuba, Egypt, Venezuela. Kind of South America, not really though. There's like a neutral card where it could go either way. Like if you spend too much resources in either India or Pakistan, then you know, there's a Russian card that allows you to like lose all the influence there. So, but if you spend it equally, then they can go in on the other side. So it's kind of like that back and forth where it's like a lot of bluffing too. One thing I like about the card game is that if you play their event happens, but you get to use influence points. But if you play your event, you can only spend it as influence or as the event. So it kind of, in the deck constantly reshuffles too. So like you want them to play their cards, but you want them to play your events, and they want you to play their events, and you're always finding ways of not playing them, like doing something else with them instead, like headlining it or whatnot, or canceling it with the UN. And then the deck keeps getting smaller. So you have like this one here. It says "Captured Nazi Scientist" with a picture of von Braun on it. If it's got a star or an asterisk on it, you play that once and it's removed from the game for forever, or for that game. You know, it doesn't get reshuffled back into the deck of events. So, like in this historic context, America got to Berlin first, but then went full in on the Nuremberg trials. So these Nazis then ran to Germany or ran to Russia to escape persecution or justice, I guess is what I would call it. Oh yeah, dude, it's amazing. I barely ever talk about video games, but this one I've just been intrigued with it for 2-3 months now. It's gotten to the point where now I'm trying to do all those really odd or strange, hard to do, like pathways to victory, like getting Russia. Like if one of the superpowers starts a nuclear war, then by getting down to the military tension bar on the top of the map, it shows how much tension there is. If one side causes warfare between the two superpowers, then you lose. You lose the game, because the idea is to be a cold war. If you go into a hot war, if you shoot first, then you lose. So I actually did that achievement like 2 days ago, where I got Russia to fire the first shot. It was kind of funny. It's like they call the achievements. They have a little goofy names to them.
That's interesting. Just in a MMA analogy, to shoot first. That's something you'll hear thrown around from time to time. Whoever shoots first is a bitch. But it's usually the guy that does shoot, the person that's good at shooting. Well, in MMA context, it's taking someone to the ground. And whoever usually is good at that typically does a pretty good job and does a lot of winning. So to tell someone before the fight, like, yeah, if you shoot first, you're a loser. It's like a tactic to try to keep things on the feet, which is, I mean, everyone loves a good stand-up fight, right? But I just thought that was interesting that you said that there, Crit. Figured I'd just riff off it a little bit.
Yeah, okay. The achievement is called Mutually Assured Destruction. Yeah, win the game by causing the opponent to go to DEFCON 1. Here's one: the achievement: lose against the AI player is called Terminated.
Fitting name.
Oh, here the achievement for winning Europe, because if you dominate Europe, you just win the game. It's like one of the win conditions. It's called Go for the Jugular. Oh, here's one that's interesting. It's 13 days. Win the game via the Cuban Missile Crisis. Because with the Cuban Missile Crisis, it's in like, oh yeah, there's also the 3 stages. It's like early war, mid war, and late war. And each time the deck gets smaller, you're shuffling in more historical events. Like in the mid war, historical events related to Kennedy and Khrushchev and Nixon. Then the late war, Gorbachev, Reagan, and Bush, I guess, or the other guy. I can't think of who it is right now. So then, the Cuban Missile Crisis is the Russians can't use any more military actions for the whole turn. So but you have to play your cards in your hand. You can't hold. You can't pass. So if you've got military cards, you have to either surrender Cuba, and you have to give up tokens away from Cuba, and the American player has to also agree and give up influence in Turkey at the same time. So if the U.S. player doesn't do that, then they have to play their cards. And if it's a military card, then it sparks, a global war. And then the Russian player loses.
Did you know a lot about this type of historical stuff before playing, or do you feel like you learned stuff while you're playing?
Yeah, I thought I had a good working knowledge of the Cold War, but once I started playing this, I'm like, holy shit, I didn't know that. I had no idea. Like there's one thing called Conprotel, or whatever. It was like a Russian initiative to help rebuild Europe, and I had no idea that happened after World War II. So it's like one of those first things they did to make it seem like they were kind of like the good guys. It's like the Council on Economic Mutual Economic Assurance, CumCon.
Do you find any Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that was it. I was just going to say the flavor text says that you can add Russian influence to 4 non-controlled Eastern European nations. And it just seemed kind of interesting how that played out. Like if you avoid giving support to certain European powers, the Russians just get to fill in support for those nations just automatically.
You find any conspiracy stuff in there?
Oh no, I mean the biggest thing is the space, the quote unquote space race, and then the Israel card. Yeah, because at the end, the Israel card. So if you on a result of 2 to 3, the Russians gain influence anywhere else in the Middle East, but no more than 1 per country. On a 2 through 3, Russians fund anti-Israeli forces, and then Russians take control of Syria. On 4 through 6, neither power has is mildly distracted, neutral stance towards Israel. And then on a 6, the Americans are able to get the Palestinians and the Israelis to disarm, increase influence in Lebanon, Jordan, and Israel during the setup of the game. So you basically start the game in control of the West Bank.
Is there anything about the Russians getting rid of their Nazis and the United States picking them up?
Yeah, that happened the last game. If you look here, the Russians got the Nazis. Oh yeah, if Americans get the Nazis, then you get to advance the space track one spot for free. That's what I was going for with the conspiracy thing, using the space race, I guess. Well, I guess some of the cards too, like the late game cards, have to do with conspiracy stuff. The one for weapons disarmament. There's a card where you say the Reagan card, where you trust but verify. You can both countries can't do any more military actions, but you get to do an influence role on some country with a level 4 power. So it's while you're talking to the guys about nuclear disarmament, behind the back of that, you're influencing these other countries, because you're basically saying now Russia doesn't have the nuclear weapons that they thought, or they did, or they claimed to have.
Trust but verify. I wonder why people forgot about that.
Yeah, I know. It was such a powerful speech. Yeah, it's not Bush, it's Carter. Earlier I said it was Gorbachev, Reagan, and Bush, but yeah, Carter. I guess that makes more sense too, because in Carter's phase, the whole Iran standoff, Iran becomes in play there, which is a big deal, because if Russia controls Afghanistan and Pakistan and Iran at the same time, they basically are able to dominate the Middle East then. So you have to make sure by Carter's era, that they don't have either Pakistan or Afghanistan or Iraq, one of the two. Because there is an Iraq card you can play where if they take control of Iran, Iraq attacks Iran, and then those two countries are out of play.
This got me thinking, like, I know it's crazy, I know it's not Sunday, but imagine if there was other land or somewhere else and they've got people distracted, like all these countries fighting each other, and we're, you know what I mean? Like, what if there's some other play? So.
Like last night at the chill conversation about like we're all like a prisoner, like we're just fighting over the cell block. You know, who gets 2 pieces of chicken nuggets today? You know, like, your chicken tendies. It's like each inmate gets 2 chicken tendies, but one inmate gets 3 chicken tendies.
Yeah, fight.
Yeah, we all are pawns in the chessboard. That's it. At this point.
But we get to choose what color glove the octopus gets to play chess.
It's crazy how much you have to kind of zoom out to see that stuff. Like if you just go outside and the birds are chirping and the sun is nice and the weather is beautiful, you don't see the stuff we're talking about here. So you got to do a little bit of zooming out, perspective-wise, perception-wise, maybe, to understand some of this stuff. I'll talk about like not being able to zoom out and see the whole Earth all the time, but to see some of this stuff that these guys are talking about here, you almost have to have like a pair of They Live glasses or something. So, you got your They Live glasses on, folks?
Some people wearing their They Live glasses, but they've only got one lens.
Here, there's a Discord server where like for the game, right? Playdeck is the guys who make the game. So on their Discord server, they have a spot for the Twilight Struggle. This video was posted in there. So I'm not sure if it's safe for live stream or not. So I'll put it in locker room and see what you think.
What is Twilight Struggle?
Oh, that's the name of the game. The board game is called
gotcha.
Or the Twilight Struggle, whatever.
Why is it that name? Why do you think they chose that name?
Yeah, I guess I'm maybe because of it's historical context, what the historians are calling it now. I'm going to Google it. Let's see what Google says. Oh, Kennedy. Kennedy coined the term. The Cold War is a long twilight struggle. This 4-decade conquest between Europe for freedom and the power between the United States and the Soviet Union.
Twilight. That's an interesting word. I almost never use that.
Right? Twilight. Wonder what we find if we start looking that up.
I was gonna say, Ethergris, where you at, brother?
Oh yeah, looking up the code word there because that is the sacred geometry of Twilight Struggle. What was he really saying?
Anyway, Twilight definition. The soft glowing light from the sky when the sun is below the horizon caused by the refraction and scattering of...
Oh, shit.
Wow. So this is a misnomer to say that the moon you can read by twilight is.
Elijah, I'm having trouble hearing you. It's like you're real quiet, even when I turn you all the way up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know, man. How odd, I'm just loud enough for the others who know that I'm gonna flip out on them to hear me and respond, and then there's always one or two goobers that go, "Hey, I can't hear you." Yeah, me either. Yeah, we don't remember this going on yesterday either, or the day before either, or the day before either, or the day before
No, man,
either.
I couldn't hear you either. I just didn't say anything.
Hey, I can hear you.
Then how the hell do you know what I
now?
said?
Like the mic came out from under a pillow. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, now I'm disrupting everybody in the area because I have the phone on speaker. So the bottom line is, CB heard me. That's why he responded.
No, I got the good headphones, bro.
Yeah, you guys got to get better headphones. Stop fucking bothering me about myself.
Well, take it off speaker. Let me see if that other mic is broken. You need to know if your phone is working.
CB, you're saying that when Elijah spoke, he didn't sound really low to you too?
Guys, so let's just move on.
Elijah,
he read out the definition to Twilight.
Wait, CB. Elijah, you are low.
No, because he's pointing us
But
out.
let's not make a big freaking storm about it, all right? Like,
Oh God! Every day, hey! I'm the mic police. It's low. It's very low.
But this time, Elijah, you need to apologize because you was like 1 minute. Really, it was like from the basement.
Oh God!
Well, I just want to apologize because I popped back in here off deafened. I wasn't listening to nothing, and I was straining. I turned you up to 100%. I got AirPod Pros on noise cancellation, and it was so very quiet. I thought something was off.
You got to get up with CB. Them iPhone headphones. Are
nah, he's got better headphones than me, bro. I got that.
I think CB.
I'm just used to it by now, bro. I'm
trying
used
to be
it,
nice.
right? I got the ears.
How y'all doing?
What up? Yeah, Twilight. That's basically, he just read out the definition to Twilight. So
yeah, Twilight is apparently just before sunrise or just after sunset. So,
and it said something about refraction. What the hell is that?
Well, that's true because all of the light from the sun is refraction. Because, well, that's what I think. But that's neither here nor there. So yeah, I guess they're just talking about the lightning in the sky and yada yada yada.
Yeah, it's an interesting term. It doesn't really get tossed around here a lot. In these worlds.
There's got to be another definite. Whoever's the word police, y'all got to look this Twilight thing up. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, Elijah, I saw the movie.
Yeah, movie was right in Twilight. You would expect Twilight. The vampires aren't running around during Twilight. Like, they wanted to be nice in 12 a.m. that's when they want to get out. Not just after the sun went down, you could still see the sunlight. Like, hey. Yeah, I started watching From, by the way. Oh man, amazing show.
From?
Yeah, I told you it's pretty good.
Okay, I think that.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Well,
you gotta get into that, CD.
All right, check it out. I love a good recommendation. So.
Me too. I came here because y'all had given me my last recommendation watching The Dome, and I was like, okay, that was good. And so then I was listening to you guys recommend shows, and I was like, From. Everyone from all over the U.S. happens to end up in a particular town that they cannot escape for some reason. Yeah,
that's deep.
It's really good. So they all, no matter where they're driving, they all end up on a road where the tree has fallen onto the road, and they see all of these vultures. Or is it crows? Whatever it is. And
everyone who sees this, like, that's the sign that they are now stuck. They can't turn back. They can't do it. They're still, like how you find out that you're stuck in the same place as you pass the town, and you're like, oh, I didn't see this on the map. All right, I'll continue going straight. And then they go straight, and then they end up back into the town. It's like, what the hell? Not to mention, if you get caught lacking out there at night, these seemingly nice humans walk up to you until they turn into like these vicious monsters and like eat the flesh off of your
The
bones.
Globers. They're the Globers.
Yes, they are.
Why does it
But
seem
it's
like
a
all
dope
these
show.
stories are telling the same?
Are
They're
you,
telling the same story.
Elijah, are you on season 2 yet?
Yeah. I'm waiting for the next episode.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what's today?
No, it comes out on Saturday.
Yeah, I saw last Saturday's. Yeah.
You said this show is called Follow?
From.
On what platform?
I don't know. I watch stuff for free.
Yeah.
Yo, all of my friends, everyone asks that, and I'm like, you Globers, you guys still pay for stuff. Got your little Netflix. Okay, let me not front. I had Netflix because I had a family, and it's like, it is just easier. It's all right. Here's your little Netflix or whatever. But aside from that,
you want to send me a link in the chat?
I got you. Mm-hmm.
I'm
got you right now. Don't let the cops know I gave. Oh, my bad. The cops don't send you a letter. Your internet service does. I was like 11 years old and I was like downloading stuff off of Kazaa. And Optimum, was it Optimum? No, Cable. One of them. They had sent a letter. And my mom was like, "This is for you." I opened it up, and they were like, "You need to stop pirating information, or we're gonna take legal action." I was like, "Suck my dick." My friend Muhammad said nothing would happen. He got like 6 of these.
I never got one of those. That's wild.
Yeah, I was downloading the mad shit, bro.
I hate the last cliffhanger, dude. They left that that big lady, that like butch lady.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I totally hit that. I would.
What? Holy shit! Your standards are really low.
What's wrong with an old butch lady, man? You're a hater.
Wait, let me. Oh, no way.
Screenshot it.
If I was stuck in town, that's the biggest booty over there. What you talking about, bro?
What? There's other women there. She's not the only one.
I like her because I like how she holds stuff down. I feel like they're gonna kill her off at some point. You know? Do you get that feeling?
I don't know what. I feel like it might happen next episode. I don't know. It's kind of weird,
right? Because they're giving her a lot of screen. Not that she hasn't had screen time, but it's like very particular how they're handling her story now. And I'm like, oh no, the only person that I actually trust in this whole goddamn show is gonna get killed. She just be trying to keep everybody safe and make sure everything is on the up and up. You know?
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna Karen her. That's what they're gonna do.
Sounds fire.
Nah, I wouldn't hit that. The sister, the crazy girl. Oh, man, now her, yes, absolutely. You know who I'm talking about? The one that killed her brother?
Yeah,
I shouldn't have said that. Should I? Oh, forget that, CB. Forget that.
I didn't hear nothing.
Yeah, she's really pretty. She's
well, they got a nice looking cast for the most part.
She looks like she's like German or Russian. She's got like sort of
her eyes and their square jaws, like, you know, she got these blue eyes, and it's like, oh man, and she has this like hopeless, oh, I've ruined everything look.
To be honest, she's really dumb. Like she got controlled so easy. Oh, I'm not gonna say anything else, but
yeah. But then again, who's right and who's wrong? Like, where the fuck are they? Like, see, when it first started, it was like, okay, okay, it's like you just have the monsters to deal with. But then as the story develops, it's like, oh shit, we don't even know what's going on. You know, it's like I thought about Flat Earth. I was like, we think we want to get out of here. And then we fucking go like 60 degrees past south and get picked up by a large pterodactyl or some crazy shit. like
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, why do people have this idea? I mean, maybe it's right, but they have this idea. It's so simple. Just go out there. It's just ice. What if that's not the case? It doesn't have to be monsters and shit, but like, what if it is?
What if it's an entire another civilization that's like, yeah, you're not supposed to be here. Yep.
Kill him. Yeah.
That's right. Kill him.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I'm watching a show too. You said that people that get in that town, they can't leave.
Yeah.
So I'm watching another show where these people get sent to an island and then they try to leave. And instead of like a tree being in the road, it's a bunch of ships blocking their view. And then, some monsters or something pop out.
Talking about that anime?
Yeah, Hell's Paradise. Yeah, no one can leave. But it's weird though, because like all these shows are telling the same. They're describing the same thing.
Yep.
That's what's really interesting.
Yeah, being stuck somewhere and not being able to leave.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to check that out. But yeah, very interesting stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna love this show, bro. I guarantee it. The thing you're gonna hate is that there aren't 8 seasons to binge on. Like, immediately once you catch up, you're gonna be like last week, before the last show, when I saw him being like the dude at the end being drowned, I was like, what the fuck is this? I want to know what's going on at once. I wish all shows like just gave it up like Netflix used to, because Netflix is starting that bullshit where they're like letting shows out like once a week or whatever, and it's like, stop doing that. Just give me everything. Like, I don't care about the suspense. Just come on, please.
It's not even that, Eli.
No,
like,
that's
the
not even.
Producers are like, yo, we just cooked up this first season. It's going out. We're not going to hold on to this.
That's not the problem, though, Elijah. That's not the problem. The problem is that they've been reducing the amount of episodes each season within the past 10 years. Like, it used to be like, when you saw the series Lost, right? It had like 20 episodes, like, like in one season. Now it's like you get like 6 if you're lucky.
There's this application and it's asking like gender identity. Select all that apply. I'm about to hit other and then put flat earther.
Nice. There you go.
I think it's better to have fewer episodes and more, better content. I mean, Lost is a good example of that. If you watch that show, it was brilliant, wasn't it? A couple of seasons, 3 seasons, and then it just ran off, and it was like they knew they had a hit on their hands, so they just kept fucking writing, and it just went nowhere. We're like, ugh.
But are they really making better quality content? I don't think so.
Well, that's the point, though. They could, instead of just. I realised that we just use things for a distraction, so I think we just fill everyone's attention, take their attention, whatever. I get that, but I definitely think there's something to be said for having less. Less is more.
Andy, with the Lost, I was lost on the end also.
No, Lost got
Lost. Yeah. What the fuck? It was so good as well.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the writing of it too. It's like if it's too popular, they're like, well, we got to keep this thing going. You know what I mean? And then it can get old and bad. So yeah, the writers have a lot to do with that.
BB, did you watch Last Man on the Earth?
No.
That started very good, and then it's again, of course, bullshit on the end. But that's the man is wake up and he finds out that he is alone on the earth. Nobody's outside. Everything is like, and he will find the people later. But it's fucking great show.
It's really funny. I saw that one. It's really
The Last Man on Earth. Okay, I'll check it out.
Sasha.
I hope this show doesn't turn like that too. I hope it just doesn't get really dumb.
They didn't finish that show. They like a stop. There is like an end, but you don't understand in the end what's happened because they stopped they didn't have money or whatever. I don't remember. They didn't continue with more shows.
I guess that kind of gets into what Andy's saying. Like, we'll just stop writing infinite shows, cut the season, take a break, go think about the next season and then write that one or whatever. That's how you get a good show, like Attack on Titan.
Yo, you know what I realized? Like, everywhere I go,
people want to know.
Like like they're all Globers, fam. I know it's like, wow, okay, like, hello, have you woke up today? Like, no, but I mean, like, from the way you handle applications to the way people at certain establishments respond in a robotic way, like, it's worse now that I've been debating, and I'm like, obviously this question doesn't apply, but why is this a leading question? Because any answer I answer to this that is not applicable to me, but I'm like, what is, like, is this why people are so retarded? Like, the whole system forces you to think illogically.
Yeah, that's why flat Earth's so powerful. Regardless of what the Earth actually is, it does jolt those reasoning faculties and makes people think properly in a correct way, not just it is this way, like I don't know, forcing you to I don't know, it's like it's understanding how a thing works, isn't it? So it's how to think. It's how to think.
They teach you how to not think independently, right? And so,
man, in 10 years we will fight for Triangle.
Yeah, they're giving you things to think, and then instead of teaching you how to. So when you come here, you realize, wait a minute, I haven't been thinking all these years. We ask people, hey, do you know the globe or do you believe it? They go, I know it. So you go, okay, well, what do you know? Hold on, let me Google it. So they're realizing that they actually don't think, they don't know how to. So I think that's a good point, Andy. They come here and they learn, wait a minute, these guys know how to think a little bit. I love that point actually in particular, because I talk about not giving them a brochure. So we're not really giving you, hey, you need to think this, this, and this. It's like, okay, well, here's what you thought before, and here's why that may not be true. A good example of that is with gravity. A lot of people have this weird idea that, okay, well, if you're saying gravity isn't real, then I should be floating. Well, there's nothing to give that person. You just simply tell them you have two ideas that are worth removing. One, why would you be floating? Where did you get that idea? And two, like, they think something's holding them down, and otherwise they should be floating or flying. You can't fly. Nothing's holding you down, and you don't have the ability to hover like Superman. Take those two ideas away, and what's happening?
yeah, but think about how good the indoctrination is, right? That it tells people to think and feel what they don't feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Witsit talked about that earlier this morning. Tate mentioned that on his stream.
Yeah, I saw that.
DVD. Yeah, he said that almost verbatim, and so I might have to clip that out. I thought about it when I was watching.
Yeah, you should clip it, man.
I'm going to clip that little part out.
He also said a lot of good stuff in his Rumble stream too.
That was fun. I was there for that.
Yeah, the ending got me, man. I was like, holy shit, dude.
See, we start to record when people are answering what is gravity, please. that we have the answers, and then we can put it together.
I have a screenshot, but I just think that they think they really have a point with that. Why aren't I floating?
He would be recording a lot of people saying nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That question, why you like a person, normally you will kill yourself to explain gravity, and there is that Neil deGrasse Tyson will say next question.
Right. Because part of the frustration is like they don't even realize where they are in the totem pole. They think they're at the top. Then they come here and they quickly realize, like, wait a minute, flat earthers might actually be above me on this totem pole. They find out pretty quickly when we're going over like second law of thermodynamics and freaking entropy, all these other little details that they've never even heard before. So they quickly realize, like, oh, wait a minute, I just slid down on the totem pole.
I wish I could mind read so that I can read Neil deGrasse Tyson's brain and what he thinks, and because I would like to know if he really believes what he's like spouting.
I think not anymore.
Well, he did say that you don't see a curve, so
if he touched the point, I think he knows now.
Yeah, is he sprinkling in some truth?
When I went to school, I believed it.
Same here.
So he probably believed it.
But do you think he's too far in, like he's too embedded in it? That's like he can't like.
Could be. It's his job, you know.
Yeah, he can't like.
Could be, you know, why should he watch any YouTube or whatever and he never maybe touched it? He only heard that some flat earth that's like a fucking.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He wouldn't want to give up his SAG card, a Screen Actors Guild card, because you know that could be a cash cow at any time. So why would he give that up?
We got apparently a guy named Adrian that Run Boston is working on to come into this chat. So hopefully, if he does come in here, keep an eye out for him because he might be popping in here. His name is Adrian. He's a Duggan Glober, so there's that, you know. And we also got Richie that just popped in right now. Richie, welcome to the chat. He's VC verified.
Hello.
What's up, Richie?
Yeah, everything fine. I'm pretty old school. I was here like maybe 5 years, but
yeah, you're of the mind that you think the Earth is a globe, right? If I remember.
No,
you got the lunar lander on your profile pic.
Yeah, that's the real one, you know, the real one that went to the moon.
The real one that went to the moon.
Yeah. This alloplastic thing that flies through the air, you know.
Oh.
No, I'm a flat earther.
Flat earther.
But I really don't
I think I remember hearing your name before. There was something.
Yeah, I pop in sometimes when I have when I want to join. You know.
I can't remember what the falling out was, but I think there was a falling out of between because I remember that. Trying to think. I don't miss when I recollect people, but I think it was you were upset about something and then you left.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes
I think so. I'm trying to remember. I'm getting there. That'll come to me. Anyways,
I mean, you VC verified me like 4 or 5 years ago. I remember
that's
that.
been a while. But you know, we want to move you into an Earth role. So in this server, because if not, people are going to be asking you time and again. You know, what do you think the Earth is? What do you think the Earth is? And every time you come in here, so if it's a new people, they're going to be asking that. So.
I know that. Yeah.
So, yeah, you're of the mind that you think that the Earth is not a globe. Is that right?
No, it's not a globe. I mean, I don't really talk about that to anyone. Here, like just thinking that by myself, because I actually don't like to talk about it. People are getting mad about this topic, so I don't care anymore.
So what do you think about it now? Have you had some time to think about more, like how you feel like you want to approach the topic? Like, do you want to have conversations with people, or?
I actually don't. It's just waste of the time for many people. I live in Germany. Everyone is drunk every day. Like, just I'm mad about life, you know.
You're mad about life? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things going on in your personal life. It sounds like to me, anyway. But,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, maybe you just want to sit in here and listen and see what other people have to say and that kind of thing. You can just kind of hang out in the background, but I really can't move forward and give you the Earth determining role until we, kind of. It's really mainly just you got to hang around here some more. So that's all it is. We get used to you, and people will be like, "Yeah, Richie's pretty cool," but
right, all right.
Yeah, if you want to just hang around, that's cool too. But if you want to also add to the conversation, let us know, and then we can.
If I have something dumb to say, I will join in. No problem.
All right, Richie. Let's see. That's it for Richie. Who else have we got in here? Well, we're waiting on Adrian, so as soon as Adrian gets in the chat, we'll talk to him. Were you going to say something, Run Boston, when I was talking about that?
Maybe I'll just say something. Most of the times when I talk about this topic, no one can explain how the water works. How the water can bend, like in a sphere. For me, in my mind, it's impossible because how you want to bend water, or how does water bend? Because it doesn't.
Gravity, bro. Duh.
Yeah, water hills. Yeah, they don't have the answer for that, Richie. None of them do.
Well, what do you think boats go over?
Not a hill of water.
And this is what I'm like when I'm telling people that logic is very important, because if your focus isn't, look, you can wait around forever and finally decide, okay, this is you it's the same thing with finance. Like you never thought about, wait a minute, is there a kind of class for this? Is this a thing? Like, is an actual thing that I can learn, like martial arts or something, right? Well, like logic, that's where your thinking begins, when you open your eyes and oh, good morning. Everything you think from that point is important. I'm saying all this to say, you're like, I don't know how water would bend. How about first challenging the claim that it does by some method, which would mean measuring it? So instead of wondering how it's possible, you could just go and verify whether it's happening or not. That's a much faster way of doing things than wondering everything in the world.
Well said.
Hey, Mayhem, I'm over at my dad's, so I'm just kind of listening for now because he doesn't like the journey that I'm on. He thinks that everybody went to the moon and all that. And he's not mad about it, but, I can't even 100% sure say that Richie isn't Adrian. Now, I'm not going to say I know that for sure. I know Adrian has an accent.
If you want, just send him in here.
Well, what I mean is I'm not 100% sure that Richie's not Adrian. Now, I'm saying I'm not going to put that down as being like I know for sure, but I can't say that I can't say either way. I have to listen a little bit more because I've talked to him quite a bit on the phone. Could he be changing his voice a little bit? I mean, I did drop the link 30 minutes ago, and he said, "Yeah, I've been on Discord before," and I was like, "Well, join us in there. Come on in." And anyway, unless he can.
Well,
I know he's not German.
I'm just a European guy that joined in. I live in Germany. I'm half Italian, half Polish. I'm just
that's cool. If he sounded like somebody that was standoffish about the topic, I think that would have came through. I know that Richie had a falling out before, and I can't remember what it was. It's going to come to me though. But Richie did have.
Well, when you asked him about the flat Earth, he was a little bit hesitant. Like I don't know.
No, it was just kind of funny how you like this picture. It's obvious that it's a fake piece of shit. In my opinion, like it's too easy to see.
What?
So you're 100% sure the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, pretty sure. I'm like not. I don't want to.
Like 100% sure, like
not 100. Like I'm not. I think I'm not the smartest guy on the planet Earth, so I don't.
Planet? What are you on about, dude?
That's what's beautiful about being like, what is smart? Because everyone.
I'm just a free thinker. I want to.
That was a rhetorical question, because no one can know everything, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
that's impossible. So what is intelligence really? It's the ability to think logically and reasonably. So when you say I'm not the smartest person in the world, you best get cracking on your logic and reason, because you don't need to know everything to be smart. As a matter of fact, knowing things doesn't make you smart.
Yeah,
If you can
that's
recite
what
something that
annoys me
sounds
about
awesome,
some people actually. That people
yeah, so that's
tell me that they know shit, you know? Like
so that's the
the
thing.
church or
That's the
something.
thing.
They say there
You
is a
don't.
God. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know about shit. And it's okay to
Why?
not know.
No, it's not okay to not know things that are knowable. That's where you're wrong again, because your logic isn't all the way there, right? So when you say God, first, let's define God. What's God in your eyes? It's okay if you have like your own definition of it, whatever.
What people say God is, it's just some guy, you know.
Yeah, but he didn't ask you what people said. He asked you what you think, Richie.
I think, I don't know if there is one, if there is none. I don't know. I didn't witness anything, so I don't know if there is or not. I don't think there is, but maybe there is. I don't know.
It's okay if you don't think there is. It's okay if you believe in a globe in here. That's what I don't think you realise it. You can believe in a globe. You can not believe in God if you want. I'd think you're an idiot, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's like your opinion. You think I'm an idiot?
Wait a minute. I'm just trying to point out the fact that if you believe in a globe, you can still be in the server. That's the point.
I don't believe in a globe, but I don't know if there is a God.
Well, so let's rewind this thing. Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think that something material can pop into existence from something unmaterial? If you don't understand the question, ask me to reiterate.
I don't understand that, but I don't.
If you don't understand how to answer the question, ask me to reiterate.
The thing is, it's
either going to be a straightforward answer, or you just ask me to reiterate. It's okay.
If something comes from nothing.
Basically.
Could be not. Maybe.
So when in history have your history, since you've been born, has something come from nothing? Something physical.
I was born, so something happened. My parents.
Yeah, you came. There was sperm, so that was something. Think of a situation where something came from nothing.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Good. You know why? Because you have no experience. So it'd be foolish to think that, everything that you experience hasn't been created by something. You don't have to think of it as a guy. You don't have to call it God.
Everything that I see was created by another human being, or by myself.
So the dirt is created by human beings. Water is created by human beings.
No, this is
don't say
not
no.
created by.
Don't say no. Oh, okay. I thought you were going somewhere else with that. So no, these aren't created by human beings, right?
No.
But yet they exist.
But I don't know what created.
I didn't ask you if you knew, and you better get to know. But that's not my journey. That's yours. Now, however, regardless of knowing who, what, when, where, why, how, you still know that this dirt couldn't have come here from nothing, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. So, the thoughts that you think, do you think that comes from nothing?
Comes from my mind, from my brain.
Yeah, but do you think your brain was built before consciousness were a thing? Or does consciousness precede creation?
You have to have a brain and then put the consciousness in it, right, Elijah? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, you do.
Obviously, I don't think it works that way. I think it works the way you were describing.
Yeah, because I mean,
Consciousness first.
information has to come from somewhere, right? Yes or no? Can information come from nothing?
Information comes from other.
Can information come from nothing?
I don't think so. No.
Right. So then you know that this place was created. You just don't like how it feels when you say it because you've been indoctrinated and thought one way for your whole life. I'll give you a break because if I ask you any more questions, I might get upset. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, thanks for that, Eli. We also got to go back to the point where he mentioned the planet Earth. That's why Andy chimed in. So you mentioned that when you said, with your statement, Richie. Why did you mention the word planet Earth?
It was just in the how to say it? In my brain, actually. Yeah, I just said it. I don't know why, but I said it.
Well, it's still in your vernacular, so obviously you're still saying things. Boston, do you want to say something?
I was just going to say Freudian slip, I think was what he was trying to say, maybe.
Well, that may be, but still we are at the point where Richie's saying that he doesn't know, even if he knows the Earth is flat 100%.
I'm in a state where I actually don't talk to regular people about this, I'm just doing
regular
my
people. Do you think we're not regular people, Richie?
No.
Everybody in this Discord?
In this Discord, we are pretty much not the norm, obviously.
Right, but people everywhere, they're just people, whether or not you consider them to be regular or not, people are people. Anyway, just going back to the point where you are not sure that the Earth is or is not flat. Like, why are you in a position where you don't know? Like, because that seems to be an issue right now for you. It's unsettling. It's unsettling for you.
I'm not testing anything. I'm just being me.
Why not?
Just working all day.
But why not?
Basically.
Why can't you, like the physics of water? Let's say hydrostatics, water at rest. We understand something very fundamental when it comes to water at rest.
As I said, I'm not. I don't understand.
Richie.
I'm just.
Richie.
Okay.
Richie. I'm still talking. So water at rest, right? The surface, it has a flat surface, all the way across the surface. When it's at rest, this, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So based on that, then we can say in a swimming pool, water at rest lies flat, pretty flat and straight. So when we say, you scale up and you want to go to a lake will do the same. When it's a really calm day, you can see across the face of the water, it's pretty flat, right? Like there's no way that you can say that water's not flat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just water itself can demonstrate that the Earth isn't curving because the surface of water remains to always mirror the surroundings, perfectly. It's not like it's warped like a spherical mirror or a curved mirror. Whereas a curved mirror would denote that the surface of that water, if it was curved, it would be showing a very different proportional surroundings. So like the image that it would cast on the water would look very disproportional. Kind of like a funhouse mirror, it wouldn't even look the same. But when you see over like a calm lake, the image itself reflects like it's straight. It's a perfect plane mirror that you see off the surface of water. Based on that, you can assuredly know that the Earth isn't curving, because if it was, that water would be conforming to a curved surface. That every image that you see on that water would be looking like it's distorted, right? Elongated, or however the case is from the position you're seeing it from. Let's say if the Earth was curving. So there's something very fundamental about water that we can understand without having to get into like even measuring. We can know this for sure, right? We can rest assured that the mechanics of water are exactly how we perceive them to be with our senses, right? Do you agree, Richie, what I'm saying, or no?
I'm trying to I'm agreeing to most of the things, but some things are just too fast for me because
baby steps, Mayhem, baby steps.
Yeah.
This is not my main language, you know. It takes a little.
So
brain
it's just
power.
all right. So you want to just break it down really simply? The surface of water.
You can't get more baby steps than water is flat.
Yeah, I don't know why I need to make it so redundant, right?
I mean, that's why I am a flat earth because of water.
So, Kel, what I said, and I'm gonna go to Kel. Let me go to Kel because if you said baby steps, is there something what I just said that was really confusing and complicated, or I need to reduce that further down?
I think what happened is that you went into a really long monologue, right? And you went from point to point to point, trying to address that same point, and I think it kind of confused him.
Okay, be specific.
Yeah.
I can't really repeat what he said because it was.
Well, listen, bro. If you can't be specific when I ask you, don't you dare fucking open your mouth.
What?
I mean, I'm sorry, that's crass language, but for everyone else in the chat, is that reasonable not to have an objection but not be clear what it is?
They asked me why baby steps. I just explained why.
I wasn't asking you, I was asking the rest of the room. Seeing is that you acted like what I said was just too insane. Now, I understand that I cursed, but really the intent behind what I'm saying is if you can't clearly state the details of your objection, you best just not say anything because it makes no sense because you're not being helpful. How's that?
I mean, sure. Whatever you think, Elijah. Whatever you think.
That's not whatever I think. Can you be more clear or no?
I wasn't clear before. I mean, I was a little vague about it, but I was clear about the majority of it.
Yeah, but we don't know what you mean.
Okay.
Go on, Miggy.
So, Richie, was there any point of what I said that you were lost on? You said that English is not my first language. But is there something of what I said that confused you?
Oh, it was just a lot of information.
Okay. Is there anything that you can repeat back of what I told you about hydrostatics and water? Anything?
You lost me after I don't know.
You don't know anything.
Let me think.
See, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody here. I was just pointing out what happened.
Richie, can you tell us what Mayhem was talking about? Just a simple kind of. This is the subject he was talking about.
Water. This was the main topic.
And what was he saying about water?
That it's like a mirror. You can't actually see reflection and stuff.
Yeah.
And
why would it be a mirror that reflects a perfect image?
Because it's flat.
Perfect.
There it is.
All right.
That's it. He got it, Kel. So your conclusion of it was incorrect. Saying that it was too long-winded, it was monologue. That's what I'm saying. If he understands it from this context, then why would you chime in to say that he didn't get it? He just clarified the point right now. This is what I'm saying. Like, if we don't let the people speak for themselves, then we start to interject for no reason. We have to let those people who we're speaking to object and say, like, I don't understand. What do you mean? And then
So he understood it the whole time and he just lied. That's all that just happened there.
No, after that, there was a lot of stuff that
that's not the point. Too much. Richie, 1 second, Richie. But what I'm saying, Kel, is that in this chat, we have to let the person whom we're speaking to actually answer for himself without anybody else objecting. Like, well, it might have been a monologue. Like, why are we divining the man's thoughts without asking the man himself with what Timbo said?
Mayhem
is actually asking him.
Mayhem, replay what happened, okay? I didn't even say anything until he said he didn't understand. Then I was like, okay, well, maybe this is what happened.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why can't we let him say that? versus you.
But
Richie, 1 second, please.
But he did say it though. He said, "I don't understand what you were saying."
Right, but when Timbo clarified and he told Richie, now Richie came back and actually summarized what I was saying. So he did get the context of what I was talking about.
About the main topic, of course, but there was some specifics that I was just fast for me, you know. But this is like one of the first things I said, that that water doesn't bend. You know, this is why I'm a flat earther. But there are many things that other people believe that I don't know about stuff. You know.
Yeah, that's fine, Richie. But the point that we're trying to get across here is that there's fundamentals of our reality, the physical and natural world that we deal with, right? Tangible reality. When you
when you open your eyes, you see that. Yeah.
But there's something that stands to be objective. So you can't say that there's something there that wavers back and forth from like, well, I'm only 80% sure that information that I just told you is going to be different tomorrow. Like that's just either it's truth or it isn't. There is no gray area there. And so when we get back to the fundamentals and the basics, we start to realize that these objective truths stand to be like throughout anybody's research. So if I go out there and if I send you or if I send someone else, if I tell you that water is flat and level on its surface and it reflects like a plane mirror, then that could be demonstrated anywhere, right? So there is no curving water then, because if it was curving like the curved mirror or the spherical mirror, then the surface of that water would reflect anything that's on that surface just like it would on one of those mirrors that are curved. The image would be distorted. Do you understand? So this is
I understand, but
yeah, I know that's the context. So if you're saying that I'm not sure in that respect, then I would ask you, how is it possible that something that objective is something that you question? Because it's not questionable. It stands to reason that if you're
because a lot of people said that the world is so big you couldn't see that, but
that doesn't negate the fact. It doesn't negate the fact that you'd see the same thing you would on the surface of water as it would be if it was flat or if it was curved. So you'd have to. That's just basic reasoning, man. If you go outside, you're right. So if somebody says, "Well, the Earth is too big," well, that's not the case though, because we have the metrics of the globe. And you type it in, you're gonna find out the radius, diameter, and circumference. Am I not right? Like that's what you find out when you type it into Google. That's what you're going to see. Right. So with those metrics, it's not too big because it's measured to be a certain size. Right. So that idea that somebody tells you, "Oh, Richie, it's too big." Well, bullshit, because we have the metrics and we can go test this globe. And with that, we can say we're going to see if there's any curvature on the water and find out if it's curving like they say it is or not. So basically what we're doing here is finding out the claim, testing the claim, or even just basic reasoning, right? Saying if the Earth is curving like they say it is, then that surface of water is going to be convex on its surface, and the end result of that is the image that surface is reflecting will be all distorted, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean that's pretty basic, and it's objectively true. It's not going to change tomorrow, the next day. It's always going to remain the same. If the Earth is curving, then it would definitely reflect the water on its surface as a curved mirror. We can't run away from that. We can't get away from that. These are some of the fundamentals of the Earth being flat and stationary. So when we talk about it in this way, it's a basic understanding. Any flat earther should know this as a primary example to tell anyone else, look, you don't got to take my word for it. You can go out to the calm lake and go see for yourself. If there's any curvature there, that water is going to show it. You will see a distorted image in that it will be convex on the surface of that water, and then it'll reflect back in the same way with a curved mirror, understanding. And I could back this up with a LibreText link that could tell you about curved mirrors, spherical mirrors, and they'll give you the formula for them and all of this good stuff, right? But then it talks about a plane mirror and the dichotomy between a spherical mirror and a plane mirror. Anyway, back to the point. That's very basic. So it doesn't leave room for a gray area there. It either is or is not displaying itself that way.
There's a couple of interesting things he said as well. He said, what did you mean when you said you don't care whether it's flat or round? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Maybe because I don't know. What would it change?
Oh, okay, so you're saying that if you decide whether it's flat or round, then going on there. If you decide whether it's flat or round, it's not going to change your life. Is that what you're saying? So you're undecided, yeah?
No, I'm not undecided. But what is the?
Then you will know.
Then you might not understand the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, because look, if you thought logically and reasonably, then you wouldn't think it was a globe. Like, that's the point. So it's not the globe. It's the fact that you can't think logically and reasonably, which means when you have bills, when you have bad people in the government trying to tell you stuff, when you got a boss, when you have a wife, when you have children to raise, people are going to be able to fuck you over because you're not going to be able to know heads from tails because you didn't care. It's not about the earth. It's about what can be put into your mind.
Yeah.
That's very important. You don't want people telling you anything and you just going to believe it, right?
Yeah, I hear a lot of people that want to change my mind or change how or what to say.
Yeah, it's just like having a bunch of women who want you, but you're married. It's like you don't need to concern yourself with the hundreds of women that are all over you when you have a wife. It's like, because you don't see any of that stuff. Nothing comes up unless it's actually relevant. You know what I'm saying? Relevant to you. So when people start telling you stuff to convince you stuff, you just got to find the relevance. If there's no relevance, there's no reason to think about it any further. But, to say, what difference would it make? Well, I don't know. If we ask you a couple of questions and you find it hard to answer, well, then you probably want to fix that problem. Because it's not the globe at that point, or it's not flat earth at that point. It's that your reasoning skills are lacking.
Yeah, maybe that's true. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
No, I mean, shit, so is mine. I'm not, and by the way, people can curse me out too. If nobody knew that, as long as it's a justified shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? If it's justified, I'll know it and I'll shut the fuck up. I've done it many times.
Hey, so the information, Richie, the one that I was talking to you about, I put it in live stream voice text. So you might want to click on that link and save it, or go through it at a later time when you have more time to look at it.
Let me ask you one more question. But because people often say, what does it matter? Well, imagine you went home.
For me, it matters because it's the truth. I don't want to lie to myself. I don't want to lie to myself. What I know, I don't want to lie to myself.
Right, because this is an example. So you live with your parents and you go home one day, and you're just looking for an extra pair of socks or something in your parents' sock drawer, and then you find these documents that state you were adopted, but they never told you were adopted. And so you go to them and you're like, hey, what's this? And they're like, what difference does it make? That would be a bit of a problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so nobody really likes lies, but they just say, what difference does it make? Because it's easier not to think about. But that's not really how they feel. It's just something that you hear, the months and months and thousands and probably I don't know how many hours of moments that you may have been watching TV, watching a news clip, watching YouTube, wherever that they've talked about flat Earth and was like, oh, it wouldn't even matter. What difference does it make? That's the sentiment people are echoing because they heard someone else echo it. It's not real. Because if I press them about it, I guarantee you they'll never, like, no one's going to say, yeah, I'm being lied to. What difference does it make? That makes no sense. It only makes sense when we're talking about flat Earth, though, which should raise a red flag in your mind. Why when it's something else, like, my parents lying to me about something, that's obviously important, but this entire lie of the globe, that's not important? No, it's important on some scale, some level.
Yeah, there was a lot of truth in there.
I don't know if we want to skip over to Lino Tomo. Eli, did you finish your point with Richie?
Yes.
We got Lino Tomo in the chat. Lino, are you there? Lino Tomo.
Lino
Are you there?
Tomo. Hello.
Has he ever spoken this chat?
I don't know, but I remember seeing him like for years back.
Yeah, he's been here a while, huh?
But I don't remember speaking to him.
All right, let's go. We'll skip Lino. Limo, you dodged a bullet. All right, we got Aztec in here. At Zetex. At Zetex, welcome to the chat.
Aztecs.
Aztecs.
That sounds like a...
Aztecs, are you there?
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, you're locally muted. All right, welcome to the chat. So what brings you by our Discord, and what is your position on the topic of the server?
Well, I was here, I don't know, 2 years ago. And I got bored and came back.
That's great. What is your position on the topic of the server?
I'm a glober.
Glober? Okay, so
Yeah.
you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it's a globe?
I would say I believe the Earth is a globe.
Believe.
Just
okay.
to go with your...
Well, I mean, it's basically what you're telling me, so I'm not going to put any words in your mouth. You got to tell
Just to
me.
go with whatever you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Whatever you're saying. Exactly.
All right. So on a scale from 1 to 100, 100% being like the percentage you would take, what would you say that you think the Earth is a globe? 100%?
100%. Yeah.
100%. Ah, I love that. All right, so we got somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe, 100%. So what is your strongest evidence, Aztec, that the Earth is a globe? Give us your best shot.
So, let me say it this way. When I was here 2 years ago, I was discussing like physics and stuff like that. But the thing is, I'm really not that good in that. Like, I have a very good grasp generally, very broad knowledge, you could say.
So how are you 100%?
The thing is, the entire flat Earth discussion, let's say, is founded or is based on some very, very strong
yes.
I think hello?
To say.
Evidence.
Yeah. I think I might have to stop you there. Miggy asked you
already. Holy shit.
What Miggy asked you what evidence makes you 100% sure that you live on a globe at least once. Flat Earth shouldn't even come out your mouth, because that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's why I said it will take a while for me to explain this. The thing is,
you got the time. We're here 24/7, man.
Okay. All right. I would always go for like evidence. I don't want to discuss like geology or physics right now, or chemistry or whatever. My approach is this: if I have a leak in my house, I will call a plumber. Why? Because the plumber is a professional.
What are you talking about?
So, what again?
OMG, dude. What
one?
is your evidence for the globe?
Oh my god, the evidence for a globe is GPS, the horizon.
GPS.
Global navigation.
GPS
star navigation.
GPS uses Cartesian coordinates. Do you know what Cartesian coordinates are?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, they're basically linear coordinates in a three-dimensional space.
And what did you say? Flat surface?
No, I didn't.
You should have, because that's what Cartesian coordinates are based on.
Well, based on, but not necessarily.
Yes, they're based on. That means they are necessary. Look up Cartesian coordinates and post a citation that says otherwise. Number one.
I sprayed axes. That's
anything
what
else.
Yeah, I mean.
Did you say something about navigating with the stars or something? Did you say celestial navigation as well?
Like star navigation, yeah, of course.
Okay, so this is interest as well. Do you know what a triangle is, mate?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you understand that celestial navigation is based on the fact that we can build a right triangle between the observer, the star, and the ground position of the star. The actual fact is you can't have a triangle on a curved surface, which would be the Earth. So celestial navigating, or navigating with the stars, actually requires the Earth to be flat, because we use angle measuring devices. And you know as well as anybody else that if you've got a bent line within your triangle, you've bastardized two angles. So celestial navigation requires the surface of the Earth to be flat to get elevation angles up to stars. You understand that, right?
Let's think about it. If you get an angle from a star,
yeah,
you're basically.
Can you do that on a curved line? Can you do that on a curved line? Can you do it on a curved line? Can you get an elevation angle or any angle if one of those lines is curved?
You're not really using the curved line, though, right? You're looking at the horizon. Is that correct? If you get a star angle, you're looking at the horizon, correct?
What's beyond the horizon that's got a GP?
I mean, look. If you look at the horizon, you're building a tangent.
You're looking through a sextant to get an elevation angle. Can you define an elevation angle for us?
The elevation angle is the angle between the star position and the horizon.
Wrong.
What then?
4:01. You almost got it right. 01 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text. Elevation angle from radartutorial.eu is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So, how can you have a horizontal plane on a sphere?
If you look at the horizon, you're looking in a straight line.
Not my question.
Well, the horizontal plane is basically the tangent from you to the horizon.
Hold on. Sorry, no. And also, what we'll do, just to lessly confuse the issue, we'll put the sextant on the floor. We'll also understand that we're only using the horizon as a reference because that star that we want to get an elevation angle to has got a ground position. That means 90 degrees underneath the star, straight line to you, horizontal plane, 3.
Oh, you're dropping. Oh, I am.
Yeah. Now he's dropping. So, can you point out
3,000 miles in the case of, let's say,
guys?
I'm
okay.
The horizontal plane. Yeah, that's the Earth bit. If the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be getting.
Jedi, your rules are dropping.
Jedi. You're dropping. You're roboting. Not roboting, but dropping out.
Guys, listen. I'm not here to have beef, right? So
No, no, I don't care. We don't care what you're here for. You claimed that celestial navigation, you acquired a sphere for celestial navigation. We just showed you what an elevation angle is. You added to the definition of an elevation angle. That is a law of identity violation.
I don't. Okay, fine. If you think so. So
I don't think so. I know
how
so.
do you?
It's not that I think, and we're not going to listen to your diary of the mouth when you don't know what a fucking triangle is. You tracking with me, Sunshine?
Do you?
Do I? My favorite color is chartreuse. On Wednesdays, it's turquoise.
Look, I'm not aggressive towards you.
I don't give a shit about your aggression. I don't give a shit about your feelings. I don't care that the people down at the transportation agency dealt you badly today. I could give a shit less. What is an elevation angle, sir?
I told you.
And you are incorrect.
Okay, all right. Do you get the position by triangulation or trilateral?
Right? That's not the question. That's 3 steps ahead. How do you get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent, sir? That's the question.
However you like it.
No.
If you say it's a plane, fine.
I'm not fucking. You just got a case of diarrhea of the mouth. How can you get an elevation angle? You must be able to get an elevation angle off your sphere tard so you can apply it in celestial navigation. So how can you do that off a sphere?
Look, I'm willing to entertain your ideas. I'm willing to.
It's not an idea, it's an absolute fact. I just put the definition right in there 1 minutes after the hour. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. It's very simple. So that is a right angle triangle. All you have to do is tell us how you can get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent. Simple.
A curved adjacent is a tangent. And a tangent is a straight line.
Is not a tangent. You don't know what a tangent is. That's not a tangent.
A tangent is a straight line that...
Then how can it be curved? My God! You just said a curved adjacent is a tangent.
Yeah, it's not curved.
You stupid. It's not curved, so a curved tangent is not curved. Is that what you said?
It's not curved.
Yeah, there you go. You need to return to your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised.
Supervised.
Look,
it's the supervised bit.
Anything else?
The thing is, if the Earth were flat.
Fuck off.
You what?
You're done. Mickey, I don't know. Is there anything left? He doesn't know what a triangle is, an elevation angle is. Should we ask him what? I wouldn't even trust him if he told me what the weather was where he was living.
Yeah, watch out, man. There might be some feet rub and hot chocolate people waiting to chime in. But check this out. When he first came in here, he said, "I'm 100% sure the Earth is a globe."
Oh, and by the way, but sorry, because I'm gonna leave. Maybe that's good for today. I just wanted to leave you. Ironically, did you hear what Matthew Lerns did today?
What did he do?
He went on Nathan Oakley's show, and he said that if we could show, ironically, that it's impossible to get an 90-degree angle off a curved adjacent, he would resign his position at university.
Brilliant. Give him a.
He's a big fat bullshitter. So
I don't understand how this mathematician who teaches kids at university about maths, how he thinks that it is actually possible to read 90 degrees when one of those lines is curved.
Yep.
This man educates people.
No, he said if we could show with another university math professor telling him he's bonkers, that he would resign his position at the university.
Just go and ask any fucking teacher, any maths professor at any fucking school. Oh, see, this is why I like this, because I actually remember my fucking, little geometry exam, factor on it, and you can't. Maths professor, what a cunt. Teach his kids. And I know why you don't like him as well, Wiggy, but fucking hell.
Just wanted to let you know, guys. So we're right on the same subject area as @Sec or whatever the hell he is. Failed. Just wanted to let you know, so I'm going to take my leave of you.
That's good to see you, Quantum.
Thank you,
Good to see you guys. Hang in there.
Later, brother.
Too funny.
So crazy.
Hey, Jedi, you've got to be careful when you say can't.
Everybody needs to join in on the supervised as well. Makes it more.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking hell, dude.
Well, these are people that think that their line of sight is curved around imaginary balls. Like,
listen, that's fucking bullshit. That Matthew said that. That's bullshit. He's not gonna. If that is the case, he's probably already thinking about resigning. So it has nothing to do with anybody. Like, but I'm saying I'm calling bullshit on that claim that he's gonna. That's bullshit. He's not gonna do it.
Nope. And people wonder why sometimes out the gate, you're short, direct, and kind of rude with it, I guess. But it's we know that we're being bullshitted. He's 100% below, but he's actually an anti-flat earther because you're kind of giving us the direct answer as to what an elevation angle is, but you want to go to an anti-flat earth argument, which would have to do with straw manning us with triangulation. Well, straw manning us with, when they're like, ooh, so you guys are saying it's the height or this or no, fuck all that. I know where you're going. I know who you are. People who are genuine, I give them all times a day. I'm extra calm, extra sweet. But people I know shit, and I'm just going to get straight to the point with you.
Yeah, he's on that fuck shit right now. And if you unmute him, it's going to be still the same thing. A triangle, bro, can destroy their paradigm. That's how bad it is.
Oh, someone unmute him.
He was
Unmute the
100%
cunt,
sure
please.
it was a globe.
Sorry.
And then he brought
Sorry,
up
Elijah.
GPS. Also,
Yeah, Eli, you're robotic.
Unmute him.
But
I
Jedi-
need something to listen to.
Yeah, Jedi, I don't mind, but you're skipping as well, dude. I don't know if you're at a bad location or whatever,
Right.
but I don't know if you want to get situated before you do that, because
that's so interesting.
I don't mind.
because-
It just,
I was going to say, sorry.
robot?
yeah, you were a little bit, Eli, and
That's all right.
no, I was telling Jedi too. He was roboting as well, so I was trying to get him to maybe fix his connection.
That might be proof of the globe, because that means Elijah and Jedi are connected to the same satellite from up in the sky, So
Yeah, it's funny. Jimsy started to robot and then it stopped immediately after the first word. So that's interesting. Anyway.
You're roboting.
No, I'm not. I'm not roboting.
Yeah, but let's let Jedi come in because he wanted Jedi a sound check, bro. If you're there.
Does this mic work?
Does this mic work?
Does this mic work?
The fuck?
Check, Jedi. Are you there?
Go Jedi.
Check. Yes.
Yeah, awesome.
You want to try again?
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So this guy, I'm not going to pronounce his name, Artex, or whatever it is, asked me if you can measure an angle on a curved line. You can measure the angle on a point on a curved line, the horizon, which would be
You're coming in and out, Jedi. It's fuck, dude.
right. No worries. I'll go on the laptop, man. I'll jump in the.
All right.
Sometimes if you just disconnect and come back in, or even just disconnect the Cat 5 or Cat 6 cable. And
Fuck,
just
man, my team needs good internet. Fuck, dude,
Reset the connection.
Jedi knows by now how to fix his connection if it's possible, Sonny.
I know. I apologize. Look, I do revert into like father.
Please,
Wait a minute.
less is
Wait a minute.
more.
Let me finish.
All right.
Let me just finish real quick. I do revert into father mode sometimes. I don't. I apologize for that. It does rub some people. It's not intentionally designed to like irritate people. It's just
No,
kind of
I'm
my.
just saying. You know damn well Jedi has been around for a long, like mad long. Like he knows. You know.
I know. I do.
No, it's like when you say, "Hey, your mic is very low," like as if I don't know that. Like I know. Like it's just.
I know. And look, I was happy today because I wasn't the one. I didn't say shit. I was listening in the background. Someone else said it. But anyway, moving on. Moving right along.
So what was I gonna? Oh, I was gonna say that. So yeah, what you know? What I don't disagree with the elevation angle definition he gave with horizon, because actually, without the assumptions about the horizon, it's actually perfectly acceptable. Because I mean, in the manuals that I'm reading, the horizon, in other words, is just a horizontal direction, like all the way across to the GP. Anyway, that's what they mean by horizon. Anyway,
yeah,
it's a 90-degree angle from on the horizon. We know that that's not a fixed point on the globe, so we know what they're talking about.
So check it out. Like in the workbooks, like when you're doing, like a lot of times you're using these workbooks when you're out at sea. You have a system that you go through systematically of how to do these fixes, and so the terminology is the line of the horizon and the line of sight. Those are those are just a given that those are lines. Those are straight lines because because they have to be in order to do anything with an angle. So there's no getting around this. They're straight lines. And that's the same way you see, which totally debunks this freaking seeing
Jedi's
around
back.
curves. Anyway.
Yeah, Jedi's back.
Microphone check. Yes, no.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, there we go. Aztecs, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right,
awesome stuff. Aztecs, when I asked you if you could measure an angle if one of the lines is curved, you pointed out that if you put a point on the curved line, you can measure an angle to it. Was that correct?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So that's not what we do in celestial navigation, my friends. Do you know what a GP is? Hold on. Do you know what a GP is?
You know, the ground position is the GP.
Yes.
Where
excellent stuff.
The star would be exactly 90 degrees above you.
Yeah, well, no. Let's say in the case of Polaris, that's over there.
Not above you, but above the ground, let's say.
Yeah, so the ground position of the star is above that ground position. Yeah, so there's a straight line down from that star to what we call, when we've agreed on, the GP. Now, the GP has got a 90-degree angle, and then that straight line from that GP comes to you with the sextant. Let's put the sextant on the floor to make everything easy. Then we look back up at Polaris. Then we've got our elevation angle off of that straight horizontal plane baseline. The thing is that GP can be in excess of 3,000 miles beyond the horizon. So we're not looking at the fucking horizon, mate. We're just getting a reference. Because we want to know the GP of the star. Yeah, exactly. So you understand that GP's got 90 degrees underneath it, yes?
Yes.
Awesome. How do you get 90 degrees on the curved line? You don't.
It would be the normal.
You don't.
I think.
No, hold on.
Well, you can have a horizontal line on a curve, right? And so you can also have a vertical line.
Jedi, I think he dropped.
Well, from analysis, I know that if you calculate a tangent, you can also can calculate the
tangent to what? Sorry, hold on. I've got all of this. Tangent to what? Tangent to what?
A tangent is in reference to a curve, right? So if you have a point on a curve.
God. So, yeah.
And you want
do you remember me putting the sextant on the floor earlier? Would you like me to do it again? Just to make everything simple, because when we put the sextant on the floor, the line goes to the horizon and straight to the G of the star. The thing is, when you've got elevation above the curved surface or the surface, your calculation, because you're going to need to do this, is going to take you down to 0 altitude above the surface. So you can draw your straight line from the GP of the star 3,000 miles away back to you with a sextant on the floor, and then guess what? You can read your elevation angle up, because that line between you and the GP is not curved. If that line between you and the GP was curved, 1, you would not be able to have 90 degrees underneath that GP, obviously, and 2, you wouldn't be able to measure an angle up to that star, because that line has curved and bastardized 2 of your angles. When you say tangent line, that's fine, but you don't understand how to use celestial navigation, because your next calculation after getting your tangent line is subtracting your altitude. So I made everything simpler by putting the sextant on the floor. You need a direct line of sight, straight line to the GP of the star, which in the case of Alaris can be 3,000 miles away. You would not be able to do this on a curved surface. You must remember that every single star has got a ground position with 90 degrees to you. You cannot get 190 degree on a curved surface, let alone thousands. Can you?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure you're not actually aiming at the GP of the star in celestial navigation.
Have them read what I posted.
If I'm wrong,
you're looking at the horizon.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think you try to aim the sextant horizontally.
No, I'm sorry, bro. I was asking Jedi if he could have you read what I posted.
I think you're not like that. Was a fault of mine.
I think you're not. I know you know English well enough to understand what I'm saying. I don't know why you're responding to what I'm saying by ignoring me. Makes no sense. And I'm talking to Jedi. Jedi, can he read what I posted? In response to saying he doesn't think that they're shooting towards the GP.
Can you read?
I'm on my phone. If I read, I have to.
Yeah, go in the chat and read that there.
You can read it.
Fine. What was your last statement?
I said I'm unsure, but I don't think you aim at the GP of the star with the sextant.
Okay. Here's the citation range. Actually, I gotta figure out where exactly it comes from, but it's in a workbook. Figure 2. The angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, in its ground position on the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you're pretty sure about was actually pretty wrong.
But that would work in that really doesn't answer the question, because I said
you said you think that they're not aiming at the GP, right?
Yeah, you have several.
Are.
Yeah, I mean, sure, from in the x-axis.
No, I already rebutted you. I do not want to hear you repeat what you said before I rebutted the thing you said before. It was a justified rebuttal, unless you have.
It's not my specialty. Celestial navigation.
Well, that's fine. You know, don't speak on things as assuredly as you do if you're not. Just say, "Oh, I didn't know that." So if you're being honest and reasonable, you would say, "Oh, I didn't know that." Not cop out and say, "Well, you know what? I don't actually know about the thing that I was just trying to tell y'all I was pretty sure about."
Yeah, well, the thing, the thing that you just read could easily just mean
we could go to the citation. We could go to YouTube. to a video. We can go to a sextant manual.
Do you want me to talk to you?
Bro. Do you hear me talking directly to you or no?
Do you hear me talking? I mean, I don't have to. You don't have to mute me.
You're denying what I'm saying, and I'm saying, hey, instead of wasting everyone's time denying what I'm saying is true, we can provide you with citations, sources, and resources. So we don't need to hear you whine on the live stream about how you don't believe us, because we can just give you the information. Right? Because then it would be silly for you to say, well, a mariner who's been, driving boats for almost his entire life, it'd be silly for you to say he doesn't know what he's talking about, right?
I mean, fine. Why not?
So either you're open to new information or you're wasting our time.
No, I just want to get precise. That's the point.
Well, I'm trying to get precise. That's what giving citations are for. We can't get precise if you don't know what you're talking about. Right?
Do you want me to reiterate or not?
No.
Yes, please.
Because maybe...
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Jedi.
Look,
I don't like people who are disingenuous. That's what I don't like. This time my turn, I was waiting for you to come back.
Look,
thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I'm really trying to be genuine here. I don't want to frustrate you, right? If I'm too stupid to understand it, fine, that's on me. But like, I think if you say, okay, you said the angle you're taking is one part of the triangle between you, the star, and the GP of the star. But that doesn't really explain if you aim the sextant in the y-axis at the horizontal. So on a flat Earth, it would be parallel to the ground. On the globe, it would be the tangent to the Earth. Or at the horizon.
Oh, no. Just going to let him finish. And I was just going to pull it apart, but I hear two other people wanting to jump in and take it apart. So go for it, Elijah.
Damn, now no one's talking.
Elijah? I thought I was supposed to talk.
Yeah, because the Jedi told you already, man, that the ground position is where the 90-degree angle is. So if you're the one taking the angle from somewhere else, how the hell could that not mean that you're pointing directly at the 90-degree angle?
Again, I think
this is why I brought up the GP of the star, my friend.
I think
this is why I brought up the GP of the star. Hold on, please. This is why I brought up the GP of the star, because of your misunderstanding about we're just looking at a horizon. No, the star has got a GP, ground position, and then a straight line from that ground position, 90 degrees underneath that star to you. So you've misunderstood, my friend, and hopefully you're going to start understanding from this point onwards, because the ground position of the star is the thing that we're interested in. Also the elevation angle up to the star, but where the star is. Now, like I pointed out as well, this is just one star that you can't get 90 degrees on a curved surface. We should be able to have 90 degrees under every single star. You understand that, yeah? That's why the ground position is so important. Yes, we reference the horizon with a horizon mirror, and then we subtract our altitude above the surface after we've drawn that tangent line, because we're at altitude, right? Getcha. But after we've subtracted our altitude, we're then at 0. No height above the surface, and then straight line to the GP of the star, in the case of Polaris, 3,000 miles away, and then you can read your elevation angle up to it. Let's call it 45 degrees, and then you've built your triangle. The point to this is, if the surface between you and the GP of the star was curved, like you were on a ball, for example, 1, you wouldn't get 90 degrees, and 2, you wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up, would you?
Correct, if you would measure like you say. And the thing is, in flat Earth, it's extremely more simplified in flat Earth. Because
No. This is what we do in celestial navigation. I'm just pointing out what celestial navigation says. This isn't my thoughts and feelings or anything like that. This is what celestial navigation says, and it's been done for over 300 years since the late 1700s. Since before.
Okay. You know what? Fine. You're right. You're right. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter.
Talking about
so if everything is flat, you could easily get your position by triangulation, right?
Go on.
Is he cutting off, or is it just me?
No, I mean that's it. I want an answer. Can you get your position by triangulation? If everything is flat, you could easily get your position by triangulation, right?
Yeah, this is what we do in celestial navigation. Yeah. Do you want to know what we're referencing?
Yeah, but it isn't.
You want to know what we're trying to get in celestial navigation? Do you want to know what... Oh, Dog, my friend, please. Do you want to answer? Yeah, I know. We got a little bit more accurate when we invented fucking watches. I get that. But ultimately, you do understand that your Cartesian coordinate system's longitude and latitude lines primarily come from elevation angles up to Polaris, right? This is how you get your latitude lines. 90 degrees underneath Polaris, 0 degrees at the equator, halfway between 45 degrees. So this is an elevation angle, and this is how you got. Well, on the surface of the Earth, the GP isn't 90 degrees. What are you talking about, mate? Do I have to go through GP again with you?
Polaris isn't at exactly 90 degrees. Or like if you take the latitude and longitudes, then Polaris would be like at what 89 or something.
Whatever. Has it got an angle to it?
I mean,
read an angle to it.
Technically, it's not 90.
Excellent. So, okay, but you have to understand this point. As soon as I say angle, then the Earth has to be flat. As soon as any device is measuring an angle, the Earth has to be flat, because you could not measure an angle if one of those lines was curved. You understand this, don't you? You cannot measure an angle if the line between two vertices is curved, because you'd have fucked up two angles, right?
Well, yes and no. If you need your ground position, that you can easily get an angle from a ground position. If you take it as a tangent, you can do that. Then you have a straight line. You can, of course, you can get an angle. You can calculate the angle of a tangent to a sphere. You can do that.
Dude. So you can calculate the tangent at altitude to the horizon if it was physical. But that's not what we're doing in celestial navigation. We're referencing the horizon, subtracting our altitude from the surface. So the sextant's on the floor, and then you've got 90 degrees underneath your GP, which is actually what we're referencing. Straight line to you.
Let me ask you something, because again, I'm not sure.
Because going to a curved surface, but that required 90 degree on any star. Let's talk about every single fucking one of them, because your sailor at sea, let's call him you, can measure any angle up to a star, requiring that the GP of every single star.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Somebody else do him on board.
I'm really sorry for that. As far as I know, in celestial navigation, you're not really like aiming towards the ground. In the sense of that you're looking at the GP at exactly like on the y-axis. You're not moving the
going to take your freedom capabilities from just talking just straight through, because I'm annoyed as well. What's your name? What's your name? Aztecs. Okay, you're going to be on temporary babysit mode until at least we're done talking. You understand?
I can just stop talking.
All right. Well, if you're going to stop talking and stop listening, just leave. But if you're gonna stay, that's cool too. I don't care. I'm still gonna make the point. So everyone else, tell me if you can see what I'm about to post in the. Let me go straight to my. Yeah. So about to share it right now. Live stream, voice text. Okay. Can everybody see what I posted?
Yeah, got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you see how they, show the different angles? Ship is away from GP, right? It's more of an acute angle. Ship is toward GP. It's more of a
Steeper.
yeah, whatever, steeper angle. And then there's the ship right there. The ship that would be shooting to the star, right? So obviously, when you have the horizon mirror, the mirror is going to be pointed directly towards the GP, and then you're going to take the vertical angle, and there you go. So why is he saying no? That's what I don't get. I don't think it works exactly how it's depicted right here in this image that flat earthers did not make up. Why is that? Why are you denying that what's in this image the truth? Because this image is depicting the method that we use for navigation. What's wrong with it? Justify your statement.
I think there was just a wig I heard hit the floor.
No, he's off mute. Justify your statement.
Look, I'm. Look,
I don't want to hear look. Before I muted you, you said you don't think that they're actually pointing the sextant towards the ground position. This image is depicting exactly that. Justify your denial of this depiction of the method. You're off mute.
Just take me off this. I'm only just let you talk if I unmute you. I will only talk if you want me to talk, which is fine, but don't play this mute-unmute game, which is extremely...
No, I want you to answer the question. The moment you're not answering the question, I'm going to mute you.
Fine, I can answer the question, but stop this silly games, okay? I'm not aggressive, I'm not talking over you. We can do this, but don't, like...
Is muting you aggression? Is muting you aggression? I'm doing this so I'm not aggressive.
No, I give you the courtesy of not talking if you want me to not talk.
No, I want you to answer the question.
The problem with this depiction is you would only need one star to properly navigate.
Time
but
out.
You don't.
Time out. Sorry to interrupt you. Would you like me to get you another diagram where they use 3 stars? Because the depiction is not going to... will you wait for that silently? Because it seems like that's your... I'm sorry. That seems like that's your objection. You're saying this is wrong somehow because what if you use 3? Okay, so how about I go ahead and get that and you just be quiet until I do so that we're not all confused and talking and losing the point. Is that okay?
Of course, sure.
All right, great. Give me a second.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
Season 9. Don't be late.
I can't
You don't know
wait
what
till
goes on in this show by now.
So there's one. Hold on, one more coming. One more coming. Don't worry, I got you. Do you still not want to read? Do you still not want to read?
Artex. Or Aztecs, whatever you name it.
Yeah, you see there? S1, S2, S3, star 1, star 2, star 3. Notice that the 290-degree positions underneath the star that you can see there, and obviously, assumedly, the third that we can't see, on those 3 circles of equal altitude. You see that? See how flat that is?
Yeah,
Not only that, to ensure the object is at its lowest possible point. Let me see, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, measuring the angle, what is that, theta, of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question. At the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance, radius, which is the line from you to the middle of the circle, right? That's what a radius is. Line from the edge of the circle to the midpoint of a circle, not a sphere, a circle, right? So this is what this is talking about. So possible to determine the distance r the radius along the surface of the earth, right? The surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius, remember, a straight line along the surface of the plane of the earth, like they describe. This is how you get to know your position more accurately. So what were you saying about using a second star?
Again, this is not my forte.
No,
right?
that's fine. That's fine. I don't want to hear that. That's fine, because no one comes in here knowing everything.
Yeah.
Do you have a rebuttal though, or are you good with this?
I'm good with this. This sounds absolutely possible on let's say both systems.
Oh my fucking god!
It's not that it's possible. This is how it's actually done.
Can we kick them out? Can we kick them out?
It's how it's actually done, bro. So I don't know where you're coming across. This is how it could be. Obviously, you're not following along.
He's not being receptive, because guess what? You can't on both systems. First of all, the celestial sphere model, which is what we use, actually not a globe. That's a circular disc. That's a circular platform, supposedly at the center of Earth. Supposedly. Okay, so never mind that though. The problem is the measurement, because if you're on this intersection right here between these circles of equal altitude, then obviously the measurement that you took was pointed directly at the 90 degree of the GP of the star. You said you wasn't so sure of that. I gave the first image, and then you said, well, what about 2? I gave the second image. So don't you forget that the whole reason that I brought this out was because, yes, my friend, you do have to be pointing the sextant perfectly horizontal to then get a proper vertical. That's the point.
No, exactly. If you
so perfectly horizontal in circles of equal altitude would mean that there would be no divergence because all of the zeniths of each star would be. You see how they look parallel right there in that little diagram right there. Yeah. So if there was a curved line under there, that wouldn't be the case. And honestly, I at this point, I'm not going to accept some sort of non sequitur response. I'm just not. It's not a game. It's not funny. This is very simple. As a matter of fact, this is 9th grade shit. Geography and stuff. I know this is not but geography and they probably do mention navigation. So this is 9th grade stuff. I'm not having it. We're not playing games. I've proven my premise. You're trying to say that the foundation that my premise is based on, which is a baseline, which is a straight line, a horizontal line, a flat line, can also not be that. I'm not having it unless you can justify that statement.
I cannot right now because I'm on my phone.
Well, that's all you need to say, so we don't have to waste time.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you very much.
Again, I'm not here to have a formal debate or something. I'm just here to
No, it's just we're not you, my friend. When you came in, you said, you're 100% sure the Earth is a ball. Been in the arena for 2 years, blah blah blah, and you brought up a certain amount of things. And celestial
navigation 2 years ago. I'm not a frequent visitor or something.
Was one of them. Yeah, that's what I said. All right.
I'm sorry.
I know we haven't spoken to you before, but 2 years, you said that. Ultimately, it's okay, my friend. Well, hold on, Sonny, please. We're not debating you. It just ends up becoming an argument when people don't understand what a triangle is and then assert their belief on a ball that somehow this works. The necessity for the surface of the Earth to be flat when navigating across it using angle measuring devices is 100%. You cannot measure angles off of curved lines. We don't do this in celestial navigation. We don't.
Hey, how
even when you say tangent line, yeah, that's fine, but your very next calculations onto the surface of the Earth, so you can draw a straight line. I don't know if I finished fucking talking. How about what, mate?
How about this? I educate myself on celestial navigation, and I will come back sometime in maybe a week or so, and we can talk about it again. And then I'm smart. How about this? And maybe then I come here and say, God damn it, I was so wrong. You're completely correct.
Fantastic. That's usually
the
what we
thing you
ask
said
people to do.
today.
Don't listen to God. Don't listen to us, mate. If you don't want to, that's fine. Go and research celestial navigation. See, this is the thing. We did this. We researched celestial navigation and we found out, fuck, the Earth can't be a ball then.
Cool. Hey, I might do that. And that's perfectly fine. I said celestial navigation is not my strong suit, and I'm not here to discuss physics or anything like that. That's not really my forte. So I'm more like the first thing I said was the flat Earth is based on some very fundamental implications, and those implications are the things that bug me the most. And it's not necessarily, I don't know, light bending or stuff disappearing or refraction or something like that. This is all physics. I'm mostly irritated by the fact that for flat Earth, there have to be basically everyone who studied that, who studied, I don't know, physics, astronomy. I'm sorry, chemistry.
What physics and chemistry deals with the shape of the Earth?
Sciences.
What chemistry and physics deals with the shape of the Earth?
Well, in chemistry, for example. Molecular dynamics or stuff like that, where you would determine the attraction forces of molecules, for example. And
okay, is it?
Again,
what do you mean attractive forces?
Again, I'm not here to discuss these topics. What I mean,
but how can I communicate with you when you say words and then I go to respond and you say I'm not here? How? So just stop talking. No. So just stop. So just stop talking until you go do a little more research. Until then, we can't help you, and no, we don't want that on the stream. I'm sorry.
AI, you're
my
background. I don't know if you wanted to come in with something, AI, but you got some background noise, bro.
It's just an alternative entertainment.
Yeah, so I muted you, Aztec man. You don't really have anything to say or anything to offer, bro. So
let me
you can stay, but that's it. Unless you got questions for him, I mean.
Never mind. He bolted.
No, I'm saying Miggy, unless you got questions for him.
No, he bolted. He just, I guess he had enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. They want to weasel their. What do they think, that we're fooled? We're showing them all this fundamental stuff, but they're like, but if they just let me get my point across, then perhaps I can save them. Get out. I'm sorry, I had the bug you had last week, man. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna pass this bug.
Was he trying to say that chemical reactions are induced by gravitational attraction?
He was trying to get there, I think, and I was gonna press him on that, but he was like, "I'm not here to." Then stop saying stuff because we're gonna obviously respond.
I hate when they say that. When you know. They say buzzwords and then you ask them about it. You're like, oh, well, obviously I'm not going to talk about it. Like, what the fuck you said it for then, man? Like, don't say it. Like, stay quiet. Don't talk about it.
Please
it's
tell
retarded,
me you're
man.
joking.
No.
Tell me you're joking.
No.
Was it actually his argument that there's gravitational chemistry?
He was getting there. We're not 100% sure he was going to say that, but it seemed like it.
AI was ready to come in on that argument too. I could just
because he said if the Earth is really flat, this is my issue. Then the why with physics and chemistry, and I said, what about physics and chemistry has to do with the shape of the Earth? And then he started to talk about attractive forces. So I was like, such as. Or the attraction between molecules. I was like, what attractive forces? And then he said, well, I'm not really here to... Okay, so get out.
and the question from the beginning was, well, what does it have to do with Earth curvature? And then he goes off into this other stuff. But here's a logical syllogism for you. If Earth is flat, then you can successfully navigate across the oceans using right triangles. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
That is my favorite. Nice.
That's
very profound.
Oh, what's up, Sydney?
Hi.
Hey, back at it again. So I'm dropping a link.
Is this for the face thing?
Oh, we're thinking about doing it tonight. Me
Do
and
it.
Stevie and the rest of the boys were kind of talking about
I got new gloss. You should do it. I'll join.
Nice. Oh, we got a crew then. So, we need 25. So we gotta get our 25, which is another thing, India, we're gonna talk to you about. I don't know, CB, did you want to mention it to him?
Sorry, I'm working on a logo for the server. Sorry, I was typing in the chat. What was the question?
Last night we were gonna see if we could mention it to him about releasing one of the channels to more streamers. If it's capped at 25 or.
I think
I don't know how that works. So.
The settings. I think we have ability to change that because it was at 99 today. So someone set it back from 25 to 99. If you look now, it says 0 out of 99. So we think we have the ability to change that on the fly.
No, he's speaking about the cap for when people are streaming their video.
Mm-hmm.
Same as the occupancy cap.
That's built into Discord, right?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Correct. Correct.
I'm just trying to still get over the fact that we had just had a guy come in here that was going to tell us what's what and thought molecules or chemical reactions happen from gravity. I just can't even believe it.
Yeah, when you say that you're 100%, and then you tell us, well, I'm not prepared to just, then stop talking. Stop talking. Am I unreasonable?
No, dude. But like, Jedi needed better internet because I know he was trying to land-base them, but he couldn't because it's fucking internet, dude. I hate that shit.
I know, that was weird.
Yeah. He lives on the other, man.
I have a clip. I have a clip, Elijah, of what he was doing, basically. Let me just play this here.
There's a plethora of reasons, actually, and the research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m., and I do have work in the morning, but the research is out there, and Google is free. The stats are very real. There's a lot of social issues that surround it. There's a lot of socioeconomic differences that impact that. If you want...
Which is a great way to say nothing at all, lady. Thanks a lot.
It's like stuffing stuff to support my claim. Go find the evidence for my claim. Thank you. Have a nice day.
That's a big bag of nothing.
We need to hear more airheads spouting off that kind of statement. Yeah.
Well, Elijah's simply asking, why bring it up if you're not willing to quote unquote get into it? Like, why bring it up in the first place?
Well, social justice and injustice is all they are taught now, I feel like. So that's just kind of not even, it's just like a gut reaction. I think that's just their natural way.
They think they're actually making... They think
how much do you love your boyfriend?
They think they're making a difference by actually thinking about things rather than doing
it on the same kind of logic. And
who has a boyfriend?
Don't you have a boyfriend that came in here?
We split up. No, that was my dopey best friend, but he's my best friend now.
Oh, really? Kansas City, eh? You're not that far.
Yeah, but I like to travel and drive on the road.
You might like your best friend or your beta orbiter.
You might like the West Coast sunshine.
I'm glad you said it instead of me.
No, he's coming around. He was just like inebriated and stressed out from having a baby on the way. So this week or next week.
Yo, can I get permission to share my screen?
No, nobody does that here in this.
Who's that?
Indio, we spoke with this gentleman over at Sneakos. What's up, dude? Welcome back. We don't do screen sharing here, but if you have a screenshot or something you want to send me, we can take a look at it and maybe post it for you.
Who that is?
Welcome back. Spanko. Indio, you might remember this. You might remember. They kept saying he was off the vodka. Remember, Indio?
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Over at Sneakos. Yeah.
Oh, wait, these Sneako?
This isn't Sneako, but we Indio and I went over to a Sneako server a couple.
No, I'm Sneako. Yes, I'm Sneako.
Oh, I like if it's the same one that Nick Fuentes did something with the other week or whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. Tell him I say what up.
Who was it? Ash Cookham?
Ash Cookham.
I see Ash Cookham lighting up. Is that who you're speaking to?
Yeah, he was just in the server. Yeah, bro, welcome back, dude. What did you want to share with us?
Bro, I just think I found a video that because listen, I'm about truth, right? And I just think I found a video that proves that the Earth is round.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, send it to any one of us.
Drop that bad boy.
So, in order to give us globe evidence, you do have to understand what you would expect on a globe, right? Does that make sense?
I mean,
you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what you're looking for, right? Otherwise, somebody can say they have a Ferrari and you say, "What's that?" and they can show you an orange if you've never seen one before, and you're like, oh, "Okay, cool."
Yeah, that's why I wanted to screen share so we can talk about it. You know,
we can talk about it. If you don't know anything about what you're looking at, then it'll be fruitless. But go ahead, post it.
I sent you a DM, so
he's got to send a DM.
Check your DM.
I'll send it to Creation. Yeah.
Alrighty. Creation better.
Who wants to take point on Ash though? Because I don't want to jump. I don't want to step on someone's flow.
Shut up.
Okay. I got a prediction that it's Dude Perfect. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I'll take point if anybody doesn't have any objections, or if you guys, Eli, if you want point, I'll back up.
Who's taking 5 on that? Dude Perfect.
Well, I've got seen it now, so it's not DP. Close enough.
Bro, the guy has 30 subscribers.
I'm too hyped right now. You guys go ahead.
I mean, shit. Indio's here. Indio, you want a pound of flesh? It's up to you, bro.
I wasn't paying attention. What?
Indio, you're gonna be perfect for this because it's the it's the your friend Ash, you're gonna need to know the size of the Earth. So this looks like it's claimed to be in the cupola, which you're gonna want to know how far off the ground that is, and if that's even close to being high enough to see curvature.
Yeah, well, newsflash, it's not. It's nowhere even close.
It's
all right. So we're gonna. Yeah, that's great. You got a nice video, Ash. Yeah, go ahead, Indio.
Yeah. So let me show you something. It's better to just show it. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
I don't want to get in my spiel.
I'm all for. I want to be convinced. Otherwise,
just let me show you something.
Yeah, hold on a second, Ash.
Why are you like backpedaling before I even do anything?
Just relax, bro.
Yeah.
Promise, this ain't gonna hurt you.
Sweetheart.
So this is what the Chinese show from their space station, which is 23 kilometers lower than the ISS.
What am I looking at? Where?
This is the China live stream voices. Yeah.
This is what the Chinese show?
This is what the Chinese show. This is from a spacewalk. Chinese spacewalk from the Chinese space station. This is a YouTube screenshot, right? So you can read at the bottom what video it is. You can just type that and search. Dude, I'm not bullshitting. I didn't do anything to this video. So who do we believe? As a Chinese lying or as NASA lying? Or is the math lying? Because if you just do the math, you shouldn't see curve from that altitude. It's nowhere near high enough. And it's easy to tell you why. From that altitude, you only see like 3%. Let me look at the video first. Oh, okay. So from that altitude, we would only see, from the altitude they claim the ISS is at, they claim you would only see 3% of the Earth's surface. You gotta remember, the ball is supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter. 250 miles is 1/16th of that.
Yeah, but like this video looks fake.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Does it?
Well, another issue that I see.
No.
Another issue that another issue with your video.
Hold on a second.
Wait. One issue with your video is that you know how fast the ISS is supposed to be circling the Earth. I don't see any movement there.
Wait.
So let me ask. Yeah, that's cool. Let me ask him a question. Ash, you said this doesn't look fake. What is the basis for that? What are you comparing it to?
My video?
Yeah. So you said this does not look fake.
Yeah, I'm comparing it to my.
Comparing it to what? Like home video you've taken, a movie you've taken, like other video you've seen. Like what are you comparing it to? Have you seen this viewpoint in real life?
To my sanity.
Sanity.
Yeah, it's actually not an argument.
Fuck.
Yeah, you actually don't have an argument.
All right,
so you actually have no. Hold on. I just want to, pin the tail on this donkey. You don't have a frame of reference on whether to on how to evaluate the authenticity of this video because you've never seen the Earth from this position, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like comparing one photo of Santa to another photo of Santa and saying that photo's fake because this other photo of Santa I believe is real.
Have you heard the background noise and stuff?
Yeah. Try to focus. Go ahead, Miggy.
All right. So you brought in a video, right, as evidence that the Earth is a globe. Is this the hardest evidence you have against the case for the flat Earth? Like, is this the best that you have for globe Earth proof? And I'm only going to say that so that I can lead into the next thing I'm going to tell you. So I'm just giving you an opportunity.
Yeah, because
okay. All right. So if I was to give you these 3 questions that are fundamental to the globe's existence, would you be able to tell me your intellectual honesty in these questions?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to ask you.
I mean, are you asking if I have knowledge about it or?
No. I'm going to ask you some questions. And basically what it is a baseline knowledge for your understanding of the Earth being a globe. Okay, and you just tell me, just Just tell me if you know. If you know, just go into detail, and if you don't know, just say I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to give you 3 questions. The first one is simple, right? So, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history as directly measured it with drop over distance? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Second question. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? So at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, the Earth is spinning on its axis. So who has directly measured this axial rotation to be what they say? Okay, that's fine. All right, so we'll go to the third question, which is it's the vacuum of space adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. So they're telling us that we are breathing this air pressure here on the surface at 14 psi, but the surface is also adjacent to the vacuum of space. So the furthest you go up into the atmosphere, you're going to reach like the exosphere, and beyond that, you'll reach into low Earth orbit, which they're telling you is super low pressure, but it's adjacent to the pressure that we breathe here. So how is it possible to have this gas pressure in an open system like they say we have the globe, right? So the question is, how do we have gas pressure without a container? Do you know?
That makes no sense.
Why, right. But would you have a rebuttal to why we have this gas pressure here?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
maybe
so-
gravity, but like, I don't know.
Well, no, that's fine. If you don't know, you can say, well, I don't really know. And
Yeah, I don't know.
kind of. Okay, so 3 questions that I asked you. Let me summarize. So basically, the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have right now. It's a blind belief, let's say, because you don't know that it's a globe. You just blindly believe that it is. And with that comes all the information like these images, videos, and
Mayhem,
whatever
I
else.
don't blindly believe, right? I just want to know the
Yes, you do.
truth. Is all. No.
No. So I'm
listen,
talking about
listen.
the information. Ash, listen to me. The information that's been given to you, like, hang on a second, bro. The information that's been. Let me finish telling you real quick. I'm trying to clarify the point. I know what you're going to say.
No, you made a claim. You made a claim about me, bro.
Ash,
You made a claim.
Relax.
But you made a claim about me. No.
You're not taking it easy, bro, and that's the hard part. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just talk about what that means.
And I'm
The
going to
implica-
correct it.
It's fine, but wait till I'm done, and then you can correct it, right? So the implications of the information that's been given to everybody, not just you, is that the Earth is a globe by way of videos and articles, whatever it is,
Yes.
people talking about it. It's in the vernacular, right?
In school, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So everybody's got this information. So it isn't just you that I'm targeting. I'm targeting everybody who's heard this. So even the video that you have, it wasn't directly given to you. It was to the public, right? So the information is for public consumption. So when it's put out there, it's meant for everybody to understand that we live on an Earth that's a globe, right? The video of the guy in the cupola. So that video is showing people that it's a globe, right? But that's why I'm saying to you that that's all we have. And as far as like this Earth is, like from presentation from those guys, they're telling us that this is where we live due to this video. So it's a blind belief in the sense of saying like they're giving it to you without any information how to verify it. So you can't verify. You can just say, okay, there's a video of some guy looking out a window and now he sees the Earth as a globe. And that's all I have. That's a blind belief. Without any verification, it becomes a blind belief. So I'm not saying that you right now believe that. I'm saying it's a blind belief to say that this video is evidence for the Earth being a globe. Okay, now that I made my statement, you can see if there's any way I'm saying that you yourself are blind believing the globe.
I mean, do you think that?
I can't say it. You can only tell me. If I tell you that, I'm projecting something on you that you are not telling me. But what I'm saying though, right. So what I'm saying though, this is what they're good at. They're good at this information that they give us, and they elaborate with like other things, right? With people saying these anecdotal testimonies that they've been to a place that you can't go to, right? They've been to low Earth orbit and on, right? Rocket rides to space and whatever. So we have this people saying things, and all we are doing as the people who receive the information is believing them blindly. That's it. So that's all we have from that side. On this side, however, we have empirical evidence to state the fact that what we know the Earth to be is indeed flat and stationary. Okay, so I'm just separating the fact that we're not going to give you things just like they have, which is a blind belief in things and videos and such. Okay.
Can I tell you how I go to? Can I tell you how I go to this video? I was like, I was about to go off PC, right? But then a thought came in my head, like, well, what would it like? Why is there no picture, like videos or pictures of? Why is there no pictures or videos of someone like being in space, right, without a fisheye lens, right? So I Google like picture in space without fisheye lens, and that's how I got to this video, right? And I get to this video, and it looks real to me, right? It doesn't look like it's fisheye lens, and I can see the curvature in here, right? But then I also think about, what if this curvature is not really the curvature of, like, what if this doesn't prove that the Earth is round, but it's just like, because it's so far, it's like, because it's like a disc, you know, like if you would look at a plate, would also from above we would also see some curvature, right?
Yeah, Ash, what we do here though is we want to give the people who are listening to us the ability to verify things for themselves. So when we go to things logistically that are impossible for you to actually, like, let's say everybody in this Discord right now, if we're to tell them that there's a guy who went up, 180,000 feet and looked down and he saw a pretty flat Earth, right? So how many people are going to be able to replicate what I just told you that guy did? Not very many, right? Few, if that. So what we do here is we do things that are things that can verify things, like the ability to do things that are within everybody's like immediate reach. So if I tell you something, I'm not going to say you need to get on a rocket ride to go really far in elevation and then look down and see the flat Earth. Like that's something logistically that's not going to be something reasonable, right? So I got to target something that's possible for you to do. That's something logistically could be even more feasible for you, right? It's like go to a beach, let's say, and do a line of sight test. That's more along the lines of something that's reasonable for anybody to test the Earth to see what it is. And that's where we're at today. We're showing people that you don't have to go on a rocket ride and look down and see the Earth flat. That's not what we're saying, and that's a whole wrong approach anyway, right? Because the Earth that we're testing is on the ground. If there's any curvature, the surface curvature, it would demonstrate itself on the ground, and we could then measure drop over distance, which was the first question I asked you. Mm-hmm. So that's important, because if we don't have a baseline for our fundamental understanding of the Earth that we're on right now, then we become lost, or we don't know, or anybody that presents information like videos and any kind of rhetoric, magazines or whatever, then we can be taken in by that information because we don't have a baseline of knowledge of how to discern. We don't know how even to think about to measure this Earth, or if there's any way that we can find out, right? So anyway, I'll stop there. But like, now that you understand that anything that comes from those guys is just really a blind belief, because they don't have evidence. They can't show you, Ash, like, go to the Earth and measure the Earth for the curvature, because they don't have that. And so that's where we're at. If they're telling you the Earth is a globe, then the next thing you have to do is tell them, how did you verify this? Because I want to verify this information myself. And if you can't do it, then you're blindly believing that information, whatever it is.
But like, how would you explain this video? Like, what do you think about this video that I sent? Do you see it?
It's a video. That's all I can say. It's a video of a guy looking out of a window and seeing the Earth looking like it's curved. Is it objective reality? How is it possible? If we don't measure, if he sees curvature in that window of that cupola, let's take a look at it like this. Let's translate that curvature to the ground. If he's seeing curvature from that cupola in that video, then let's measure to see if we can find curvature on the ground. If we can't measure any curvature as drop over distance, then that video is not telling you the reality that you see out in the world. Does that make sense?
Look at that screenshot, man. Just take a good look at this screenshot.
What screenshot?
The screenshot I took from the video you posted.
9 past the hour.
You see it?
Yeah.
Let's say this was a ball that's like 1 meter in diameter. How far away do you think you'd be from that ball? From this viewpoint? Pretty far, right?
Yeah.
They're not far. That you don't understand. They're not far.
What? Why do you say
They're
they're
not
not far?
because they claim the altitude is 250 miles. Look
Yes.
into VC again. This is to scale of how far. This other image. This is a scale model. This is to scale. That white circle, that's their view. That's their entire view. That's the entire horizon. Where the white meets the blue, that's the horizon. Now, go look back at the image from the video. Do you think that this is an accurate representation of the geometry that they claim exists 250 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter?
So you think it'll be like he would like see a lot less?
A lot less. This is like the Sea of Oman, and up top, and that's the Nile Canal, right?
Yeah.
And up top, that's like the Mediterranean. This circle, like these features that you can see, that can't even be like 600 miles. It's supposed to be 25,000 mile diameter or circumference. This is not representative of what they claim exists. It's not even close.
Do you see how that doesn't translate, Ash?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just going, oh, I see curvature. They must be very far away in space. This would be probably like 4,000 miles away. But they're 1/8 that, according to them.
Correct.
They're not even 1/8, 1/16 of that. And 1/32nd the diameter that they claim it is, right?
It's not even mentioning the radius. So I mean, think about it. Like all the metrics to the Earth being a globe, diameter, radius, circumference. It's not proportional. When you actually look at it from the image from that, that video, it's not proportional to the Earth that should be the size that they say it is. And that's where you start to find out, well, something's not adding up. The math doesn't fit the size of the globe that you're seeing.
I agree. That's exactly what my artist eye was like offended by, and that's kind of what kind of made it more solid for me to get comfortable with the flat Earth truth. So thank you for that. I didn't know if I was like on the money with the radius thing or not. I was like, that sounds right. Feels
it's
right.
on the geometry, yeah.
Yeah.
This video looks so real for me, no?
Well, so do movies. You go to the theater, you see movies that look so real, but you don't think they're real, right? Because they're
wait. How does it look real? I'm confused.
Like it looks real, right? Even the noise and shit, like everything looks real, no? Like even the station.
Right, but fair, but that would represent an Earth that's about 1/8 of the size of the Earth they claim. That's primarily taken up with the landmass of a specific geographic region, which is only a tiny portion of the entire Earth. So it can't look real because you've seen a map before and you know that the scale of that territory is off.
What is I don't know the word in English, but like if you let's say, right, the Earth is a globe, let's say the Earth is globe, how many miles is there if you want to go around the Earth?
What the circumference?
I guess, yeah.
24,901 miles.
Hey, watch the Morgan Freeman, not Morgan Freeman video. It just proves how easy it is to make something look real, but it's not really him.
Yeah, so if that carries, right, roughly, you're looking at an Earth that's 1/6 the size of the Earth they claim. So that curvature can't possibly be the curvature of the Earth. It's obviously the curvature of the lens.
I think you said earlier, too, you thought the China picture or video looked fake, and that's exactly our point. It's like you take the time to actually examine these things, and it's extremely fake.
Yeah,
like, which one is real to you, the China or the NASA? Well, why is China less credible?
China looks fake to me instantly, right? But this looks real instantly to me.
Well, then why is China faking space?
Hold on.
Hold
on. What
do you mean?
I have an expert friend help you. I have an expert witness on the line, Elon Musk. Oh, yeah, that's right, Elon. Yep. Okay, what Elon said is you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Thanks, Elon.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
we'd have way better CGI if it was
you
fake.
can tell it's real because it looks real,
No, Ash, check it out, man. Ever since you were a child, you've been shown these images and videos and all that. So you're going based on that, where people are saying, "Oh, that space, it looks so real," and so you're basing your whole worldview on that. When you see things like, listen, Ash, you can say not true all you want, bro, but the whole world has been land-based it ever since we were kids, children even, right? To think that the Earth is a globe via this propaganda, which is videos, in your textbooks, people use the word in the vernacular, globalist. So all this information culminates to a point where you have the critical thinking age, like you're at right now. You should be able to have good discernment, but you cannot get away from it, because when they show you things that makes it look like it's real, in your mind you perceive it like that's reality, even though you have geometry that doesn't comport over to what it should be when you look at it, right? Because even on the video,
forget geometry, brother. Think about your own.
In flat Earth 10 minutes ago, before I saw this video, right? No, I'm not sure. I believe in flat Earth 10 minutes ago.
No, that's not.
We told you.
I'm not close-minded, bro. Like,
Stop
I'm not
the
close-minded.
cat.
I believe you are.
When I was 15,
I'm going to explain to you. I'm going to explain to you how close-minded you are.
No, when I was 15, I said, "How do you know that the Earth is round?" I asked my friends, "How do you know it? How do you know?" When I was 15, my friend, and that is true. I always questioned everything. I asked them, "Have you been up? Have you seen it?" No, you haven't. I'm not close-minded, bro.
I believe you are, Ash.
Well, then why did you not?
Why would you think that going up and looking at something from outside of the Earth is the way to tell what Earth is? Why do you need to astral project your soul into some other place outside of the Earth?
I mean, because if you want to know what shape, let's say you're a tiny, like let's say you were the size of an ant, right? You can see what
you're actually trying to reason with us.
You're trying to make up something in your head, right?
That's why you're closed-minded.
So what if it was a table, right?
No. Yes. No. Can I finish? Let's say.
You already did. You said we're an ant on a beach ball or a ball. Like, who cares? It's an ant.
No, I didn't finish. You know what shape a plate is, right? You know it.
Depends
let's say you were a size of a bacteria.
Before you go on, do you think we think the Earth is a plate in space, a disc?
No.
We're not the size of a bacteria, Ash.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
No.
Let me finish.
No, I don't want to hear about bacteria.
You'll finish in a second, but you never. Your premise, right? You know what a plate is by looking at it. It depends on the perspective you're looking at the plate from, right?
He keeps changing.
So it changes based upon where you are relative to that object, right? What it looks like.
He went from ant to bacteria.
Yeah, we're not a fucking bacteria. Okay, stop talking about that. You don't even know what you're saying. So first of all, I'm not going to stop, bro. No, you don't realize the implications of what you're saying. You haven't even tested the Earth to be a globe yet. You haven't tested it.
I know that the shape of a plate doesn't change. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God! Nobody says it's a plate.
The shape. I'm not comparing.
Visually changes. It visually changes. Dude, Ash, you're just making up nonsense.
What do you mean it visually changes?
It visually changes. Oh, it doesn't. So if I look at a plate from the side versus right up above it, it doesn't change. It looks exactly the same.
No, it's about what the plate is shaped, not what it looks like, right? We want to figure out what.
Look at it. What you just said, look at it.
Bro, no. We want to figure out how the Earth is, right?
By looking
That's
at
the goal.
it. Yes.
Not the shape, though.
You just said not looking at it. Make up your mind. Pick a struggle. Look at it or not look at it. Is looking at it the way or not the way?
Of course, looking at it is the way, yes.
Okay, so if I told you to build a house, I said, no tape measure, look at the pieces. All you can do is look at the pieces and guess how long they are.
They're screwed.
I didn't understand.
You'd have a fucked up looking house.
You need to measure. He's giving you an analogy of the idea here. If you want to find how to look at what we're saying, you need to measure the Earth. That means you need to test the Earth if it has this curvature that you think it has. It's not looking at something is not going to determine whether or not that convexity is there or not. You have to measure across the surface of the Earth and find out if there's any drop over distance, which a sphere should have. Therefore, you don't. No, what do you mean you don't? You're just going to guess?
Listen.
You're gonna guess.
No, if you can look at the Earth
Why can't we measure it? Why can't we measure it, Ash? Why can't we measure it?
I don't know. Listen.
Why can't Why can't we measure it?
I don't know. I just answered you.
Why don't you know? Why don't you know?
What do you mean? Why? I know. Like what?
Yeah. Well, because you need to measure it if you want to find out if it's curving or not, right? Yes or no? Okay. So why aren't you measuring it?
Because I don't know how to, bro.
All right. Really? So wouldn't that be the first step? Knowing how to? Wouldn't that be the first
to measure the floor? You measure the floor, right? Not the ceiling.
Hey, looking at it doesn't tell you anything, so you got to look at it.
It doesn't tell you. How do you know that the plate is shaped how it is?
Well, we're not looking at the shape. No one's trying to determine a shape here. Only you. You're in a category error. This is the wrong server if you're looking for a shape.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, Ash. It's about the surface. So it's either rounded or it's not. We're not really dealing with the shape. We're here as flat earthers. We're not trying to tell you what shape the Earth is. In my view, there's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth anyway. Even if it was a globe, you don't see the whole thing. So there's no ability to go up and see the whole Earth. So we're talking about the surface of the Earth can only be curved or it's not curved. So that's why we're trying to get you to come down to the ground instead of flying away from the thing that you need to measure.
Yeah, because think about it logically. You wouldn't go. Hold on.
You think the Earth is infinite?
Hold on.
No, I said there's no way to see the whole thing. Earlier, you said that you could go up and see the edge of the plate. We don't think the Earth is a plate or a disc.
I never said that. I never thought that, bro. I didn't.
You did. You did say it.
No, the problem. I didn't. I tried to make a point, and you didn't let me finish. Right? That's the thing. That's why you think that.
But listen, you did.
I didn't finich.
But the point is that there's no going up and seeing the whole Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So
you're talking
about helping you anyway. Because you can't go out of reality and look back and take selfies, bro. For the same way you can't leave outer space and then look back and say, okay, all of outer space is shaped like a blob or whatever you might think outer space is shaped like. You can't leave and turn around and take selfies with the Earth.
And you can't measure your floor space by going up to the ceiling lamp or the ceiling itself. You actually go to the floor to measure the floor space, the area, right?
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, honey. So we're drilling down. We're drilling down on the point, Ash. Drilling down on the point is you have to be on the surface if you want to find out if there's any surface curvature, and that's what we're interested in. And if you can actually come to that point where you say, "I don't know how to measure it, guys. Can you help me?" Sure, we can. We can tell you how to do it. Is that what you want to find out?
No. But so because you said.
What do you mean you don't know? No, what we talking about? You don't know?
Because there was many points here, right? And I want to address other points. I want to address other points.
Ash, the only thing you should be concerned with right now is measuring the floor for convexity. Which, if it's supposedly a globe, then it should measure like a globe with drop over distance. Ash, do you understand this point?
But I can't do that right now.
Well, you can't do that. Well, I mean, so what?
Brother.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you don't have the knowledge to understand how to. So, can we talk about that?
Yeah, but we can. But first, you said, someone said that, you can't look at Earth, right? Because you can't escape reality, right?
Oh my God, you're really hung up on that point, aren't you? What?
We can get to that in a moment, Ash. Just let's focus, because the key point is what we're trying to hold you to right now. I want you to just take 30 seconds and just look around your room at all the surfaces, tables, ceiling, your phone, everything has a surface, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's only two options here, unless you can point out a third option. The surfaces can either be rounded in some way or it's not. There's no third option here. So what we're saying is the surface of the Earth, the water is a good place to start, can only be doing one of those two things. So what we need to do is find out which of those two things it's doing at the surface. That's step one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now that we got it all down, Ash, can we start with there?
Yes.
All right. But if you want, yes,
because I gotta go to sleep soon, right? I work in.
Oh, we got that. What's that fallacy, my friends?
4.5 hours.
Oh, look at the time.
All right,
look
chill,
at the time.
everyone. Since he has to leave, it's
I have
important
to
that
wake
we
up at 4 and
Yo,
4.5 hours.
bro, who gives a crap, dude? Someone else is speaking now. Thank you. So, before you go, we need to point out the fact that you showed us an image and we demonstrated to you how that image doesn't represent the Earth. And you then said you need to look at it to be able to see it. The ISS people aren't high enough to see any Earth curvature. And they represent to you a false image, which we demonstrated to you it's false. You immediately ran away from the implications and refused to acknowledge any of the points that were made and went on a red herring and distracted everybody from the fact that you have no answer to the information you were given and you refuse to even think about it or even talk about it.
My friend, see, the thing is, I'm not here to debate you guys on the Earth being round. I just want to know the truth. I just want
No,
to
you
know
don't,
what's true.
friend.
Yes,
You don't.
yes.
You don't.
I'm not. Do you think
You're
I'm lying to you
lying.
right now? Okay.
No, you are lying. You demonstrated yourself to lie because we gave you information and you completely ignored it.
Okay. So,
yeah,
do you
it's
think
called your actions speak louder than your words, friend.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Look, don't. I'm not blaming you. Most people that come in here have the same reaction. There's a trigger inside their mind that prevents them from going down certain tracks. It's a self-defense mechanism.
Okay. Yeah.
So next time you come back, you need to have an answer for why the critique of that video demonstrates that that's not the curve of the Earth that you're looking at. If you can't talk about that when you come back, then you are lying. You're lying to yourself, not us, because we know you're lying. So you're not actually lying to us.
What am I lying about?
Your sincerity.
If you wanted the truth, then you want to just see if we can measure curvature or not.
Yeah,
like the whole but it looks real. Like that doesn't seem like someone who's after the truth. You know what I mean?
But are we not getting to that? We were just getting to that, right?
I don't know. You kind of wanted to fly away from reality, my friend. So, like,
what do you mean?
And
we're trying to keep it down to the
at the
ground.
same time. Oh my! Look at the time. It's getting late.
Video falsifies the radius. Do you understand that?
The time is midnight 30 at where I'm at, and I need to work at 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is more important than sleep.
Press the leave button, bro. Come on, just press it. The red button. Press it right now. Go.
Yeah. That video falsifies the radius that you presented as evidence of curvature. Oh, I got to go to sleep.
Like what?
But you expect us to believe you're sincere. Get real, bro.
Okay, this was not sincere because that's not what happened, right?
Bro, right now's the time when you say I have to go, but you made a good point and we'll talk about it when I return. That's the honest thing to do.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I should be like you. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, otherwise you're going to not want to talk about it, right? So, I mean...
You're going to tell me how to respond now? Like what?
Yeah, look, dude, it's not impossible for one person to recognize another person's problems and point that out to them. Usually a wise man, when he's described as faults, takes it into account, thinks about it, and then makes a reasoned response, rather than just accuse the other person.
Let me ask a question. We'll just figure out if you're honest or not right off the bat.
Okay.
Does that video match the globe claims based upon the ISS is 250 miles above the Earth, and the Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles? Does that image match that?
No, based on the thing that you sent me previous, it doesn't. No, of course not.
Okay. All right. Baby steps, man. Thank you for your honesty. It's hard for people to... Because what are they saying? They're saying, just look at it. Like, that's not,
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, now you're holding it two things. You got two things separately. You've got the video, and then you've got the claim of the globe Earth. So you have to drop one. You can't put them together. They don't go together. So sounds like you got to drop that video and get back to the claim.
Then you can take it one step farther, right? You can ask, why are they showing that video as a representative of the globe Earth when there's no possible way it can match it?
Yeah, we're gonna do a line of sight. We're gonna do a line of sight test. If he's gonna stay in here, we're gonna do the line of sight test. Unless you interject and say, "Look, look at the time," because I'm telling you right now, we can go through it. But if you don't have much time, I don't want to waste my time and go through it.
How long does it take?
Well, it's gonna take as long as it does. I don't know. Depends on you.
Usually. Give me an estimate.
Fuck, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes?
If it's 10 minutes, I can do it, yes.
Okay, so, well, shit. All right, so if you're going to do a line of sight test, then I would say, do you have a body of water that's near your location, Ash?
A body of water?
Yes, a lake, an ocean.
No.
You don't live near a body of water at all? You can't even drive with the one?
Where I need to go outside?
A body of water like a lake or an ocean or...
For this test,
Yes.
do I need to like physically
Well, not
go
a
outside?
pond, but a lake. What do you mean physically go? How else can you test the reality or the physical natural world if you don't go outside, bro?
I can't do it. I can't do it, bro.
What?
What? If you have to go outside, you can't do it?
Yes.
What?
You can't test, how would you test inside your house?
The reason that I kick people like the reason that I mute or kick people like him out is because there are people coming in and coming out and coming in and coming out that actually deserve to have this conversation. I would have kicked him.
You are old.
We're not asking you right now, brother. We're not saying go out or leave your house at this very moment.
No,
why y'all hold on? Why are y'all talking to him like he's reasonable? We're talking about the world, and he's like, "You mean I have to go outside, bro?" He doesn't deserve anything other than a listening pass. You guys gotta. I mean, come on.
Just take
Discord
care
from
of it.
prison, Elijah. Maybe he's in prison.
Yeah, could be.
They do have cell phones now.
He could be he could be a paraplegic in prison.
Wait, so he thought we were saying you're going to need 10 minutes, but you got to go outside. In 10 minutes, you're going to test this earth right now. Come on, bro. You didn't actually think that. Come on now.
I couldn't tell, bro. I don't know where he's coming from.
The guy's sleepy. He's going deeper into his mind in a sleep state.
Man, I go to bed at 11:30 every night and wake up at 3:30 in the morning to go do some labor ass work. So,
yeah, that's you. That's not everybody. That's you.
That started getting wacky.
Research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m. and I do have work in the morning.
Perfect.
That's got to be a fallacy.
Get the work done.
It's too late, Paul. It's too late fallacy.
You mean I gotta go outside? You mean outside?
You mean I gotta go outside, fallacy?
Outside when I'm sleepy and I want to sleep? No. That's a bad idea. Obviously, he can't think past his sleeping state right now.
I gotta go buy a screw from the hardware store, fallacy.
See, this is why when you talk about logic, let's just assume that he really did think that Miggy meant for him to go outside. Now, prior to that, he asked Miggy how long the conversation would take, and Miggy said 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Why would he think that Miggy was asking him about a body of water
right now?
He would have to get outside, get to the body of water, make a mad dash for the shore, and say, "Now what, Miggy? We got 7 minutes left." I don't. That's why. That's why.
I think because Miggy's.
He also said it was midnight, so he had to do that in the dark.
I think because he thought Miggy's statement was projected into a time when he has a freaking retro jets or something that he just sits on a seat and jets over there like at almost nearly light speed. It must be it. It has to be.
Imagine when you're sleepy, very sleepy, and someone tells you go to the store and go do grocery shopping when you're sleepy.
George Jetson.
Why even bother with the internet or the TV? Just plug the cable right into your head through your ear, dude.
I look forward to the day when they do plug some of these people in. For God's sakes.
Hey, like I was saying earlier, I think they're getting to the point where they're clocking in, doing all this time wasting. Like what's his name said, people popping in and popping out, maybe missing opportunities to talk to some real people, and because they don't have any evidence, they don't even have any way of communicating with English what they're thinking because there is no defense for the globe.
Yeah, or thinking. And there's that. Doesn't need to be any thinking. We've heard them say that quite a bit. You don't need to think. Somebody else has done that all for us. That was a PhD that said that, by the way. Isn't that interesting? Now I got to go buy that screw.
All right, we got another guy in here. The Truth I Am. I don't know if we want to keep with this guy or because I don't know. Too many roadblocks. You need to just go down, wake up again, come back.
I'm down to listen. I love it, and I know you have a lot of systems in place for organizing, your content, your way of thinking, logic, etc. There almost needs to be a litmus test. Like they have to take and prove that our time, your time, is worth spending with them. Because if they can't pass the test, they're just insta-booted or insta-muted.
I wish it was. I wish there was. We could just paint them yellow. All the guys who are not going to be.
Dude, or everyone could get their game up and be able to handle anybody to make content for the listener, and it's irrelevant how it benefits the guest. We could just be using the guest for our purposes.
That's
Correct.
Correct. Get a meme out. Get a meme out there. Insta mute or insta boot.
Well, it's like a court case. AI. You're not there to convince the defendant. It doesn't matter if they're convinced by you or not. It's the judge, and the jury. You present the evidence, and
you don't get to the end of the case and you present all the evidence, and then the guilty party's like, "Well, you guys convinced me. I'm guilty after all."
Yeah, they're completely irrelevant in terms of trying to convince. So as well, if you're on the Globe side, keep that in mind. You're not here to try and convince us. You're here to put evidence in front of the judge, the jury, whoever that might be, people watching and listening at home. So
yes, in the words of a very wise man, grist for the mill. I'm just hunting for the kill.
Hey, you rhyme every time. All right, so we can talk to the other guy or this guy, or you want to maybe open up his mic and see if he wants to continue, or do you want him to catch some Z's? I don't know,
dude. You're not going to get more clear. It's this late. You should get some rest. But go ahead, AI. Sorry.
I don't know. You better check the mod chat before you start opening up mics.
All right, let me check it out. Freaking Professor Phelps got me in the DMs.
Yep, I got a DM as well. Did he copy and pasted Miggy, or what? Are these unique messages?
Yeah, nah. Let me see. I'll just tell you real quick before I go to my chat.
Why are you people petrified? That's the first.
Which fool told you we cannot verify the Earth is a globe? And all caps. Oh my god! You cowards! That's what I.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's copy paste. I got the same one.
Why are you people petrified and ban me?
He sent me about 8 messages at once.
We lose AI?
Who did everybody get messages from?
Phil.
Your homie, Professor Phil.
Yeah, I blocked him a long time ago. No comments in the peanut gallery.
Like, who is this working on? Don't be frightened. I won't bite you. Bro, you're not going to hurt anybody, so no one's scared of you.
Let's take that bait.
That's not happening.
Someone with the ego the size of Texas trying to use our ego to bait us. It's insanity.
Max Smart, your local Flat Earth correspondent, checking in.
Max, what's up, bro?
Hey.
What's good?
Hey, Max. Good to see you made it off the street from last night.
You gonna chill with us tonight too, or what?
I'm still in the streets, Sonny.
You were born on the streets. You ain't never left the streets.
That's good. At least you transitioned to the next day.
Yes, sir.
You're here. Yeah. We're glad to see you again.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can check in tonight, man.
All right.
So if you're the correspondent, give us a live report from the scene, flat or curved.
Oh, it's flat. but I need to interview somebody. I'm looking for somebody to interview.
Do you have any viewpoints like over water, looking down the river or across the river or at bridges or anything like that?
100%. I'm looking at the Brooklyn Bridge right now.
Okay, and about how far away are you, correspondent Max?
Going from one end of the Brooklyn Bridge to the other is about a mile, a little bit more than a mile.
Okay, so
and what I can see, all of the water's flat.
So you're standing on one side of the bridge looking across to the other side of the bridge. Is that correct?
Absolutely. That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm getting a pretty good view of, in my mind, I've seen the city quite a bit in pictures and movies and so forth. And you actually get a pretty good idea of what it is actually like from all of those images. But awesome to hear that you're there right now talking to us.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit less than 1.22 miles, so I really can't do a 1 foot observation, not fully. But if I look down the Atlantic, I can probably get that.
I don't suppose you'd want to get in the water and get your body all the way in and put your eyes at the actual water level in that water. That wouldn't be advisable, would it?
No, and it's not legal either. So no.
Okay. So you can't go anywhere you want. You can't even go in the water at the Brooklyn Bridge. Sorry.
Can't even go in the water at the Brooklyn Bridge. Not at all. Not from here.
So it's about exploration. You're fucked.
I'm going to add that to the list because, they're always like, well, why don't you just get in a boat and just start sailing? It's like, well, dude, okay, why don't you just get in a boat and in the Brooklyn River or whatever and see what happens then?
So on the side of the bridge you're on, about how high from water level are you?
I would say there's about a 4 foot drop, maybe a 5 foot drop into the water. Consider my height, I would say it's almost 11 feet.
So about 10, 11 feet. Okay, that's fair. So at 11 feet, basically, probably on the other side, you probably see where the bridge goes into the water. Isn't there a high and low water mark? There's a little band. When it's at low level, you can see a dark band where the high level water came up.
Yes, I can see when the tide rises on both sides.
You can see that all the way on the other side there, right?
Yeah, but I don't have a clear view, but absolutely I do.
Yeah, so that's a straight line across that water to the other shore. But I digress. The stanchions where they go into the water from the bridge, there should be a little band. Now at 1.22 miles, those, if they're 1 foot or 2 feet because of the tides, let's say they're 4, they're 72. Wait a minute, 1.2. Yeah, so hold on a second. Yeah, it would be hard to tell 8 inches. So the first.
So we got BG that joined us. What's up, BG? Haven't seen you in a minute.
Anywhere beyond that 1.22 miles, even looking laterally down the river, those things looking down the river, because it's the distance over water. If you look down the river from where you're at, you would never see any further than 1.22 miles or very little past about 3 miles. You wouldn't be able to see the shoreline anymore. It would drop off.
I have to calculate the distance of Ellis Island from where I am because I can see the whole thing.
Near the water and harbor, at the harbor where I lived, it's easy for me to use that line across the harbor on the other shore, that line of the water line, the actual water line along the rocks or along jetties or on the pilings for the bridges and so forth. You can see that water line. That's a good marker. Because if you can continue to see it further and further away and continue, like it gets narrower, of course, going towards the vanishing point, but you can continue to see it very far away. Like, and if you get some binoculars, some magnification, you can see it even further. And so if you're looking at that little band of 4 feet or let's say I am, and the tides inside the harbor, you'd never see that more than just a couple miles away. Anyway, I got to go take a little ride here across town. Hey, Eli, if you're there, I don't know what you were talking about, taking a ride either over there or over here. But right now, they've started fixing the roads where all these long, sweeping roads going up and down hills, like mostly down, if you plan it right, are full-on bike freeways, man. I get up to like 25 miles an hour cruising down some of these roads. When they repave them, it's like clean slate. Anyway, I gotta go for a little while. Talk to you guys later.
Enjoy. Kansas City, I've decided, is just one big pothole. That is the best description of it. Best drivers in the country by like statistic, but worst roads, in my opinion.
Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas.
I couldn't hear you.
I was asking, are you in Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas?
Yeah, Missouri. My parents are on the Kansas side in like the suburb, and I'm there. I'm leaving there now because they're out of town for a few days, and I got to water the garden, and that was fun. But yeah, I'm on the Mo side, right in Midtown downtown.
What's odd, Sydney? Your voice resembles Witset's wife, Kai. You have the same like voice that she does.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's a pretty good singer too. She sings.
Nice.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if you sing.
I guess we all sing then. I was always a singer growing up and violinist, but very cool. It's a unique voice, I gotta say. I've actually gotten hired at multiple jobs just for my voice before. So that was
what's even
Why don't
stranger.
you play one of Kai's songs?
Yeah,
play one of her songs.
Real question, Sydney, is how are your barbecue skills?
How what?
How are your barbecue skills?
Oh my gosh! Well, I'm a Southern at heart, obvious Southerner. I'm from Florida and grew up in Carolina, so I like the vinegar sweet sauce, not super molassesy. But I can eat it all. I can eat anything, honestly. But I prefer the vinegar and like the rub, the dry rub.
You got one of the songs in the hopper. Just let me know when y'all ready.
Yeah.
Chemtrails, massive shells, dollar bills, pharma kills that keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood.
That's amazingly uncanny. That's great.
Where'd you find this?
Yeah. Can I be her friend?
Yeah, she's got a lot of good hits too, by the way.
I really just need a friend, but that's crazy how uncanny the similarity is in the voices though. Wow. She's really good. I love that. And it's like for like intelligent stuff, you know, I got jaded. I got a little bitter about, you know, music industry in general for all these years, you know, since waking up, that it was like, when I hear stuff like that, I'm just like, that's hope.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah.
She was like a lot of the same road that the path that you were taking too.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing.
In the metaphysical sense.
Mm-hmm.
Right on, man.
I just think that you're a kindred spirit. So like maybe perhaps, you know, talk to Witsit and see if you guys can connect or whatever.
Yes. Well, send me a DM request because I'm a little slow with all of that. That'd be cool. And I would love to connect with her. Yeah. I have not had a female friend since I was 16, I think, maybe 17. About time to change it.
I haven't had a female friend since 16 or 17 too, so it's okay.
It's cool.
You get used to it after a while.
I don't blame you. Yeah. No, it's just I don't know. I really want to, you know, wake up a lot of women, and I'm excited to the opportunity with this group, just because we need the help, man.
Sometimes I feel like I have too many. But
Your robot and Jimsy.
Get more.
Radio check, Gemsy. You want to do a little radio check?
I'll change my connection.
Cool.
His mic work. Well, then, down mic.
I think I'm going to go to a bar and I'll just share this with a lot of people. Possible.
Yeah, we got to get those QR codes, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hit up Orion. I think he's got some good ones, right?
All right, scanning the chat. I don't think anybody else is new in here, is there? Let's see. Same old gang. Usual suspects.
Gang.
Please don't go to the bar and do a Helio or Lunatic on us. Join the receipt. You say you were gonna go to the. You say you were gonna go to the bar. I'm saying don't do that and pull a Helio skeptic on us. Joining the receipt.
6 o'clock. Right now I'll get somebody dates or whatever. But yeah, it's been about two years since I've even gone out like for anything by myself. So I feel a lot less isolated now for the last few days, obviously. So.
But there's a lot more places better than the bar, though. Way.
Yeah, I don't like the bars typically, but like this is like the yuppie area where my parents are at, and so it's like it's just a cut above. It's a cut above Kansas City scene. So a lot of times it's like those indoor golfing range, you know, like a full size thing. It's crazy. I might go there. Golf is fun.
It's good. Or you can do what Jim does and go to McDonald's.
Oh
to the
gosh,
coffee booths.
people get shot at my McDonald's too much. So
Hey, just do like me. Get a 7-Eleven.
Food is that bad.
Get a 7-Eleven member.
Get a what?
A 7-Eleven coffee membership. You get free coffee every 2 hours.
None of them are safe in Kansas City. I'm not even exaggerating. I wish, but maybe in the daylight.
You gotta stay strapped over there.
Well, I have my certification, and I took the courses, and I got the booklet and the certificate, but I just don't have a firearm, so I can't wait to that day.
Damn.
I know Gemsy likes to go to a restaurant called Parasites Are Us, He really.
Oh my gosh.
That. He really enjoys that.
You're joking, right?
No, I would never joke on something that serious.
Is it a vegan place? Like, what the heck is that?
No,
it's vegan parasites. Yes, vegan parasites. Yes.
Yeah, it's vegan parasites. No meat in those parasites.
Just, I mean, like, what about parasitic lizards? That's a whole different subject. That's
It's
where my
under a
mind
troll
went.
bridge.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Parasitic lizards. Damn.
Yeah, you got to fish. You know, it's like eating into a fish, and you got to like spit out the bones of lies and just take the meat of truth. And so that's like everything to do with that subject is like it's like that. But there's some truth in there sometimes.
I think Plague's giving you a shout out, CB. He's like, who's on the soundboard? Plagueman.
Oh, right on.
He's our celebrity in this chat.
Who is? I'm so sorry. Who is this guy?
Plagueman. He's an NFL star.
Oh, right on. Well, former cheerleader and right on.
You're a former cheerleader?
Yeah, I was competitive and in school for many years. I was the one that got thrown up in the air. But I don't like ladders. Ladders to this day are not cool. But yeah, I liked it.
Do you took into account the curvature and the rotation of the air before you were throwing off the air?
We do not. No, we don't. There's also no gravity. Like, we just go up and down.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You're so crazy.
You're so crazy. That's funny.
I mean, the guy kicking the ball, like if you follow Neil, he said the guy kicking the ball is taking into account, the rotation of the air. So I imagine the cheerleader and the guys throwing her up in the air is doing the same thing as the football guy.
Did a quick calculation.
There's lots of triangles in the stunting. Yeah.
The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
That's fucking bullshit, bro. That's fucking bullshit, dude.
But what's crazy is Globers to be like that bullshit.
Can you play that again? I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I'll play through the bot this time. Give me 1 second to throw it in there.
God, I can't believe you said that shit, man. Damn.
Every time a Glober says something that's falsifiable, all of the other Globers are like, fuck that guy.
Yeah, they throw him under the bus. But I call those guys globe whisperers because people like Neil, Bill Nye, they're just saying things in plain English. So, but these guys will come out of the like, well, what they meant was, we don't need English translator. I speak English. But here's the clip. I'll play it one more time.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
What?
You see how he said, I did a quick calculation, but he didn't hit the ball. He wasn't at the field. He did a calculation story baseline, right?
I've never heard that. Yeah, that's pretty wild. But he knows he's bullshitting. So
he even tweeted it. Bro. This is literally in I guess football fields in Ohio must rotate because this always happens in Cincinnati.
So I guess practice fields rotate and soccer fields and basketball courts and houses. Because I remember in college we went to Wyoming. We played University of Wyoming, and it is bare, flat, dry land. It's like nothing's out there, and like nothing's moving, dude. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, the Globies are gobbling it up, man. They're just like, man, he's right, bro. Like, trying to talk about Coriolis.
There's endless memes with that guy.
there would be a rule in the NFL book about like there would have to be a rule to deal with that problem every game, but there is no rule. the gravity, the Earth's rotation, football. Oh yeah, there's no rules, so it don't count.
Oh my god!
And they make rules for everything. They make the Calvin Johnson. Green Bay or Chicago.
Oh shit!
Yo, have you been reading this dude random text in the chat, man? Miggy?
What's
in the YouTube chat? Have you
Oh, I've been looking. I'm staring at it. You talk about
dude
random?
Random is a fucking psychopath, bro.
Yeah, he's fucked up, bro.
Legit.
Random's fucked up. He's fucked. Oh, we can't get him in there.
They're all psychopaths.
No, he stands out. He stands out like a sore thumb, dude. He's on the level of Sean Hawkins.
Who is this?
That's random. It's some guy in the YouTube chat.
Account named Random.
Check this out. He's saying, if you want the truth, I'm entirely here for entertainment, and nothing I say nor you say matters even in the slightest in the greater scheme of this debate as it is settled in science. What in the actual fuck?
That's the opposite
settled
of
science, bro?
Too. Yeah.
Whoa.
Right.
Whoa, dude. You honestly think that we don't understand that was projection of your inner Freudian slip?
Most of us are either
You're here, friend. You're here, friend, because you're terrified that it does matter. That's why. But nice try.
Oh, he continues. As long as a theory with predictive capabilities is no longer actively challenged, it can be regarded as settled until it's no longer settled.
Is that a bot?
Hold on.
I mean, his mind
what does it mean actively challenged? What does that even mean? Actively challenged in the peer-reviewed literature, some dude working in their basement, like what?
His standard would be like whatever you make of it, I guess.
His standard is didn't like when I Google it, it don't come up.
There's not somebody in the academic field saying, I don't like the way this sounds, so I'm going to challenge it. And that guy is considered because he's got credentials.
Actually, what Indio said that he Googled and he didn't find it, that's a standard for a lot of people out there. I actually spoken to people in real life that, I looked it up in Google, I can't find it. Therefore, you're wrong.
Yo, Random, get your ass in this chat, man.
Oh,
like
I'm glad you
Google
brought that up.
Earthers.
So when I first looked at YouTube chat like 2 hours ago, the first thing I read that he posted was, first he said, we're trying to keep people in VC because we have low interaction. Right?
Oh, look what he posted, bro. Now I'm going to bed. I cannot listen to grown-up men crying over me disagreeing with them. I'm going to bed. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? It's like the fourth guy that said that today. Okay, I got time, bro. I'm going to bed. It's 1 a.m. in the morning. You're like,
CB, do we got a lullaby sound?
Oh my god, man.
We need to get one, go to sleep.
I know.
What the hell, dude?
Go around.
I was like Teletubbies.
Dude, this is a family show. Why are you playing that?
Oh my god.
I like sarcasm and dry humor. Y'all are my kind of people. Anyway.
So let me just recount what he said. He said, then he said he's not coming in VC because we're intellectually dishonest. Right? Then he proceeds to make some dishonest claims, which I smashed, and then he says, he must have thought I left or I'd come back. Then he says, he's not coming in VC because we don't use the universal language of mathematics.
What?
Okay, is the horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Is that universal enough?
Dude, like I said, this dude is totally psycho. He's on the level of Sean Hawkins, like that level.
Yeah, these fucking gym pandas, these I said gym panda. Jesus Christ!
I just imagine that the whites of the eyes are showing a lot.
Yeah. And by the way, I feel you with the friend thing. Like, I keep trying to go out there and talk to my old friends and hang out with just people, and I'm like,
Yeah.
obviously, I'm back in here, right? So it's
Yeah, you fuckers are too basic,
it's
man.
a
What the
nice
fuck?
feeling, though. I mean, they might get there, leveling up, as I call it. You know, so I'm sure they will in time. Maybe not on flat Earth, but yeah, just it's the ebbs and flows, and I think it's cool.
You know what? We can't hang out with basic people, Eli. You know what it is?
Too.
That's what it is.
Yeah, you can't go to the mall because they're gonna.
Oh shit!
Well, I mean, literally, like I mean, it's hard.
Hey, you're roboting, Sydney. I think.
Huh?
You're roboting. Well, you were.
Oh. I just drove by a government building, so that's probably why.
Yeah. It's annoying, like, because the moment I don't know about everybody else. I am as annoying in real life as I am to you guys. So don't think. I mean, you guys could just shut me off. You could take your headphones out. If someone says something that isn't logically consistent, it's like my eyes get all beady. You know, like that gorilla where he's like sitting there, he has a big smile on his face, and he's looking back and I just like. And then people who know me, they're like, "Don't do it." And I'm like, I'm not going to do it. Hey, you know what you said? I can't not do it. And it's like,
that's a good thing.
I don't do it. I just, because I've learned not to do it now because people get really annoyed and that, so I'm just like, well, I really don't have anything to say. And so I seem reserved now, and it's like, yeah, I don't want to be here. I don't enjoy what you guys talk about because it's bullshit. If I point out it's bullshit, I
don't find you annoying at all. And honestly, I have those persnickety things, like when people say good instead of well, it drives me insane, and I have to say something. It's pretty bad.
Are you a Gemini?
I'm an Aries.
Oh, okay. Well, my daughter's an Aries, so
yeah,
she gets annoyed at stupid shit too. So I guess that makes sense.
I call it creating mountains out of non-existent molehills, but
yeah, it's hard. It's like, whatever. So here I am.
She's talented. How old is she?
She is 15.
Wow, that's a hard age.
Yep, just turned 15, April 10th. Yep.
Well,
she's there now.
Nice. Yeah, at the end there. Well, it's great that you are in her life and close.
Yeah, I love her. I love her. She's just like me, so I mean, what else am I gonna do? She looks like me. She's almost as tall as me. She's like fucking 5'11" or some shit.
That's a bond that I would never. That I'm so thankful for every day. My dad's my bestie for sure.
My friends, you know what they bring up? They bring up shit that's on the news. Like, because what else are they going to talk about, right? And then they think that I want to talk about that stuff because they're like, hey, you're smart. Have you heard about the aliens? Like, even, oh, God, shut up. Just, all right, yeah.
That's what happened at my job the other day in a Slack, in our work Slack. And I literally just exited out of Slack and I clocked out. And I was like, 10 minutes early, I didn't care. I'm like, nobody's talking about that in my space. I can't deal with it. Nope. As opposed to just being a totally abrasive, seemingly mean person in a Slack chat because it's like they're not like on our level, I guess. But you know what I'm saying? I had to like exit just to avoid being taken that way, being harsh, making people cry.
Yeah. They hate us because they ain't us.
Yeah, and you also don't want to like fake engage, like, oh my god, aliens? What?
Yeah, I hate that, bro.
Oh my god, I can get a promotion if I'm just fake nice in Slack channels? Crazy.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I'll be like, man, ain't nobody gives a damn about some aliens, man. What you on about? Like, I fucking tell them, dude, I don't give a shit. Fuck some aliens. Oh shit. So funny.
Well, you know what bugs me the most? What bugs me the most is that I've put the bat signal out there, right? I'm like, yo, okay, yeah, you guys know I'm flat Earth now. and you know I'm not dumb. Because if I was dumb, you'd be ridiculing me, but you kind of don't ask me anything because it's gonna fuck up your day. So, like, people go, "Yeah, you're so smart. Oh wow, I didn't know that." And I'll like dance around Flat Earth, but not really get there. And I'm like, "Yeah, I be in the server. I be on this show in the morning. I be kicking ass, talking to professors, this, that, and the third." And they're like, "Wow, that's amazing." And I'm just waiting for them to go, "Hey, what's the link?" And it never comes. So you want me to go to your boring ass party? You want me to go to your boring ass event? You wanted me to do all of these things to be a part of whatever the fuck you're interested in, but you not once have even thought about being a part of what I'm interested in. That's wild and selfish, I would say.
The double standards for me are just I need to literally just write down a list of top 15 pet peeves, but the double standards is on that list. Easy.
I think
People
that
have-
they think of it as a hierarchy, not even a standard. So it's like not even resonating in their mind at all in the thought process. So hierarchy of acceptance.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. It just it plays out in so many places, though none of them have even taken 5 minutes to research their current worldview. But when presented with a flat earth, they'll be like, "Oh, well, where's your measurements and where's your this?" It's like, you don't have any of that for your current worldview. So relax with those double standards there, buddy.
Yeah, you know what? We should actually play that game, right? So, okay, let's go there, right? For every claim I make, I'll show a piece of evidence, and for every claim you make, you'll show a piece of evidence.
Ooh.
And we'll tally it up at the end, and we'll declare the winner.
Yay, I love games.
Yeah, we're talking. We're gonna be pitching shutout after shutout after shutout, man.
I know. It's gonna be 100-0 quick.
I like being scorekeeper.
What was the thing that you were saying yesterday, Sydney? Do you want to make a memo, or you want to take some?
Was it about just Rumble, or was it about like the flight paths proving flat Earth?
I think we were talking about a conversation in this Discord. I don't know if it had pertaining to the Discord or was it Rumble. I was thinking you were talking about like here in this Discord, like you wanted to.
She was talking about an announcement board.
Yes, a memo board. Yes, I would love to be in charge of that, like a Trello board or something.
Indio.
Yeah, Indio's here. So.
What? Who?
Sydney.
I only work here, man.
I'm here.
What was?
You gotta ask nicely.
Hear that. What was the question? What do we want to do? What are we trying to do?
I would like a group memo boards for like all of us to be on the same page about like events and like like a mini like doable and not overloaded calendar for like days of the week or what's going on per month or something in the group, because I would like to see your faces and know when that's, and then know when that is, and if there's like themes that you guys like to do like you already are doing, then
you mean like an events thing?
Yes, because like a monthly calendar sort of thing, like just for the or on a weekly, whatever's easiest. But I'll be in charge. I'll make it. I don't mind. I just I have nothing else going on, and I'm happy to do it.
That's badass, dude. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, what I'm thinking is,
since you guys are mostly dudes, just tell me which ones look best to you to like understand like in the terms of user interface, and then I'll go with that.
Hey, are you pre-assuming that we're all
like a loaded question?
Hey, are you pre-assuming that we're all dudes? Just kidding.
Yeah.
No. I said. I mean, like our brains work differently. It's like Android and iPhone. So I mean, just let me know which one is gonna, you guys like to look at. I really don't know.
Jamsy's
about to say.
Jamsy's a unisex name, man. He could be either.
I got slightly offended at nothing.
Hey, just kidding.
Yeah, don't forget if something doesn't work out in the memo, just blame it on Gemsy. We all do so.
No,
okay, duly noted.
Fine.
No, there's a hierarchy. We blame it on Helio and then Gemsy.
Oh, it goes to Helio.
Helio. Yeah.
I love it. It's like our very own Parks and Rec with that guy that I can't remember the name of that they always just, blamed for everything.
Scapegoat of the week.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. I'd like to be in touch with that calendar too. Like, are you gonna do it like on the internet, and then we just all like log in and
I was gonna say whatever you think is gonna be good, just DM me about it, and then we can just brain dump like later when I get home. I'll be home in like 15 minutes, but we can go from there. And I was hoping that we could collaborate too with like me being more like a silent advertisement or something marketer for the channel on Rumble, since I'm already very present on it. And I have to send you something after I pay something to get a gift for the channel that I'm going to send to you if I can get your email. So just like DM them or something.
Yeah. Do you want to touch base later with the information on that? Okay.
Oh, show.
You know how Indio and the admins can put events, and even the mods can do that kind of stuff? Probably in, in a separate channel that people can kind of like, let's say people get together, hey, we want to, I don't know, jump into a different room, talk about topics, or maybe, because it could open windows for people just coming to the server and have conversations about different topics. She's saying there's an event organizing, other people can kind of like DM her and say, hey, we would like to bring some people from another server, certain dates, certain hours, and you can put it on that channel, and other people can kind of look at that instead of, because the admins do that here. They do that a bunch of that stuff here, but I can see the functionality of it.
Getting people in the Discord is difficult, so that's why I'm saying like I just want to make it so it's on more eyes, and I can put a YouTube whatever on my Rumble. It doesn't matter, but then they can do that in their own time while still watching the content and getting interested.
Listen, this is what I'm thinking. So I'll make an events channel. I'll turn on threads, right? So when someone has an idea for an event, right, you can create a thread with the whole conversation, right? So in the channel itself, it won't be all cluttered, but like, say we a flat Earth meetup in, DC, Columbia or whatever, right? So you would just create that